In the realm of the nine heavens, there exists a vast continent adorned by nine celestial rivers, each woven from countless stars. These celestial rivers are collectively known as the nine layers of heaven. The inhabitants of this continent revere the martial arts. From a young age, humanity engages in meditation to perceive the essence of the world, cultivating their energy and spirit through disciplined practice, ultimately becoming martial practitioners. Those with heightened sensitivity can, through meditation, sense the presence of the nine heavens celestial rivers. They draw upon the power of the stars and may even communicate with a specific star, coalescing its spirit and elevating themselves to esteemed martial beings. Moreover, there are those of exceptional prowess who, upon achieving the status of martial beings, refine the celestial energy of the stars to continuously enhance their strength, transcending the boundaries of martial ranks and opening celestial gates to connect with numerous stars, thereby consolidating a multitude of star spirits. Legend has it that the most formidable martial practitioners of the nine heavens can open a celestial gate with each breakthrough of their rank, thereby establishing a connection with a star until they possess their own martial star among the nine layers of heaven, transforming into the transcendent war god of the nine heavens. In the kingdom of Chu, within the city of Tianyong, at the Bai family estate, Bai Qiushui's forehead glistened with sweat, her expression contorted in apparent agony. Yet she resolutely gritted her teeth and persevered. Under the cloak of night, the starlight from the heavens cascaded upon Bai Qiushu, illuminating her delicate figure and the fair skin partially revealed through her sweat-soaked garments. However, at that moment, Qin Wentian was too preoccupied to appreciate this beauty. Steadfast in your heart, pain is but a notion. Empty your mind and envision yourself as a beautiful sprite soaring through the celestial rivers, admiring the resplendent starry vistas, a dreamlike spectacle, and let the pain dissipate like a fleeting dream. Qin Wentian's voice was gentle, wafting into Bai Qiushui's ears, easing the tremors of her body. As Bai Qiushui's movements gradually subsided, Qin Wentian produced 9 silver needles and pierced them into her head. Bai Qing, witnessing this scene, nearly gasped, covering her mouth with her small hand, glancing between Qin Wentian's reckless actions and her sister Bai Qiushui. Channel the power of the stars into your body, navigate through your meridians, and seal it within the celestial gate. Qin Wentian's voice flowed like a dream, guiding the celestial energy into Bai Qiushui's being, circulating throughout her body. Return to the ethereal. You are now a being of consciousness. Find the star that resonates with you and merge your essence with it. Qin Wentian's voice carried a hypnotic quality, and slowly, a shimmering illusion began to materialize above Bai Qiushui's head, a golden crane with wings outstretched, embodying curves and the beauty of strength. Bai Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the ethereal manifestation of a star spirit. Her sister was truly on the verge of coalescing a star spirit. From here on, it depends on you. Qin Wentian thought to himself, a hint of gravity crossing his youthful face. Bai Qiushui radiated with starlight, culminating in a resounding crane's cry as the golden crane solidified. An overwhelming celestial power emanated from her, and Bai Qiushui's eyes opened, sparkling like the stars themselves. The it worked. Bai Qing exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air before rushing to embrace Qin Wentian, exclaiming in a flurry, "Brother Wentian, it truly worked." As she spoke, she unreservedly kissed Qin Wentian on the cheek, that a radiant smile illuminated Qin Wentian's eyes, infused with an innocent, sunlit essence, completely shedding the seriousness he had just exhibited. "Which celestial layer are you in?" Qin Wentian inquired with a smile, gazing at his fiancée. "The third layer," Bai Qiushui replied, her smile equally bright and undeniably beautiful. At the tender age of 16, Bai Qiushui was one of the 4 renowned beauties of Tianyong City, the esteemed daughter of the Bai family. The third layer. Sister has already connected with the star essence of the third celestial layer on her first attempt. This means it will be far easier for her to coalesce the second and third star essences in the future. How wonderful! I must tell father. Bai Qing seemed even more elated than her sister. "No need," came a voice from nearby as a middle-aged man approached. It was Bai Qiushui and Bai Qing's father, Bai Qing's song. His hands trembled slightly as he looked at Bai Qiushui and said with a warm smile, "Qiushui, You've worked hard. Father, if it weren't for Brother Wentian, Sister might not have been able to coalesce the star essence, Bai Qing mumbled. Only then did Bai Qing's song turn his gaze to Qin Wentian, offering a gentle smile. Wentian, you've also worked hard today. You should rest early, Qiushue, and I shall take our leave. Qing, you should accompany me as well. Don't disturb your brother Wentian, Bai Qing's song instructed, to which Bai Qing playfully stuck out her tongue. Today, why isn't Father insisting I call him brother-in-law? We'll just chat with Brother Wentian for a bit. You both can go about your business. Bai Qing's song gave Bai Qing a sidelong glance and nodded before departing with Bai Qiushue. A sister's first star essence connected with the third celestial layer. Father is surely off to convene with the family elders. I have no desire to attend, Bai Qing said with a grin as she watched Bai Qing's song leave. Brother Wentian, I used to be skeptical, but I didn't expect you to truly achieve it. You previously didn't allow Sister to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, nor let her coalesce the star essence ahead of time. Was it all for today? Absorbing the essence of heaven and earth fills the meridians and acupoints with that energy, thereby weakening the sensitivity to the stellar powers, which diminishes the chances of successfully coalescing the star essence. Qin Wentian replied, reclining on the ground while gazing at the myriad stars above. Most individuals absorb the essence of heaven and earth while simultaneously comprehending the stars. Even if they cannot become martial fate practitioners, it does not hinder their cultivation. Yet, Brother Wentian, your method is resolute, determined to coalesce the star essence and become a martial fate practitioner. Isn't that rather perilous? What if you cannot attain that status? It would hinder your cultivation, Bai Qing remarked, sitting beside Qin Wentian. Qinger, how many types of star essences have you heard of? Qin Wentian asked. Very few. There are not many who coalesce star essences in Tianyong City, so I haven't heard much. What about you, Brother Wentian? The Nine Heavens galaxy is boundless, with martial fate stars aplenty. Each martial fate star corresponds to a unique star essence. For instance, coalescing the lion star essence grants you the ferocity of a beast, enabling you to easily rend tigers and leopards apart. There's the heavenly eye star essence, which enhances your visual perception, allowing you to see farther and perceive more acutely during battle. There's also the forging star essence, which empowers you to become a formidable blacksmith. Then there's the great dream star essence, which allows you to cultivate within dreams and can even ensnare others in a dream state. Among others, in the realm of dreams, one can cultivate, and it's truly wondrous, Bai Qing murmured softly. The continent is vast. I have heard tales of a world beyond, where many formidable individuals possess multiple star souls, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth with ease. Only the martial fate practitioners can truly dominate this land. While ordinary martial cultivators are akin to ants, their efforts in cultivation rendered futile. Qin Wentian's eyes shimmered with fervor, that he was determined to become a powerful martial fate practitioner, to gather various star souls and venture forth into the world. He recalled what He Bo had said. Tianyong City was but a speck, a mere ant in the face of the continent. However, I have heard, Bai Qing hesitated, her words hanging in the air, that I am born with a severed meridian and cannot cultivate, is it not? Qin Wentian replied with a smile, then sat up. Who says one with a severed meridian cannot cultivate? I will undoubtedly become a martial fate practitioner. Seeing the confident smile on Qin Wentian's face, Bai Qing returned the gesture with a radiant smile of her own. I believe in you, Brother Wentian. I shall take my leave now, so as not to disturb your path to becoming a martial fate practitioner. Yes, go ahead, and remember to rest early. Also, do not absorb the energies of heaven and earth, Qin Wentian advised. Understood, Bai Qing playfully stuck out her tongue at him before dashing away. Observing her graceful silhouette, Qin Wentian realized that, unbeknownst to him, this girl had already matured at T15. She stood tall and elegant, no longer the little girl he had met 3 years prior. A pure smile spread across his face. Once Bai Qing departed, Qin Wentian commenced his cultivation. He closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. Within him, his meridians were nearly shattered, far beyond merely being born with severed meridians. Yet, he appeared unfazed as he drew the stars into his being, allowing their tempestuous energies to surge through his fragmented meridians, seemingly intent on obliterating them. Entirely In an instant, pain etched itself across Qin Wentian's visage. The agony he endured was magnitudes greater than what Bai Qiushua had faced. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth, resolute. Meridians are the conduits within one's body, connecting the physical form. To have shattered meridians is akin to being crippled, rendering one's body incomplete. That a martial artist must continually expand their meridians, and even after reaching the body refinement stage, they must reshape them, forging 9 primary meridians that connect to 7 vital points, the organs, limbs, and bones, thus unlocking and developing one's latent potential. The onset of his meridian destruction, Qin Wentian nearly faced ruin. However, Heibo used medicinal means to refine his body, preventing him from becoming completely disabled. Coupled with Qin Wentian's relentless daily training, he maintained the physique of a normal person. Yet, shattered meridians were not his ultimate goal. The records of star meridian cultivation state that only through the destruction of meridians can one forge the most exquisite star wheel meridians, a principle of breaking to rebuild. The morning air was particularly refreshing. After a night of meditation, Qin Wentian felt invigorated and rose early to run. He refrained from absorbing the energies of heaven and earth due to his relatively weak constitution, opting instead for this primal method of body tempering. The servants of the Bai family soon became accustomed to seeing Qin Wentian out running each morning, their initial curiosity giving way to acceptance. The son-in-law, unable to cultivate even to the level of an ordinary martial artist, harbored the delusion of stepping into the first realm of body refinement through running. This was undoubtedly a fool's dream, and the servants of the Bai family looked down upon Qin Wentian. Had it not been for his fortunate birth as the young master of the Qin residence, their patriarch would never have considered such a waste of a son-in-law. I heard that last night. The young lady became a martial fate practitioner. I wonder if this engagement can still be preserved, whispered some servants from a distance, observing Qin Wentian as he ran. Indeed, the patriarch convened a meeting of high-ranking family members that very night and disseminated the news. It is said that the young lady has connected with a celestial body from the Third Star River, a true prodigy even among martial fate practitioners. Exactly. Humans are born with a celestial gate capable of housing star souls, but without talent, one cannot condense them. Yet the young lady can already perceive the celestial bodies of the third heaven. Once she reaches the 9th realm of body refinement and opens a celestial gate, she will easily condense a second star soul, at least from the third heaven as well. Truly remarkable. If she can further open celestial gates. Moreover, the celestial bodies on the third heaven contain energies far greater than those of the first heaven, leading to more formidable star souls. It seems that the wasteful son-in-law's position is precarious. Unbeknownst to them, their whispers reached Qin Wentian's ears. After years of meditation, his perception surpassed that of ordinary beings, allowing him to hear even the faintest of sounds. However, he paid little heed to the gossip. Autumn Snow had known him for 3 years, and their bond was akin to that of family. Even if Autumn Snow did not harbor feelings for him, it would suffice for their families to negotiate the dissolution of the engagement. She would still remain his sister in spirit. In 7 days, it will be Uncle Bai's 50th birthday. I shall condense my star soul on that day as a gift for him. Qin Wentian mused, smiling at the thought. Everyone believed he was born with a severed meridian, incapable of cultivating, yet they knew not that Elder He had urged him to shatter his own meridians. He had never doubted Elder He's words and had utilized his teachings to help Autumn Snow condense her star soul, though Elder He had always instructed him not to mention him in front of others. Before he knew it, Qin Wentian arrived at the courtyard where Bai Qingsong resided, pausing momentarily. Wentian, a voice called out. Bai Qingsong emerged, regarding Qin Wentian. Are you running again? Yes, Qin Wentian nodded. How is Autumn Snow? I wish to see her. There's no need to force it. In truth, living as an ordinary person, establishing a family, and leading a simple life is also a commendable choice, Bai Qingsong replied again, causing Qin Wentian to freeze. Momentarily, feeling a hint of unfamiliarity from him. Very well, Qin Wentian said, a smile returning to his face. Uncle Bai, I shall take my leave. Go ahead, but do not wander aimlessly in the next few days, Bai Qingsong remarked calmly, and with that, Qin Wentian departed. In the ensuing 2 days, he did not encounter Bai Qingsong or Bai Qiu Snow. While news of Bai Qiusnou's prodigious talent spread throughout Tianyang City, on the third day, as Qin Wentian completed his morning meditation, he discovered the presence of two guards outside his courtyard. As he stepped outside, he found them blocking his path, a sight that sent a chill down his spine and transformed his expression. Coldly, he inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "The outside is chaotic. It would be best for you, young Master Qin, to remain here for now," one of the guards replied with an icy demeanor. Qin Wentian's heart sank further. Previously, the members of the Bai family had always respectfully referred to him as son-in-law. Yet now, he was addressed in such a frigid tone. What troubled Qin Wentian was not merely the loss of that title, but rather the underlying attitude. "What has transpired?" he asked, feeling a slight chill enveloping him. Ever since he had assisted Bai Qiusnou in awakening her star soul, it seemed as if everything had suddenly shifted. "It is best if you do not concern yourself with it. Simply stay put," came the response. "Impudence," Qin Wentian rebuked sharply. "I demand to see Uncle Bai." One of the guards smirked derisively, fixing a disdainful gaze on Qin Wentian. "Fool, I shall reiterate. Remain here. Do you truly believe you are still a son-in-law?" Qin Wentian felt a deep coldness settle in his heart. He was no fool. He understood what was happening was being placed under house arrest. Recalling Uncle Bai's previous words, he realized that the Bai family intended to dissolve the marriage arrangement. "Uncle Bai, if you no longer wish to honor this engagement, you could simply tell me," Qin Wentian thought to himself, a twinge of pain in his heart. Had everything over the past 3 years been a mere facade? He was aware that the engagement between the Bai family and the Qin family was initially established to leverage the power of the Qin estate. Yet, why did the Bai family feel emboldened to treat him this way today? Silence. A commanding voice rang out, and Qin Wentian looked up to see Bai Qing hastening toward him, pulling him into the room. "Brother Wentian," Bai Qing called, her eyes red and glistening, as if she had been weeping. "My family has wronged you." "I do not understand," Qin Wentian replied. "Qing'er, I wish to see your father. If he is unwilling, I can have my adoptive father discuss the matter with him. Qin Wentian, and the Qin estate shall not impose our will." "Brother Wentian, my father, the Bai family, they may plan to kill you," Bai Qing sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Her words struck Qin Wentian like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Kill him? Why?" he asked, bewildered and confused. "Do not inquire as to why, Brother Wentian. You must flee at once," Bai Qing pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears. After a moment of silence, Qin Wentian responded, "I'm already under house arrest. How can I escape? I have prepared a swift horse at the back door for you. Take me as a hostage and depart," Bai Qing insisted, presenting a dagger to Qin Wentian, causing his expression to stiffen. "Master," a voice called from outside, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps, which made Bai Qing's complexion turn pale. "Hurry, Brother Wentian. Qing'a, tell me the reason," Qin Wentian urged, his gaze fixed on her. Bai Qing responded hastily, "Once my sister became a genius. The news reached the imperial city of Chu that very night, and the Yi family there seeks a marriage alliance." The royal city, the Yi family. Qin Wentian's heart grew colder by several degrees. The Qin manor's sworn enemy. Thus the Bai family seeks to use my life to express their stance, severing ties with the Qin manor and forming an alliance with the Yi family. "Wentian Gidge, please stop speaking." Qing'er pressed a dagger into Qin Wentian's hands, only to see him shake his head. Gently caressing Qing'er's face, he revealed a soft smile. "Though I, Qin Wentian, may be powerless, how could I ever raise a dagger against you?" The door swung open, and Bai Qing's complexion turned as pale as a sheet of paper. "Bai Qing, come here." A cold reprimand echoed, issued by Bai Qing's song, with icy disdain. "Oh, father, sister can communicate with the stars of the third realm and awaken her star soul because of Wentian Gidge. Why repay kindness with enmity?" Bai Qing shouted at Bai Qing's song. "Qing'er, you must go." Qin Wentian smiled at Bai Qing, causing her expression to stiffen. "Wentian Gidge, Qin Wentian, not only are you a natural-born waste, but your character is also deplorable, harboring inappropriate intentions towards my daughter. Speak for yourself. How should I deal with you?" At that moment, Bai Qing's song struck Qin Wentian as utterly unfamiliar. He managed a faint smile, his heart utterly despondent. Gazing at Bai Qing's song, he inquired, "I wish to know, what is Qiusnou's stance on this matter? Today, as long as I perish within the Bai family, regardless of the cause of my death, I assure you my adoptive father will undoubtedly lead an army to raise the Bai family to the ground, Qin Wentian suddenly declared, his gaze unwavering as it locked onto Bai Qing's song, the gentle countenance of a youth now suffused with a resolute intensity. Uncle Bai, before your family possesses the capability to contend with the Qin manner, I advise you to think twice before taking any action against me. Chapter 3. The Awakening of Genius. As Qin Wentian watched Bai Qing's song and the others depart, an overwhelming chill enveloped him, akin to the frost of winter. In a single night, unexpected turmoil had arisen. The amiable Uncle Bai had come with intentions to take his life. Despite Qin Wentian's extraordinary temperament, he felt a numbness creeping into his heart, a tumult that lingered and refused to subside. Finally, he took a deep breath, allowing a radiant smile to resurface on his youthful and unblemished face. What did it matter if human emotions were fickle? What he needed was to remain steadfast in his own path. His adoptive father had treated him with immense kindness, and there was also Qing'er, who had risked betraying her own father to warn him of impending danger. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian realized he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts for long. He needed to extricate himself from his current predicament. Thus, he resolved to focus on his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, he glanced at the stone pendant hanging around his neck and spoke, "Dear departed father, Heibo mentioned you left me merely this broken stone. Please do not hasten my departure from this world." With that, Qin Wentian produced 9 silver needles and pierced them into his own temples, subsequently closing his eyes. He concentrated on maintaining his original intent, casting aside all distractions, and entered a state of profound meditation. He envisioned himself as a vessel, and soon, he sensed the presence of the elemental forces of heaven and earth, as well as the power of the stars. This was the essence of meditation, yet discerning the strength of these elemental forces required an acute sensitivity. Qin Wentian possessed an exceptional sensitivity to the stellar energies, a gift honed through relentless practice day after day. Even in daylight, he quickly achieved a deep meditative state, drawing the stellar energies to circulate within his body. At this moment, his meridians lay utterly shattered. However, he paid it no heed, continuously urging the stellar energies to flow through him in a cycle until night fell, and the brilliance of the stars enveloped him. He envisioned a passageway, and his awareness ascended along this route. This self-hypnosis was a technique taught to him by Heibo, for sometimes, one must hypnotize oneself to strengthen their will. As his consciousness ascended, Qin Wentian felt a faint pressure, yet it could not deter him. Soon, he found himself amidst an expanse of endless stars. Arriving at the first celestial river, each time he reached this realm, his heart would tremble profoundly. The 9 Heavens River was resplendent beyond compare. Standing there, he felt insignificantly small, like a mere grain of sand in a boundless ocean, surrounded by a myriad of stars. He sensed a nearby star resembling a broom. The broom star. Then, he discovered the willow star. Should he establish a connection with its awakened spirit, it might render his body remarkably supple. The water snake star. The lyre star. Qin Wentian inhaled deeply, feeling as though he could connect with any martial command star he desired, even those widely regarded as formidable. Yet, he chose to forego these temptations, allowing his awareness to drift further into the heavens, crossing the first celestial river, then the second, until he ascended to the 3rd heaven. The pressure has intensified, rendering it impossible to select the martial destiny stars as freely as in the 1st heaven. Yet, should others discover his plight, they might well regard him as a celestial being. He remains oblivious to the extent of his affinity with the stars. Bai Qiuxue has already established her reputation in the Chu kingdom by communicating with the martial destiny stars in this stellar river. The martial destiny stars of the 3rd heaven evidently contain far greater energy than those of the previous 2 heavens. There is still more to explore beyond this limit. Pain is but a notion. By emptying oneself, the agony can be but a fleeting dream. Qin Wentian has ascended to the 4th heaven, where the terrifying energy of the stars ignites within him a strong impulse to connect. If he were to embrace this moment, he could perhaps become a genius unlike any other in the Chu kingdom. The esteemed Heibo had prepared extensive data on numerous stars across the first 5 heavens, showcasing his high hopes for Qin. Gritting his teeth, Qin continued to elevate his perception. Communicating with the martial destiny stars to awaken the star soul is a formidable task. It demands not only talent but immense willpower. Enduring the throbbing pain swelling in his head, Qin propelled himself further upward, ultimately crossing another celestial river, reaching the 5th heaven. Before him loomed a star resembling a skull, exuding an aura of malevolence, the skull star. Qin swiftly redirected his perception, drifting aside. for he could no longer effortlessly sense all the stars as he did in the first heaven. He could only perceive them one by one. Moments later, he sensed a lion star suffused with fiery energy. The fire lion star, if he could connect with it, he would surely harness formidable flames and overwhelming power. After a moment's consideration, he chose to forego this opportunity, yearning to explore further. Subsequently, he detected a colossal star shaped like a hammer, the heavenly hammer star. Recalling the records from Hebo's documentation, he made a resolute decision to take a gamble. His perceptive power surged towards the heavenly hammer star, envisioning himself as a consciousness merging with it, even as the pain in his head escalated. Strands of starlight cascaded from the heavens, traversing layers of celestial rivers to envelop Qin Wentian, but they did not directly penetrate his being. Instead, they congregated around the stone at his neck. At that moment, the fearsome starlight illuminated this ordinary stone, which suddenly radiated an awe-inspiring brilliance before gradually disintegrating and merging into Qin's skin until it vanished entirely. Only then did the starlight truly shine upon him, coalescing into an overwhelming torrent of celestial energy. A phantom of the heavenly hammer materialized around Qin Wentian, while the pain in his head threatened to explode. Gritting his teeth, he emitted a series of grinding sounds yet persisted, allowing the starry essence to course through his shattered meridians, forming a swirling cyclone. He fervently endeavored to consolidate his star soul. Only by doing so could he truly be counted among the martial destiny practitioners. Thunderous roars echoed around him. Within Qin Wentian's body, a resonant hum echoed, as if boundless stellar energy surged violently through his shattered meridians, continuously cycling in a celestial rhythm, gradually coalescing into a formidable vortex, spinning with frenzied intensity. He understood that the pivotal moment had arrived. Upon success, he would undergo a transformation. This inhuman agony was nearly unbearable. And even more daunting was the necessity for Qin Wentian to simultaneously focus on condensing his stellar soul and crafting a complete meridian system. The torment seemed to last but an ephemeral dream. Qin Wentian's resolve was unyielding, as the terrifying vortex birthed a channel of stellar primordial energy that permeated his entire being, as if unlocking an entirely unique stellar meridian. Concurrently, the ethereal shadow of the heavenly hammer began to solidify. Blood trickled from the corner of Qin Wentian's mouth, and finally, he expelled a mouthful of blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. While Qin Wentian lay in a state of oblivion outside the Bai family estate at the Qifeng Tavern, Mo Shang stood by the window, an ethereal stellar soul hovering above him, a pair of celestial eyes, one of his 3 stellar souls, the heavenly eye. The potent beams of stellar energy indicated that if Bai Qiushui truly possessed such exceptional talent, she would undoubtedly pass this assessment. Upon witnessing the dissipation of the stellar power, Mo Shang retracted his stellar soul, contemplating silently that the recent surge of stellar energy had originated from at least the 3rd heaven. Aside from Bai Qiushui, he had not heard of anyone else from the Bai family communicating with the stars from the 3rd heaven. After stretching languidly, Mo Shang decided to rest. Following the news that Bai Qiushui had connected with the stars of the 3rd heaven, numerous powerful factions from the Chu Kingdom's imperial city arrived for inspection, including the faction to which Mo Shang belonged. However, he felt no concern that other factions would compete with him for talent, for he hailed from the Emperor Star Academy. Chapter 4. Tempered by trials in the depths of night, Qin Wentian awoke from a state of drowsiness, shaking his head as an unexpected tightness gripped his heart. My star soul. It was as if a memory stirred within him, prompting him to close his eyes and enter a meditative state. In the next instant, a brilliant radiance illuminated the room, revealing a colossal hammer's ethereal image hovering above him, resplendent as if woven from the very light of the stars. I have succeeded. Since it is the awakening of the star soul linked to the celestial hammer, it shall be the celestial hammer star soul. Now, I require a set of techniques that harmonize with this star soul, Qin Wentian mused. However, at that moment, a slight furrow creased his brow, as he sensed a twinkle of starlight within his mind. What could that be? As his perception delved deeper into his consciousness, he discerned the same ethereal image of the celestial hammer star soul occupying the stargate within his mind. Yet, behind this image, a tiny figure made of starlight floated, emanating an indistinct stellar power, seemingly locking onto the celestial hammer star soul. A tremor coursed through Qin Wentian's heart. Why was there a starlight figure in his mind? Could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yesterday, he had felt an unusual change in his chest. Looking down, he noticed only a rope remained. The stone that had been tied there had vanished. The stone left to me by that wretched old man. Qin Wentian's expression stiffened. At that moment, the brilliance surrounding the starlight figure seemed to be entirely released into the ethereal image of the celestial hammer star soul. Dots of starlight erupted in Qin Wentian's mind with a resounding boom, and a torrent of memories surged into his consciousness, causing a slight ache in his head. Meanwhile, the light emanating from the starlight figure dimmed until it faded entirely, leaving no trace behind. The tempering techniques. This is the memory technique. The starlight figure harbored a compendium. Sensing the presence of the star soul, it revealed the memory technique. Qin Wentian's heart raced as the newfound memories unfolded, a set of techniques for martial cultivators to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, or star essence, refining their physical form, strengthening their bones, and cleansing their meridians to connect with their internal organs. This represented the first realm of martial cultivation, the body refinement realm. Aimed at forging a perfect physique, the body refinement realm is divided into 9 stages. Once the body reaches perfection and the meridians are cleansed, one can unleash formidable inner essence throughout their entire being, connecting all meridians to form a complete energy circuit, allowing the blood to flow freely, channeling endless power. This level is known as the circuit realm. In the body refinement realm, one perfects their physical form, acquiring terrifying strength capable of tearing through tigers and leopards, or cleaving through boulders. The circuit realm allows one to wield various divine powers, showcasing astonishing might and versatility. Following this is the immensely powerful elemental palace realm, where one gathers vast elemental energy, transforming it into droplets that create an elemental palace within, harboring terrifying energy and unparalleled strength, enabling flight through the skies. In the realm of martial destiny, practitioners who coalesce their star souls can absorb the ethereal energy of the stars into their beings. The energy, imbued with the attributes of the star soul, manifests in various forms. For instance, an individual possessing a lion star soul experiences a ferocious power akin to that of a lion during cultivation, resulting in amplified strength with each strike. Thus, the martial destiny practitioners are revered across the 9 heavens continent. Conventional techniques, through relentless refinement, subject the body to suffering, a grueling process akin to self-mortification, where the flesh is tested to its limits. Qin Wentian, deeply immersed in comprehension, felt a surge of excitement and promptly rose to head towards the training ground in the rear courtyard. Drawing a deep breath, Qin gazed up at the vast expanse of stars above, a smile gracing his lips. With the star soul now coalesced, he could finally store the celestial energy within. Embarking on his path of cultivation, closing his eyes, he released his star soul, extending his perception to the 5th heaven, connecting with his martial destiny star. In an instant, the celestial energy from the 5th heaven, fierce and commanding, cascaded down upon him, enveloping him in a radiant starry aura. At that moment, Qin Wentian distinctly sensed the overwhelming force of the celestial energy descending from the 5th heaven, incomparable to that of the 1st or 2nd heavens. After a prolonged period, as Qin's body reached saturation with celestial energy, he began to employ the relentless refinement technique. Instantly, it felt as if numerous star hammers were colliding within him, relentlessly battering his form. Merely absorbing celestial energy would not suffice for body refinement. One must utilize the absorbed energy to temper the flesh, thereby enhancing its strength and achieving true refinement. The pain was excruciating. Sweat beaded on Qin's forehead as an ominous humming resonated within him, the fierce celestial energy striking against his flesh. This agony of body refinement was nearly unbearable, yet to forge a perfect physique, one must endure. Moreover, the more ferocious the technique, the stronger the pain endured during the refinement process. With a low, throaty roar, Qin Wentian gritted his teeth, persisting through the self-inflicted torment. The rumbling within him intensified until the celestial energy was nearly depleted. However, this was not the end. He rose to his feet, wielding a celestial hammer, beginning to wield the star hammer despite the overwhelming pain. The relentless hammering, akin to enduring countless trials, pushed the boundaries of his corporeal limits. From the 5th heaven, the light of the stars cascaded down upon him, illuminating the scene as the air was filled with crackling sounds, a testament to his body undergoing a profound metamorphosis. After 100 repetitions, the unique star veins within Qin's body seemed to take the shape of a celestial hammer, allowing the celestial energy to circulate smoothly, imparting a refreshing sensation that gradually made him forget his fatigue. With each crackling sound that emanated from his body, it felt as though every sinew and muscle was vibrating. A symphony of transformation in the making. At last, after several attempts to surpass his own limits, he found himself unable to continue, supporting himself with one hand on the ground while gasping for breath. The grueling method he employed was almost unbearable, leaving him feeling completely drained and achy, as if his body might fall apart. Was it due to his lack of training, his frail constitution, and insufficient foundation that he suffered so? Qin Wentian murmured to himself, settling into a cross-legged position, ceasing his wielding of the massive hammer, and continuing to absorb the celestial essence. The starlight cascaded down, seemingly endless. For the power of the stars was inexhaustible and unyielding. On a winter morning, the air carried a hint of moisture, yet within the training grounds, Qin Wentian felt no chill. As he opened his bleary eyes and stood to stretch his limbs, he realized his body was agile, devoid of any trace of the soreness from the previous day. The entirety of that night felt like a nightmarish ordeal, but it seemed that all had passed. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt invigorated, his being brimming with strength, more powerful than ever before. His remarkable recuperative ability was a testament to the prowess of the celestial hammer star. Having studied the celestial bodies from the first to the fifth heavens under the guidance of Heibo, he had chosen the celestial hammer star for its numerous attributes: explosive power, strong defense, and remarkable regeneration, along with the ability to forge, bestowing him with a natural talent for crafting. Through relentless trials, he had surged from a blank slate to the third layer of body refinement overnight, a gift bestowed by the star soul and the grueling method he practiced. It was time to test the extent of his newfound strength. Approaching a stone pedestal, he concentrated his energy and struck downwards with a resounding crack. The pedestal shattered into fragments. This was power, an extraordinary force, exceeding that of 9 oxen with a mere flick of his hand. Qin Wentian whispered to himself, recalling that the phrase strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers described immense power, but for a martial cultivator, achieving the third layer of body refinement granted one the terrifying might of 9 bulls. In the first layer of body refinement, one possessed the strength of a single bull. In the second layer, for bulls, in the third layer, 9, in the fourth layer, 16, and upon reaching the 9th layer, one would wield a staggering strength equivalent to 81 bulls. The perfection of the physical form would yield unfathomable power, a reason why countless individuals aspired to become martial cultivators. Strength. To become a martial cultivator was to possess unparalleled might, and this was merely the classification of ordinary cultivators. Those who harnessed the power of celestial essence could amplify their strength further, making them even more formidable within the same realm. Over the course of a single night, he had acquired strength surpassing that of 9 bulls. How could Qin Wentian not rejoice? He moved to the center of the training ground, preparing to continue his cultivation. Through relentless trials, he aimed to forge a robust physique. For Qin Wentian, this was entirely natural. The celestial essence contained within the martial stars of the 5th layer was fearsome, and combined with the self-imposed, extreme training regimen, it allowed for the effortless reshaping of his physical form and a remarkable leap in power during the early stages of cultivation. Now, he wished to waste not a moment. Remaining in the Bai family was fraught with peril. He needed to leave, relying solely on his own strength, for he feared that his adoptive father was still unaware of his precarious situation. Chapter 5. Bai Qiushui's attitude in the Qifeng Tavern. Mo Shang sat by the window, indulging in solitary libations. In merely 3 days, Bai Qingsong's 50th birthday would arrive, and it was said that he had invited numerous dignitaries from the imperial city of the Chu Kingdom to attend the celebration. The patrons at nearby tables were abuzz with conversation, having arrived early to witness the festivities. Indeed, I have heard, one remarked. They say a mother's status is elevated by her son, and it appears Bai Qingsong is basking in the glory of his daughter. However, his daughter is indeed remarkable. Her innate talent is extraordinary. She directly communicated with the martial destiny stars of the 3rd tier, condensing star souls at her first attempt. If she can open the 2nd and 3rd stargates in the future, she will likely condense at least 3 star souls, all of which will be of the 3rd tier or higher. In the Chu Kingdom, she will undoubtedly be a significant figure. Precisely. I have also heard that the Bai family is contemplating a dissolution of the engagement. After all, how could Qin Wentian possibly compare to Bai Qiushui? Everyone wishes to cast him aside. It is said that the wasteful young master has squandered a considerable amount of the Qin family's star meteorites. One wonders why Qin Chuan dotes on this adopted son so. Many shook their heads in disbelief. Suddenly, a hush fell over the tavern as a beautiful figure ascended the stairs, adorned in a flowing blue gown, exuding elegance and grace, a true lady of refinement. Bai Qiushui, the prodigy of the Bai family, someone whispered. Mo Shang cast a glance at Bai Qiushui, nodding subtly. The young lady was indeed impressive, not only in talent, but also in beauty. It was no wonder the Yi family sought a union with her. As Mo Shang contemplated, he sipped from his cup, then shifted his gaze towards the Bai family direction outside the window. Once exiled from the imperial city, the Bai family was poised for a resurgence. Clearly, Bai Qingsong was adept at seizing opportunities. The forthcoming days would undoubtedly be lively. Suddenly, Mo Shang's expression sharpened. Due to his unique star soul, his perception of stellar forces was acute. At that moment, he sensed a potent surge of celestial energy descending from a certain location associated with the Bai family. With a sudden clarity, Mo Shang's eyes transformed as if he could pierce the veil of reality, witnessing the celestial trajectories flickering within his gaze. A tremor of excitement coursed through him. This stellar fluctuation likely emanated from a source beyond the third tier. Did the Bai family harbor such a prodigy? Yet, why conceal it, only to showcase Bai Qiushue? Perplexed, Mo Shang resolved that he must investigate further that evening. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian remained oblivious to Mo Shang's presence. He was engrossed in fervent training, subjecting his body to relentless trials, forging and refining himself. At last, after enduring excruciating pain, a sound like cracking bones resonated as his sinews transformed. A smile graced Qin Wentian's face, for he realized he had ascended to the fourth tier of body refinement. The first three tiers focused on refining flesh, the middle tier on sinews and bones, and the latter three on meridians and internal organs. As night fell once more, Qin Wentian ceased his cultivation and made his way towards the courtyard. Given his current circumstances, he believed that if he were to inform Bai Qingsong now, perhaps the latter might reconsider his stance. However, Qin Wentian refused to demean himself thus. Understanding a person's true nature through a single incident was sufficient. Now, he simply wished to ascertain the attitude of Bai Qiushue, who had condensed her star soul with his assistance over the past 3 years. With Bai Qingsong's birthday approaching in 3 days, he resolved to personally inquire with her. As he approached the courtyard gate, he noticed the 2 guards still stationed there, seemingly the only ones present. Everyone was aware of Qin Wentian's status as a pariah, which was why Bai Qingsong did not regard him with much concern. Having 2 ordinary guards watching over a waste was already a sign of respect. Even a dog can bite, Qin Wentian mused coldly, causing one of the guards to momentarily pause, a cruel smile spreading across his face. It appears that young Master Qin is living quite lavishly, unaware of his current standing. I suppose it is time for him to wake up. With that, the guard launched a punch towards Qin Wentian's head, exuding a formidable aura. Qin Wentian's senses were exceptionally sharp, now that he had become a martial spirit practitioner. The guard's movements seemed to slow in his perception. He swiftly sidestepped, then leaned forward, driving his knee forcefully into the guard's abdomen. In an instant, the guard felt as though his internal organs had been shattered and was sent flying, rendered unconscious by the impact. The other guard's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. This fellow was incredibly resilient, having been ambushed in such a manner. Stepping forward, he unleashed a straight punch, generating a gust of wind accompanied by the sound of a roaring tiger, a basic yet powerful technique known as the fierce tiger fist. As he struck, it was as if a furious tiger had unleashed its might. This time, Qin Wentian did not evade. His own fist shot out with the same directness, akin to a mighty hammer. A crack echoed as the guard's arm was shattered before he could even scream. Qin Wentian's fist then connected with the guard's head, but he judiciously restrained his strength, avoiding a fatal blow and merely incapacitating him. Having subdued them, Qin Wentian dragged their bodies into a room and securely closed the door. Moments later, he emerged clad in a guard's uniform, stepping into the darkness. Familiar with the Bai residence, he navigated the narrow paths, skillfully avoiding the patrolling guards. After half an hour, he arrived at the side of the main gate, lowering his head as he approached. The sound of his footsteps echoed softly, and a flicker of nervousness stirred within him. If caught now, Bai Qingsong would not let him off easily. Just as he was about to exit the gate, he heard footsteps approaching from ahead, compelling him to bow his head even lower. "What are you sneaking around for? Look up." A familiar, frosty voice reached Qin Wentian's ears, causing his heart to tremble slightly and an unusual smile to play upon his lips. To his surprise, he encountered Bai Qiushue at this moment. Upon seeing him raise his head, her body involuntarily shuddered, and she took a small step back. Silence enveloped the two, as Qin Wentian observed Bai Qiushue transition from her initial panic to a state of calm. It seemed he grasped a profound understanding, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips. "I had no choice," Bai Qiushue finally spoke, yet Qin Wentian merely gazed at her in silence, never having anticipated they would find themselves in such a predicament. "You have devoted years to mastering the essence of star souls, gaining unparalleled insights. Yet, what purpose does it serve? You can only assist others in harnessing their star souls while you are destined to deceive yourself." Bai Qiushue's long, raven hair danced in the night, resembling a spirit of darkness, but Qin Wentian found no interest in its beauty, his heart encased in frost. Is this the justification for the Bai family's betrayal? Qin Wentian comprehended by Qiu Xue's implication. The intended betrothal was undoubtedly to Yi Wuqiu. You may leave, she continued. For you have aided me. Out of respect for our past, I shall not impose upon you. Even if you survive, it will not affect the union between the Yi and Bai families, and in the future, you and I are destined to inhabit different realms. After her words, she brushed past him, a gentle breeze stirring, and Qin Wentian suddenly felt an unfamiliarity in her presence, finding her remarks absurd. By Qiushua, he called out, halting her steps. 3 years ago, your father, Bai Qingsong, proposed a marriage alliance to my adoptive father. Although my father initially hesitated, Bai Qingsong insisted, and thus he acquiesced. For 3 years, my father has provided your family with cultivation resources, aiding the Bai family's resurgence, never once displaying arrogance, while I regarded you as kin. Yet 5 days ago, after I assisted you in communicating with the martial star and consolidating your star soul, your family sought my life. Now, you speak of letting me go as if granting me a favor. How utterly ironic. Qin Wentian's words dripped with indifference as he began to walk away. However, you did not err in one regard. You and I are indeed destined to dwell in disparate worlds. Chapter 6. The Imperial Star Academy. The Qin residence is situated in the northern part of Tianyang City, a little over 100 miles away from the Bai family. Although Qin Wentian walked briskly after departing from the Bai family, he arrived at the Qin residence only as daylight broke. Having embarked on the path of martial arts, his sinews and bones robust, he felt no fatigue after traveling through the night. Outside the gate of the Qin residence, the statue of the ancestral figure, Qin Wu, still stood tall, a spear in hand, and mounted upon a noble steed. Qin Wu, once the illustrious general of the state of Chu, commanded the mighty forces of the Great Chu, his reputation echoing far and wide. He had achieved remarkable feats in battle, once rescuing the former emperor from peril, ultimately sacrificing himself for the nation. Yet, after the current emperor ascended to the throne, the Qin residence was relocated north to Tianyang City, distancing it from the center of power and gradually diminishing the influence of the Qin family within the military, resulting in a decline that echoed through generations. As Qin Wentian gazed upon the statue of the general, a bitter smile crossed his lips. His recent experiences bore a certain resemblance to the fate of the Qin residence. Upon stepping into the Qin estate, he noticed a throng of people hastening toward a particular direction. He called out to a maidservant to inquire, what has transpired? Having been established for 3 millennia, the state of Chu sprawls endlessly, boasting over 100 cities and a population in the millions. The imperial city of Chu is the epitome of prosperity, serving not only as the center of power but also as a sacred ground for martial cultivation. Home to numerous prestigious martial academies, families of significant stature throughout the state of Chu send their gifted youths to these renowned institutions for training. The Qin family is no exception. Among Qin Wentian's generation, 3 individuals are currently honing their skills at the martial academies within the imperial city, representing the future of the Qin clan. He pondered in silence about their progress since returning from the capital. As he made his way toward the martial arts arena, Qin Wentian soon arrived to witness several esteemed members of the Qin family present. On the combat stage, the sound of wind and thunder resonated as 2 young disciples engaged in fierce sparring. Qin Wentian's gaze fell upon one of them, a youth clad in a yellow robe, whose prowess was comparable to his own. At that moment, Qin Shi unleashed a powerful strike known as the Tiger Roar Fist, roaring like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, causing the very ground to tremble. The opposing youth was immediately overwhelmed, sent hurtling away with a thunderous crash, landing heavily beneath the arena. This punch, akin to a tiger's descent, was more fearsome than a real tiger itself. Qin Shi had likely reached the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Qin Wentian felt the might of that punch and mused internally, acknowledging that an ordinary martial artist at the 7th level possesses the strength of 49 bulls. With fists harder than steel, Qin Shi had condensed the Tiger Star Soul and was a practitioner of martial fate, amplifying his strength further. Combined with the enhancement of the Tiger Roar Fist, his power was indeed formidable. As a martial arts youth, to wield such tremendous force was impressive. Yet Qin Shi's talent paled in comparison to that of Qin Shang and his sister, Qin Yao. Qin Yao had already entered the 8th level of the body refinement realm last year, and surely, she had grown even stronger since then. A glimmer shone in Qin Wentian's eyes as he thought, and this is merely the body refinement realm, should one ascend to the pulse realm. Awakening the myriad acupoints throughout their body, they would harness boundless power, traversing the 9 meridians, wielding divine abilities far surpassing mere techniques. How formidable that would be. At that moment, a voice resonated, drawing many gazes toward Qin Wentian. The speaker was none other than the head of the Qin family, Qin Chuan, adoptive father. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Qin Wentian found himself at a loss for how to respond. Ever since he was taken in by Black Uncle and brought to the Qin residence, the family head, Qin Chuan, had accepted him as an adopted son, treating him with a kindness that surpassed even that shown to his own biological children. It seemed my suspicions were correct. Bai Qiuxue had indeed awakened her star soul, drawing the attention of the martial command stars in the three heavens, causing quite a stir in the capital of Chu. I dare say she has been cast aside, remarked Qin Chuan's coldly speaking cousin, Qin He, the second son of the Qin family. Enough, Qin Chuan chided sharply. Brother, you refuse to believe what I say. The Bai family has been cultivating close ties with the people of Chu, and I have even heard that members of the Yi family from the imperial city have made their acquaintance. Given Bai Qiushue's extraordinary talent, do you truly believe the Bai family will honor this marriage contract? Qin He said, his tone laced with resignation, eliciting a myriad of expressions from those present. At that moment, a howling wind resonated from the void, drawing everyone's gaze skyward, their expressions turning solemn. A colossal eagle soared above them, upon which perched a figure clad in yellow robes. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. The individual was quite audacious, allowing the eagle to circle directly above them. Master. At that moment, a young girl beside Qin Chuan called out to the sky, immediately capturing Qin Chuan's attention. Yaoer, is this your master? He inquired, his gaze sharpening. Indeed. Qin Yu replied with a nod. Master, what brings you to the Qin residence? Please, take a seat. Yaoer, I have heard of the marriage contract between the Qin family and Bai Qiuxue. Is there truth to this? The middle-aged figure in yellow robes asked. As the words left his lips, the enormous eagle descended gracefully, landing on the platform above, revealing a hint of a smile. I come today specifically for this matter. It has come to my attention that Bai Qiuxue possesses remarkable talent, and the Royal Academy wishes to recruit her. Upon hearing this, the hearts of those present sank. Bai Qiuxue had suddenly risen to become a true gem among her peers, attracting the attention of even the Royal Academy of Chu. It was known that within the vast Qin residence, only the exceptionally gifted Qin Yao had been admitted to the Royal Academy for cultivation. Surely the Academy could simply send an invitation for Bai Qiuxue to enroll in the spring of next year? Qin Yao suggested. This time is different, the figure explained. Bai Qiuxue's first martial command star originates from the third heaven. Numerous academies from the imperial city are sending representatives, and they have decided to hold a special recruitment event in Tianyang City, specifically arranged for 2 days from now. Outside the Bai family estate on the day of the family head's birthday, Qin Yao's gaze hardened. This was clearly a setup arranged solely for Bai Qiuxue. Indeed, the recruitment is merely incidental. The primary focus remains on Bai Qiuxue. It is even possible that the Imperial Star Academy will send representatives. Hence we cannot afford to be careless. Haha, Tang Lin, since you are aware of the Imperial Star Academy's involvement, why go through the trouble of this arrangement? A hearty laugh echoed, causing Tang Lin to focus his gaze on an approaching figure, his pupils narrowing in recognition. Mo Shang, Tang Lin thought with a cold smirk, surprised that Mo Shang also sought to leverage the Qin family's marriage contract. However, as Qin Yao was his disciple, Mo Shang had little hope of success in that regard. Dear Qin, it has been a long time since our last meeting. I hope the esteemed elder is in good health. Mo Shang stepped forward and addressed Qin Chuan. The elder he referred to was none other than Qin Wuyuan, the son of the general, Qin Hao, who is also the current head of the Qin family and father to Qin Chuan. Before Qin Wu's demise, Qin Hao had accompanied his father on countless battles, earning great prestige within the military. Following the passing of both Qin Wu and the late emperor, the current monarch merely offered Qin Hao a nominal title, relegating him to the city of Tianyang. Thank you, Brother Mo Shang, for your concern. My father is well, though he prefers not to move around much and is unable to receive guests personally. Qin Chuan replied with a smile, though internally he felt a chill. Mo Shang was associated with the Imperial Star Academy and had evidently come for Bai Qiuxue. It seemed inevitable that the Bai family would regret their decision to withdraw from the engagement. Mo Shang and Bai Qiuxue are destined to enter our Royal Academy, Tang Lin remarked, his tone laced with a hint of provocation as he fixed his gaze on Mo Shang. Is that so? Mo Shang smiled faintly before taking a seat, his eyes scanning the gathering. They momentarily paused when they landed on Qin Wentian. The previous night, he had infiltrated the Bai residence. curious to discover which prodigy they had concealed, only to stumble upon some intriguing developments. He had followed a young individual who unexpectedly slipped away from the Bai household and made his way to the Qin estate. I initially suspected the Bai family harbored a formidable presence at the Yuanfu realm, yet it turns out to be a youth of similar age to Bai Qiuxue, judging by the strength of his star power. This young man's talent is undoubtedly on par with hers, Mo Shang mused internally. Indeed, this journey has proven worthwhile. Meanwhile, the members of the Qin family sighed inwardly. The Royal Academy, affiliated with the Chu royal family, only admitted nobles and exceptionally gifted individuals, ranking among the top 3 institutions in the Chu dynasty's martial academies. The Imperial Star Academy, exclusive to those of martial destiny, ensured that all who entered emerged as superlative beings at the Yuanfu realm. This realm transcends the 9th cycle, absorbing the essence of the world, wielding formidable magical prowess, and forming the Yuanfu within their bodies, brimming with inexhaustible primordial energy, capable of soaring through the skies. Those who attain the Yuanfu realm are invariably significant figures, able to traverse the city of Tianyang with ease. Nonetheless, the presence of both the Royal Academy and the Imperial Star Academy at the Qin residence was solely for the sake of Bai Qiuxue. Chapter 7. Iron-blooded father and son Tang Lin believed that Mo Shang had come to the Qin residence with a purpose akin to his own, which evoked a subtle sense of pressure within him. He turned to Qin Yao and inquired, "My dear Yaoer, which young talent from the Qin family is betrothed to Bai Qiuxue?" Qin Yao's expression faltered, her beautiful eyes glancing at Qin Wentian before she replied, "Teacher, this matter may have encountered some unforeseen changes." "What changes?" Tang Lin was taken aback and asked. "Wentian, come here," Qin Chuan called out to Qin Wentian, who promptly stepped forward. Qin Chuan continued, "Brother Tang, Brother Mo, this is my son, Qin Wentian. He is the one who has a marriage contract with Bai Qiuxue. But my son is in a peculiar situation. Despite his exceptional talent, he is unable to cultivate. Could you two possibly offer any assistance?" "Brother, being born with a severed meridian is hardly an exceptional talent," Qin he interjected. "Silence. What do you mean by born with a severed meridian?" Wentian must have encountered some accident that caused this condition. Moreover, his sensitivity to the stars is extraordinarily strong, Qin Chuan rebuked. This scene caused both Mo Shang and Tang Lin's eyes to narrow slightly, as if they were beginning to comprehend the situation, although their thoughts diverged. "I shall take a look." Mo Shang and Tang Lin spoke nearly in unison, each placing a hand upon Qin Wentian's wrist. Qin Chuan's pupils constricted, and his expression turned icy as he remarked, "Is it appropriate for you to speak in such a manner?" Upon hearing Qin Chuan's altered tone, Tang Lin's displeasure was evident. The Qin family had fallen into disfavor with the current emperor, facing decline daily, destined to become a mere footnote in history. Were it not for Bai Qiuxue and Qin Yao, he would never have set foot in the Qin residence. Yet, he never expected Qin Chuan to treat him with such disrespect. "Qin Chuan, it seems you are truly delusional. It is indeed laughable that the once magnificent Qin family has fallen to this state," Tang Lin retorted scornfully. "If you have no other matters, you may leave." Qin Chuan gestured dismissively, issuing an expulsion order, which left Qin Yao in a difficult position. "Teacher, please do not take offense. My father's temperament is always so impatient." "Qin Yao, your father is utterly oblivious to the circumstances," Tang Lin coldly remarked. "Yaoer, from now on, do not take this person as your teacher." Qin Chuan's voice was commanding, causing Qin Yao's complexion to pale. Tang Lin, furious, exclaimed, "Very well. Excellent." Qin Wentian observed the unfolding drama, feeling a pang of guilt as he looked at Qin Chuan's resolute visage. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Chuan had offended numerous individuals for his sake. And now he found himself at odds with a powerful figure from the Royal Academy, the teacher of his own daughter, Qin Yao. However, Mo Shang was contemplating a different angle. He fixed his gaze upon Qin Wentian, narrowing his eyes with a smile. "Little brother Qin, at what age did he sever his meridian?" "At 6 years old," Qin Chuan responded. "It grew increasingly severe, until his meridians were completely shattered." 6 years old. Mo Shang gasped quietly, staring intently at Qin Wentian, then released his grip, his eyes flickering. If his speculation were true, this youth must possess extraordinary tenacity. Recalling Tang Lin's earlier demeanor, Mo Shang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the foolishness displayed. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the sound of hooves reverberated. The members of the Qin family focused their gazes, their expressions cold. Who dared to ride a horse within the Qin residence? Soon, they beheld a throng of armored knights brandishing long spears, galloping forth with fervor. At the forefront rode a figure cloaked in a flowing black robe that danced in the wind, his eyes sharp as daggers, emanating a chilling aura. It was Cold Eagle. From his vantage point in the stands, Qin Chuan's pupils contracted. He had not anticipated such a commotion at the Qin residence today. Cold Eagle, once a deputy under his father's command, was known for his sinister and ruthless nature, much to his father's disdain. Eventually, he allied himself with the Yi family, the sworn enemies of the Qin family, intent on suppressing them. Young master, it has been a long time, Cold Eagle remarked, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, fixed upon Qin Chuan. Cold Eagle, you dare to ride into the Qin residence with such audacity, Qin Chuan retorted, his demeanor frosty and unwelcoming. Cold Eagle paid no heed to Qin Chuan's words. The Qin family had long been in decline, emboldened by the emperor's direct indulgence of various factions seeking to undermine them. As long as Qin Chuan's father, Qin Hao, remained, the emperor would never rest easy. Thus, anyone who trampled upon the Qin family would be met with the emperor's feigned ignorance, which suited his intentions. I have come to the Qin residence for 2 reasons. First, to ascertain whether the old master still draws breath. Second, to inform you that in 2 days' time, various factions from the state of Chu will converge upon the Bai residence. Bai Qiuxue is bound to enter either the Imperial Star Academy or the Royal Academy. At that time, the 2 families shall deliberate upon their so-called marriage, and the Qin family is required to be present. Do not attempt to hide away. The members of the Qin family watched Cold Eagle's retreating figure, and Qin Chuan's body trembled with rage. Should Bai Qiuxue announce her engagement to the Imperial Star Academy, it would be seen as a matter of course, and his family, Qin Wentian, would be deemed unworthy. This would be an affront to the Qin family, a humiliation to Qin Wentian. The Bai family has gone too far, Qin Chuan thought, caught off guard by their ingratitude. He resolved to confront them in 2 days. Ah, I see, Tang Lin sneered. Qin Chuan, prepare to be publicly humiliated. Farewell. With that, he mounted a giant eagle and took to the skies, the beast circling above with a mocking cry. The Qin family stood in profound silence. Ever since the current emperor's suppression, the Qin estate had been in relentless decline, yet they maintained their dignity, never before having experienced such humiliation. Brother, Qin, he spoke abruptly. You have witnessed the situation. The Bai family has evidently allied with the Yi family against us. Coupled with Bai Qiushue's talent, should we attend in 2 days, our dignity will surely be in tatters. Are you suggesting that the Qin family, as Cold Eagle posited, should cower in avoidance? Qin Chuan replied coldly. Over the years, Qin Wentian has consumed a substantial amount of the Qin family's resources, utilizing several fallen stars. While I have harbored reservations, I have never voiced them. However, this matter concerns the Qin family's reputation. I propose we expel Qin Wentian from the Qin residence. We have done all that we could over the years, Qin, he stated, his voice low and oppressive. Indeed, many within the Qin family harbored grievances against Qin Wentian. Qin Chuan's indulgence towards this adopted son had been excessive. Yet he was a man incapable of cultivation, unable to rise to the occasion. What is your perspective, third brother? Qin Chuan inquired of another, Qin Yi, the third of the Qin family. Qin Wentian is more suited for a life among ordinary folk, Qin Yi replied softly. In this present moment, the Qin family has fallen into decline. Due to some humiliation, there are those who wish to expel the descendants of our ancestors' benefactors from the Qin estate. Such actions fill me with shame and bring dishonor to my forebears. When the time comes to descend to the netherworld, I shall have no face to present before the spirits of my ancestors. As long as the Qin estate stands, so too shall Qin Wentian. In 2 days' time, I shall summon the men of the Qin family and march against the Bai clan. Should anyone dare to speak of expelling Qin Wentian from the Qin estate, I shall personally take action against them. With that proclamation, Qin Chuan struck his palm down upon the chair beneath him, shattering it with a resounding crack that echoed in the silent space. The loyalty of Qin Wentian's ancestors to the Qin family must have been profound indeed, to inspire such fervor in Qin Chuan. The onlookers felt a chill in their hearts, only aware that Qin Chuan had adopted Qin Wentian as his son, treating him with such regard to repay the favors bestowed by Wentian's ancestors. For the sake of this grace, Qin Chuan was willing to sacrifice everything, a spirit that evoked both admiration and reverence, prompting each individual to stand tall. Wentian, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Remain at home. Your adoptive father will secure justice for you, Qin Chuan said, his gaze softening when it fell upon Qin Wentian. Sighing within, Qin Wentian mourned the fact that he had shattered his own meridians, causing his adoptive father worry. He had intended to explain everything to Qin Chuan after achieving mastery as a martial cultivator, yet he had not anticipated the turmoil instigated by the Bai clan, which now threatened the dignity of the Qin family. He remained unaware of his own lineage, as Heibo had never revealed it to him. Nor did he grasp the connections among his ancestors. He only understood that he could never repay the kindness Qin Chuan had shown him in this lifetime. Descending from the viewing platform, Qin Wentian approached the martial arena. Kneeling upon the stage, his gaze fixed on Qin Chuan. This matter arose because of me, and I shall resolve it myself without invoking the power of the Qin estate. The Bai clan's actions may humiliate me, but I cannot allow them to tarnish the dignity of the Qin family. This is a burden I, Qin Wentian, shall bear alone. With that, he knelt in gratitude for his father's kindness. Qin Chuan stepped forward, lifting Qin Wentian to his feet. Their eyes met, both filled with smiles. On this occasion, Qin Wentian did not refer to him as adoptive father, but simply as father. I have always believed in you. One day, you shall achieve what others cannot, Qin Chuan declared, his gaze radiating determination. Nearby, Imo Shang narrowed his eyes slightly, a rich smile gracing his face. Compared to Bai Qiuxue, he favored the young man before him, whose extraordinary talent and resilient spirit promised greatness in due time. 2 days later, the major forces gathered at the Bai clan, while the Qin estate prepared to mobilize their troops. It seemed an intriguing spectacle was on the horizon. Chapter 8. Siblings. Dear Brother Qin, I wish to examine my nephew's condition closely. Can you trust me? At this moment, Imo Shang stepped forward, gazing at Qin Wentian with an unusual glimmer in his eyes. If Brother Imo is willing, I could not ask for more, Qin Chuan replied, for it was unreasonable to refuse. The Imperial Star Academy was the aspiration of everyone in the Kingdom of Chu, and its higher-ups could disregard royal authority. Many years ago, the Chu royal family, fearing the overwhelming strength of the Imperial Star Academy, vigorously established the Royal Academy, much like how they once supported the Yi family to suppress the Qin family. Qin Wentian. Come with me, Imo Shang said, leading Qin Wentian away, while Qin Chuan instructed Qin Yao, you should accompany them. Qin Yao nodded and followed closely behind. As Qin Wentian noticed Imo Shang's eyes fixed upon him, shimmering like the stars, a chill ran through him. This was the power of the star soul. And Imo Shang likely possessed the heavenly I-star soul. A person with severed meridians could still cultivate. Imo Shang spoke softly, startling Qin Wentian. Indeed, it was the heavenly I-star soul, capable of perceiving the fluctuations of the stars. To his astonishment, he had encountered someone who had shattered their meridians and reconstituted their star veins today. Imo Shang felt a surge of delight within. He had just confirmed that Qin Wentian was indeed severed, but also a martial fate cultivator. This could only mean one possibility: to break and then rebuild, aspiring to achieve the most perfect star vein, the star wheel vein. Though this was merely a nascent form of the star vein, it had already enabled him to manipulate his inner essence more adeptly than others. This young man must be recruited into the Imperial Star Academy. Do you have any instructions for me, esteemed senior? Qin Wentian asked Imo Shang. The intensity of the star power within you should be at the 5th level of the body refinement realm, correct? In 2 days, various factions will converge to recruit disciples for renowned academies, and there will be multiple assessments. Although your talent is exceptional, your strength needs to be elevated in a short time. I have some items to gift you. You must come in 2 days. As he spoke, Imo Shang grasped Qin Wentian's hand and directly placed a book and a stone into his palm before soaring into the air. Qin Wentian's gaze sharpened as he watched Imo Shang move with the grace of a swallow, effortlessly gliding through the air, stirring within him a yearning for such prowess. One day, I too shall soar high above the 9 heavens. Glancing at the items in his hand, Qin Wentian's pupils constricted, a chill coursing through him. The stone emitted a strong wave of stellar power, indicating it was a precious star meteorite. The book bore 3 prominent characters: Dragon Subduing Fist, the Imperial Star Academy. Qin Wentian memorized this in silence, stowing the items away. Soon, he heard footsteps approaching, and a figure appeared beside him, accompanied by a gentle fragrance. I had warned you long ago that Bai Qingsong is quite scheming. When I opposed this marriage, you were infatuated with beauty. A smile curved Qin Wentian's lips as he turned to see a remarkably beautiful profile, a crescent-shaped brow, eyes that sparkled with a soft smile, a fair and delicate complexion, and skin so flawless it seemed to invite a kiss. Qin Yao is one of the 4 great beauties of Tiannong City, possessing extraordinary beauty. If I were to be enamored with beauty, I would be clinging to Sister Qin Yao every day, Qin Wentian jested. Stop your flattery, she replied. Qin Yao cast a sidelong glance at Qin Wentian and remarked, You have caused a rift between my father and my master. It will be difficult for you to navigate the academy from now on. How do you intend to make amends? Qin Wentian retrieved the meteorite he had taken earlier from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yao with a smile, saying, "This meteorite contains a potent celestial energy, likely sourced from the second heaven. You may use it for your cultivation." Qin Yao gazed at Qin Wentian, her eyes narrowing in reproach. "Every time father gives you a meteorite, you secretly pass it to me. Now that I have reached the Wheel Meridian realm in martial arts, do you still expect me to rely on yours?" As this thought crossed her mind, Qin Yao's expression softened. Despite the discord caused between her father and teacher Tang today due to Qin Wentian, she bore him no ill will. From a young age, her brother had aided her in her cultivation, and every meteorite their father provided was discreetly given to her by Qin Wentian, who insisted she keep it a secret. It was this support that had enabled her to achieve her current level of mastery. With a spark of joy, Qin Wentian responded, "Well then, I shall not give it to you this time." With only 2 days left, he truly needed the energy from the meteorite to enhance his own strength further. "Be good, Wentian. I have met many remarkable young women in the Imperial City. When the opportunity arises, I will introduce one to you. Do not let those from the Bai family bother you too much. They are rather superficial," Qin Yao advised gently. Qin Wentian was well aware that this was the true reason for Qin Yao's visit, to comfort him and alleviate any distress he might feel from the current situation. Coming to a halt, he squatted down, causing Qin Yao to stiffen momentarily, glaring at him. "What are you doing? Get up. Come on," Qin Wentian chuckled. "Go away." Qin Yao retorted, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink as she rolled her eyes at him, turning slightly away. "Beauty. It's not as if this is our first encounter. Who used to climb onto my back every day when we were younger? Now that we've grown up, you no longer acknowledge me as your brother," Qin Wentian teased, prompting Qin Yao to stomp her foot in frustration at his reminder of an embarrassing moment. Qin Yao was slightly older than Qin Wentian, nearing 17, and had blossomed into a graceful figure. As he treated her like their childhood days, she couldn't help but feel a bit shy. Nevertheless, she shifted her stance and placed her hands on Qin Wentian's shoulders, her gaze drifting to the left. "Let us go," Qin Wentian said, supporting her thighs as he allowed her to lean against him. Feeling the softness pressing against his back, he smiled. "Sister Qin, Yao has indeed grown up." Qin Yao gritted her teeth in annoyance, tugging at Qin Wentian's ears while glancing around nervously, fearing they might be seen. Though they were siblings, they were not blood-related, and she found it difficult to be as carefree as in their childhood. "It seems my worries were unfounded," Qin Yao muttered, observing that he hardly resembled someone who had been affected by a setback. As they exchanged playful banter, they arrived at a courtyard, the residence of the Qin family, which was divided into 2 sections. The Qin couple and Qin Yao resided in the eastern courtyard, while Qin Wentian and Uncle He lived in the western one. At that moment, a woman in the courtyard, seemingly not yet 30 and bearing a resemblance to Qin Yao, greeted them with a warm smile upon seeing Qin Wentian carrying Qin Yao. "Yaoer, you've grown so fond of sticking to Wentian." Qin Mu was well aware that although Qin Yao was slightly older than Qin Wentian, it was often Qin Wentian who took care of her, resembling more of an elder brother than a mere sibling. "Mother, that is not the case. This fellow is taking advantage of me." Qin Yu complained to Qin Mu after dismounting from Qin Wentian's back. "What other advantages has Wentian not taken from you?" Qin Mu asked with a warm smile, causing Qin Wentian to chuckle nervously, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Mother." Qin Yao stomped her foot in exasperation, which only made Qin Mu laugh heartily. "Mother, I shall go visit Uncle He now." Sensing Qin Yao's mischievous gaze, Qin Wentian hastily made his exit to the western courtyard. There, he spotted an elderly figure diligently sweeping the yard. This frail individual was a one-armed, one-legged man, hunched over as if he had reached the twilight of his years. "Uncle He, allow me to assist," Qin Wentian offered as he approached. The old man slowly turned, fixing his gaze upon Qin Wentian, his expression momentarily stiffening. "You have condensed your star soul?" Qin Wentian was not surprised that Uncle He could discern this. He nodded calmly. "To what tier have you ascended? And what kind of star soul do you possess?" Uncle He inquired. "5th tier, with the hammer star soul," Qin Wentian replied. The elderly man's frail body trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, turning to walk towards the back courtyard without uttering a word. Qin Wentian silently followed Uncle He to the training grounds in the rear, where the old man sat atop a stone platform and regarded Qin Wentian. "All these years, I have made you shatter your meridians and endure inhuman suffering. Yet I forbade you from absorbing the world's vital energy and communicating with the martial destiny stars. Do you resent me for this? People are often enamored with fleeting pleasures, absorbing the world's vital energy while simultaneously seeking to become martial destiny practitioners. However, they are oblivious to the fact that this tarnishes their innate talents. Your years of meditation have borne fruit today. From this point forward, I shall no longer oversee your cultivation. But you must always remember one thing. Never absorb the world's vital energy. Only the purest martial destiny practitioners can continuously open stargates and condense their star souls. Qin Wentian nodded, affirming, I shall remember. Wentian understands. Uncle He had previously informed him that people are greedy, commonly attempting to absorb both the world's vital energy and the power of the stars to hasten their cultivation. Yet this would ultimately dull their innate gifts. This world belongs to the martial destiny practitioners. Chapter 9. The Dragon Subduing Fist. Heibai gazed at Qin Wentian and said, Release your star soul for me to behold. Qin Wentian nodded, his thoughts stirring as he opened the stargate. In an instant, a magnificent phantom of the heavenly hammer emerged above him, resplendent in its brilliance. Surrounding the edges of this splendid star soul was a halo of crimson gold, seemingly symbolizing the nobility of this celestial essence. The nine heavens star river connects the star souls forged from the three tiers of the heavens, adorned with a faint golden aura. The higher the martial command star, the more formidable the energy it contains, with varying hues and increasingly radiant halos. By the time one reaches the middle tier, the hue transforms into a deep crimson gold. Thus, upon releasing your star soul, others will discern that you have connected with at least a soul from the fourth tier. However, it is generally the case that only the most formidable beings of the Tiangang realm can open 4 stargates to connect with star souls from the fourth tier. You, in your youth, have directly stepped into the 5th tier. Such talent will bestow upon you numerous advantages, yet it may also invite misfortune. Do you comprehend this? Heibai spoke slowly to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian nodded, fully understanding this principle. Bai Qiuxue, with her first martial command star from the 3rd tier, had already gained renown throughout the state of Chu. If word spread of his connection to a martial command star from the 5th tier, many would seek to recruit him. Yet there would also be those who would covet his life. Martial cultivation is categorized into the body refinement, meridian cycle, and Yuan mansion realms. Before one finally steps into the Tiangang realm, becoming a Tiangang master, the terrifying existence of the Tiangang realm transcends the Yuan mansion, reaching from heaven to earth. It is said that among the hundreds of millions in the vast state of Chu, if you have ever heard of a master from the Tiangang realm, should one appear, they alone could govern a nation. I have taught you the acupoint techniques, which can suppress the color of your star soul. Do you remember? Heibai inquired once more. I do, Qin Wentian affirmed with a nod. Good. Your first star soul comes from the 5th tier, the heavenly hammer star, which will endow you with immense offensive and defensive capabilities. While I shall not meddle in your future cultivation, you must still exercise caution when condensing your 2nd star soul. If you can inhibit the movements of others to assist your attacks, that would be advantageous. You may take this into consideration. Go now. With that, Heibai closed his eyes. Qin Wentian retreated to the edge of the training ground, where a bookshelf stood laden with numerous tomes, the fruits of Heibai's labor. Since his childhood, Qin Wentian had perused these works, reading them countless times, among which the acupoint techniques were most prevalent. He speculated that Heibai's star soul might be related to these techniques. These acupoint techniques cover a wide array of applications, including healing methods, meridian regulation, and potential activation. Now that he had become a martial command practitioner, he could channel the power of the stars into the acupoint techniques, thereby harnessing even greater strength. Qin Wentian selected a book and reviewed it, then sat cross-legged and began to insert silver needles into the acupoints on his head. Before long, he sensed that the color of the star's soul power concealed within his stargate had gradually faded slightly. This alteration in hue would not diminish the strength of the star soul. Unbeknownst to Qin Wentian, the acupoint technique he was practicing was an exceedingly rare secret method, one that could not be found throughout the entire state of Chu. After a considerable time, Qin Wentian finally removed the silver needle, opened his eyes, and murmured, "Only by deliberately invoking the power of the stars can I awaken the sealed acupoints and reveal the true luster of the star soul." He then retrieved the star meteorite, sensing the surging celestial energy within, which was likely derived from the 2nd heaven. The star meteorite is exceedingly precious, having descended from the celestial weapon stars of the 9 heavens star river. The energy of the heavenly weapon stars is immensely formidable, and martial practitioners communicate with it through their will, gradually siphoning its power, merely a drop in the ocean. Hence, even a small fragment of a meteorite contains terrifying energy. Furthermore, this star meteorite can enhance the probability of connecting with the heavenly weapon stars. For instance, by meditating with this meteorite, Qin Wentian would find it easier to attune to the mother star of this meteorite and forge a connection, thereby consolidating the star soul. Consequently, many have embarked on the path of martial practitioners through the utilization of star meteorites. It is evident that the rarity of star meteorites is such that ordinary individuals would find it impossible to acquire one unless they belong to prestigious families. The immense energy contained within this star meteorite, coupled with the overwhelming might of the heavenly hammer star, should facilitate my swift breakthrough, Qin Wentian mused. He then took out the Dragon Subduing Fist manual to peruse, feeling a surge of solemnity. The Dragon Subduing Fist is a formidable technique. The body refinement realm serves as the foundation of martial arts, leading to the perfection of the physical form. In this realm, one cannot cultivate techniques, but rather the fundamentals and moves, reserving the practice of powerful techniques for the psychomeridian realm. The Dragon Subduing Fist is a potent technique, encompassing both a move section and a divine abilities section, allowing martial cultivators to progress from basic moves to divine techniques. The Dragon Subduing Fist is characterized by its fierce and domineering nature, its might akin to that of a dragon, comprising 3 moves. Wrathful Dragon emerges from the sea. Dragon soars in the wild, and 9 heavens dragon roar. The first move, Wrathful Dragon emerges from the sea, appears deceptively simple but demands an unstoppable momentum, as the furious dragon bursts forth from the ocean with unparalleled ferocity. Qin Wentian meticulously studied the key points of the moves in the manual before attempting to practice within the training grounds, envisioning the power within himself as a wrathful dragon, fierce and unyielding, surging forth from the sea. However, he found his movements clumsy, lacking the grace depicted in the manual. As he practiced, he reflected on his technique, striving for improvement. After a considerable time, he paused, closed his eyes, and contemplated. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a dragon, its form imposing and its presence formidable. Suddenly, Qin Wentian opened his eyes, brilliance igniting within them. He lowered his stance and stepped forward, embodying the essence of a dragon. With a mighty roar, he transformed into a wrathful dragon, his fist striking forward with a resounding crash. The stone pillar before him shattered, debris scattering in all directions. With his hair flowing in the wind, the spirited youth glanced at his fist, his captivating eyes shining like stars. The power of the move was astounding. Should he one day enter the psychomeridian realm and unleash the divine abilities of the Dragon Subduing Fist, it would be truly terrifying. Capable of subduing dragons and tigers alike, the enraged dragon has gradually perfected its emergence into the sea, yet Qin Wentian has not ceased his pursuit, remaining deeply immersed in his cultivation. The exhilarating sensation brought forth by this formidable power ignites a fervor within him. Astonishingly, he has absorbed the vast celestial energy contained within that fallen star, a testament to the incredible sensitivity he possesses towards stellar forces. Throughout the day, Qin Wentian tirelessly practices the method of meticulous refinement, ultimately breaking through the constraints of his realm to enter the 5th stage of body refinement. His physique becomes increasingly exquisite, and within a mere week, he shatters 5 levels of cultivation, an achievement that, if revealed, would astound the world. Following this breakthrough, Qin Wentian shows no inclination to rest. He immediately embarks on mastering the 2nd move of the Dragon Suppression Fist, Dragon Battle in the Wild. For 2 days, he forsakes sleep and sustenance, dedicating himself wholly to this endeavor. As another day dawns, the stars in the firmament gradually fade away, and a pale light emerges on the eastern horizon. Qin Wentian opens his eyes, feeling invigorated, yet a hint of concern lingers as he gazes blankly at the sky. Today marks the birthday of Bai Qingsong and the gathering of various forces at the Bai residence. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Qin Wentian perceives it all as a surreal dream. Bai Qingsong's betrayal, Bai Qiushue's ruthlessness, Qing'er's innocence, and his adoptive father's unwavering loyalty. All these matters now demand resolution, for he has swiftly transformed into a martial practitioner, forging his star soul. Today, it is time to confront these issues. Chapter 10. Gathering at the Bai residence, the crimson flames soared into the sky, casting a fiery glow upon the earth, enveloping the ancient capital of Tiannong City. Within the city, magnificent palaces and lofty towers stood tall, their grandeur accentuated by the refracted sunlight. Ancient bluestone streets stretched forth, converging at a grand martial arts arena. behind which rose a majestic viewing platform. Further back lay an expansive mansion, the Bai family residence of Tianyang City. At this moment, the current head of the Bai family, Bai Qingsong, sat upon the viewing platform. Beside him was a 16-year-old maiden, her skin fair, her hair cascading down her shoulders, her figure exquisite, a rare beauty indeed. "Congratulations to the head of the Bai family on your significant birthday," echoed the voices from the red-carpeted steps leading to the platform. As guests continued to offer their congratulations, Bai Qingsong responding with a beaming smile and a courteous nod. "Head of the Bai family, your daughter is but 16. With a boundless future ahead," remarked one onlooker with a smile, glancing at the young girl beside Bai Qingsong. "You flatter me," Bai Qingsong replied dismissively. As more and more people gathered, the atmosphere becoming increasingly lively, many bringing along their younger generations, evidently for the purpose of academy recruitment. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from the distant bluestone streets, the rhythmic pounding of iron hooves resonating as thousands of horses galloped forth. Even from afar, the vibrations were palpable, and the crowd instinctively turned their gazes toward the source, their pupils narrowing in unison. The Night Corps. The crowd gasped as their eyes widened, beholding the sight of silver helmets, silver armor, and pure white steeds galloping with unparalleled speed. As they approached, the crowd seemed to witness a silver-white apparition, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Tianyang City had never hosted such a formidable knightly order. It was evident they hailed from the imperial capital. The crowd murmured in astonishment, and in an instant, the knightly corps halted before the martial arts arena, revealing the piercing, ominous gazes of the riders, their sharp eyes enough to instill a tremor in the hearts of onlookers. With a synchronized sound, the knights dismounted their steeds, save for their leader, who placed his hands upon his helmet and gradually removed it, unveiling a pair of keen eyes. It was none other than the Cold Hawk, who addressed Bai Qingsong. From the capital of Chu, the Silver Feather Knight Corps extends their birthday wishes to head Bai Qingsong. As his words fell, others stepped forward to present their gifts of congratulation. The capital of Chu, the Silver Feather Knight Corps, resonated in the minds of all present, their eyes wide with astonishment at the arrival from the capital. Bai Qingsong maintained a serene smile as he regarded the Cold Hawk, responding graciously, "Thank you. Please take a seat." The Cold Hawk nodded slightly and proceeded along the red carpet to take his place on one side of the viewing platform. Just then, the thunderous sound of iron hooves reverberated once more, causing a ripple of anticipation among the crowd, as if several bluestone streets were echoing in unison. From the capital of Chu, the Mo family has come to congratulate head Bai Qingsong. From the capital of Chu, the Purple County Prince's residence has arrived to extend birthday wishes to head Bai Qingsong. A resounding echo drew nearer, as legions and golden chariots gradually emerged within the crowd's sight. Yet, the most captivating sight was the figure gliding down the stone-paved street. A few chariots adorned with intricate tulip engravings. At the forefront, a dragon horse with antennae pulled the chariot. The rumors of the Yi family seeking a union with the Bai family appeared to hold truth. Many speculated that those arriving from the imperial city must have close ties with the Yi family. From the tulip-draped chariot, an elder emerged, exuding a spirit akin to dragons and tigers, his gaze sharp. Bai Qingsong stood, extending a courteous invitation. "Elder Yi, your presence graces us. Please take a seat." The Yi elder nodded slightly, leading his companions forward. Though few in number, their presence was formidable, for he was a superpower at the Yuanfu realm. "Qiu Shui, this is what you have brought to me in the Bai family." Bai Qingsong clenched his hands tightly, suppressing his overwhelming emotions as he murmured to the young woman beside him, his daughter, Bai Qiu Shui. At that moment, a procession approached from afar, causing the crowd's pupils to constrict. The Wufu Academy of Chu City had arrived, with many present gathered to witness the recruitment of disciples for this esteemed institution. The existence of the Dixing Academy was indeed real. Stepping into its halls promised ascendance to the Yuanfu realm, a status revered across the entirety of Chu. Excitement spread among the crowd, including members of prominent families who held high hopes for their descendants. Moreover, the Royal Academy, established by the royal family, and the Shinkong Academy, alongside the renowned Qixing Wu Fu, had also arrived. The attendees were rife with enthusiasm, although many academies existed in Chu. The four great powers present were undoubtedly the most prestigious. It was clear they all sought to vie for Bai Qiu Shui. Other factions, aware of their inability to compete, opted not to attend. The four eminent academies gathered at the forefront of the martial arts arena, facing the crowd. A voice proclaimed calmly, "Today, those under 16 years of age possessing the strength of 36 bulls may participate in this assessment, with the opportunity to join one of our 4 academies. Those who meet the criteria and wish to proceed may step forward." As his words resonated, the crowd stirred restlessly. Yet many sighed. To possess such immense strength at 16 was merely the entry qualification. For martial artists, one must reach the 6th level of body refinement to wield such power, leaving many without the means to qualify for the assessment. Another voice chimed in. Should there be exceptionally gifted individuals, such as those who have established a connection with the 2nd heaven or higher, the criteria may be relaxed. Suddenly, the earth trembled, resonating with an impending force that surged from afar. The crowd's gaze swiftly turned, drawn to the approaching iron cavalry, which swept past like a tempest, swiftly arriving at the martial arena and clearing a path through the throng. The leader reined in his steed, his sharp gaze fixed on Bai Qingsong, who sat upon the viewing platform. "Brother Qin Chuan has arrived. Please, take a seat," Bai Qingsong remarked calmly, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Qin Chuan and his companions dismounted and ascended the martial stage, settling into their designated seats on the platform. The crowd's eyes were drawn to that section, where prominent families from Tianyang City had gathered, each accompanied by their distinguished young heirs. Qinya was among them. Her exceptional talent had earned her admission to the Royal Academy over a year ago, and now 3 of the 4 renowned beauties of Tianyang City were present. Bai Qingsong harbored intentions of an alliance with the Yi family. Rumors circulated that just 2 days prior, cavalry had personally visited the Qin residence, urging their presence today. It seemed that Bai's family intended to advance the marriage proposal with Bai Qiuxiue into the Imperial Star Academy, thus nullifying any prior engagement, leaving the Qin family with the embarrassment. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers, while Qin Chuan scanned the crowd, seemingly in search of someone. His gaze soon settled upon a figure, Qin Wentian. His pupils constricted slightly. Indeed, Qin Wentian had arrived, blending into the crowd with a calm demeanor. Yet beneath that tranquility lay an undeniable resolve. "Now, all those wishing to partake in this assessment, please come forward," announced Tang Lin, one of the evaluators from the Royal Academy. To emphasize the Academy's regard for Bai Qiuxiue, not only Tang Lin but also several others, including his senior brother, stood by his side. One after another, exceptional youths took to the stage, their presence commanding attention. Concurrently, young representatives from significant factions in Tianyang City entered the arena. Ningfeng, merely 15 years of age, was already at the 7th level of body refinement and had awakened his star soul last year, marking him as an extraordinary individual. Qinyu, nearing 16, had yet to awaken his star soul to become a martial practitioner but possessed the strength of the 8th level of body refinement, holding promise for entry into the academy. Linyu, under 16, was at the 7th level of body refinement and had coalesced her first star soul at the tender age of 13, earning her place among the 4 renowned beauties of Tianyang City. The majority of the crowd's attention gravitated towards Linyu, often compared to Bai Qiuxiue due to their similar ages and statuses. However, it appeared that Linyu had now distanced herself in terms of achievement. The paths of these individuals diverged significantly from that of Qin Wentian. Even those capable of coalescing their star souls had commenced their training long before, including Bai Qiuxiue. It was only later that Qin Wentian advised Bai Qiuxiue to cease her cultivation, cautioning her against absorbing the world's essence into her being. However, Qin Wentian understood that Bai Qiuxiue had not ceased to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Otherwise, with Bai Qiuxiue's innate talent and his assistance, she might have forged a connection with the martial star of the 3rd celestial layer much earlier. At this moment, on the viewing platform, Bai Qiuxiue rose to her feet, and in an instant, all gazes that had been directed at Linyu were drawn to her. The prodigy of the Bai family, the foremost talent of Tianyang City, one of the 4 renowned beauties, and the object of admiration for various factions within the Chu kingdom, this enchanting young lady had, unbeknownst to her, already accumulated an abundance of luminous auras that commanded reverence. Chapter 11. Assessment. Bai Qiuxiue descended step by step, her flowing black hair dancing in the gentle breeze, her exquisite beauty captivating all who beheld her. With each stride, she seemed to stir the hearts of onlookers. A paragon of beauty. Many secretly lamented that such a woman not only possessed striking looks but also unparalleled talent. It was said that before Bai Qiuxiue condensed her star soul, she was already a prodigious talent at the 7th level of body refinement, illuminating the city of Tianyang. To marry her would be a fulfillment of one's deepest desires. Some reminisced about the rumored union between Bai Qiuxiue and Yi Wuqing, pondering that perhaps only someone of Yi Wuqing's remarkable status and abilities could be worthy of Bai Qiuxiue. In contrast, Qin Wentian of the Qin family seemed somewhat presumptuous and deserving of humiliation, especially considering the Qin family's military actions against the Bai clan, the intentions of which remained unclear. Before long, Bai Qiushue gracefully approached the martial arts platform, standing there with an air of ease, as if all brilliance coalesced around her. At that moment, over 30 individuals had already gathered on the platform. From the stands, the four great martial academies fixed their intense gazes upon Bai Qiushue, while the presence of others faded into insignificance, for they had come solely for her. Only Mo Shang appeared somewhat unsettled, his eyes flickering as he spoke. Is there anyone else? Do not let this rare opportunity slip away. That should suffice, Tang Lin remarked casually, his resolve to claim Bai Qiushue unwavering. At that very instant, a figure emerged from the crowd, making his way toward the martial arts platform, ascending step by step. Upon seeing the youthful countenance of the newcomer, many were taken aback. Qin Wentian? Whispers rippled through the crowd. He has arrived, and he dares to step onto the martial arts stage. Does he not understand the rules? Bai Qingsong clearly did not anticipate Qin Wentian's appearance. His gaze was fixed on Qin Wentian, then briefly shifted to Qin Chuan nearby. He mused that since the Qin family had sent someone to rescue Qin Wentian under the cover of night, both Qin Wentian and the Qin family were now present, making today's events much more manageable. Bai Qiushue had not disclosed her encounter with Qin Wentian to Bai Qingsong. Upon seeing Qin Wentian, Mo Shang's eyes sparkled with delight, narrowing into slits filled with mirth. It seemed Bai Qiushue could relinquish her aspirations when necessary. Today, Qin Wentian was destined to shine. Mo Shang casually glanced at Tang Lin, whose face was etched with disdain, causing Mo Shang to inwardly revel in anticipation, wondering how Tang Lin's expression would transform when Qin Wentian showcased his brilliance. On the martial arts platform, Bai Qiushue regarded Qin Wentian, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of annoyance. Qin Wentian, this is not your place. Please leave. Seeing that Qin Wentian merely regarded her silently, Bai Qiushue's brows furrowed in displeasure. Qin Wentian, I am aware of your discontent. However, there exists an insurmountable chasm between us, and it is destined that we cannot be together. Regardless of your reluctance, do not act recklessly. The martial arts arena is not meant for you. Depart at once. Dear Wentian, my esteemed nephew. Upon the grandstand, the voice of Bai Qingsong resonated. Qin Wentian slowly turned his gaze toward the stand, where Bai Qingsong, with a smile, addressed him. Noble nephew Wentian, my daughter Bai Qiushue, having observed your struggles in cultivation over the years, has devoted herself to guiding you onto the path of practice. Though her efforts have borne no fruit, her intentions were pure. Yet, to my dismay, you have turned out to be such a scoundrel. Bai Qiushue had guided him? Scoundrel? Qin Wentian's expression faltered, and upon witnessing Bai Qingsong's unabashed demeanor, a wave of revulsion washed over him. Such a despicable individual, whom he once revered as a father figure. While it is true that you had a verbal engagement with Qiushue, you have yet to be married. However, you seek to indulge in lewd acts and even harbor intentions toward my younger daughter, Bai Qing. This pains me deeply, yet out of respect for past affections, I shall not hold it against you. I implore you, from this day forth, do not show yourself before me again. Upon hearing Bai Qingsong's blunt declaration, a multitude of onlookers cast disdainful glances at Qin Wentian, their jeers echoing incessantly. Silence. Tang Lin's indifferent voice cut through the noise, restoring calm to the surroundings. He fixed his gaze on Qin Wentian, coldly remarking, though you are incapable of cultivation, it does not excuse such base behavior. The head of the Bai family may choose to overlook your transgressions, but that does not grant you the liberty to act wantonly here. Depart at once. Junior brother. Tang Lin's companion, a middle-aged man clad in opulent attire, glanced at him. Tang Lin continued, Brother, this man is born with severed meridians, incapable of cultivation. Yet Bai Qiushue has endured the company of such a person for 3 long years. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man comprehended Tang Lin's intentions to win over Bai Qiushue and chose to remain silent. Qin Wentian's expression hardened. The Royal Academy, renowned throughout the Chu Kingdom, had disappointed him with such behavior regarding Bai Qiushue. I have ascended this stage to partake in the recruitment of the 4 great academies. Have I truly committed any egregious act? Even if you hold Bai Qiushue in high regard, it is unbecoming to shower me with such contempt. My eligibility for this assessment has yet to be determined, yet you relentlessly demean and suppress me. If this is the nature of those from the Royal Academy, it is indeed a pitiful sight. Preposterous. Tang Lin bellowed. I have personally verified this. Is there any room for error? If you act solely based on your own preferences, I have no retort. Qin Wentian stood tall and resolute. Younger brother speaks wisely. Tang Lin, in your rashness, do you not feel a loss of decorum? Mo Shang observed the escalating conflict between Qin Wentian and Tang Lin, and his amusement grew. Let the assessment commence. It is time to begin. The representatives of the four great powers chimed in, and soon, two vertical stone mirrors appeared on the battle stage. These mirrors, from top to bottom, bore 9 dim rings, resembling one another yet distinctly different. The left mirror emanated a faint aura of earthly essence, while the right exuded a subtle celestial energy. The first round of the assessment will gauge your affinity for earthly and celestial energies. Step forward, one by one, a voice announced. These stone mirrors, known as the observation mirrors, were possessed by certain powerful factions to test the talents of their disciples. In the realm of the 9 heavens, individuals possess an innate affinity of 1 star for both the elemental forces of the earth and the celestial energies, enabling them to activate the luminous ring at the base of the stone mirror. This singular affinity suffices for absorbing the vital energies of the world to cultivate martial arts. However, to ascend to the ranks of martial destiny practitioners, those who commune with the stars, one must attain a tri-star affinity for the celestial energies, thus illuminating 3 rings. Consequently, while all inhabitants of the continent are able to pursue martial arts, the path to becoming a practitioner of martial destiny remains arduous. The reasons behind this phenomenon are often speculated upon. Many believe that since humans are born amidst the elemental forces which permeate the world, they find it far easier to cultivate and absorb these energies. In contrast, celestial energies reside high above in the 9 heavens. Nevertheless, both affinities can be enhanced through deliberate cultivation, such as through meditative practices, wherein an individual's affinity strengthens, thereby enhancing their innate talent. Many who exhibit a strong affinity for celestial energies often find themselves delaying the manifestation of their star souls, as they aspire to further elevate this affinity through meditation, seeking to connect with even higher martial destiny stars. At this moment, an individual approached the stone mirror on the left, placing their palm within the specially designed recess. Suddenly, brilliance erupted forth, illuminating 3 rings sequentially from the bottom upward, signifying a tri-star affinity for the earthly elemental forces. The individual then moved to the stargazing mirror and replicated the gesture. However, this time, only 2 rings glimmered to life, prompting the representatives from the 4 esteemed martial academies to shake their heads in disapproval. You may step down, one of the selected individuals from the academy said with indifference. Instantly, the young man's expression fell, disappointment etched across his features as he reluctantly descended from the martial stage, marking his failure in the first round of assessments. The second candidate exhibited a 4-star affinity for earthly elemental forces and a 2-star affinity for celestial energies. This indicated a potential for becoming a martial cultivator. Yet the prospect of ascending to a martial destiny practitioner was nearly unattainable, leading to his elimination. Soon, 4 individuals were dismissed, infusing the atmosphere with a palpable tension. The pass rate for the first round was remarkably low, a testament to the esteemed reputation of the martial academies of the state of Chu. Chapter 12. The Divide. At this moment, a youthful figure stepped forward. It was Ning Feng from the Ning family. Ning Feng was expected to pass the test. The crowd's eyes flickered as he approached the left observation mirror, placing his palm into the groove. Suddenly, the 2 lowest rings illuminated simultaneously, followed swiftly by the 3rd, 4th, and quickly the 6th ring, indicating a 6-star affinity for the elemental forces of heaven and earth. He then moved to the right observation mirror for another test, where 4 rings lit up, showcasing a 4-star talent, which left many in awe. Ning Feng had become one of the 4 most likely candidates to enter the martial academy today. Observing from the stands, representatives from the 4 major powers nodded in agreement, all passing and qualifying for the next round of assessment. With a smug smile, Ning Feng, displaying a hint of youthful arrogance, walked to the other side of the crowd. Soon, others began to step forward to test themselves. Some managed to impress several of the 4 martial academies, while others could only please 1. Yet as long as they were not entirely dismissed, they qualified for the next round. To everyone's surprise, Qin showcased a 7-star affinity for the elemental forces, surpassing Ning Feng, though his star affinity was merely 3 stars. Still, it garnered nods of approval from the 3 major powers, confirming that entry into the Imperial Star Academy was indeed a formidable challenge, reserved only for those with exceptional martial destinies. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, recognizing the daunting hurdle of entering the Imperial Star Academy, a true cradle for geniuses. Lindy was formidable. Not only one of the four renowned beauties, but also possessing exceptional talent with a 6-star star affinity. Truly a beautiful prodigy who condensed her star soul at merely 13 years of age. Yet, the attention shifted to Bai Qiuxue, the next contestant. All eyes turned towards the martial platform where the last two, Bai Qiuxue and Qin Wentian, awaited their turn. Though Qin Wentian was largely overlooked. Qin Wentian, you should pay attention, Bai Qiuxue remarked, casting a fleeting glance his way before stepping up to the left observation mirror. With her delicate hand placed in the groove, 3 rings flickered to life, and in an instant, 7 rings shone brightly. Her 7-star talent was revealed. Had it not been for my meditative pursuits to enhance my affinity with the stars, my current cultivation would be far beyond what it is now, Bai Qiuxue stated. Not even glancing at Qin Wentian. She then proceeded to the right mirror, performing the same action. In the blink of an eye, rings illuminated in a dazzling display, reminiscent of the stars themselves. The brilliance was nearly blinding. The crowd shielded their eyes, and soon, 8 rings shone forth, radiating the light of the stars, causing many in the stands to rise in excitement. With a 7-star affinity for the elemental forces and an 8-star affinity for the star forces, she was truly a prodigy. A profound silence enveloped the space, as many gasped in astonishment. Bai Qiuxue, Royal Academy, we welcome your joining, Tang Lin said with a smile, extending an olive branch after just the first round of assessments. 7-star Martial Academy, we welcome your joining. Divine Wind Academy sincerely invites you to become one of us. Mo Shang, standing beside, opened his mouth to speak, but Mo Shang quietly interjected, wait. The individual was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Mo Shang before quietly inquiring. What do you mean by this? Qin Wentian calmly approached the left side of the observation mirror, placing his palm upon it. 5 radiant rings of light shimmered forth, causing a ripple of astonishment among the onlookers. Qin Wentian possessed a 5-star talent. Subsequently, he moved to the right, gently pressing his palm against the star observation mirror. In an instant, a series of 7 luminous rings ignited, overwhelming the spectators with awe. 7-star talent. The crowd's pupils constricted in disbelief, but at that moment, an 8th ring also illuminated, the celestial light sweeping across the martial platform, leaving everyone in a state of shock. How could this be possible? Qin Wentian turned his gaze towards Bai Qiuxue and calmly remarked, is an 8-star talent truly formidable? As his words fell, the final ring on the star observation mirror shone forth. Buzz. The brilliant starlight seemed to cascade from the heavens, vying for brilliance with the sun. As 9 rings of light illuminated the mirror in full splendor, a crisp crack echoed through the air as fissures appeared on the stone mirror, and suddenly, beams of starlight shot skyward, resulting in a resounding shatter. The star observation mirror lay in ruins. Qin Wentian remained poised, his hands suspended in the air, gazing at Bai Qiuxue, asking, is an 8-star talent truly remarkable? Taking a deep breath, Mo Shang recognized the mirror's inability to withstand the display. Realizing this was a talent surpassing 9 stars, his eyes sparkled like the stars themselves. Hearing Xingtian's inquiry, Tang Lin's expression stiffened momentarily as he quietly replied, Senior brother. This individual is born with an absolute meridian, incapable of cultivation, and has been cast out by the Bai family. Moreover, the Bai family intends to annul the engagement today. Even with a talent exceeding 9 stars, it remains inconsequential, better to have none at all. Xingtian nodded in agreement. Surmising that Tianyang City and the Bai family would not err in their judgments, it was indeed a pity to squander such innate talent. Bai Qiuxue observed Qin Wentian with her enchanting eyes glimmering uncertainly. No wonder he was able to instruct her. His talent was undeniably formidable. Yet, what was the use? Yi Wuqiang was the true prodigy, one of the 10 elite of the capital. Qin Wentian, your inability to cultivate has allowed you to attain a state of calm contemplation. Free from distractions, yet one could lament that such an affinity has emerged from your plight, Bai Qiuxue stated with a tranquil demeanor, her expression once again unfazed. In the next round of assessment, I shall reveal to you the vast chasm that exists between us. A soft chuckle escaped Tang Lin's lips as he remarked, consider the first round a pass for you. However, the second round of evaluation will assess strength. Qin Wentian, should you fail to meet the criteria, you will have deceived the 4 esteemed martial academies. I shall ensure you comprehend the consequences of such deceit. Prepare the strength drum. As his voice faded, a colossal drum was brought forth to the martial platform, positioned upright, its surface facing the victors of the first round. The demon bullhide strength drum was designed to measure power. Qin Wentian regarded Tang Lin with a calm gaze. Was surpassing 9 stars merely a pass? Absurd. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that only 9 individuals remained on the martial platform after the first round. Given the nature of the upcoming assessment, it was likely that nearly all would be eliminated. 36 bull strength was the baseline for participation, yet possessing such strength did not guarantee acceptance into the 4 esteemed martial academies. The drumbeat resonated with the might of 10 bulls. Strive to make its sound echo repeatedly. For each individual is granted 3 opportunities. A voice rang out, and a person stepped forward to face the mighty drum. With a body bent like a bow drawn taut, he suddenly let out a fierce roar, propelling himself forward. His fist imbued with a powerful force, striking the drum with a resounding thud. Boom! The sound reverberated, filling the heavens and the earth. A single strike embodying the strength of 10 bulls. Boom, boom. The second and third strikes followed, their echoes lingering in the air. Gradually, the drumbeat diminished, seemingly falling short of the 4th strike. The individuals from the 4 academies shook their heads, for his strength was insufficient to produce 4 beats. And lacking the innate talent to become a martial practitioner, he was eliminated. Allow me to try. Lin Yu stepped forward, feeling somewhat dejected after being overshadowed by Bai Qiuxue. With a slight movement of her mind, a starry rabbit appeared above her head, revealing her star soul. This rabbit star soul enhanced her agility and speed, making her movements swift and her ears sharp. As Lin Yu charged forward, she resembled a whirlwind, striking the drum with a powerful punch. Boom, boom, boom. The drum echoed 6 times, its sound resonating in the air. Lin Yu possessed the strength of over 60 bulls, though her frame appeared delicate. She could easily fell a fierce beast. Her first opportunity was spent with all her might. Welcome to the 7-star Martial House. The representatives from the 7-star Martial House extended an olive branch, recognizing Lin Yu's considerable talent, worthy of cultivation. Welcome to the Divine Wind Academy. The Divine Wind Academy echoed the invitation, bringing a smile to Lin Yu's face. However, her gaze drifted toward the Royal Academy and the Imperial Star Academy, which remained silent. Disappointment flickered in Lin Yu's eyes as she declared, I shall join the Divine Wind Academy. In the subsequent assessments, only Qin Yu and Ning Feng received invitations, joining the 7-star Martial House and the Divine Wind Academy, respectively. Yet, the Royal Academy and the Imperial Star Academy showed no inclination to offer their olive branches, seemingly only interested in Bai Qiuxue. Even the remarkable talents of Lin Yu and her companions failed to sway them. Ultimately, only Bai Qiuxue and Qin Wentian remained. With wide eyes, Qin Wentian observed intently. Bai Qiuxue spoke to him with a detached demeanor before stepping before the mighty drum. With a simple yet powerful punch, the drum resonated 5 times, shaking the very foundations of the earth. At the 7th level of body refinement, Bai Qiuxue's casual strike wielded the force of 50 bulls, a testament to her formidable prowess. It was said she had spent considerable time meditating, delaying her cultivation, which allowed her to awaken the star's soul from the 3rd heaven. Otherwise, her realm would have been even higher. For martial practitioners harnessing the elemental forces of the world, the corresponding strengths at the 9th level of body refinement are 1 bull strength, for bull strength, 9 bull strength, 16 bull strength, and 25 bull strength, with the 7th level equating to the strength of 49 bulls. For martial practitioners of destiny, their power is even greater. Star souls significantly enhance strength, with varying types and levels of star souls yielding different augmentations. Therefore, there is no standardized definition of strength, but it is certain that they surpass ordinary martial practitioners by a considerable margin. Bai Qiuxue gazed calmly at Qin Wentian, her body retreating as the dazzling star soul erupted forth. The golden crane star soul manifested, with a faint golden aura at its edges, hinting at a solidifying presence, revealing that her star soul originated from the 3rd heavenly layer. The crane sings in the wild, Bai Qiuxue declared with a cold voice, her figure resembling a predatory crane as she swiftly unleashed a claw strike, akin to a bolt of lightning. A thunderous roar reverberated, as if the heavens themselves had unleashed a muffled thunderclap, shaking the eardrums of the crowd and threatening to render them deaf. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 5 drum beats resounded, yet the echoes did not subside. Boom. The sound of drums shook the very heavens and earth, marking the 6th resonance. The audience in the stands rose to their feet, standing in solemn reverence, a true prodigy, without a doubt. The lingering echoes accompanied the 7th drumbeat, and at that moment, it felt as though a tempest swept across the realm. 7 beats conveyed the strength of 70 formidable bulls, showcasing the terrifying amplification brought forth by the Star Soul and her adept techniques. as if the very drum crafted from the hide of monstrous bulls trembled on the verge of collapse. Moreover, Bai Qiuxue had reached the 7th level of body refinement through her previous cultivation of the primordial forces of heaven and earth. Had she diligently trained in the celestial forces of the stars after solidifying her star soul to reach this level, her strength would have been even greater. Bolstered by her star soul from the 3rd heavenly layer, the crowd beheld the unparalleled beauty on the martial stage, momentarily entranced, while Qin Wentian beside her appeared diminutive in comparison. Just as she had proclaimed in the 2nd round of the assessment, she would demonstrate to Qin Wentian the vast chasm that lay between them. Chapter 13. Unrestrained brilliance upon the grandstand. The spectators gazed into the void, the echoes of the drumbeats still resonating. A terrifying current seemed to surge through the heavens and the earth, a force that was profoundly unsettling. It was no wonder that Yi Wuxia of the Yi family chose Bai Qiuxue over the opportunity to ally with the royal family. She, a phoenix among women, would undoubtedly achieve greatness comparable to Yi Wuxia. Xing Feng from the Royal Academy mused inwardly that Bai Qiuxue must be invited to join their ranks. Bai Qiuxue, should you enter the Royal Academy, I can grant you immediate access to foundational techniques of the Yuanfu level, along with 3 formidable spells, each possessing exquisite intricacies. What say you? Xing Feng declared, officially extending an olive branch to her. Similarly, the Xinfeng Academy was eager to offer Yuanfu grade techniques and 3 powerful spells, promising personal instruction from revered elders of the academy. The Qixing Wufu also presented an enticing proposition: the choice of 3 Yuanfu grade techniques, 3 powerful spells, and the exceptional opportunity to bring 5 family members into the Wufu for training. Not only was Qixing Wufu willing to nurture Bai Qiuxue, but they also provided a unique opportunity for her family's advancement. Dixing Academy welcomes your enrollment, interjected Mo Shang, further adding to the allure. At this moment, a smile finally graced Bai Qiuxue's previously indifferent countenance as the 4 major academies simultaneously extended their invitations. Observing the figures rising from the grandstand, Bai Qiuxue did not immediately acquiesce but turned to Qin Wentian, calmly stating, "You should now understand, right?" "Understand what?" Qin Wentian retorted. "The matter of marriage, in the face of insurmountable disparity, is but a jest. Live well in your ordinary life henceforth." Bai Qiuxue replied with serene finality. "Our lives are destined to be parallel lines, forever devoid of intersection." With that, she pivoted and strode toward the grandstand, all eyes upon her, eager to see whom she would ultimately choose. "Your assessment may have concluded, yet mine has yet to commence," Qin Wentian calmly declared, causing Bai Qiuxue to momentarily falter. Did he truly wish to test himself? He approached the mighty drum, inhaling deeply. At present, his cultivation was at the 5th level of body refining. Even with the tremendous augmentation bestowed by the heavenly hammer star, he still fell short of matching Bai Qiuxue's prowess. However, he was resolved to expend every ounce of his strength for a final, desperate gamble. The gap of 2 realms was substantial. An ordinary 5th-level body refiner possessed the strength of merely 25 bulls, yet Qin Wentian, as the most pure-blooded martial destiny practitioner, had communed with the martial stars of the 5th heaven. By condensing the formidable spirit of the heavenly hammer star and harnessing the surging cosmic power along with the enhancement of the star spirit, he could unleash over twice the usual strength, reaching an astounding 50 bulls of might. Moreover, after diligently training the dragon-subduing fist in recent days and mastering its techniques, he was poised to further bridge the gap between himself and Bai Qiuxue. This time, he would give it his all. Humph! Tang Lin scoffed coldly. Should Qin Wentian fail to produce 3 resounding strikes, he would certainly make him pay. Mo Shang narrowed his eyes, a rich smile playing upon his lips, as if he sensed the emergence of a lion. Above the spectators, Qin Chuan's expression fluctuated. Could it be that when Tian had truly shattered the constraints of his innate limitations, embarking upon the path of cultivation? Qin Wentian gazed ahead at the powerful drum, entering a state of ethereal transcendence, oblivious to all else, as if he sought to unleash the humiliation he had endured in recent days upon the drum before him. Suddenly, Qin Wentian moved. His fist, like the wind, struck directly against the drum. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 resounding beats, though ordinary, still left many in a state of shock. The naturally limited Qin Wentian had produced 3 beats, signifying that he possessed the strength of 30 bulls. Qin Chuan's body trembled violently. The 3 drum beats resonated like celestial music, vibrating in his very soul. Beside Qin Chuan, Qin Yao clenched her fists tightly, knowing that Qin Wentian had struck 3 times. Tang Lin, by Qingsong, by Qiu, and others stood momentarily stunned, astonished. However, their expressions quickly returned to normal. What did 3 beats signify? Merely the strength of 30 bulls, perhaps indicating that Qin Wentian had cultivated the primordial forces of heaven and earth. From Qin Wentian's body came the sound of cracking bones, as if he were brimming with boundless power. The star veins transformed into swirling channels, with starry primordial energy converging furiously, flowing through the star veins into Qin Wentian's arms, causing his clenched fist to emit a crisp sound. The furious dragon emerges from the sea. At that moment, Qin Wentian resembled an enraged dragon bursting forth from the ocean, gathering limitless strength within the brilliance of his fist and striking fiercely against the drum. Bang! The sound reverberated through the heavens, causing the eardrums of the crowd to throb painfully. Bang, bang, bang. The drum beats continued, reaching 4 resounding strikes in an instant, and the momentum remained unabated. However, the sound of cracking bones was completely drowned out by the thunderous drum beats. With the 5th beat, those in the stands were shaken. Qin Wentian had struck 5 times, and the reverberations lingered. A smile graced Qin Wentian's eyes, devoid of disappointment. Unexpectedly, he had broken through to the 5th level of body refinement, stepping into the 6th level, indicating that the power of the fallen star had not been squandered. Good. Qin Chuan could not contain his exclamation of joy. 5 strikes, 50 bull strength, and nearly converging into a 6th beat. The slumbering genius had finally awakened. 5 strikes. By Qingsong and the others stood frozen, clearly unprepared for Qin Wentian's ability to produce 5 beats. You have concealed your cultivation of the primordial forces of heaven and earth from me, reaching such heights while denying me the opportunity to absorb those energies. How laughable! Bai Qiu glared at Qin Wentian. With 50 bull strength, he could be at the 7th level of body refinement or even stronger. However, he had not yet condensed the star soul, implying that Qin Wentian had been diligently cultivating the primordial forces of heaven and earth all along. She could never fathom that Qin Wentian had reached this level of cultivation in merely 7 days. Nor could she comprehend the perfection of a martial practitioner forged from the starry primordial energies of the 5th tier, nor the ferocity of his enhanced power. How tragic! Qin Wentian gazed at Bai Qiu and spoke softly. Suddenly, the light of the stars radiated brilliantly. Above Qin Wentian's head, the star soul coalesced into a colossal hammer, surrounded by a rich golden aura, even more luminous and resplendent than her star soul. The power of the stars contained within seemed overwhelmingly vast. Boom! In an instant, the entire space trembled. The star soul, good heavens! Qin Wentian not only unleashed a force of 50 bulls but also manifested a star soul, identifying him as a martial destiny cultivator. It is worth noting that just moments ago, Qin Wentian demonstrated a talent for star elemental affinity exceeding 9 stars. This star soul undoubtedly represented the convergence of martial destiny stars from the 3rd heaven, shining brighter than Bai Qiu's. The crowd's hearts quaked violently. With a talent for affinity surpassing 9 stars and a star soul from the 3rd heaven, the aura enveloping Qin Wentian seemed poised to overwhelm Bai Qiu. Good, good. Qin Chuan could not contain a loud exclamation, feeling as though he had expelled all the pent-up frustration from his chest. It was exhilarating, an affinity talent surpassing 9 stars, a martial destiny cultivator, and a star soul from the 3rd heaven. Who dared claim my son Qin Wentian was unworthy of Bai Qiu? Does she truly deserve him? Qin Chuan's indifferent voice cut through the air as he cast a glance at Bai Qingsong, whose eyes sparkled with disbelief, unable to comprehend the reality before him. How could this be possible? The representatives from the 4 major academies, who had previously seated themselves, now stood in unison, their gazes fixed upon the star soul hovering above Qin Wentian, its brilliance dazzling and magnificent. Ah, a true prodigy has emerged. Mo Shang inhaled deeply, his gaze fervent. He was among the first to recognize Qin Wentian. This slumbering dragon had finally awakened. The Imperial Star Academy welcomes your joining. Mo Shang smiled as he extended the invitation first. Yet, at this moment, Qin Wentian appeared oblivious to his surroundings. His eyes remained fixed on Bai Qiu, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips as he said, I wish to inquire of the Bai family how I have conspired against you, Bai Qiu, and what qualifications you possess to instruct me. As his words fell, Qin Wentian took a deep breath. The star elemental power within him transformed into a terrifying vortex, converging into his arm, as if it might burst from the sheer force. His fist morphed into a celestial hammer, akin to a soaring dragon, charging through the wilderness with an unstoppable might. The embodiment of the celestial hammer and dragon came crashing down upon the force drum, delivering a strike that concentrated all his strength, aiming to exhaust every ounce of power within him. Boom, 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 boom. The heavens and earth quaked. The drumbeats resounded through the sky, echoing 5 times in succession, altering the very atmosphere, yet showing no signs of cessation. Boom. The 6th beat resonated like a stampede of 1,000 horses, shaking the hearts of all present. Boom. With the 7th beat, the bodies and hearts of the crowd trembled in unison, this impact equaling by Qiushue's record. Even more terrifying was that the echoes lingered, the drumbeats still resonating. Boom. As the 8th drumbeat reverberated, the crowd seemed to lose their auditory faculties, feeling only the fierce gust of wind striking their cheeks. Their hearts, however, felt numbed. As this tempest similarly battered by Qiushue's visage, the sound of the drums resonated like a resounding slap upon her face, so profoundly shocking, so resoundingly loud. In the ensuing round of assessment, I shall unveil to you the vast chasm that lies between us. My existence is destined to run parallel to yours, never to intersect. Bai Qiushue's words lingered in the air, yet at this moment, they felt dreadfully insipid. A resounding roar erupted, perfectly synchronized, as the troops of the Qin residents bellowed in unison, akin to a dragon's roar. In this realm, it seemed that only the aura of Qin Wentian prevailed, while Bai Qiushue's brilliance, alongside the 8th drumbeat, was utterly eclipsed. In terms of talent and strength, she possessed naught that could rival Qin Wentian. The person beside him cast a glance at Mo Shang, their brilliance flickering, and silently nodded in agreement among the 2 prodigies. It was evident that Qin Wentian shone more resplendently. Thus, they turned their backs on Bai Qiushue in favor of Qin Wentian. The Imperial Star Academy, swayed by Qin Wentian, rejected by Qiushue. This declaration sent ripples through the crowd's hearts, striking at their very souls. The events of the day unfolded with such theatricality, such brilliance. Chapter 14. Choice Qin Wentian stood there, gazing at Bai Qiushue, his eyes subtly glinting with youthful vigor. Had he not ascended to the 6th level of body refinement, it would have been challenging for him to produce the sound of 8 drums. A typical cultivator at the 6th level possesses the strength of 36 bulls, yet Qin Wentian, endowed with the formidable heavenly hammer star soul, coupled with a tempestuous convergence of stellar energy, could unleash a force double that of an ordinary cultivator at the same level. With the enhancement of the dragon's subduing fist, his power surged to an astonishing magnitude, equating to the impact of 80 bulls. How terrifying that was. Qin Wentian silently regarded Bai Qiushue, his heavenly hammer star soul hovering above him, more persuasive than any words. The resounding 8 drumbeats carried more weight than any spoken declaration. Through his actions, Qin Wentian conveyed to Bai Qiushue the question of who truly deserved whom. At that moment, Bai Qiushue felt somewhat numb. When the 8 drumbeats echoed and the heavenly hammer star soul erupted, she struggled to believe it was real. Qin Wentian was more talented, more extraordinary than she could have imagined. Today, the great powers of the imperial city, the 4 illustrious academies of Chudu, had converged. And her Bai family intended to seize this opportunity to announce Bai Qiushue's talents to Tianyang City, paving the way for her entry into the Imperial Star Academy. Proclaiming to all that she Bai Qiushue was not someone Qin Wentian could aspire to match, merely a pawn wishing to ride on her coattails. Had Qin Wentian remained the incapable waste he once was, everything the Bai family hoped for would have fallen into place effortlessly. Everyone would have believed that Qin Wentian lacked even the qualifications to carry Bai Qiushue's shoes, let alone be her husband, a notion that would have been an affront to her. The Qin family, and Qin Wentian himself, aspiring to attach themselves to Bai Qiushue was nothing more than a delusion, utterly unrealistic. Alas, the reality was far more splendid than imagined. Today, who would dare claim that Qin Wentian was unworthy of Bai Qiushue? With his superlative 9-star celestial talent, he communed with the stars of the 3rd heaven. With the 8 drumbeats, who could contest his brilliance? Qin Wentian raised his gaze toward Bai Qingsong, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. It was laughable that Bai Qingsong, harboring such dark thoughts, perceived him as a schemer. 7 days prior, I had aided Bai Qiushue in connecting with the stars of the 9th heaven, allowing her to commune with the martial command stars of the 3rd heaven and condense her star soul. Overnight, she became a prodigy that astounded the state of Chu, and I was genuinely pleased to have assisted her. However, I never anticipated that from that day forward, your attitude towards me would undergo a complete transformation, rendering me under house arrest. Yet, I still hope that on your birthday today, I could help you commune with the martial command stars and bring you joy. Little did I know that the amiable Uncle Bai, who had always been so kind to me, would would bring people to kill me. The motive behind the attempt on my life was merely to curry favor with the Yi family. As the relationship between the Qin and Yi families necessitated your display of allegiance through my demise. Moreover, it was to pave the way for Bai Qiushui's union with Yi Wuqiu. I could hardly fathom that Uncle Bai, with whom I have spent 3 years, would reveal such despicable and sinister traits. I had diligently harnessed the Star Soul, dedicating myself to relentless training, and managed to escape the Bai family. Arriving at this place today, Bai Qiushue claims that I have concealed my cultivation of the primordial forces of heaven and earth. And you also deem me to be cunning and secretive in my practice. How utterly absurd. Qin Wentian spoke slowly, unveiling the stark truth before the assembly. They gazed at him. Perceiving that the young man seemed to grow in stature, his star soul radiance shining even brighter, while Bai Qiushue's brilliance appeared increasingly dim in comparison. The Bai family is exceedingly vile. Wentian, everyone in Tianyong City has witnessed how my Qin family has treated the Bai family over the past 3 years. Given their current actions, is there still a need to question their depravity? Even if you remain open and forthright, they will continue to judge you through the lens of their own dark hearts. From the stands, Qin Chuan took up Wentian's words. He walked down from the platform and into the martial arena, continuing, such a family, such despicable individuals. How laughable that I, Qin Chuan, agreed to allow my son to marry into their clan. This is my grave mistake. What is Bai Qiushue possessed to be worthy of my son, Qin Wentian? As his words fell, a formidable aura erupted from Qin Chuan, violent primordial energy swirling around him, cutting through the void. With a sweep of his hand, this tumultuous energy coalesced into a great sword, which he brought crashing down upon the martial arena, sending a tremor through the crowd. 3 years ago, I consented to this engagement with the Bai family, nearly precipitating a monumental error. Today, I, Qin Chuan, declare to Tianyong City that this betrothal is hereby annulled. Bai Qiushue shall not set foot within my Qin family's threshold. The atmosphere hung in silence. Who, today, would dare to retract a marriage? The victor claims all, and talent speaks for itself. The Qin family's annulment is forthright. Who could dare utter a word of dissent? If Qin Wentian remains unable to cultivate, with Bai Qiushue's astonishing talent, who would even question the Bai family's decision to withdraw? Bai Qiushue's countenance twisted slightly, a reflection of her anger. This day was meant to showcase her brilliance, to demonstrate to all that Qin Wentian was unworthy of her. Yet, the revelation of Qin Wentian's talent turned everything on its head. Qin Chuan's declarations were a profound humiliation for her. Moreover, just moments ago, Mo Shang had rejected her because of Qin Wentian. This day, which was supposed to be her moment of glory, had instead become one of immense disgrace. All because someone she intended to humiliate had surpassed her. Qin Wentian. Bai Qiushue's voice emerged, icy and filled with disdain, her gaze fixed upon him with chilling intensity. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me today, I shall repay you tenfold. Her tone was frigid, her resolve unwavering. She had never anticipated that her most glorious moment would transform into her most humiliating one. The shame I have bestowed upon you? Qin Wentian smiled and said, your family has treated me in such a manner, yet you have the audacity to utter such words. The humiliation you have endured is merely a reflection of what you intended to inflict upon me. Now, however, you bear the consequences of your own actions. Had it not been for your family's deeds, today would have been an occasion for your family to shine even brighter. A silence enveloped the crowd. For Qin Wentian spoke the truth. The disgrace that Bai Qiushue suffered was originally meant for him, yet it was Qin Wentian's brilliance that led to the Bai family's downfall. Qin Wentian continued to fixate on Bai Qiushue, closing his eyes as he declared, from this moment forth, there shall be no bond of kinship between you, me, and the Bai family. If you dare to insult or provoke me again, I shall retaliate with double the ferocity. Begone! Qin Wentian's voice thundered, crashing against Bai Qiushue's face like a fiery slap, leaving her feeling stung. The single word begone bore more weight than her earlier dismissal of him. Bai Qiushue stared at Qin Wentian in silence for a moment before finally speaking. I, Bai Qiushue, accept the terms of the Royal Academy and am willing to join the Royal Academy of the State of Chu. Xing Feng, upon hearing her words, did not exhibit the exhilaration he had anticipated. He cast a cold glance at Tang Lin, who appeared visibly distressed. They had come seeking Bai Qiushue and should have been elated, yet witnessing the emergence of an even more formidable rival who stood in opposition to Bai Qiushue had diminished their excitement to a mere whisper. Tang Lin, your actions have caused this predicament, Xing Feng murmured, causing Tang Lin's heart to tremble. He realized he had undoubtedly offended Qin Wentian, and any attempt to compete with the Imperial Star Academy for talent was utterly hopeless. Their only option was to settle for Bai Qiuxue. Otherwise, they would leave empty-handed. Bai Qiuxue, noticing the lack of a welcoming demeanor from Xing Feng and Tang Lin, felt a surge of indignation. Bai Qiuxue, we welcome your joining. When spring arrives next year, the Royal Academy will officially enroll disciples from all directions. You may bring this token to register directly. As Xing Feng spoke, a golden medallion flew towards Bai Qiuxue, who grasped it in her hand. The medallion bore the words Royal Academy, intricately carved and exuding an aura of authority. Qin Wentian, the road ahead is still long. Bai Qiuxue mused internally as she clutched the Royal Academy insignia, vowing to cleanse the stain of today as humiliation. Qin Wentian, at the Divine Wind Academy. We offer you terms double that of Bai Qiuxue, came a voice from the Divine Wind Academy. The Seven Stars Martial House extends the same offer. Their emphasis on Qin Wentian's significance surpassed that of Bai Qiuxue, and his name would undoubtedly echo throughout Tianyang City. Qin Wentian, at the Imperial Star Academy. We make no promises. The name Imperial Star Academy itself is the finest assurance, Mo Shang stated calmly, exuding confidence. The four characters of the Imperial Star Academy represented everything. The crowd, upon hearing Mo Shang's solemn words, felt a shiver run through them. Indeed, the Imperial Star Academy was extraordinary. However, Qin Wentian's gaze remained fixated on the direction of the Divine Wind Academy in the Seven-Star Martial House, causing Mo Shang to tense up. A wave of frustration washing over him. His words had been so eloquent. Surely, they should have been effective against a youthful and inexperienced figure like Qin Wentian. No, he could not let this prodigy slip away. Mo Shang sighed inwardly and, with a solemn expression, stated, "Of course, if you have any requests, simply let me know. What I can offer will undoubtedly be on par with any other martial houses or academies." The crowd was taken aback by this declaration. And even Qin Wentian paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Mo Shang truly was amusing. Nevertheless, Qin Wentian continued to bow towards the Divine Wind Academy in the Seven-Star Martial House. Qin Wentian, whatever conditions you have, I shall acquiesce. Mo Shang's facade crumbled entirely, his eyes pleading as he gazed at Qin Wentian. Even if it meant losing a bit of face, he could not allow the young man to escape. Observing Mo Shang's expression, the crowd felt a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. Was this the same Mo Shang who had solemnly proclaimed that the Emperor Star Academy was the best? How paradoxical. I extend my gratitude to the Divine Wind Academy in the Seven-Star Martial House. Qin Wentian's words caused Mo Shang's heart to leap into his throat. However, as a junior with limited connections, I still choose the Emperor Star Academy. With that, Qin Wentian raised his head, a smile gracing his lips. The Divine Wind Academy and the Seven-Star Martial House felt a pang of disappointment, yet understood Qin Wentian's choice. Thinking to themselves, this individual is not only exceptionally gifted, but also humble and righteous. He is certainly not comparable to Bai Qiuxue and will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Indeed, may you become a formidable force of your generation. Both factions offered their blessings to Qin Wentian. Thank you, he replied graciously, then turned to Mo Shang, who was rolling his eyes and muttering under his breath. You little rascal, just wait until you arrive at the academy, you'll see. Haha, I hope Brother Mo can provide some guidance to this young man, Qin Chuan chuckled, fully aware that Mo Shang meant no malice. Mo Shang also laughed, feeling that today had been exceptionally delightful. Although there had been minor setbacks, it seemed rather intriguing. Chapter 15, The Edict on the occasion of Bai Qingsong's grand birthday celebration, visitors from the Imperial City gathered in the capital of Chu, where the four prestigious academies and the martial arts school congregated. However, the most dazzling figure was not from the Bai family nor Bai Qiuxue, but rather Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian secured his admission to the Imperial Star Academy, while Bai Qiuxue was set to enter the Royal Academy. Yet, this outcome was not entirely joyous. For apart from Mo Shang and those from the Qin residents who were elated, it contradicted the desires of a powerful faction seated in the stands, the Tulip family of the Imperial City. At that moment, an elder from the Yi family expressed his displeasure. His dissatisfaction mirrored that of the other visitors from the Imperial City, who had come to celebrate Bai Qingsong's birthday out of respect for the Yi family. Initially, it was anticipated that after Bai Qiuxue severed ties with the Qin family, the union between the Yi and Bai families would be announced. However, the unfolding events took an entirely opposite turn. The elder from the Yi family cast a cold glance at the excited Qin Chuan and others in the martial arts arena, then casually glanced at Bai Qingsong, saying, "Have you wavered? Father, Bai Qiuxue approached, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy as she looked at her father. The Yi family will postpone the announcement regarding Wuqing and Bai Qiuxue, the elder stated, his gaze fixed ahead, causing Bai Qingsong and Bai Qiuxue to stiffen. Qin Chuan's words earlier had brought Bai Qiuxue's dignity to the ground. Should the Yi family now take over the engagement, it would undoubtedly invite scorn, suggesting that the Yi family had accepted a person cast aside by the Qin family. However, Bai Qingsong's expression darkened. They had irreparably severed ties with the Qin family. Losing the support of the Yi family would make it difficult to establish themselves in Tianyong City. Moreover, Qin Wentian had already inflicted deep humiliation upon Bai Qiuxue. The Yi family's actions, coupled with the earlier exhibitions of the martial arts academies, were nothing short of adding insult to injury. No need for however, I shall arrange everything properly. The Qin residence will become a thing of the past, the elder from the Yi family said in a low voice, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. This caused Bai Qingsong and his daughter to silently lament. The Yi family was not so easily trifled with and would never treat them as the Qin family had. Qiuxue, you must strive diligently in your training, Bai Qingsong thought to himself. Bai Qiuxue seemed to grasp her father's intent, her fists clenched tightly. Today, with the Yi family postponing the announcement of the engagement, she vowed that they would regret their actions, as would the Qin family and Qin Wentian. Turning her gaze once more to the martial arts arena, Bai Qiuxue and the others observed the triumphant demeanor of the Qin family. The elder from the Yi family, witnessing their arrogance, coldly remarked, to display some talent and become so conceited is no wonder the Qin family has declined since Qin Wu's era. Descending to such a state without realizing the need for reform, how tragic. Qin Chuan's expression suddenly tightened as he directed a sharp gaze toward the stands. The decline of the Qin family was well known among the significant powers of the Chu capital, and it was clear that the emperor intended for the Qin family to fall. Meanwhile, the Yi family was rising at this very moment, supported by the emperor, who covertly suppressed the Qin family, stepping over them as he elevated the Yi family, all while maintaining a facade of neutrality. How laughable. The elder of the Yi family maintained a serene gaze, devoid of any ripples of emotion, and casually remarked. When Yi Wuqing was merely 15 years of age, he had already opened his second stellar gate and condensed his second star soul, which originated from the martial fate stars of the third heaven. As for Qin Wentian, at the tender age of 15, he was likely still grappling with the arduous task of enhancing his affinity for stellar elemental power, hoping to connect with the martial fate stars of the third heaven. How could he possibly compare to Yi Wuqing? The elder's calm voice carried an undeniable authority, causing a shiver to run through the crowd. The process of meditation can indeed enhance one's affinity for the stars, leading many, including Bai Qiuxue and Qin Wentian, to postpone the condensation of their star souls in pursuit of higher-tier martial fate stars. It seemed they were, in fact, inferior to Yi Wuqing. The brilliance of Yi Wuqing was simply unparalleled, inspiring a sense of awe among many, as he was regarded as a prodigy likely to enter the Yuanfu realm before the age of 20. Qin Chuan found it difficult to refute the elder's assertion, given that Qin Wentian's cultivation was still in its infancy. Little did anyone know that Qin Wentian's first star soul stemmed from the martial fate stars of the fifth heaven, and he had only recently achieved his current level of cultivation. However, at that moment, the elder of the Yi family continued, addressing Qin Wentian directly. Qin Wentian possesses extraordinary talent, and the awakening of his star soul makes him worthy of cultivation. I believe the most suitable place for him is not the Imperial Star Academy, but rather the divine general martial mansion of the state of Chu. Absolutely not. Qin Chuan immediately rejected this notion, stating it is up to Qin Wentian to decide which academy he wishes to join. The Yi family has no right to dictate his choices. Those with broader perspectives, however, found their pupils constricting at the mention of the divine general martial mansion, renowned for training elite military personnel for the state of Chu. It was a crucial asset of the state, having produced numerous commanders and generals, and was exclusively accessible to exceptionally gifted youths from the military. In the past, Qin Wu had dominated the state of Chu and instilled fear among the feudal lords, not only due to his immense martial prowess, but also because he was the overseer of the divine general martial mansion. The mansion had been the first entity to undergo reorganization under the current emperor's regime, and it was now firmly under the emperor's control, making it impossible for Qin Wentian to gain entry. The ancestors of the Qin family, such as Qin Wu, served their country loyally and championed the divine general martial mansion. Yet, the descendants of the Qin family have forgotten their forebears and refused to join the military and step into the divine general martial mansion, which is a disgrace to their ancestry, the elder of the Yi family scoffed. Meanwhile, Mo Shang was equally displeased, surprised by the underhanded tactics employed by the Yi family. Qin Wentian has already committed to joining my Imperial Star Academy, yet you, Yi Mo, now propose that he joins the Divine General Martial Mansion. What is your intention? Mo Shang's voice exuded a hint of coldness. Qin Wentian has yet to formally step into the Imperial Star Academy. He is still a free individual, not yet counted among its ranks, Yi Mo replied, meeting Mo Shang's gaze with unwavering calm. Thus, his future is still undecided, and moreover, the suggestion for him to join the Divine General Martial Mansion is not my own. As he spoke, Yi Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. He cast a glance at the nearby Cold Eagle, who understood immediately, rising to his feet and taking a few steps forward. He then retrieved a decree from his bosom, flashing a smirk at Qin Chuan, and stated, "This is His Majesty's edict. Shall I read it, or would you prefer to peruse it yourself?" Qin Chuan's expression hardened. At long last, the current emperor had stepped forth to deliver a fatal blow to the Qin family. It was revealed that Yi Mo, Cold Eagle, and their companions had not come to Tianyang City for Bai Qiu, but rather for the Qin family. Although Qin Wentian's display of talent had embarrassed the Yi family somewhat, it would not hinder their ultimate purpose. "You may read it," Qin Chuan replied, his heart turning cold. Cold Eagle chuckled icily and began, by the decree of His Majesty. Formerly, Qin Wu's military exploits were remarkable, his might renowned throughout the land. In recognition of Qin Wu's contributions, the late emperor honored him with the title of Martial King. However, this was deemed insufficient to acknowledge his service to the nation. Now that the Qin family is gradually declining, I am deeply remorseful for the Martial King's legacy. Therefore, by this edict, all those of exceptional talent within the Qin family shall be directly brought into the Divine General's martial house for training under Cold Eagle. Furthermore, any outstanding individuals among the Qin family's private forces may also be taken into the Silver Feather Knights, with selections executed jointly by the Yi family and Cold Eagle. The members of the Qin family present trembled with rage upon hearing the contents of the decree. What a commendation for Qin Wu's past achievements. This was clearly an attempt to undermine them, to seize their gifted youth, while also permitting Cold Eagle to freely recruit from the Qin family's private military for the Silver Feather Knights. This left the Qin family utterly devoid of hope. If our ancestors were to witness this, they would surely be grateful for the emperor's profound generosity, Qin Chuan said, his anger simmering yet ultimately calming him. As he uttered a deeply ironic remark, with a population in the hundreds of millions, the Chu state was home to countless powerful families. And while the state itself was the mightiest force, it typically refrained from interfering in the affairs of families within the Chu territory. However, the Qin family was different. They were a family of generals, a part of the nation, thus the imperial palace could directly issue edicts to them, compelling obedience as a matter of duty. Beside Qin Chuan, Qin Wentian felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. It was evident that the Yi family and Cold Eagle had come prepared, and by a twist of fate, they had encountered Qin Wentian's display of talent. The Yi family would not let this opportunity slip away. Previously, the emperor had exiled members of the Qin family to Tianyang City with the title of Martial King. Now, he was poised to strip the Qin family of their hopes through a similar bestowal. Qin Wentian pondered silently, should the Qin family resist, it would be tantamount to defying the emperor's decree, activating the forces brought by Cold Eagle. The Qin family faced a dire choice, to comply with the emperor's edict or to rebel. Chapter 16. The heart of youth. The reactions of the Qin family members were clearly perceived by Yi Mo and Cold Eagle. Yi Mo maintained an expression of utter calmness and spoke again. His Majesty's profound virtue extends even to individuals. Qin Yao, Qin Shang, and Qin Shi may all leave their former academy and embark on their training at the Divine General Martial Academy. What? Qin Shang's face turned pale, and Qin Yao's beautiful eyes flickered with uncertainty. Was this a sweeping initiative? Currently, only Shi and Qin Shang from the Qin family were present, while Qin Shi was training in the Chu capital. This fact could be attested by Xing Feng. Yi Mo casually mentioned it, prompting everyone's gaze to shift toward Xing Feng of the Royal Academy. Even Tang Lin looked at him, unaware of this news beforehand. Indeed, His Majesty had already made arrangements with the Academy. Xing Feng replied calmly, and the hearts of the Qin family members sank. How ruthless His Majesty was, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the Qin family. Coincidentally, the members of the Qin family had all gathered today, undoubtedly. Qin Yao and the others were present as well, along with Qin Wentian. I shall personally take them to the Divine General Martial Academy, as it is His Majesty's decree, and the Academy will surely nurture them well. Cold Eagle's eyes remained sharp as blades. His visit to Tianyang City was indeed unrelated to Bai Qiuxue, purely for the sake of the Qin family. Though His Majesty has shown great kindness to my Qin family, we have long ceased to involve ourselves in state affairs and have no desire to enlist in the military. We can only respectfully decline His Majesty's goodwill, Qin Chuan declared, fixing his gaze on Yi Mo from the viewing platform, his voice heavy with gravity. Do you dare defy His Majesty's decree? Cold Eagle pointed his spear at Qin Chuan, radiating a fierce energy that surged toward him. Cold Eagle, Yi Mo called out sharply, prompting Cold Eagle to lower his spear. Yi Mo then stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back and spoke with composure. Qin Chuan, this task has been entrusted to Cold Eagle and me by His Majesty. I shall pour all my efforts into its completion. You may defy His Majesty's decree, and perhaps he, in his magnanimity, will not hold it against you, but I shall find it exceedingly difficult. Thus, it would be wise for you to comply. Umo fell silent for a moment, fixing his gaze upon him. After a while, a peculiar smile flickered in his eyes as he said, You may give it a try. Qin family youth. Qin Chuan shouted. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped the space, and the members of the Qin family began to rise from their seats, mounting their steeds, their sharp gazes sweeping over Yi Mo on the platform as they shouted in unison, Onward. The frigid atmosphere seemed to lower the temperature of the surroundings, causing many to shiver involuntarily. As their eyes scanned the faces around them, a thought emerged. Had it not been for Yi Mo's interference, even without Qin Wentian showcasing his talents today, if the Bai family dared to humiliate him, they would surely face dire consequences. The Qin family had borne humiliation for far too long. Now, with His Majesty's repeated coercion, it seemed he wished for them to sacrifice their young. Even if the Qin family were to rebel, they would not submit to such orders. Watching the members of the Qin family depart, Yi Mo sneered, Cold Eagle. The Qin family disregards His Majesty's decree. You shall lead the Silver Feather Knights to encircle the Qin residence. Understood, Cold Eagle nodded. Additionally, with the edict in hand, inform the commander of Tianyang City to mobilize the Chu Dragon Guard to seal off Tianyang City and assist you in monitoring the Qin family, ensuring that none of them leave the city. Yi Mo continued, instilling a sense of trepidation in those around him. The Chu Kingdom, with its hundreds of cities, was fortified by the presence of the Chu Dragon Guards, the fundamental force through which the royal family maintained control over the nation. Typically, they did not involve themselves in the affairs of the cities, only responding to imperial edicts. It was evident that the monarch of Chu had dispatched Yi Mo to Tianyang City with the intent of rendering the Qin residents incapable of recovery. On the viewing platform, Bai Qingsong observed Yumo's iron-fisted demeanor, a chill creeping into his heart. The Yi family was indeed the most formidable clan in the present-day Chu kingdom, their ruthless methods surpassing those of the Qin residents. Nevertheless, this realization brought Bai Qingsong some relief. At least his own family need not fear retaliation from the Qin. Regarding the marriage between Yi Wuqiao and Bai Qiuxue, he harbored some concerns but did not dwell on them excessively. As long as the Qin residence was destroyed, even without Yi Wuqiao, his daughter Bai Qiuxue, with her innate talent, could rise to prominence without reliance on a man. Qin Wentian, hailing from the Qin residence, was unlikely to escape Yi Mo's wrath, yet with Bai Qiuxue at the Royal Academy, they felt sufficiently secure. Mo Shang maintained a stoic expression. The relationship between the Imperial Star Academy and the Chu royal family was exceedingly intricate, with Mo taking action against the Qin residents due to Qin Wentian's lack of formal admission to the academy. He found himself without a retort. The fundamental issue lay in his presence in Tianyang City. His power was insufficient to contend with Yi Mo and his associates, and by the time he could summon reinforcements from the Imperial Star Academy, it might be too late. The events that transpired outside the Bai residence in Tianyang City were nothing short of shocking. Bai Qiuxue, wielding the prestige of the city's foremost talent, summoned the martial academies of the Chu capital to her side, intending to humiliate the Qin residents into withdrawing from the engagement. However, no one anticipated that the seemingly incapable youth, Qin Wentian, her betrothed, would rise in a more formidable manner upon the martial stage. The four academies vied for supremacy, with the Imperial Star Academy rejecting Bai Qiuxue in favor of him. From that moment forth, the title of Tianyang City's greatest talent belonged to Qin Wentian. Yet now, with Yi Mo poised to strike at the Qin residents, the fate of this first-rate genius remained uncertain. Who could have foreseen the monarch's ruthless heart? The martial king sacrificed for the Chu kingdom, only for the outcome to be so dire. As long as the Qin residents endured, It seemed the current emperor could not find peace, lamenting the sacrifices made by their ancestors for the Chu family. Within the Qin residence, an atmosphere of indignation permeated the air. Qin Chuan remained silent, aware of more than his peers. He had heard that the emperor's health was deteriorating. In his quest for the safety of the Chu kingdom, he could not tolerate any force that might influence his decisions. His father, Qin Hao, had possessed a formidable influence in the military years prior, which was now deemed a potential threat. At this juncture, anger proved futile. Yet there was a cause for astonishment. The Qin residents had produced a genius. Qin Chuan turned to Qin Wentian, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Wentian, today you have truly vented your frustrations. You little rascal, no wonder you were so confident a few days ago. You must have already condensed your star soul. Yet you didn't tell me and secretly trained for 2 days without a meal," Qin Yao remarked, casting an eye at Qin Wentian, her beautiful gaze sparkling with intrigue. Qin Wentian smiled, though a weight lingered in his heart. Over the years, he had long regarded himself as an integral part of the Qin residence. The gaze of the members of the Qin family converged upon Qin Wentian, whose remarkable talents had undoubtedly become the greatest surprise of the day, albeit leaving many feeling somewhat awkward. Qin He, the second elder of the Qin family, turned to Qin Wentian and said, "Wentian, there was a time when I contemplated expelling you from the Qin residence. Fortunately, that did not come to pass. Otherwise, I would have been the center of the Qin family. I deeply apologize." As he spoke, Qin He slightly bowed to Qin Wentian, a gesture of sincerity. "And I, Qin Yi, if you harbor any displeasure towards me, feel free to let my elder brother punish me as he sees fit. Should I utter a word of dissent, I would be unworthy to be called a son of the Qin family." His voice was rugged yet imbued with a sense of masculine valor. "Uncles, you are merely considering the welfare of the Qin family. How could I possibly hold a grudge against you? After all, I have consumed a considerable amount of the family's resources in the past," Qin Wentian replied with a smile, showing no signs of resentment. "Indeed, you speak of it. But did you not discreetly give me the star meteorite that father bestowed upon you?" Qin Yao could not resist defending Qin Wentian, leaving Qin Chuan and the others in a state of astonishment. This implied that Qin Wentian had not relied on the star meteorite for his cultivation. "Father, uncles, you are unaware that Wentian possesses a unique understanding of the condensation of star souls. It was he who assisted me in condensing my star soul. And he also provided me with the star meteorite gifted by father for my cultivation." As Qin Yao revealed the truth, more gazes turned to Qin Wentian, who merely offered an awkward smile. "I had no need for it, so I gave it to my sister." Qin Wentian scratched his head sheepishly. Qin He and Qin Yi stared at Qin Wentian in astonishment, silently lamenting the remarkable character of the young man before them. How foolish they had been to consider expelling him. The youthful nature of his spirit filled them with a sense of shame. Both men silently vowed to dedicate their utmost efforts to protect this young prodigy from that day forth. Chapter 17. The Celestial Minion. Upon witnessing the resilience of the Qin residents in times of peril, Qin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The young men of the Qin family possessed unwavering fortitude. The late emperor had bestowed favor upon their ancestor, Qin Wu, and both Qin Wu and the elder had always cherished this debt of gratitude, thus dedicating themselves to the service of the Chu kingdom. However, the royal family now sought to obliterate the Qin lineage, and the elder could no longer endure such treachery. Qin Yi whispered softly, and Qin Wentian grasped the gravity of the situation, nodding slightly. "Grandfather Qin knows what must be done. You, on the other hand, have been concealing your prowess in channeling the celestial soul," she remarked. "With the strength of 80 bulls, what realm have you attained?" As they walked, Qin Yao's enchanting eyes fixated on Qin Wentian, her curiosity piqued. If we disregard the enhancement from the celestial soul and techniques, even a martial artist at the 9th level of body refinement could only possess the strength of 81 bulls. Guess? Qin Wentian shrugged nonchalantly. At the 6th level of body refinement, possessing such immense strength seems rather unusual. How could I possibly guess? Qin Yao pouted, then teasingly inquired, "Are you feeling despondent about the annulment of your engagement with the stunning Bai Qiuxue? What is there to feel down about? I have a great beauty right beside me." Qin Wentian replied, casting his gaze over Qin Yao, appraising her from head to toe, standing at a height of 1.7 meters. Her graceful curves and ample bosom rendered her an exceptionally rare beauty, especially after her experiences in the capital of Chu, which had imbued her with a more mature allure. "You dare to flirt with even your sister?" Qin Yao blushed at his unabashed gaze and swiftly pinched his waist, causing him to gasp in surprise. "All right. I admit my fault," he chuckled, and she finally relented. To his astonishment, she then produced 2 star meteorites from her bosom. which made Qin Wentian's expression shift to one of seriousness. These are the star meteorites you once gifted me. I knew that one day you would condense the celestial soul and would need them, so I deliberately saved 2 for you, Qin Yao explained, grasping his hand to present the meteorites. As he gazed at her lovely visage, warmth enveloped Qin Wentian's heart. The significance of star meteorites to martial practitioners was undeniable. They could swiftly elevate one's cultivation. The fact that Qin Yao had refrained from using them, choosing instead to slowly refine her skills for his benefit, spoke volumes of her affection. Dear sister? Qin Wentian looked earnestly at Qin Yao, prompting her to meet his gaze, and she playfully responded, What is it? Planning to offer yourself in return? Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, locked onto her, causing a rosy blush to blossom on her beautiful face. She hurriedly turned away and urged, Focus on your cultivation. You must prove yourself to everyone. With that, Qin Yao dashed into the courtyard, settling his mind. Qin Wentian entered a state of deep meditation, his consciousness perceiving the presence of the celestial gate. There, the celestial hammer soul stood guard, brimming with formidable power. The celestial hammer soul was born from my connection to the martial stars of the 5th celestial realm. Even now, I am insufficient to fully harness the strength it harbors. Yet, even if one day I ascend beyond the celestial realm, it will continue to support my cultivation and combat endeavors. Qin Wentian pondered silently, recognizing that the higher the rank of a star soul, the more terrifying the energy it contained. Thus, despite only being at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, Qin Wentian could unleash a formidable strength, a result of the augmentation bestowed upon him by the star of the hammer. Furthermore, the star soul of the hammer star should also grant him a talent for forging, which he had yet to fully uncover. As Qin Wentian contemplated, his consciousness drifted towards the celestial figure, a sense of awe enveloping him. This celestial figure contained memories and even endowed him with the method of tempering, a process shrouded in mystery. Moreover, this celestial figure was transformed from a stone left to him by his long-deceased father, likely a fragment of a very high-grade star meteorite. It seemed that the stone had absorbed the power of the stars, triggering this phenomenon. With this thought, Qin Wentian's consciousness surged towards the celestial figure. However, at that moment, the celestial figure appeared dim and lifeless, as if sealed away, rendering his consciousness incapable of establishing communication. With a surge of will, the star veins within him spiraled into a vortex, and the star power stored in his body rushed towards the celestial figure like a river flowing into the sea, unstoppable. In an instant, streams of starlight vanished into the celestial figure, seemingly lost to the ether. Indeed, Qin Wentian felt a tremor within, continuously channeling star power into it. The celestial figure seemed like an abyss, endlessly consuming the energy, yet showing no response whatsoever. Eventually, Qin Wentian ceased his efforts, opening his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. To activate the celestial figure would likely require an immense amount of star power, far exceeding what he possessed. Contemplating this, Qin Wentian recognized that this celestial figure could bestow upon him the method of tempering, and being the only relic left by his father, it likely harbored significant secrets. He felt an overwhelming urge to explore this enigma. Resolute, Qin Wentian placed a star meteorite in his palm and closed his eyes once more. The star power within him flowed out from his limbs and bones, surging towards the celestial figure. Simultaneously, he absorbed the star power from the meteorite into his body. Time slipped away as he remained in this state. The celestial figure, like a bottomless pit, voraciously absorbed the star power, seemingly insatiable. Qin Wentian felt frustrated. If he could channel the energy from a star meteorite into his body and use it to refine his form, he could ascend to the next realm more swiftly. Yet, the star power he absorbed was entirely consumed by the celestial figure. At this moment, Qin Wentian found himself in a predicament, compelled to uncover the truth. As time trickled by, the continuous depletion of star power within him hastened the consumption of the meteorite's energy. Remarkably, the star power within the meteorite began to dwindle, and the celestial figure finally exhibited a glimmer of light. There was a response. A shiver coursed through Qin Wentian as his consciousness gravitated towards the celestial figure. He sensed that the celestial figure was akin to a consciousness entity, and his own awareness had become ensnared in the boundless consciousness contained within it. Qin Wentian felt minuscule, as if adrift in the vast expanse of the celestial river. Qin Wentian sought to communicate with the boundless consciousness, yet he found himself grasping at nothing. Those entities of awareness seemed to be shrouded in dust. He needed the power of the stars. Qin Wentian relentlessly summoned the celestial energy, pouring it into the star figurine until the strength of a fallen star was entirely depleted. He then seized a second star meteorite and continued his endeavor, resolute in his determination to uncover the truth. At last, he sensed the once enshrouded consciousness beginning to shimmer with a faint luminescence. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and suddenly, a radiant burst of starlight enveloped him, overshadowing his own awareness. In an instant, a beam of light surged into his consciousness, causing an overwhelming disturbance that threatened to shatter his mind. His heart raced, his head throbbed painfully, and he felt as though he might collapse. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian noted that the fleeting moment bore a striking resemblance to his experience of enduring the tempering methods. It felt both instantaneous and prolonged, leaving him drenched in perspiration. A surge of memories washed over him, a torrent of recollections. His inner turmoil erupted as the star figurine dimmed once more, expelling his consciousness. Yet, within his mind, fragments of memory began to coalesce. The star figurine resembled a treasure trove composed of infinite shards of memory. Each activation bestowed upon him extraordinary recollections, precisely what he required. The last time, it had been the method of tempering. This time, it was a collection of fragmented memories regarding the art of crafting weapons. Father, what kind of stone have you left for me? Qin Wentian gazed into the void, envisioning a silhouette. A gentle visage, his deceased father seemed to be watching over him from the heavens. After a moment of silence, he opened his palm to inspect the second consumed star meteorite. Murmuring, to activate the star figurine requires immense celestial energy, yet this energy can only sustain a fraction of the memory fragments. To reactivate it, I must utilize another precious star meteorite. With that whispered thought, Qin Wentian resumed drawing energy from the meteorite, not to awaken the star figurine this time, but to replenish the expended vitality coursing through his limbs. Simultaneously, he began to organize the memories he had absorbed. Weapons are categorized into ordinary and divine artifacts. Ordinary weapons lack enhancement, while divine artifacts bestow power upon their wielders. Thus, when martial practitioners refer to weapons, they imply divine artifacts. Divine artifacts are ranked from 1 to 10, with each rank further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Those capable of forging divine artifacts are held in high esteem and are known as blacksmiths or master craftsmen. Individuals possessing a forging star soul find it easier to become blacksmiths. Qin Wentian's heavenly hammer star soul is one such variant. Black Uncle had previously enumerated numerous martial command stars among the 5 heavens, demonstrating the breadth of his knowledge. According to the memories, a weapon craftsman not only masters the essential techniques of crafting, but also possesses the critical ability to engrave divine patterns. Those endowed with a forging star soul hold an advantage in their craft, as they can inscribe divine patterns directly within their bodies and infuse those patterns into divine artifacts using their star soul. Qin Wentian gradually assimilated the memories he had acquired, which even encompassed intricate formations. Divine patterns, in essence, represent a unique form of array, specifically designed for the crafting and forging of weapons, and are exceedingly complex. Within these memories, numerous fundamental and hybrid divine patterns awaited his careful contemplation. The status of a weapon craftsman on the continent was unparalleled. Possessing the ability to forge stellar souls, even as a mere first-tier craftsman, he could create divine weapons in exchange for star meteorites. Should he ascend to the rank of a second-tier craftsman and join the Celestial River Guild, his standing would be even more distinguished. In the imperial capital, even the royal family or the Yi clan would have to tread carefully around him. Qin Wentian mused, knowing that the stellar forging soul from the 5th heaven was his innate gift, and he must utilize it wisely. Having become embroiled in this tumultuous affair, he was determined to plan for himself and the future of the Qin estate, striving to enhance his prowess while simultaneously mastering the art of weapon crafting. For 5 consecutive days, Qin Wentian immersed himself in the understanding of divine patterns during the day and engaged in meditation and the practice of the 1,000 strikes technique by night. Remaining oblivious to the outside world, he had resolved that since Qin Hao urged him to remain uninvolved, he would focus solely on his self-improvement. At that moment, the training ground where Qin Wentian stood was strewn with numerous iron plates, each adorned with intricate patterns he had inscribed over these past days. These divine patterns appeared almost alive, swirling upon the iron plates and intertwining to form a magnificent tapestry of symbols. My accuracy has improved remarkably, he thought. Standing there, within his star veins, the divine patterns shone like radiant symbols, their peculiar arrangements coalescing into an exceptionally sharp sword, brimming with formidable penetrative power. In his grasp, he wielded a colossal hammerhead, reminiscent of a stellar soul. As Qin Wentian's footsteps trembled slightly, the divine sword surged forth along his star veins, rushing toward his arm, before flowing into the celestial hammer. Simultaneously, he raised his arm and brought it down forcefully onto the iron plate below. With a resounding clang, the celestial hammer struck the iron plate, and instantly, a divine sword pattern shimmered with a starlit luster upon the surface, exuding a razor-sharp aura, rendering the specific trajectories of the divine patterns nearly indistinguishable. A smile of delight spread across Qin Wentian's face. The most crucial divine patterns for weapon crafting posed no challenge. Thus, forging would become a trivial matter. Indeed, he was a born craftsman. He chuckled softly, though he remained unaware of the terrifying advantage he possessed over other artisans. Chapter 18. The Star River Guild in the Grand Hall of the Qin residence. The members of the Qin family gathered, their expressions far from cheerful. What is the current state of Tianyang City? Qin Chuan inquired, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. What news from the Imperial City? And what of the Imperial Star Academy? He pressed further, well aware that the Qin family maintained its own intelligence network within the Imperial City. Regarding the Imperial City, one of the attendees hesitated, his expression flickering. Very few are privy to the events in Tianyang City. The information has been tightly sealed. Moreover, Yi Wuqing of the Yi family has recently ascended to the 9th level of the Wheel Vein realm, hastening his progression towards the Yuanfu realm, which has garnered the attention of those above. The pressure from the royal family has also been palpable, leading the Imperial Star Academy to display a certain reluctance regarding the young Master-S situation. With a sharp crack, Qin Chuan clenched his fists, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. The lack of recognition for Wentian's exceptional talents, overshadowed by Yi Wuqing's gifts in the royal family's oppressive influence, weighed heavily on him. Wentian, I hope you grow swiftly and prove your worth to those who doubt you, he mused inwardly. Inform all members of the Qin family to limit their outings. Additionally, send a few of our stored meteorites to Winning, Qin Chuan commanded, his expression resolute. A ripple of unease coursed through the assembly, realizing that Qin Chuan was willing to go to great lengths to nurture Qin Wentian, even if it meant risking the family's own stability, leaving behind a glimmer of hope. Soon, Qin Wentian received the 3 meteorites dispatched by Qin Chuan. A sense of discomfort washed over him. The Qin family had been struggling financially, resources dwindling over the years. Nevertheless, this only strengthened his resolve to advance. On a particular day, Qin Wentian exited the Qin residence through a side door. The Silver Feather Knights were stationed at the main entrance, standing off against the Qin family members. Yet they hesitated to issue a kill order. Though the surface appeared calm, Qin Wentian sensed a tumultuous undercurrent, a strategic game of chess unfolding. Disregarding the brewing tension, he made his way to the Star River Guild located in the heart of Tianyang City. The Star River Guild had branches throughout the myriad cities of the Chu Kingdom. With its headquarters in the capital, the branch in Tianyang City was merely a fraction of its influence. While the guild typically refrained from meddling in external affairs, its authority was undeniable, and it was rumored that even the guild in the capital was not the true headquarters. It was precisely this unique stature that drew Qin Wentian to the guild. Seeking knowledge in weapon forging and aiming to establish a position within the Star River Guild to safeguard himself against future treachery in the Imperial City. The guild boasted divisions for weapon forging, alchemy, martial destiny, and celestial rivers, with his adoptive father proclaiming it the most enigmatic force, shrouded in mystery. As Qin Wentian gazed at the magnificent hall ahead, a voice called out, Qin Wentian. Turning, he beheld a graceful figure before him, Lin Yu, one of the 4 most beautiful women of Tianyang City, who had recently been recruited as a disciple by the Divine Wind Academy during the latest assessment. After the annual ceremony, Lin Yu prepared to journey to the Imperial City, seeking to make ample preparations. She visited the Star River Guild to request Master Feng Ping to forge a divine weapon for her. As Master Feng Ping was renowned for his ability to craft top-tier divine arms, the Qin family is on the brink of destruction. Yet you still have the audacity to forge a divine weapon for your journey to the Chu capital? Lin Yu found Qin Wentian's demeanor somewhat peculiar and couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Wentian furrowed his brow, responding coldly, even if the Lin family perishes, the Qin family will endure. Lin Yu's proclamation of the Qin family's demise irked Qin Wentian. Impudence. Lin Yu's expression shifted slightly as she cast a glance at him. Having been indulged all her life, she had rarely faced rebuttal and instinctively scolded him. However, she quickly suppressed her irritation, offering a faint smile. I almost forgot. You are now a genius, Qin Wentian, no longer the same as before. It's no wonder your tongue is so sharp. Sharp tongue? Qin Wentian was at a loss for words. It seemed this woman was accustomed to her pampered status. Casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yu, he turned to leave. You. Sensing his disdainful gaze, Lin Yu felt her expression darken and followed him closely. As one of the four great beauties of Tianyang City and a prodigy, Lin Yu shone brightly in her surroundings. Friends often lavished her with compliments. However, after Bai Qiuxue awakened her star soul, everyone began to regard Lin Yu as inferior to Bai Qiuxue. People from the Chu capital had come specifically for Bai Qiuxue, which left Lin Yu feeling rather uncomfortable. During the recent assessment, she had hoped to pass the trials of the Imperial Star Academy or the Royal Academy based on her talents, yet she had failed. In stark contrast, Bai Qiuxue and Qin Wentian had succeeded effortlessly, garnering all the attention while Lin Yu was overlooked. She detested this feeling and harbored jealousy towards Qin Wentian for his earlier disdainful look. Inside the Grand Hall of the Star River Guild, which was spacious and filled with numerous visitors, Qin Wentian approached the reception area. There, he was greeted by a stunning woman clad in the distinctive Star River Guild attire, which accentuated her alluring figure. "Do you require assistance in forging or alchemy?" The woman inquired with a smile, as most visitors to the guild sought these services. "I wish to become a forging apprentice," Qin Wentian replied. "Ah, you are in luck today. Master Feng Ping will be here shortly. I can recommend you, though I cannot guarantee he will accept you as an apprentice. Please wait over there," she said, unfazed, as many came seeking to learn the craft of forging or alchemy. An apprentice? Such delusions, Lin Yu scoffed, following Qin Wentian into the hall. Becoming a skilled forger was an immense challenge, and many forgers were reluctant to share their intricate techniques with apprentices. "Miss Lin Yu has arrived. Master Feng Ping is aware of your visit today and will come to see you shortly," the reception lady said with a smile upon noticing Lin Yu, drawing the attention of many in the hall. "So this is the talented young lady who is to join the Divine Wind Academy, truly beautiful." "Thank you, Master Feng Ping." Lin Yu felt a sense of pride as she sensed the gaze of the crowd upon her, a smile gracing her lips. Master Feng Ping, a close friend of the Lin family, naturally extended special care towards her. "Indeed, Lin Yu, you needn't address me as Master Feng. Just call me Uncle Feng," came a hearty voice as Feng Ping, donned in a starry robe and wearing a gentle smile, approached Lin Yu. "Uncle Feng, I will trouble you this time," Lin Yu replied, a hint of triumph sparkling in her eyes as her gaze inadvertently flicked towards Qin Wentian. "Not a bother at all. Since you have become a member of the Divine Wind Academy, feel free to inform me of any divine weapons or special requests you may have. I shall craft a weapon tailored just for you," Feng Ping responded. "My star soul is that of a rabbit, light and agile. I wish to forge a sword." A 3-foot blade, emphasizing grace and nimbleness, Lin Yu articulated. "Very well, I shall inscribe feathered divine patterns upon the sword to reduce its weight and enhance its agility." Feng Ping replied with a smile. Pleased, Lin Yu beamed, just as a reception lady approached Feng Ping, saying, "Master Feng, those individuals over their wish to request divine weapons, and one seeks to become an apprentice. Ensure their requests and the compensation they are willing to offer are documented. Show me later, and I will select whom to assist." "As for the aspiring apprentice, who is it?" Feng Ping inquired, eliciting admiration from the crowd. Such was the stature of a master, dictating the terms and deciding on the requests, for in Chu country, the position of a weapon craftsman is exceedingly esteemed. "It's him." Lin Yu pointed at Qin Wentian, a rather loquacious fellow. Qin Wentian frowned slightly, pondering that it was Lin Yu who had been rather indiscreet. She truly had a princess complex. "Has he offended you?" "Lin Yu?" "Indeed," she nodded. "Leave it to me," Feng Ping chuckled. "Lin Yu, do come back in 3 days to collect your divine weapon. As for the one wishing to be an apprentice, follow me." After a moment's hesitation, Qin Wentian stood and followed Feng Ping. The latter exchanged pleasantries with Lin Yu before accepting the record paper handed to him by the reception lady and led Qin Wentian through the left door of the Grand Hall, entering a realm of wonder, the weapon crafting division of the Starry River Guild. As a first-tier weapon craftsman, Feng Ping possessed his own exclusive crafting hall. Upon entering, Qin Wentian was enveloped by a wave of intense heat. The flames illuminated the space, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead almost instantly. "Come in." Feng Ping beckoned. Inside the crafting hall, Qin Wentian observed several rooms, and in the one they entered, a massive furnace loomed, embedded in the ground, with fierce flames continuously blazing beneath it. "Feel free to explore," Feng Ping casually remarked. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, sensing the pride emanating from Feng Ping as a craftsman. Even as a first-tier craftsman, he possessed an exclusive crafting hall, and many sought his expertise, highlighting the esteemed status of weapon craftsmen. "This is the material for crafting." Qin Wentian approached a side hall, where an array of vessels lay, each inscribed with characters and filled with the metallic materials required for forging. He then proceeded to another side hall, filled with numerous weapon models, swords, spears, halberds, shields, and gauntlets, all devoid of substance. Qin Wentian's expression shifted as he noticed these weapon models were hollow. They were specially crafted molds, shaped like the divine weapons to be forged, even adorned with various patterns. By melting the forging materials in the furnace until they became liquid, one could pour the molten substance into these molds and allow it to solidify, thus forming the initial shape of the divine weapon. Place those molds beside the furnace. I need to commence the forging, came Feng Ping's voice. Qin Wentian nodded discreetly and moved the molds to the furnace's side, while Feng Ping busied himself with his notes, presumably selecting which divine weapons to assist in forging. A sword, a shield, a spear, and 2 blades. Pour the liquid from the furnace into the molds I mentioned. All of it into the molds? Qin Wentian's expression tightened. Even without prior experience in forging, he understood that the materials required for different divine weapons must be proportioned differently. For instance, a sword necessitates a keen edge, while a shield demands substantial weight. Thus, the requirements for forging materials vary greatly. What do you understand? This furnace is calibrated to the golden ratio of forging materials, capable of crafting any weapon. Once shaped, different divine patterns can be inscribed to yield diverse effects. The essence of forging lies in the divine patterns. Do you comprehend? Feng Ping remarked coldly, sensing Qin Wentian's skepticism. I understand, Qin Wentian replied calmly, yet inwardly he scoffed. It was evident that Feng Ping simply lacked the motivation to invest effort into the forging process. By employing the same materials for all weapons and merely inscribing divine patterns to forge them into divine weapons, he could easily reap rewards, leading one to conclude that a master forger must indeed be quite wealthy. Chapter 19. The innate smith. The art of forging requires both cultivation and an understanding of divine patterns to create divine weapons. Most smiths also undertake forging tasks to amass wealth. Take Feng Ping, for instance. He naturally cannot dedicate himself entirely to the crafting of every divine weapon. The so-called liquid in the furnace, mixed in the perfect golden ratio, is sufficient for him to forge numerous divine arms. Following Feng Ping's instructions, Qin Wentian infused the forging liquid into the weapon embryo and placed it into the forging slot to await solidification. Meanwhile, Feng Ping set up a small forging furnace beside the great furnace and instructed Qin Wentian, go to the materials hall and fetch me a pound of bronze, half a pound of silver sand, half a pound of bloodstone, a small amount of starlight steel, and light aluminum. This was to forge a sword, and a lightweight one at that. Qin Wentian, possessing the memories of a smith, was aware of the materials involved. Bronze was the main ingredient, while silver sand would enhance the sword's brilliance. The other materials would render the forged sword both agile and sharp, particularly bloodstone and starlight steel, which are quite precious metals. Are you crafting a soft sword for Lin Yu? Qin Wentian ventured to ask. Feng Ping cast him a glance and replied coolly, you have some insight, recognizing that I intend to forge a soft sword. Lin Yu's father and I share a slight acquaintance, and she herself is a prodigy in cultivation. Naturally, I shall devote my efforts to her forging. You, however, seem to have offended her merely to capture her attention. I advise you to abandon such thoughts. If you can remain my apprentice for 3 years, I shall bestow upon you some simple divine patterns for your understanding. 3 years for merely simple divine patterns? Qin Wentian murmured, realizing the profound emphasis smiths place on divine patterns. What? Do you find it too long? Do you know the price I paid to acquire the divine patterns from the Star River Guild? Feng Ping scoffed. Now, go gather the materials. Nodding slightly, Qin Wentian proceeded to the materials hall to collect what Feng Ping required, soon witnessing Feng Ping placing them into the forging furnace. The flames here were fueled by the earth fire provided by the Star River Guild. Without it, many smiths would struggle to even melt their materials, revealing the stringent requirements of becoming a smith. Qin Wentian silently lamented that starlight steel, being exceptionally hard, could not be melted by ordinary flames. The higher the rank of the divine weapon to be forged, the more challenging the materials become to melt. Yet, for a smith, the most elusive and vital aspect remains the divine patterns and the ability to comprehend and inscribe them. After placing all the forging materials into the separate furnace, Feng Ping waited for the weapon embryo to develop cracks, then instructed Qin Wentian to position a sword embryo on the anvil. With a deft touch of his finger, the embryo split open, revealing the ember-red sword within. At this moment, the weapon had not fully solidified and cooled, presenting the optimal opportunity for inscribing divine patterns. Feng Ping uttered a few words casually, and the power of the stars surged. He extended a finger, from which radiant star power materialized into a stellar carving knife. This was his star soul. Feng Ping's star soul took the form of a carving knife. While it was not a forging star soul, it proved quite effective for inscribing divine patterns. Qin Wentian mused silently, watching as Feng Ping meticulously inscribed divine patterns onto the crimson sword with his carving knife star soul, showing no hesitation in Qin Wentian's presence. The intricate patterns intertwined with such complexity that they were almost indistinguishable to the naked eye, resembling the veins of a human body, with the sword symbolizing the corporeal form. However, Feng Ping likely underestimated Qin Wentian's keen perception of his actions. The patterns being inscribed were foundational sword-shaped divine patterns, which could enhance the sword's sharpness and augment its offensive capabilities, albeit Feng Ping's craftsmanship appeared somewhat clumsy. Qin Wentian's mind was as clear as crystal, though he kept his thoughts to himself. Feng Ping, lacking the ability to forge with the star soul, struggled with his mediocre talents in weapon crafting, which only served to complicate matters for him. In truth, Feng Ping was acutely aware of his disadvantage in the cultivation of his carving knife star soul, which is why he exerted considerable effort to pursue the path of weapon forging. He had achieved a measure of success, yet he remained oblivious to Qin Wentian's silent disdain. If you could master these divine patterns, your future would be secured. Unaware of Qin Wentian's thoughts, Feng Ping remained content, casting a casual glance at him as he inscribed the divine patterns onto all the weapons. He then awaited their complete cooling before proceeding to polish, sharpen, and finally adorn them with scabbards and other embellishments. Remarkably, the divine patterns inscribed upon completion vanished entirely, as if they had melded into the weapon's essence, becoming part of its very fabric. Give it a try, Feng Ping offered, handing a finished divine weapon to Qin Wentian. As Qin Wentian grasped the sword, the power of the stars surged within, creating a profound sense of connection, as if the divine patterns were an integral part of his own bodily veins, allowing the starry energy to flow through and amplify the sword's might. How fascinating, Qin Wentian exclaimed, having never encountered such divine weapons before. He was astonished by the extraordinary properties of the patterns. You have observed today's forging process clearly. If you truly wish to become a long-term apprentice, I will focus on inscribing divine patterns while you manage the other tasks. How does that sound? Feng Ping proposed to Qin Wentian. The crux of weapon forging lay primarily in the inscription of divine patterns. Mastering the combinations of various forging materials for different divine weapons was essential, though sharpening and polishing also required skill. As for the flames, within the confines of the Stellar River Guild, there was no need for concern. It was precisely because everything was readily available within the Stellar River Guild that Feng Ping could mass-produce low-tier first-grade divine weapons. However, even a low-grade, first-grade weapon was considered a precious treasure by many cultivators outside. Unappreciative, Feng Ping scoffed, stating, "I shall take a brief rest. Please help me dispose of some discarded items." As Qin Wentian observed Feng Ping's departure, he reflected on the man's cunning nature. Despite being capable of producing a batch of ordinary quality divine weapons in a single day, Feng Ping insisted on a 3-day wait for others, creating an illusion of time-consuming labor. Of course, should Feng Ping truly wish to invest time into crafting a single divine weapon, 3 days would be necessary, particularly given the intricacies of inscribing divine patterns. Any deviation in the patterns could lead to a complete failure in the forging process. After Feng Ping departed, Qin Wentian retrieved a sword-shaped tool blank. Promptly infusing it with a liquid forged through the golden ratio, he intended to personally experiment with it. According to my recollections, divine patterns and divine weapons are categorized into the same levels, ranging from 1 to 10. A first-tier divine weapon requires first-tier divine patterns for its refinement, while a second-tier divine weapon necessitates at least second-tier divine patterns. These tiered refining patterns are derived from combinations of fundamental divine patterns, and the higher the tier, the more challenging they are to comprehend. I could scarcely understand some third-tier patterns from my memories. Qin Wentian mused that when the cooling tool blank exhibited cracks, he placed it upon the forging stone. With a sudden tremor of his palm, he shattered the blank. Observing the glowing red sword, the starry power within him intertwined frantically, gradually coalescing into a resplendent design, the sword-shaped divine pattern, a first-tier divine pattern known as Flying Sword. In his palm, a celestial hammer materialized, continuously morphing to conform to the sword's shape, while the intertwining starry divine patterns surged toward the hammer, imprinting themselves at its base. Qin Wentian raised his hand and, with fervor, struck down upon the sword. The engraved patterns on the hammer directly embedding into the sword, transforming into its very veins. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian was uncertain of the outcome. He stowed away the hammer and commenced polishing the sword. However, just as he prepared to sharpen the blade, Feng Ping hurriedly arrived. Upon witnessing Qin Wentian's actions, he paused, frowning, and inquired, "What are you doing?" "Master Feng Ping, I'm attempting to polish it myself," Qin Wentian replied. "Do you think this is just any place? The materials you have consumed are sufficient for me to forge a divine weapon. Can you afford the cost?" Feng Ping exclaimed in fury, sweeping his sleeve, causing the unsharpened sword to clatter to the ground. "Today, Master Mu Qing is coming to inspect. Consider yourself fortunate. Now leave at once." Feng Ping had evidently not anticipated that a mere apprentice would dare to be so audacious, his tone icy. Qin Wentian's expression stiffened. Feng Ping, a master craftsman, truly exuded arrogance. With a cold snort, Qin Wentian simply turned to depart. "You ungrateful wretch, I even entertained the thought of taking you under my wing," Feng Ping fumed. At this moment, Qin Wentian had already stepped outside, where several figures were approaching, all clad in starry robes. The foremost among them possessed an extraordinary demeanor, accompanied by a beautiful young woman, while an elderly gentleman followed closely behind. As Qin Wentian brushed past this entourage, the young woman merely cast a fleeting glance his way, her gaze amplifying Qin Wentian's sense of the craftsman's haughtiness. They were all individuals of high pride. "Feng Ping, what has you so enraged?" Mu Qing and the others entered Feng Ping's refining chamber. "Master Mu Qing, President." Feng Ping bowed to the newcomers, his face now beaming with a smile, devoid of any trace of anger. "Indeed." Mu Qing nodded and proceeded into the refining hall, stating, "Let us see how your refining skills have progressed." As he spoke, he chanced upon a sword beside the casting stone, prompting him to pick it up. Observing a person's failures can sometimes reveal more about their capabilities. Feng Ping was about to respond when he noticed Mu Qing's expression suddenly transform into one of extraordinary brilliance. Turning to Feng Ping, he exclaimed, "Feng Ping, your craftsmanship in weapon forging has improved tremendously." Feng Ping was momentarily taken aback. Mu Qing returned the sword to him, and as Feng Ping focused his thoughts, the power of the stars and the primal forces of the universe flowed into the blade. His countenance soon mirrored the brilliance he witnessed in Mu Qing's eyes. How is this possible? Feng Ping pondered, skepticism creeping in. This sword suffers from poor material selection. You must have utilized a carefully concocted furnace liquid for its creation. Yet, the intricacy of the divine patterns is astounding, bordering on perfection. Although it is merely a first-tier divine pattern, it has reached an apex that suggests you are not far from becoming a second-tier weapon master. With a smile, Mu Qing regarded Feng Ping and said, "After the new year, I plan to take an assistant to the imperial city, and I believe I have found my candidate." "Feng Ping, this sword is indeed your creation, isn't it?" Feng Ping hesitated for a moment, then resolutely decided that such an opportunity must not be squandered. "Of course. Very well. I shall grant you 3 days to forge a divine weapon that showcases your utmost skill," Mu Qing replied with a smile before turning to leave. Feng Ping's heart sank, his complexion paling slightly. In his moment of greed, he had hastily admitted to the creation of the sword, but now he wondered how he could possibly engrave those divine patterns. Greed can lead one astray. That fellow. Yes, I must find him. Feng Ping's heart raced. If he could not locate Qin Wentian, his fate would be grim. Chapter 20. Oppression. Qin Wentian left the Star River Guild in a state of discontent, yearning to see if the intricate patterns he had engraved could forge a mystical weapon. However, he was unexpectedly expelled before he could explore this further. At the very least, he had gained insight into the crafting process, which would prove invaluable. Should he encounter conditions akin to those in the forging hall, he could forge weapons independently. Stopping some distance from the Qin residence, Qin Wentian observed a group of armored knights surrounding the estate. Did they truly dare to take action against the Qin family? His expression darkened at the sight, especially as he noticed Qin Chuan and the others present. He urged his steed forward. The assailants did not obstruct him upon recognizing him, allowing him to join Qin Chuan and the rest. "Wentian, you should enter the house first," Qin Chuan instructed as he spotted Qin Wentian approaching. "There is no escaping this. The first batch of candidates has already been selected, and you are among them." "Commander Wu is nearly here," remarked the leader of the Silver Feather Cavalry, Cold Eagle, a smirk playing on his lips. He was not in a hurry. Qin Wentian approached Qin Yao, his expression one of inquiry. "Do you recall the words of that old man from the Yi family after the Academy's martial assessment? The people from the Divine General Martial House are on their way. You, I, Qin Shang, and Qin Ji are to be forcibly taken as the first group." Qin Yao replied, her countenance grim. Qin Wentian was immediately reminded of Yi Mo's words during the last assessment, where he mentioned that the emperor had granted the Qin family the privilege of sending their talented members to the divine general martial house for training, yet in reality, it was a means to tightly control them. Now, it appeared they were intent on enforcing this. If the Yi family understands the Qin family well enough, they would know we would never relinquish our people. If Wusholuo comes, it is likely not merely for the four of us, Qin Wentian murmured, casting a heavy pall over the others. The reason the assailants had yet to strike was their fear of the hidden power that lingered within the Qin residence, the martial king and his guard. In the distance, the setting sun cast elongated shadows of figures on the road, and a cavalry unit swept in like a tempest, gradually coming into view. At the forefront were two individuals, a middle-aged man, dark in complexion, whose gaze exuded an air of coldness and ruthlessness, accompanied by a youth of about 16 or 17 years, whose sharp eyes resembled those of a predator, instilling a sense of danger. Qin Chuan. Wu Shiluo's icy voice resonated as he directed his gaze toward the people of the Qin family. His Majesty has bestowed upon the Qin family the privilege of sending Qin Yao, Qin Wentian, Qin Shang, and Qin Ji to the divine general martial house for training. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Wu Sholuo's mouth as the youth beside him advanced, pointing at Qin Chuan and taunted, "Old fool. Don't mistake politeness for weakness. My master is being courteous, but do not delude yourself into thinking you are significant. You lot from the Qin family should be kneeling in gratitude for the opportunity to enter the divine general martial house. Impudent." The members of the Qin family glared in outrage. How dare this young upstart point fingers and insult Qin Chuan so brazenly? Is there no one to discipline the descendants of the Yi family? Qin Chuan shot a glance at Yi Lang. Discipline? Yi Lang regarded the members of the Qin family with an air of disdain. Despite being barely 16, his gaze exuded a predatory ferocity. He pointed at the individuals behind Qin Chuan and scoffed, "This pitiful lot you've raised, I could crush them with a single hand. Do you believe me? What a brazen fool. I am eager to witness how you intend to accomplish that." A young member of the Qin family, unable to endure Yi Lang's humiliation, shouted as he lunged toward him. With a hum, Yi Lang transformed into a gray shadow, vanishing from sight. Such swiftness! A cry of anguish echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Qin Mu was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground as his entire skeleton was shattered by the overwhelming force. With a crack, Yi Lang's foot struck the earth, creating a massive fissure that testified to his immense strength. His beast-like eyes fixated on Qin Mu's prostrate form as he lunged again, his hand morphing into a lethal claw aimed directly at Qin Mu's head. Should that claw descend, it would surely shatter Qin Mu's skull. The faces of the Qin family members paled, many even shutting their eyes in dread. Qin Mu was among the stronger youths of the Qin family, boasting a 9th-tier body refinement cultivation, yet he was utterly helpless against such an assault. More infuriatingly, Yi Lang had the audacity to kill. Impudent! Suddenly, Qin Chuan's hand seized Yi Lang's arm just before it could strike Qin Mu's head. His grip as steady as a mountain. On the ground, Qin Mu, his forehead slick with cold sweat, looked into Yi Lang's eyes and felt a surge of terror. Yi Lang raised his head, his beast-like gaze filled with contempt as he addressed Qin Chuan. "If the young are inadequate, shall we resort to the old?" Though Qin Chuan's anger flared, he inwardly lamented. Despite his long residence in Tianyong City, he was acutely aware of the dynamics within the imperial city. Not to mention Yi Wuqing, several young scions of the Yi family were formidable opponents, and among the younger generation of the Qin family, few could stand against them. This disparity stemmed not only from innate talent, but also from the vast difference in training resources between the declining Qin family and the illustrious Yi family. Such arrogance, utterly unfathomable. The members of the Qin family were visibly shaken. Qin Yao could no longer restrain herself, exclaiming, "Yi Lang, you are insufferably arrogant." Yi Lang's gaze shifted to Qin Yao, his eyes roving over her figure, lingering suggestively on her chest, a drool-worthy expression crossing his face, which caused Qin Yao's complexion to darken considerably. "Qin Yao, while your talent may be modest, your beauty is remarkable and beguiling. Why not become my concubine?" Yi Lang leered at her, inciting outrage among the young Qin family members. Qin Yao was the jewel of the Qin family, one of the 4 beauties of Tianyong City. Renowned for her striking appearance and exceptional talent, and yet Yi Lang dared to propose such an indignity. Qin Yao took a step forward, but was halted by Qin Wentian, who fixed his gaze on Yi Lang. Having embarked on his cultivation journey, he had yet to truly unleash his power and was eager to test his strength. "Sister." "Allow me," Qin Wentian said, offering Qin Yao a gentle smile. "I fear that dealing with such scum might tarnish your hands." Qin Wentian continued to smile as he pinched Qin Yao's cheek, leaving her momentarily stunned. She shot him a glare, exasperated that he still found time to jest in such a moment. Yet, she understood Qin Wentian's nature. He always wore a carefree demeanor, as if nothing truly troubled him. Nevertheless, his presence was undeniably comforting. "Be careful," Qin Yao advised. "Rest assured," Qin Wentian replied, scratching his head, and stepped outside. He met Yilang's fierce gaze. A young man of similar age yet undeniably formidable, exuding an air of arrogance that seemed to disdain everything around him. "Qin Wentian," Yilang observed, his eyes reflecting a blend of mockery and indifference. "I shall render your hand, which dares to touch Qin Yao, utterly useless. I have heard you are at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, though I am merely at the 6th level of the body refinement. I am curious to see how you intend to cripple my hand." Qin Wentian replied calmly, "I will suppress my strength to the 6th level of the body refinement realm." So you may comprehend just how insignificant the so-called genius of the Qin residence truly is. Yilang's eyes flickered as he launched himself forward like a wolf galloping across the wild, the wind howling fiercely in his wake. His claws aimed directly for Qin Wentian's head, the sound of sinew cracking resonating in the air. The heavenly wolf claw glimmered with a dark radiance. Although he had indeed restrained his power, it remained terrifyingly potent. Observing Yilang's restrained prowess, Qin Wentian's demeanor shifted, revealing a cold indifference that contrasted sharply with his earlier disposition, now radiating an air of arrogant dominance, filled with peril. The starry energy within him swirled violently, surging toward his arm. With a thunderous step, Qin Wentian's arm shot forth, reminiscent of a soaring dragon, commanding all in its path. The chilling heavenly wolf claw collided with his dragon-descending fist, producing a deafening sound. Yilang let out a low, guttural roar, feeling as though his claws might shatter. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. "You dare deceive me?" The force within Yilang trembled violently, his blood surging as he roared. This power was no mere 6th-level strength. His aura erupted, crackling with energy. Initially pushed back a few steps by Qin Wentian's might, he now found himself more perilous, gathering his strength anew. As the fierce wind swept through, Yilang lunged once more, his chilling aura rendering the very air oppressive. Qin Wentian felt as if the entire realm was shrouded in an icy grip, as though a horde of monstrous wolves were closing in on him. What a formidable presence, Qin Wentian thought, internally lamenting that this power could crush him. Yet, within him, the starry energy coalesced into an even more formidable force, swirling like a tempest through his star veins. Every ounce of stored energy surged into his arm, and in that moment, Qin Wentian felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him. Chapter 21. Ruthlessness. The members of the Qin household were filled with anxiety as they witnessed Yilang lunging towards Qin Wentian. In a moment of trembling, Yilang seemed to transform into a ferocious wolf, a spectral image of a demonic wolf tearing towards Qin Wentian with a deafening roar, intent on shredding him to pieces. The beast wolf star soul. No wonder Yilang emanated an aura of primal ferocity. The onlookers' expressions tightened as they observed Qin Yao leaping towards Qin Wentian, her star soul manifesting as an ancient tree. Her first star soul was indeed that of the ancient tree. "Yilang, retreat," Qin Yao commanded with a delicate tone, as sharp wooden blades morphed into lethal swords, launching towards Yilang with deadly intent. The raging elemental force merged with her celestial abilities, unleashing a formidable power emblematic of the Wheel Meridian realm. Shatter. Yilang, now seemingly possessed by madness, exuded a terrifying wildness akin to a beast, tearing through the ancient wooden swords with overwhelming force, relentlessly advancing towards Qin Wentian. Roar. At that very moment, Qin Wentian's arm transformed into a colossal hammer, brimming with resplendent starlight. The hammer then morphed into an azure dragon, its roar resonating through the heavens as it bore down upon Yilang. The chilling Wolf King collided with the domineering azure dragon, creating a tempest that ravaged the surroundings. Both Qin Wentian and Yilang were sent reeling back, their footsteps carving deep grooves into the ground. Wentian. Qin Yao's expression shifted dramatically as the ancient would ensnared Qin Wentian's form. He collided against her, finally halting his retreat, only to feel an overwhelming weakness coursing through him, blood seeping from the numerous lacerations adorning his fists. How formidable! The gap in our realms is too vast, Qin Wentian mused inwardly. In that moment, it felt as though the starlight he had stored within his body had been completely drained by that single blow, leaving him utterly depleted. Indeed, the star soul, which communicated with the stars of the fifth heaven, along with the condensed star meridian, was capable of gathering all his internal star power for that one strike, allowing him to withstand Yu Lang's full force assault, albeit at the cost of exhausting his star energy. Yu Lang, equally astonished, found himself driven back, his claws suspended in the air, dripping with blood. Qin Wentian had indeed injured him. "I will have you dead," Yu Lang bellowed, fixated on Qin Wentian. With each step forward, the aura of the beast intensified, causing the ground to crumble beneath him, a terrifying pressure emanating from his presence. "Were you to act recklessly again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Qin Xuan stated coldly as he observed Yu Lang's relentless pursuit. At the same time, Wu Xiao Luo's eyes gleamed with a ruthless light. Qin Wentian was a formidable figure that needed to be eliminated. Bring Qin Wentian and Qin Yao, along with their companions. Here, anyone who obstructs shall be deemed guilty of defying the imperial decree, Wu Xiao Luo commanded with chilling authority. Seize them. Both Yi Mo and Cold Eagle spoke in unison, and in an instant, a stifling atmosphere enveloped the space as soldiers wielding long spears advanced menacingly towards the Qin residence, creating a suffocating tension. Just as their orders were issued, a throng of archers suddenly surged forth from within the Qin household, swiftly arranging themselves into several ranks. Their massive bows drawn taut like a crescent moon, embodying a striking beauty of strength. It appeared that the Qin household was on the verge of rebellion. Yi Mo spoke coldly, his body soaring into the sky, charging towards the archers. The sound of arrows being released echoed through the air, transforming into a torrential rain of projectiles directed at the knightly order, the arrows whistling with a terrifying sharpness as they sliced through the void. Numerous arrows were aimed directly at Yi Mo in midair. Above him, two star souls simultaneously erupted. The first, the Hawkstar soul, bestowed upon him the agility of a predator and ferocious assault power. The second was akin to a towering mountain, a formidable star soul forged from a martial command star. The Stone Mountain Star Soul, hardening his skin into rock and fortifying both his offense and defense. Yi Mo's eyes glimmered with the keen sharpness of a hawk, his stone-like hands unleashing a devastating force that obliterated everything in its path, shattering all the whistling arrows into fragments. With mastery in the Yuanfu realm and 2 awakened star souls, he had even opened a 3rd star gate, although he had yet to condense a 3rd star soul, rendering him exceptionally powerful. At that moment, behind the archers, 2 elders emerged. One of them glanced at the airborne Yi Mo before soaring into the clouds. The martial guardians? The martial deity remained mounted, his gaze glinting with coldness. These figures were likely the martial guardians who once followed Qin Wu in his illustrious conquests. Yet they lacked the splendor of their former days. In the direction of Qin Wentian, Yi Wolf charged towards him like a beast, flanked by powerful guardians, enabling him to press forward with full force. Those from the Qin residents who attempted to obstruct him were instantly struck down, grievously injured. Qin Yao led Qin Wentian in a retreat, her expression grim as she glanced at the advancing Yi Wolf, who was intent on killing Qin Wentian. "I will block him." A figure appeared before Qin Yao and Qin Wentian, executing a sweeping kick. Bang! Yi Wolf deflected the powerful leg with his arm, and with a swift motion, he seized that leg, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. "Qin Xiao, retreat." Qin Yao's face stiffened, but it was too late. Yi Wolf's hand sliced down, striking Qin Xiao's thigh. In an instant, Qin Xiao let out a piercing cry, collapsing to the ground, his face pale as his leg was severed, blood gushing forth. Qin Yao and the others had retreated to the entrance of the Qin residence, where more martial guardians poured out, forming a formidable barrier. Yi Wolf raised his head to glance at Qin Wentian before turning his attention to Qin Xiao below, his fist crashing down, striking Qin Xiao's head with a brutal force, causing vibrant blood to burst forth, splattering across Yi Wolf's face, adding a further layer of savagery to his visage. "Qin Yao, I will make you my plaything, my slave. I will toy with you as I please." Yi Wolf's voice was icy as he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Qin Yao trembled with fury, her eyes ablaze with indignation, seemingly unheeding of Qin Xuan's words. In that moment, Qin Wentian grasped Qin Yao's hand, stating, "Sister, we must enter the residence." Asking the heavens. Qin Xiao. Qin Yao's eyes were crimson. Although Qin Xiao was not her biological brother, he was still a member of the Qin family. His ancestors had followed Qin Wu into battle, bearing the surname Qin, and despite being a collateral branch, the Qin family never regarded them as outsiders. They were all siblings. "I shall avenge him, undoubtedly." In Qin Wentian's calm voice lay a terrifying indifference, as his composed gaze blazed with a primal fury, fixating intensely on Yi Lang. "Remember me. I will end your life." Qin Wentian vowed that he would indeed slay Yi Lang. he would not be the first. Yilang stood with his foot upon Qin Shao, his eyes wicked, while Qin Wentian led Qin Yao into the Qin residence. At the same time, the arrows of the martial guards repelled the assailants outside. With the guards present, breaching the Qin residence would not be an easy task. Once they entered the Qin residence, chaos ensued. They had not anticipated that the Yi family and its legions would truly besiege the Qin family. "Father, we must stay and assist." Qin Yao protested stubbornly. "The Qin family shall not falter." Tears fell from her eyes. "I merely stated a hypothetical. Since they have acted unjustly, your grandfather will know how to choose. If we can hold on for a few days, hope will arise for the Qin family." Qin Chuan spoke, which allowed Qin Yao and the others to breathe a little easier. It seemed the elders still had a backup plan. The Qin family must not perish in this manner. "Father, I will go train." Qin Wentian addressed Qin Chuan before turning to leave, leaving Qin Yao and the others momentarily stunned. No one noticed the tight grip of his hands, blood seeping out where his nails had pierced his flesh. Qin Chuan watched Qin Wentian's retreating figure, his gaze sharp and flickering, and quietly asked, "Yaoer, if something were to happen, and I were to ask you to protect Wentian, what would you do?" Qin Yao trembled violently, staring blankly at her father, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet a hint of a smile graced her eyes. "Father, as long as Wentian is here, I am here, my child." Qin Chuan gazed at Qin Yao, his eyes filled with fondness, and said, "This child, Wentian, possesses an unimaginable resilience of spirit, now revealing astonishing talent. I hope that within the Qin family, there will be one who can, in the future, overturn this indifferent imperial power." Chapter 22. The visit of Fengping. Qin Wentian was engulfed by a profound sense of anguish as he witnessed the brutal demise of Qin Shao. Her head shattered before his eyes by Yilang's merciless hand. The malevolent grin of Yilang seemed seared into his mind. Yilang, clenching his fists tightly. Qin Wentian sat in the training ground, inhaling deeply to calm himself. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. As darkness enveloped the sky, Qin Wentian momentarily retreated into his own world, impervious to the surrounding clamor. Above him, resplendent lights burst forth as the heavenly hammer star soul materialized. In an instant, from the distant fivefold heaven, the brilliance of his martial destiny, the heavenly hammer star, cascaded down, intertwining with the star soul in a mesmerizing display of ethereal radiance against the night sky. 2 meteorites were placed above his star soul, drawn by the celestial energy, suspended within the luminous starry light. The stellar power contained within the meteorites merged with Qin Wentian's star soul, undergoing a refining process that transformed into the heavenly hammer's martial energy, coursing through his entire being. Martial practitioners connect with their martial destiny to condense their star soul, absorbing unique stellar energies from their respective celestial bodies. Yilang's star soul, embodying the essence of a wild wolf, absorbed a feral energy, while Qin Wentian's star soul, representing the heavenly hammer, infused the celestial power with a domineering force of attack and forging attributes. Previously, Qin Wentian had directly absorbed the stellar energy from the meteorites, which paled in comparison to the purity of the celestial energy from the heavenly hammer. Thus, he chose to first draw the stellar power into his star soul, allowing it to refine the impure energy, fully aware that this method would result in some loss of energy. Before long, Qin Wentian felt the surge of celestial energy coursing through his limbs. He began to circulate the thousand hammer method, the thunderous sounds reverberating within him, as his blood and qi roared like a raging river, distorting the muscles on his face. The brutal celestial energy relentlessly pummeled his body, inflicting agony. Yet, paradoxically, his flesh and blood grew increasingly stronger, evolving towards perfection. The following day, news of the siege on the Qin manor spread throughout Tianyong City. Many who gathered outside the manor were struck by the sight, lamenting the fall of what was once a grand estate, now seemingly destined for oblivion. Surrounding the Qin manor were formidable forces: the Silver Feather Knights of the Cold Eagle, the Dragon Guard of Tianyong City, and the Knights of Wuxiu Luo, who blocked all avenues of escape. Occasionally, they launched probing attacks with cold arrows, while the defenders within the manor, seasoned warriors and martial guards, fiercely resisted, holding their ground at every critical juncture. Onlookers, witnessing this scene, speculated that the Qin manor would not endure for much longer, poised on the brink of collapse. With only 2 days remaining until the annual sacrifice day, there was uncertainty whether the Qin manor could withstand until the next year. Many silently pondered the significance of the annual sacrifice day, the last day of the year dedicated to ancestral worship. Within the Qin manor, a suffocating pressure loomed as key figures like Qin Chuan gathered to strategize. The 3 knightly orders posed a formidable threat, should they receive a command. Direct confrontation would be inevitable, and given the strength of the Qin manor, there was little hope for victory. Qin Chuan cast his gaze upon the assembly, addressing the crowd. How formidable is the strength of the martial guards? Someone inquired of him. It was apparent that even within the Qin residence, knowledge of the martial guards' prowess was scant. The martial guards were comprised entirely of elite warriors. While their numbers could barely withstand an assault, there existed a significant disparity in overall strength. What of those who once pledged allegiance to the martial king? Will they not rally their forces? The elders should have made arrangements, yet distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. The outside forces seem unhurried to launch an all-out attack, exuding confidence, and it is this very certainty that troubles me. Qin Chuan sighed, and in the vast hall, his voice echoed, devoid of any countermeasures. After a moment of silence, Qin Wentian spoke. Should the enemy initiate a full-scale assault, I shall dispatch a contingent to be led by Qin He and Qin Yi. They are to escort the younger generation, including Qin Yao, Wentian, and Qin Shang, away from the conflict. Fighting is strictly prohibited, only retreat is permitted. Brother, I refuse to be a coward, Qin Yi retorted fiercely. Our martial accomplishments are limited, and the younger generation represents the future of the Qin residents. I entrust the future of the Qin family to you, not to have you act as cowards. Do you understand? Qin Chuan slammed the table, his voice booming, rendering Qin Yi momentarily speechless. This matter requires no further discussion. Those who defy this order are unworthy to be called sons of the Qin family. Qin Chuan's words rendered the assembly speechless. Even the younger generation, including Qin Yo and Qin Wentian, felt a surge of indignation, yearning to rush forth and confront the enemy. Master, at that moment, someone entered from outside, addressing Qin Chuan. Master Feng Ping of the Star River Guild seeks an audience. The Star River Guild? Qin Chuan expressed surprise. Please, let him in. Moments later, Feng Ping entered the grand hall, and upon seeing him, Qin Wentian's expression turned peculiar. Greetings, Lord Qin Chuan, Feng Ping acknowledged. What brings Master Feng to the Qin residence? Qin Chuan inquired with considerable courtesy, for the status of a master craftsman was indeed extraordinary. I have come seeking young Master Wentian. Feng Ping cast a wry smile toward Qin Wentian. On that day, Mu Qing had mentioned taking him to the imperial city in a moment of greed. He had claimed the divine weapon was of his making, only to find Mu Qing demanding he forge it anew, which left him quite vexed. He had to rush to inquire with Lin Yu and learn that the apprentice was none other than Qin Wentian, and that the Qin residence was besieged. Nonetheless, he summoned the courage to come. Fortunately, as a member of the Star River Guild, he was afforded some respect by those outside, allowing him to fabricate a reason for entry. The crowd displayed expressions of curiosity. What could Feng Ping possibly want with Qin Wentian? Is there something you require? Qin Wentian asked, his tone indifferent. I wish to collaborate with young Master Wentian in forging a divine weapon. May I inquire if that is possible? Feng Ping, sensing Qin Wentian's cool demeanor, could only manage a trembling smile. Qin Wentian felt a stir within. That Feng Ping sought his assistance in crafting a divine weapon could imply that the weapons he had casually forged had surpassed Feng Ping's level of skill. Otherwise, there would have been no need for Feng Ping to approach him. It seemed the runes from his memories were indeed extraordinary, Qin Wentian mused inwardly, recognizing this as the only explanation. With this thought, he could not help but smirk. At a time when my Qin residence is in peril, I cannot afford to assist a master craftsman in the forging of weapons. Should I inadvertently ruin your materials, I would be unable to compensate, so I must decline your request. Feng Ping gazed at Qin Wentian with a bitter smile, speaking in a subdued tone. Young Master Wentian, should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. First, may I inquire why you seek me for artifact forging? Qin Wentian fixed his gaze upon Feng Ping, contemplating that the divine weapon he had inscribed that day was merely a first-tier weapon, capable at best of producing a superior first-tier artifact. Feng Ping should be able to achieve the same, and even if his mastery of divine patterns was not as proficient as his own, there seemed little reason to solicit his assistance. Feng Ping's expression betrayed his distress. If the master was unwilling to disclose anything, there was little left to discuss. He cast a glance at Qin Chuan, who understood and gestured to the crowd, prompting many to disperse, leaving only a handful behind. The master may now speak, Qin Wentian declared, causing Feng Ping's demeanor to stiffen. Internally lamenting his lack of options, he recounted the events that led to this moment. Upon hearing the circumstances, Qin Chuan and the others were astounded. Qin Wentian could inscribe divine patterns. Wentian, I can escort you to the Star River Guild. Mu Qing will surely ensure your safety. Qin Chuan remarked, his eyes glinting with intensity. Qin Wentian also entertained thoughts. Mu Qing had once been the master of the artifact forging hall of the Star River Guild in Tianyang City, and his forging prowess had evidently increased, granting him considerable status. If he were willing to assist, perhaps he could aid the Qin household. Meanwhile, Feng Ping appeared increasingly anxious, caught in a dilemma. Master Feng, Qin Wentian addressed him, I cannot forge divine weapons alongside you. However, your desire to follow Mu Qing stems from a wish to enhance your forging skills. I am well versed in numerous divine patterns and can impart some to you, while you may elucidate this to Master Mu Qing. Thank you, young Master Wentian. Feng Ping replied gratefully. Please wait a moment, Qin Wentian said as he exited the grand hall, eliciting peculiar expressions from Qin Chuan and the others. Brother, have you taught Wentian to inscribe divine patterns? Qin he inquired curiously. The intricacies of divine patterns are beyond my own understanding. How could I possibly instruct Wentian? Qin Chuan shook his head, murmuring, strange. Yaoer, you have always been close to Wentian. Are you aware? That rascal has many secrets unknown to me. Qin Yao replied with a pout. Yet she hoped Qin Wentian could establish a connection with the Star River Guild, for it would shield him from the impending calamity of the Qin household. Forging star souls, Feng Ping's heart quivered as he focused on Qin Wentian. Indeed, my star soul is forged by communicating with the martial command stars of the third heaven. I shall provide you with these iron sheets, and in return, should Master Feng be able to bring me a batch of divine weapons, I would be willing to exchange them for divine patterns. Qin Wentian's words ignited a fervor within Feng Ping. The intricacy of Wentian's divine patterns was exceptional, and should he grasp even one, forging a peak-level first-tier artifact would be effortlessly attainable. As Qin Wentian observed Feng Ping's departure, his expression flickered with intent. He deliberately showcased his forging talent, hoping to draw Mu Qing's attention. He wondered whether Mu Qing's influence could extricate the Qin household from its plight. Father, I shall take my leave as well, Qin Wentian announced, preparing to delve into the more profound mysteries of second-tier divine patterns. Chapter 23 Crisis Time seemed to fly for Qin Wentian. Within 2 days, he engaged in fervent cultivation and comprehended the second-tier divine patterns, consuming 2 meteorite stones in the process. At last, he stepped into the 7th level of body refinement. His astral essence permeated his organs, invigorating his presence. Each breath seemed to harbor boundless vitality. With a casual punch, he could unleash an immense force equivalent to 50 bulls. He yearned for more time to enhance his cultivation and augment his strength. However, for the people of the Qin residence, the days dragged on like years. Outside, the 3 nightly orders launched increasingly frenzied assaults, with lives lost at every turn. The flames of oppression and hatred had reached a boiling point. A voice emerged from the Qin residence, urging to break free at all costs, even if it meant dragging others down with them. Qin Chuan did not acquiesce. Instead, he gathered all the clan members together to pay respects to the ancestral effigy of Qin Wu in the ancestral hall. Today marked the day of the annual memorial, and the venerable elder of the Qin family, Qin Hao, also made an appearance. After the ancestral rites, the clan members departed the hall. As they walked through the residence, a family member transported a corpse past them, prompting someone to exclaim, "Elder, let us fight back. If this continues, we shall be trapped to death." There is no need for that. They seek me, and I have already contacted a few old friends from the past. Once I am taken as a prisoner to the imperial city, they will mobilize from the borders, Qin Hao replied calmly. As long as I am in their hands, those people will feel at ease. Father, that is unacceptable. The Qin residents must not allow you to take such risks. Qin Chuan shook his head, understanding that the elder's intent was to sacrifice himself. The foundation built by your grandfather is now in my hands, and I cannot bear to witness its destruction. Qin Hao smiled lightly, then approached Qin Wentian and the others, gently ruffling Qin Wentian's hair and kindly saying, "Protect Wentian and ensure that no harm befalls him." Qin Chuan's eyes glistened with red, nodding heavily. Grandfather. A wave of melancholy washed over Qin Wentian. Could it be that the Qin residents truly could not survive this calamity? Elder, the head of the Star River Guild has arrived, someone reported, startling Qin Wentian and igniting a glimmer of hope within him. Perhaps there might be a turning point. Quick, please invite him in, Qin Chuan instructed. Moments later, they beheld several figures approaching, a number of large packages in tow. Old Master Qin, I am Mu Qing, here to seek out young Master Wentian. The leader was none other than Mu Qing, whom Qin Wentian had met at the Star River Guild, accompanied by the proud young lady and Feng Ping. Qin Hao nodded slightly, and Qin Wentian stepped forward, saying, "It is an honor to meet Master Mu Qing." Qin Wentian, "I have seen the divine patterns you inscribed. They are exquisite. Would you be willing to join the Star River Guild and become my disciple?" Mu Qing inquired of Qin Wentian. "If I were to agree to join the Star River Guild and take you as my master, could you ensure the safety of the Qin residents?" Qin Wentian asked, gazing at Mu Qing. Mu Qing hesitated for a moment, then shook his head slightly. "The matters concerning the Qin residents are exceedingly complex and involve far-reaching implications. Although I am with the Star River Guild, it is inconvenient for me to intervene extensively. However, as long as you agree, I can take you away safely right now." Wentian, accept his offer. Qin Hao and Qin Chuan both spoke up. Yet Qin Wentian felt a profound disappointment. How could he ensure the safety of the Qin residents if he were to forsake it and flee alone? Shaking his head at this thought, he replied, "Master Mu Qing, I cannot agree. Please reconsider. Once you nod in assent, with your prodigious talents, everything you desire will be within your grasp, even the opportunity to avenge the Qin family," Mu Qing urged. Qin Wentian, along with Qin Chuan, gazed at him, recognizing the weight of the situation. However, Qin Wentian resolutely shook his head, stating, "If I can secure the safety of the Qin residents, I shall certainly agree." Mu Qing regarded Qin Wentian with a bittersweet smile and said, "I lack such great power, yet I still hope not to lose such a talented individual. You may first become a guest elder of the Star River Guild. Later, you can decide whether to join. Although I cannot intervene in this matter, I assure you that once you are in the Star River Guild, no one will dare to act against you." Qin Wentian's eyes brightened, and he bowed to Mu Qing, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Mu Qing. I am willing to become a guest elder of the Star River Guild." "Very well. I hope you arrive safely at the Star River Guild. I shall await your presence," Mu Qing said, patting Qin Wentian on the shoulder before turning to leave. Behind him, Feng Ping waved his hand, and the individuals accompanying him unfurled several bundles, revealing numerous divine weapons on the ground. "This is all I possess: 8 first-rank superior divine weapons and 37 mid-rank divine weapons. I have been fervently forging these past few days," Feng Ping explained. "Thank you," Qin Wentian said, handing Feng Ping a piece of second-rank divine patterned iron, which caused Feng Ping to depart in ecstatic delight. "These divine weapons will bolster the strength of our Qin residents. Wentian, select a few for yourself, and Qin Chuan can divide the surplus," Qin Hao suggested. Qin Wentian nodded and chose a single divine weapon, a long spear that resembled a dragon, fierce and domineering, perfectly suited to him. Suddenly, a scream shattered the brief tranquility of the Qin residents, followed by cries echoing in all directions. The crowd looked up to witness a rain of fiery arrows descending from the sky into the Qin residents. In an instant, flames erupted, signaling that the attackers had launched their full-scale assault. Qin Hao's figure flickered as he charged towards the outside of the Qin residence. "Father!" Qin Chuan and the others followed suit. The once orderly Qin residence was now in chaos, with all fighters advancing outward while the martial guards steadfastly maintained their positions. Soon, at the entrance of the Qin residence, Qin Hao stepped out, and immediately, Wu Shiluo raised his hand, bringing all to a halt. However, flames were already soaring from within the residence, and powerful adversaries had breached the walls, directly assaulting the martial guards. Many outside the Qin residence watched in anticipation, as if to witness the demise of the Qin family. "Wu Shiluo, I shall accompany you, but spare the people of the Qin residence." Qin Hao calmly approached Wu Shiluo and his companions. "The old man is quite agreeable. Naturally, I will spare the people of the Qin residence," Wu Shiluo chuckled, adding, "But first, I must ensure that the old man can leave with me safely." As his words fell, 2 knights approached Qin Hao, brandishing long spears. Qin Chuan and others gripped tightly with both hands, their bodies slick with sweat, overwhelmed by tension. Suddenly, the 2 knights thrust their long spears forward simultaneously with tremendous force. The sound piercing the air as the weapons punctured Qin Hao's legs, blood gushing forth, leaving 2 immense wounds. "Father! Old man!" Qin Chuan and others roared as they rushed forward, but they were met with a ferocious command from Qin Hao: "Stop!" Lying prostrate on the ground, he was unable to rise. Qin Chuan and the others halted, their faces pale, filled with flames of hatred. The warhorse of Wushira approached Qin Hao, gazing down upon him, its dark visage imbued with malice. "Indeed, the old man is a man of passion, yet my words are not yet finished. I will spare the Qin residents only if they do not resist, and the core individuals must still be taken." With that, Wushira coldly ordered, "Take the old man away." Numerous knights, armed with long spears, advanced slowly towards Qin Hao, still somewhat apprehensive. However, Qin Hao was too weak to resist and was taken away. Turning his back to the Qin residents, he shouted, "Qin Chuan, remember my words. Brother, kill them all." Qin Ya's eyes blazed with primal fury. "Others, follow me to slaughter." With a single command from Qin Chuan, many simultaneously unleashed their star souls, striding forth with a resounding clang that shook the ground, infused with iron and blood. The warhorses galloped, 3 cavalry regiments sweeping through like a tempest, charging towards the people of the Qin residence, erupting into a bloodbath. From the west gate, Brother has arranged for a guard to await there. Qin He led the group in a frantic dash. Amidst the chaos, Qin Wentian and Qin Yao rushed towards their dwelling. "Second uncle, I will go see my mother. You all head to the west gate first." Tears cascaded down Qin Yao's cheeks as she witnessed her father's valiant struggle. Yet she was forced to flee. "Heibai, come with me." Qin Wentian intended to carry Heibai away, but found Heibai pressing a star-shaped object into his hands, saying, "Do not worry. Even if the Qin residence is truly breached and loyal descendants are slaughtered, the royal family cannot afford such disgrace. They only desire the core members. As an outsider, I will not be of concern." No. Qin Wentian knew Heibai feared being a burden, and he shouted in anger, "Trust my judgment, after all these years. Have you ever seen Heibai miscalculate? The flame shall not reach this place." Heibai smiled slightly and replied, "Remember, only use it when your death is certain. Now go. Do not drag the Qin residence down." Qin Wentian took a few steps back, then knelt before Heibai, bowing thrice before turning to leave. Heibai had raised him for so many years, always firm in his word. Unable to persuade Heibai, Qin Wentian harbored another thought, as Heibai had said. Even if the Qin residents fell, those outside represented the royal family's honor and would not resort to slaughtering a meritorious clan. Heibai was not a significant figure within the Qin residents, while he himself was specifically targeted. Perhaps having Heibai beside him was even more perilous. Chapter 24. A Cold Heart. The Qin residence is equipped with 4 gates in the cardinal directions. As Qin Hao was captured and the estate succumbed to flames, individuals from the Qin family poured out of all 4 gates in a desperate bid for escape, except for the eastern gate, where Qin Chuan confronted the enemy head-on. Cavalry surged forth from the southern and northern gates, safeguarding the escape of the Qin clan. Yet, the pivotal figures of the Qin family gathered at the western gate. "Hurry!" Qin He called out upon seeing Qin Wentian, Qin Yao, and the others approaching. With an urgent prompt, Qin Wentian and his companions stomped their feet, propelling themselves into the air, landing deftly atop their steeds. "Let us go." Qin He led the cavalry forward. At the forefront stood a cadre of martial guards, each bearing a massive hornbow on their backs, wielding spears in their right hands, with swords hanging from their left saddles, prepared to engage with multiple weapons. The icy wind brushed against their cheeks, carrying a chilling aura as Qin Wentian and his companions galloped westward. Suddenly, numerous figures emerged from the bustling streets on either side, their expressions reflecting the ire of the Qin family upon recognizing the leading figures: Elder Yimo, Yi Lang, and Bai Qingsong, the head of the Bai family. It was evident that the Bai family had aligned themselves with the onslaught against the Qin estate. This wolf had been nurtured by the Qin family itself. The martial guards showed no signs of hesitation. The knights swiftly seized their long spears, drawing their horn bows in a single motion, knocking 3 arrows simultaneously. Without exception, each archer loosed a volley of 3 arrows in quick succession. The foremost among them released arrows imbued with a resplendent starlight, accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound, causing the very air to tremble with their ferocity. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows found their mark, piercing through the throats of several foes with the swiftness of lightning, continuing unabated on their trajectory. "Kill!" Qin He uttered coldly, acutely aware of the martial prowess of his guards, who were the epitome of elite fighters. One even possessing the formidable strength of the Yuanfu realm, capable of contending with Yimo. Qin Wentian urged his steed forward, grasping the long spear from his back, channeling celestial energy through his arm into the weapon, transforming it into an extension of himself. Blood erupted ahead, glistening vividly in the sunlight. Qin He and Qin Yi unleashed their star souls, engaging in fierce combat with Yi Lang's men, as a contingent of knights charged towards Qin Wentian and his companions. Suddenly, a long spear lunged towards Qin Wentian's throat, swift and precise. The whistling wind morphed into a sharp killing intent that struck against him. In that moment, he felt no fear, only calmness, his eyes shining with the brilliance of stars. With a powerful thrust, he countered, the tips of their spears clashing together. Boom! The overwhelming force reverberated through the opponent's arm, causing the spear to slip from their grasp. Yet, Qin Wentian's spear surged forward with unstoppable momentum, scraping against the falling weapon and driving into the adversary's throat as his steed carried him onward. Releasing his grip momentarily, he seized the spear again, bloodied and fierce, as it emerged from the foe's throat. Before Qin Wentian, Yilang's vicious claws clamped down on a martial guard's head. With a slight exertion, the guard fell from his horse, his skull torn apart, lifeless. Yilang's fierce gaze, imbued with a wild aura, fixed upon Qin Wentian, gleaming with a hint of disdain, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, as if in provocation. On this day next year, it will be the day of mourning for your Qin residents. Qin Hao and Qin Chuan will be publicly executed in the imperial city, surrounded by millions for their treason, Yilang declared coldly, then gestured towards the battling Qin Yao, saying, "Spare that woman for me. I wish to savor her demise slowly." Flustered, Qin Yao momentarily lost focus, nearly struck by her opponent. Qin Wentian cast a cold glance at Yilang before turning his horse and galloping away. Fleeing? Yilang's sneer deepened. Today they had set an elaborate trap for the Qin residents. Since this group had chosen this path, there was no chance they would leave alive. Yilang's steed surged forward, pursuing Qin Wentian, as he commanded, "Do not let anyone interfere. His life is mine." Countless onlookers in the inns and taverns along the road watched the fierce clash, their hearts trembling. The man who had just fought was Qin Wentian, the reputed waste of the Qin residents, yet on the day of assessment, he had astonishingly revealed his terrifying talent, showcasing formidable combat prowess. But what of it? The one pursuing him was Yilang, the genius of the Yi family in the imperial city, a disciple of the Shura leader. Qin Wentian was destined to perish. Many sighed in resignation, and in mere moments, Qin Wentian and Yilang raced to the other end of the avenue, where the terrain opened up, ideal for battle. From any high vantage point on the street, one could see the unfolding drama. At that moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Wentian reined in his steed, turning to face the pursuing Yilang. Buzz! Qin Wentian hurled his long spear, propelled by a tempest, hurtling towards the figure charging at him, not aimed at Yilang himself, but at his steed. With the horse's speed and momentum, evasion was utterly impossible. A sickening sound echoed as the spear pierced the horse's skull, eliciting a mournful cry. Yilang's body soared into the air like a great rock, lunging towards Qin Wentian, although he was merely at the body-refining stage and could not fly. Leveraging his immense strength to leap was effortless. Moreover, with a star soul akin to a wolf, Yilang's leaping ability was formidable. At that moment, he resembled a demonic wolf, claws glinting with terrifying power as they reached for Qin Wentian. On horseback, Qin Wentian found it difficult to exert force. He could only spring off the saddle as Yilang's claws plunged into the horse's head. The immense force swiftly crushed the steed, and both warriors descended to solid ground. Now facing each other, mountless, Yilang licked the blood from his lips, gazing at Qin Wentian as if he were staring at a corpse. The ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of body refinement possesses the strength of 81 bulls, while Yi Wolf, a pinnacle martial artist of body refinement, wields a terrifying power exceeding 100 bulls, enhanced by his stellar soul and techniques. Qin Wentian remained remarkably composed. This time, he would not afford Yi Wolf even the slightest opportunity. 9 silver needles emerged in Qin Wentian's hands, and without a moment's hesitation, he precisely pierced 9 of his acupoints. In an instant, he felt his latent potential being unleashed, a surge of power coursing through him that made him yearn to howl with exhilaration. Qin Wentian was already well-versed in the acupuncture techniques imparted by Heibo, although he had never employed this method of awakening potential due to its side effects. He resolved to eliminate the adversary before him. Unfortunately, Yi Wolf would not witness the destruction of the Qin manor, nor the degradation of his sister Qin Yao into a mere plaything. With a sinister grin, Yi Wolf advanced, his demonic wolf stellar soul radiating fiercely. He harbored no intentions of holding back, determined to annihilate his opponent with merciless, overwhelming force, denying Qin Wentian any chance of survival. In their previous encounter, Qin Wentian had unleashed a desperate strike of formidable strength, yet Yi Wolf was resolute in not granting him any leeway. This was a testament to his confidence in his own prowess. As Yi Wolf approached, Qin Wentian unleashed his own stellar soul, the pale golden brilliance illuminating the surroundings, captivating the onlookers with the spectacle of a clash between prodigious martial artists. The air vibrated, Yi Wolf's figure blurred, resembling a fearsome black demonic wolf lunging toward Qin Wentian with breathtaking speed. At that moment, Qin Wentian's calmness was unervingly intense. His keen senses detected Yi Wolf's rapid approach. an icy aura enveloping him, as if it sought to rend him to shreds. He pivoted slightly, finally springing into motion. His stellar soul flickered as his arm struck down like a celestial hammer, transforming into a terrifying dragon shadow. The convergence of his celestial hammer stellar soul and the dragon descending fist exuding an overwhelming pressure. Celestial Wolf Claw. Yi Wolf unleashed a devastating assault. His razor-sharp claws capable of rending boulders and shattering hills. A mortal body could not withstand such ferocity. Nine Heavens Dragon Roar. This marked the second collision between the two. A near-ultimate confrontation. With a resounding crash, Qin Wentian felt his fist being torn apart, while Yi Wolf sensed an overpowering force surging from his palm into his arm, threatening to shatter it and penetrate deep within. Boom. A horrifying force resonated within Yi Wolf's body, sending him flying before he crashed violently to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. After his breakthrough, Qin Wentian's power surged to a new echelon, at the 7th level of body refinement. He possessed the strength of 49 bulls. As a practitioner at the 5th level, supplemented by the enhancement of his stellar soul techniques and the potential awakening method. The force of his strike was staggering. This blow drained half of Qin Wentian's strength as he refrained from unleashing his full power like before, knowing it would leave him incapacitated. Nevertheless, the single strike left Yi Wolf grievously wounded. Indeed, Yi Lang, like most martial cultivators, commenced his training in refining the primordial energies of heaven and earth long before he could coalesce his star soul. Consequently, his physique pales in comparison to that of Qin Wentian, resulting in a significantly diminished enhancement from his star soul. Of course, Qin Wentian faced his own tribulations. He retreated several paces to regain his footing, yet he did not allow even a moment's respite. Like a ferocious beast, he trampled upon the earth and lunged toward Yi Lang. Yi Lang's expression stiffened, his countenance growing colder. In an instant, he leaped into the air. But Qin Wentian's tempestuous fist descended upon him like a colossal mountain, leaving the agile Yi Lang no time to evade. He could only brace himself for another direct confrontation. Bang! In that hurried moment, the gathered force of Yi Lang was once again repelled, and after being grievously wounded twice, his vital energy could not stabilize, causing him to continuously spout blood, his complexion ashen. Yet, as he raised his gaze, he was met with a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent, fixated upon him. For the first time, Yi Lang experienced the chilling dread of death, an icy sensation enveloping his entire being, an overwhelming coldness. Chapter 25. The rampaging youth Yi Lang clearly did not anticipate that Qin Wentian's strength would suddenly become so formidable. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in such a direct confrontation. However, a single misstep rendered regret futile, and Qin Wentian charged at him once more with unbridled fervor. Young master. In the distance, the members of the Yi family watched the unfolding scene with faces paling in horror, especially Yi Lang's guards, who frantically surged towards them. Stop them! Qin Yi bellowed, his body launching forward with the ferocity of a cheetah, swiftly toppling one of them from his steed. Meanwhile, several arrows from the martial guards soared through the air, striking one adversary down. The ground trembled as Qin Wentian advanced upon Yi Lang with a fervor that rendered his slender form akin to a tempest, swift enough to instill trepidation in onlookers. How swift! The members of the Qin household felt a profound shock, recalling how this once overlooked silent youth had tirelessly trained each morning, undeterred by rain or shine. In his frenzied dash, Qin Wentian seized the spear embedded in Yi Lang's steed's skull, his sharp gaze fixed on the fleeing figure ahead. Suddenly, he unleashed a roar of fury, as if channeling his boundless wrath into the strike. The spear sliced through the air, targeting Yi Lang with greater precision and swiftness than any arrow. Be careful! Yemo shouted ahead, and Yi Lang sensed the looming danger, vaulting away in desperation. With a piercing sound, the spear, initially aimed at Yi Lang's head, instead pierced his leg, pinning him to the ground and eliciting a chilling, beastly howl from him. A gust of cold wind swept through, and in that fleeting moment, Qin Wentian was at Yi Lang's side, lifting his foot to stomp down on Yi Lang's back, the immense force causing him to spit blood. In that instant, the space fell silent. All combatants paused, their gazes transfixed on the scene. They beheld the boy's eyes burning with an icy flame as he extracted the spear from Yi Lang's leg and flipped him over. In Yi Lang's eyes, a palpable fear of death emerged. He had never imagined he might perish here. The Yi family seemed to hold their breath. Should Yi Lang die, his guards would follow him to the grave. Qin Wentian, should you dare to plunge that spear down, a living hell awaits you. Yumo's voice was frigid as he regarded Qin Wentian. Raising his head, Qin Wentian cast a glance at Yemo, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Exuding an aura of malevolence, his eyes brimming with disdainful mockery. Lowering his gaze once more to the prostrate Yi Lang, Qin Wentian declared icily, "I have said before, I shall kill you. You dare to harm me, and you will suffer a most gruesome fate." Yi Lang's eyes still glimmered with primal ferocity as he fixed his gaze on Qin Wentian, threateningly. "Qin Wentian, should Yi Lang perish, your Qin residents will not withstand the wrath of the Yi family." Yi Mo added pressure, their pride unwavering even in this moment. "Remember, Yi Lang will not be the first." As Qin Wentian's indifferent voice fell, the long spear in his hand suddenly soared towards the ground with a piercing whistle. The soft sound echoed, as if time itself had frozen. The spear pierced through Yi Lang's skull, pinning him to the ground, blood splattering forth. Yet, Yi Lang's eyes remained open, seemingly unable to fathom his own demise. In the distance, the crowd stared vacantly, their chests heaving. Finally realizing that Qin Wentian's earlier frantic dash was not an act of retreat but a ploy to lure his prey, Yi Lang, leaving him no chance of escape. "Well done," Qin bellowed, appreciating the decisive shot fired by Qin Wentian. "Come to kill me. If I survive today, I shall become your Yi family's nightmare." Qin Wentian directed his spear towards Yi Mo, speaking coldly, before he turned and sprinted into an alley. Yi Mo stepped forward, soaring into the air, but the martial guardian of Yuanfu realm directly obstructed his path. Qin Wentian intended to incite the Yi family to pursue him, granting the Qin family a fleeting opportunity to escape. Yet, he could not allow Yi Mo, a formidable opponent capable of flight, to chase after Qin Wentian. "Kill Qin Wentian," Yi Mo commanded icily, prompting the Yi family members to rush forth in pursuit of Qin Wentian. With Yi Lang slain, they could not afford to let the murderer slip away, for the wrath of the Yi family would be unbearable. Bai Qingsong's astonishment lingered, as the once smiling youth now exuded an iron-blooded aura inherent to the Qin family. His gaze instilled a sense of fear within Bai Qingsong, and deep down, a flicker of regret may have lingered, yet that sentiment was swiftly drowned by reason. The most pressing matter was to annihilate the Qin family and eliminate Qin Wentian, ensuring that the Qin household did not rise again. Many from the Yi and Bai families pursued Qin Wentian, significantly relieving the pressure on the Qin family. "Everyone withdraw to the Star River Guild," Qin He instructed. "But what about Wentian?" Qin Yao expressed her concern. "Do not betray Wentian's intentions. I shall find him." "Qin Yi, I entrust this to you," Qin He commanded, then raced towards the direction where Qin Wentian had fled. With bloodshot eyes, Qin Yi shouted, "Retreat." As the Yi family members charged into the streets where Qin Wentian had vanished, his figure was nowhere to be seen. Given Qin Wentian's familiarity with Tianong City, it was inconceivable that he would take a direct route for them to pursue. Upon encountering a fork in the road, they immediately split into pairs to track him, determined to find him alive or dead. Every time they reached a junction, they would divide, for traveling as a single group would hinder their chances of locating the deliberately concealed Qin Wentian. This street was one of the most bustling thoroughfares in Tianong City, filled with numerous alleyways unsuitable for horseback riding, prompting some knights to dismount and proceed on foot. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian concealed himself in a deserted alley at the street's end, a star meteorite appearing in his hand, continuously absorbing its energy, neglecting the use of star soul refinement, as he was in dire need of replenishing his strength. A voice reached Qin Wentian's ears, causing him to tense up instantly. The sound of footsteps followed, heightening his alertness. In the blink of an eye, two figures darted past him, only to halt simultaneously, seemingly sensing his presence. Buzz. In that split second, Qin Wentian, his body taut as a drawn bowstring, surged forward like a released arrow or a fierce leopard. With a sudden thrust, his spear shot forth, embodying the ferocity of a dragon, accompanied by a terrifying roar that melded the dragon's subduing fist into his weapon, exuding unparalleled might. A figure, just turning around, found the unstoppable spear piercing through his throat with the swiftness of lightning. The other individual felt a tremor in his heart and instinctively retreated a step, increasing the distance between himself and Qin Wentian. "Tiger break fist," he roared, unleashing a torrent of fearsome winds that surged towards Qin Wentian, akin to a tiger tearing into its prey, with wild energy radiating from each punch. The power of divine abilities belonged to a cultivator of the Wheel Meridian realm. In that moment, Qin Wentian was remarkably composed, his gaze fixed solely upon his adversary. Although this individual was not a martial fate practitioner, he wielded the power of divine abilities, capable of launching long-range attacks without approaching Qin Wentian, granting him a significant advantage over those of the body refinement realm. Roar. The spear, embodying the essence of a dragon, swept forth, breaking through the oncoming punches as if they were mere paper. The strength of Qin Wentian, augmented by his divine weapon, had reached the level of a Wheel Meridian Realm cultivator. This adversary, being merely a first-tier Wheel Meridian practitioner, was limited in power. In that fleeting moment, Qin Wentian made a decisive choice to eliminate his opponent swiftly. What overwhelming power! The adversary thought, astonished that Qin Wentian could shatter his divine technique. Retreating further to avoid close combat, he unleashed a barrage of furious punches, striving to overwhelm Qin Wentian. Radiant stellar energy erupted as a hammer materialized in Qin Wentian's left hand, tracing a magnificent arc before crashing forward with terrifying force. Boom! The violent winds from the punches clashed with the hammer's domineering strength, dispersing the divine abilities. Qin Wentian braced himself against the residual force, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying sharpness as he advanced a few steps, his spear unwavering. Die. Suddenly, Qin Wentian released the spear, which shot forth like an enraged dragon. The adversary fought back desperately, but the might contained within Qin Wentian's strike was immense. The spear pierced directly into the center of his forehead, and the Wheel Meridian Realm cultivator fell. Exhaling deeply, Qin Wentian withdrew his spear and swiftly retreated into an alley, moving towards the other end. The commotion would likely attract attention soon. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt a wave of fatigue. After all, he was merely at the 7th level of body refinement. The consecutive kills of Yi Lang and 2 martial cultivators, combined with the blow he just endured, had drained him significantly. Once the effects of the acupuncture method wore off, he would be even weaker, necessitating his arrival at a safe location before that occurred. Chapter 26. Reinforcements. Qin Wentian cast aside the divine long spear without a moment's hesitation. The sight of him wielding such a remarkable weapon made him conspicuous, and those pursuing him could easily track his whereabouts by merely inquiring with passers-by. He did not harbor any illusions of safety simply because he had slain a formidable opponent from the Wheel Meridian realm. That individual was merely a practitioner of celestial elemental energy, lacking sufficient strength. Should he encounter a more powerful adversary, he would be unable to withstand the confrontation. And even with the spear's enhancement, he would meet the same fate in battle. In such circumstances, he understood the necessity of making prudent choices. After discarding the spear, he purchased a robe from a nearby shop, draping it over his original attire to disguise himself. He then began to meander through the street, occasionally catching sight of his pursuers scanning the vicinity. However, whenever he quietly turned towards an alley, he became increasingly difficult to detect. He considered finding someone to act as a guide to secure various exits, while also allowing others to infiltrate the area for a search. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. Currently, Qin Wentian leaned against a wall, casually toying with the star-shaped object given to him by Heibua. He was unaware of its contents, but it was evident that Heibua would not bestow upon him anything trivial. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of approaching footsteps. A sense of urgency gripped his heart as he glanced sideways to see an individual strolling towards him. With his head down, Qin Wentian could only suspect rather than confirm. As the person called out, "Lift your head," Qin Wentian did not comply, and as the footsteps drew nearer, tension coursed through him once more, the power within him gathering. Abruptly, he raised his head, poised to strike, only to hear a sharp sound as a long spear pierced the man's neck with precision. Then, a figure stepped out from a nearby courtyard. "Uncle," Qin Wentian's gaze sharpened, recognizing the individual as Qin He, who had followed him upon realizing his arrival. "Alive," Qin He uttered, before hastening towards the alley's exit. Dressed similarly in a robe, he placed a bamboo hat atop his head and lowered it, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from Qin Wentian, as the robe effectively concealed their differences in stature. "Uncle," Qin Wentian exclaimed, suddenly comprehending his relative's intention. However, he soon heard a commotion from outside as Qin He deliberately collided with something to attract attention. "They found him. Here!" Exclamations quickly echoed from outside, sending a tremor through Qin Wentian's heart. He recalled the duplicitous visage of Bai Qingsong. Some individuals exude an air of propriety and refinement, yet are utterly despicable at heart, while others may appear aloof but are incapable of concealing their iron-blooded fervor. The sons of the Qin household are forged in blood and tears. "I must survive." Qin Wentian clenched his fists, his mind fixated solely on the singular thought, to live. As Qin Wentian quickened his pace, he discerned that Qin He's actions would undoubtedly create a significant commotion, drawing pursuers to encircle him. However, should his identity be unveiled, they would swiftly react. He had to seize this fleeting opportunity to escape the vicinity. The fury within him, coupled with the instinct for survival, transformed into a potent force. He darted through the alleyways with remarkable speed until he reached an opening, which, as expected, was unguarded. Without a moment's hesitation, he burst forth and sped along a wide thoroughfare, flanked by a towering wall that separated the inner streets from the main avenue. At that moment, a lithe figure suddenly leaped onto the wall ahead of him, a young woman, around 18, clad in form-fitting attire that accentuated her perfect curves. Her shoulder-length black hair danced in the wind, and her eyes sparkled upon spotting Qin Wentian. She playfully whistled, her face illuminating with an enchanting smile. Although Qin Wentian did not recognize this striking and somewhat alluring woman, her gaze clearly indicated that she was familiar with him. Nevertheless, she exhibited no hostility, prompting him to continue his swift escape. However, he soon perceived that the woman was moving in parallel to him atop the wall while he was on the roadway below. "Haha, have we found him?" rang out a jovial voice, and Qin Wentian then noticed another figure vaulting onto the wall, casting a glance in his direction. "With me on the scene, there's no issue," the woman chuckled, and without further dialogue, she continued to follow him. This development incited Qin Wentian's inner curses, for the conspicuous movements of the duo on the opposite side of the wall would undoubtedly attract attention, risking exposure. Accelerating his speed, Qin Wentian veered off the thoroughfare onto another expansive road, intent on reaching the Xinghe Guild, where he might find refuge. The sound of hooves resonated ahead, and dust billowed as a group of knights surged forth, led by none other than Yimo. Figures began to appear on either side, causing Qin Wentian's complexion to pale. He was exposed, and this time, escape seemed impossible. "We must survive," Yimo uttered coldly, his gaze betraying an unmasked intent to kill. Two figures charged toward Qin Wentian with terrifying speed, a velocity he knew he could not contend with, belonging as they did to the realm of Wheel Meridian. Just then, he felt a fierce wind sweeping from behind him. Before he could react, a figure emerged from behind, striding purposefully toward the two assailants rushing at Qin Wentian. The ground trembled violently beneath him. Each step taken by the sudden apparition left a profound imprint on the earth, reverberating with intensity. A soft sound emerged, and suddenly, the atmosphere grew thick with tension. Qin Wentian witnessed the mysterious figure's palms, sharp as blades, piercing directly through the hearts of the advancing assailants. With a slight exertion, the powerful Yi family members collapsed, lifeless. Such strength! Qin Wentian's expression trembled as he realized that the formidable individual responsible for the downfall of the Yi clan was none other than the person traversing the high wall. At that moment, the woman atop the wall appeared beside him, and simultaneously, figures flickered in from various directions, all of them youthful, predominantly under the age of 20. These young individuals exuded a shared aura of distinction, setting them apart from the ordinary. "Your junior brother is quite handsome," remarked the woman, a hint of alluring charm gracing her features. A subtle fragrance wafted into Qin Wentian's senses, and combined with her breathtaking figure, it stirred his heart, prompting an internal reprimand of her as a temptress. This woman, slightly older than he, was indeed comparable in beauty to the four renowned beauties of Tianyang City. Yet her allure was even more captivating, particularly accentuated by the way her form-fitting attire highlighted her voluptuous curves, provoking a desire that was almost overwhelming. "Junior brother?" Qin Wentian mused upon hearing this address, revealing a contemplative expression, as he could not recall having apprenticed under anyone. However, when a figure came into view, enlightenment struck him. He recognized Imo Shang. Thus, the origins of these individuals became clear. They were students of the Imperial Star Academy. "I trust this is not the will of the Imperial Star Academy," Imo stated calmly. "The Academy should have distanced itself from this matter. Imo Shang and his associates should not be present here." Although Imo Shang was unaware of any underlying interests at play, he had taken a liking to the young Qin Wentian. His youthful spirit, resolve, and innate talent endeared him to Imo Shang. Consequently, he took it upon himself to protect Qin Wentian and summoned his students to hasten to Tianyang City, resulting in the current scenario. "Since that is the case, I shall rest easy," Imo replied calmly. He then gestured with his hand, and immediately, soldiers from all sides surged forward. While the combat prowess of the Imperial Star Academy students was formidable, they were greatly outnumbered. As Imo Shang chose to intervene, they would all remain in Tianyang City together. Chapter 27. The Malevolence of the Human Heart. The Iron Cavalry thundered across the earth, sweeping towards Qin Wentian and the Imperial Star Academy. Imo remained motionless, his gaze fixated on Imo Shang. Since these individuals merely represented personal interests, he felt no obligation to show any courtesy. Qin Wentian surveyed his surroundings. The individuals brought by Imo were still converging towards this location. However, the Imperial Star Academy had only a handful of martial practitioners, and they were all quite young, making victory in this battle seem elusive. "Deshan," the enchanting woman beside Qin Wentian called out, and immediately, a towering figure surged forth, his star soul illuminating the air. Above him appeared 2 star souls. The first was that of a ferocious demon ape, exuding a terrifying aura of rage, as if alive. The second was that of a stone golem. The combination of these star souls promised formidable defense. Qin Wentian's pupils constricted. The demon ape star soul and the stone golem star soul constituted an extraordinary defensive pairing, with significant offensive capabilities. Those endowed with the talent to manifest multiple star souls would carefully consider their combinations. Earthquake. The young man known as Deshawn struck the ground with his fists, unleashing a terrifying torrent that surged forward, shattering the earth and creating deep craters, while warhorses neighed in protest. Yet, some horses leaped past and charged directly at Deshawn. He stood firm, his body as resolute as a mountain. A spear whistled towards Deshawn, but he deftly seized both incoming spears with his hands. The warhorse collided with him, yet the overwhelming force failed to budge him an inch. Indeed, his defense was formidable. Qin Wentian felt a tremor within as he witnessed Deshawn lift both man and spear, crashing them down to the ground, resulting in a gruesome display of blood and flesh, causing the warhorses to panic and scatter, disrupting the formation with a sense of invincibility. Combat erupted in other directions as well. Qin Wentian observed an individual wielding 2 sword star souls, emanating a terrifying sword aura, and wherever he passed, blood rained down like a deluge. These were all dual star soul practitioners of the Wheel Meridian realm, and the Imperial Star Academy only accepted prodigious talents. Nonetheless, with Yumo's overwhelming numbers, some managed to slip through the cracks and attack Qin Wentian's position. Suddenly, the woman beside him smiled softly, her hand sweeping out with incredible speed. In an instant, the figure atop the warhorse was struck and sent flying, lifeless upon impact. Her whip was as sharp as a blade, a single strike lethal in its precision. "Little junior brother, you must leave this place," the woman said. Her arm draped around Qin Wentian's neck, her smiling face mere inches from his, causing him to feel unsettled, cursing the enchantress inwardly. "Go. Your presence here will hinder their battle," Ruo Huan continued. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, aware that with his current strength, he would only be a burden. "Let us go." Qin Wentian decisively moved towards the less populated area. "I will protect you, dear brother." Ruo Huan kept pace, her whip sweeping through the air, instantly clearing a path ahead. "You Fei, cover my retreat." "Understood." The young man wielding a sword leaped into the void, landing deftly behind Ruo Huan. A flurry of sword light swept forth, and the pursuers fell lifelessly to the ground. "Junior brother, where are we headed?" Ruo Huan remained beside Qin Wentian, strolling leisurely, effortlessly matching his pace. "Can Senior Imo Shang and the other brothers contend with those foes?" Qin Wentian inquired. "No," Ruo Huan replied succinctly. "Aside from our master, who is at the Yuanfu realm. The highest cultivation among us is only at the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian realm. On the opposing side, Yi-Mo is at the Yuanfu realm, accompanied by numerous formidable Wheel Meridian experts. This is not even their full strength. Should another Yuanfu realm warrior appear, the tide of battle would undoubtedly turn. In such a scenario, the people from the Imperial Star Academy would choose to retreat immediately." Though she was running, Ruo Huan spoke clearly, fully aware of the terror a Yuanfu realm expert could instill. If another were to emerge, regardless of her brother's combat prowess, they would have no choice but to flee. And swiftly at that. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. It was evident that their presence in Tianong City to rescue him was fraught with peril. Ruo Huan chuckled lightly and asked, "Where are we going now?" "To the Star River Guild," Qin Wentian replied, prompting Ruo Huan to display a hint of surprise. "You have joined the Star River Guild?" she queried, her enchanting eyes shimmering as if in contemplation. "Is it possible we could avoid going there?" Qin Wentian cast a quizzical glance at Ruo Huan before responding, "My family may have also gone there, and with Tianong City sealed. The Star River Guild is the only sanctuary left." Ruo Huan remained silent, sprinting alongside Qin Wentian towards the Star River Guild without a moment's pause. Upon their arrival, the effects of the acupuncture technique began to wane, and an unprecedented fatigue overwhelmed Qin Wentian, urging him to collapse, yet he knew he could not. Inside the Star River Guild, Qin Yi, Qin Yao, and the others were indeed present, though their numbers had dwindled to half compared to when they broke through. The fallen were predominantly from the martial guard, while the core members of the Qin family remained, albeit bearing injuries. Wentian. Upon seeing Qin Wentian enter the Star River Guild, Qin Yi and the others rushed over. "Do you have any news of your second uncle?" Qin Yu asked. Qin Wentian's expression tightened as he shook his head, causing Qin Yi and Qin Shang's faces to pale significantly. It seems my suspicions were correct. The Qin family is indeed facing annihilation. A harsh voice interjected from the side, drawing Qin Wentian's gaze. Lin Yu had come to claim a divine weapon and, witnessing Qin Wentian and his companions in such disarray, could not resist mocking them. Stepping forward, Qin Wentian approached Lin Yu deliberately, his cold gaze sharp as a blade, rendering her momentarily speechless. The family is on the verge of destruction. And you seek to vent your frustrations on me? Get lost. Qin Wentian articulated each word with icy precision, causing Lin Yu's expression to freeze. Get lost? This dog of a family dares to command me? Yet, the pressure Qin Wentian exerted left her feeling disconcerted. Master Fengping. At that moment, Fengping approached from a distance, and Lin Yu's heart leaped with joy as she ran towards him. Get lost. Before Lin Yu could reach Fengping, she heard his cold voice, which made her steps falter and her complexion turn pale. Fengping was in a foul mood and had no time to spare for Lin Yu. He strode directly to Qin Wentian and said, Young Master Wentian, you have arrived. Master Mu Qing is currently in seclusion refining weapons and will emerge shortly. Please, make yourselves comfortable in the hall. Fengping's politeness rendered Lin Yu's expression rigid, and Qin Wentian's group nodded before sitting down to rest. Their moods heavy with an oppressive silence, as they were uncertain of the current situation at the Qin residence. Leave me be. Do not seek me out again. Fengping said to Lin Yu dismissively, ignoring the humiliation reflected in her gaze. Many from the Star River Guild were observing the Qin residents with a mixture of pity and disbelief, once a formidable force in the state of Chu. The Qin family now teetered on the brink of collapse. As time slowly passed without any sign of Mu Qing, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed outside. A contingent of iron cavalry halted 100 meters from the Star River Guild, and it was none other than Yimo's men who had arrived. Yimo, accompanied by several others, made his way directly to the entrance of the guild, locking eyes with those from the Qin residents, an aura of dread enveloping the air. The sound of hooves continued as more of Yimo's men arrived to reinforce, including the martial cultivator, Luo. The people of the Qin family felt the weight of an impending pressure closing in on them. Thank you for your patience. At that moment, a cheerful voice announced the arrival of Mu Qing, the president of the Star River Guild, along with the haughty woman. Qin Wentian, have you come to a decision? Mu Qing inquired with a warm smile, his demeanor soothing and amicable. A decision? Qin Wentian was momentarily taken aback. Regarding joining the Star River Guild and becoming my disciple. Mu Qing clarified. But Master Mu Qing, are you not a guest elder? Qin Wentian expressed his confusion. No, the president has stated that we no longer require guest elders. It would be wise to consider joining the Star River Guild and accepting my mentorship, Mu Qing replied. Still smiling, Ruo Huan, seated beside Qin Wentian, narrowed her eyes, piecing together the situation. Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear, do you possess something he desires? As a guest elder, he holds no power over you, but should you join the Star River Guild and become his disciple, you will be subject to his every command. Qin Wentian was not foolish, nor were the others from the Qin family. At that moment, they observed the gentle smile on Mu Qing's face. Yet an icy chill ran through them. That smile was as venomous as a serpent, instilling fear. Clearly, Mu Qing had deliberately waited for Yimo to arrive, pushing the Qin family into a corner before making his appearance, leaving Qin Wentian with no options. What a cunning adversary he was. Fengping silently cursed under his breath, his eyes betraying a flicker of anger. He believed he had long ceased to be a virtuous individual, yet after spending a few days with Mu Qing, he felt an overwhelming sense of naivety. The source of his discontent stemmed from the second-tier, mystical pattern bestowed upon him by Qin Wentian, which had been borrowed by Mu Qing. When he sought to reclaim it today, he was instead met with humiliation from Mu Qing. Chapter 28. Summoning Battle Beast. Qin Wentian's gaze remained fixed on Mu Qing, observing the chilling smile that adorned his face. He spoke. What if I refuse? It would be wise for you to agree. The voice that responded was that of the woman beside Mu Qing, her demeanor as haughty as ever. Looking down upon Qin Wentian and his companions. Master Mu Qing is a second-tier artifact master, and he is not far from becoming a third-tier one. Given the status of the Qin residents, this is a boon for you, a mark of honor. Do you comprehend? Qin Wentian, this is an opportunity being presented to you. The vice-chairman of the Star River Guild also chimed in. At this moment, Qin Wentian acutely sensed the arrogance radiating from the trio before him. It was an innate superiority that rendered them indifferent to his presence and that of the Qin residents. Were it not for his possession of some flawless second-tier inscriptions, they would scarcely deign to cast a glance in his direction. For Mu Qing, A mere refusal from him would be sufficient to plunge both him and Qin Yi into an abyss of despair. If that is the case, why did you summon us to the Star River Guild? Qin Ye's voice was icy, brimming with rage. Had he not acquiesced to Qin Wentian's wishes? The hopes of the Qin residents would not have been placed upon the Star River Guild. Mu Qing cast a calm glance at Qin Yi and replied, "Even if Qin Wentian agrees, you shall not receive protection from the Star River Guild. Despicable. I have no need for your protection." A roar erupted from Qin Yi, his fist cutting through the air like a tiger's roar, aimed directly at Mu Qing. A flicker of menace flashed in Mu Qing's eyes as he flicked his finger. And suddenly, Qin Yi felt a terrifying flame lion pounce upon him. With a resounding crash, Qin Yi was sent hurtling backward. "This is the Star River Guild. I have no desire to kill you, but there will not be a second warning." Mu Qing's countenance remained unperturbed. The disparity between Yuanfu and Wanmai realms was too vast. Even if Qin Yi were an 8th-level Wanmai cultivator, he was still no match. The members of the Qin residents seethed with anger, but they knew they could not provoke the Star River Guild. This realization was agonizing, a stifling burden. "Have you made your decision?" Mu Qing addressed Qin Wentian. Should Qin Wentian nod in agreement, not only would he secure his life, but he would also gain entry into the Star River Guild. In Mu Qing's eyes, anyone with sense would know how to choose. "Wentian, the Qin residence harbors no cowards," Qin Yao declared coldly. "The Qin residence knows no cowards," the others echoed in unison. "Though we may perish, we shall not endure such humiliation. The disgrace of today, should we survive, will be etched in our memories." Qin Wentian cast a final glance at Mu Qing before turning away, walking towards the exit of the Star River Guild. Had it not been for Mu Qing guiding them here, they would not have found themselves in such a dire predicament. The members of the Qin residence followed suit, casting furious glares at Mu Qing. "Clear the way, let them pass. Do not disrupt the affairs of the Star River Guild," Mu Qing said, his eyes narrowing slightly. A cold detachment in his voice as he addressed Yi Mo and the others outside. Yi Mo and his companions stepped back, parting to allow them to exit. At this moment, the fate of these individuals lay firmly in Mu Qing's hands. As Qin Wentian and his companions descended the steps of the Star River Guild, they entered a vast, open plaza, surrounded on all sides, rendering any escape impossible. "Along the way, you asked me if we could have avoided this place. Did you perhaps foresee something?" Qin Wentian inquired softly to Ruo Huan beside him. The Star River Guild is unlike any other power. They stand apart, refraining from meddling in external affairs, yet they wield immense strength. Most within prioritize personal gain. Hence I feared that what you could offer the Star River Guild would pale in comparison to what the Yi family could provide. However, it seems I was mistaken. They appear to value what you can give them even more, yet you chose to refuse. Ruo Huan's calm voice sent a chill down Qin Wentian's spine. Turning back, he glanced at Mu Qing and the woman beside him, who stood atop the steps, their gaze laden with disdain, as if mocking his folly. The legion before them surged forward, their long spears aimed at Qin Wentian and his group, a palpable aura of death sweeping through the air. The figures on either side also advanced. In the direction of the Star River Guild, two powerful figures, Yi Mo and Wu Xiu Luo, stood resolutely. "Heaven will destroy my Qin residents," Qin Yi roared, his voice filled with deep-seated resentment. In this dire predicament, their doom seemed inevitable, and despair washed over the faces of the Qin family. In the distance, countless onlookers gazed in sorrow toward the unfolding scene. Would the Qin residents truly be obliterated from this day forth? Ruo Huan cast her eyes toward the heavens, where a black eagle circled ominously. Should the Qin residents meet its fate today, the Imperial Star Academy would have no choice but to withdraw with Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian gripped the star-shaped object bestowed upon him by Heibo, the remnants of stellar power within him surging toward it. At that moment, Umo raised his hand, signaling the impending slaughter, a terrifying intent igniting a fierce resolve among the Qin family. They had no option but to fight desperately. Yet, in that instant, a brilliant radiance erupted from Qin Wentian. A piercing scream of agony echoed as a dreadful force began to engulf his arm from the star-shaped object. The crowd gasped in horror as they beheld Qin Wentian's arm being consumed, replaced by a massive, beast-like appendage. This bizarre spectacle stunned the onlookers, who soon perceived that Qin Wentian's form was being devoured, as if a monstrous creature was on the verge of manifesting, threatening to swallow him whole. "Wentian, let go!" Qin Yi roared upon witnessing the star-shaped artifact in Qin Wentian's grasp, but at that moment, Qin Wentian felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. How could he possibly relinquish it? In the blink of an eye, he was entirely consumed, and before the crowd stood a colossal, wild beast resembling a demon ape. its presence exuding an untamed aura, with Qin Wentian's essence flickering within it. Heavy yet brimming with might, this was the sensation Qin Wentian experienced. He could feel the terrifying power contained within his immense form. However, having already reached the limits of his strength, he struggled to bear the burden. Yet he could only grit his teeth and persevere. Boom, boom. The colossal demon ape abruptly surged forward, its enormous palm crashing down with tremendous force. A scream erupted from the crowd below as they fled in sheer panic. With a thunderous roar, the ground fractured, blood gushing forth beneath the crushing hand. And those unfortunate souls were mercilessly obliterated, leaving deep craters in the earth. The power of that strike was terrifying, akin to the weight of Mount Tai. The demon ape extended its hand, conjuring a celestial hammer that swung violently, scattering flesh and bone as 4 or 5 individuals were instantaneously annihilated, reduced to mere pulp. The gruesome and powerful scene sent the hearts of those besieging the Qin residents racing in terror. The massive form of the demon ape began to move rhythmically, employing a technique of hammering that had been honed through countless trials. Qin Wentian found himself with little strength to bear this overwhelming burden. Only by exerting the utmost limits of his refined technique could he continue to surpass his limits and clear the foes before him. Wherever the demon ape tread, no soul survived. Yumo's followers began to panic, fleeing desperately. Even the formidable beings of the Wheel Meridian realm were rendered powerless. As if confronted by an ancient behemoth intent on annihilation. In the distance, Mo Shang, accompanied by the elite of the Imperial Star Academy, arrived. And upon witnessing the shadow of Qin Wentian within the demon ape, he was momentarily stunned. Could this be? A battle be summoned by the Star Soul? Mo Shang's heart trembled fiercely, yet how could this be possible? Qin Wentian was merely at the body refinement stage, possessing only a singular Star Soul. Where did this demon ape originate? Furthermore, to Mo Shang's knowledge, no one in the entirety of the Chu Kingdom could condense a Star Soul to summon a battle beast. It exceeded the bounds of his comprehension. Kill. At that moment, Qin Yi roared, jolting the members of the Qin residents from their stupor, who then began to retaliate against their assailants. This burden could not be sustained for long. They had to act. Mo Shang surged forth like a tempest, and the formidable warriors of the Imperial Star Academy joined the fray. The demon ape rampaged onward, swiftly closing in on Mo and Wuxiu Luo, causing their pupils to constrict in alarm as their star souls flared to life. With immense force, the celestial hammer swept towards Mo, who gathered all his strength and leapt forth like a soaring eagle, his palm crashing down with the force of a mountain, unyielding as it met the colossal hammer. Boom! The mountain shattered, and Mo was sent crashing into the Star River Guild. Even more powerful than those at the Yuanfu realm, the crowd trembled in response. They witnessed the demon ape roaring as it charged towards Mo. With wings of azure eagle feathers sprouting from his back, Mo ascended into the air. But as the demon ape's foot struck the ground, the earth collapsed beneath it, shaking the Star River Guild to its very foundations, teetering on the brink of destruction. The demon ape spun in the void, summoning a whirlwind, with all its boundless strength coalescing into the celestial hammer, unleashing a devastating blow. Boom! Mo's body was driven deep into the earth, his complexion pale, while simultaneously, the demon ape crashed to the ground, half kneeling, nearly unable to rise. Kill! A voice roared from the demon ape's mouth, the voice of Qin Wentian himself, as the crowd beheld the demon ape rising, taking deliberate steps towards Mo. Its enormous eyes brimming with a ferocious intent to kill. Upon witnessing the colossal figure before him, Mo's complexion drained of color as he uttered, Qin Wentian. Should you dare to take my life, both Qin Hao and Qin Chuan shall meet their demise. Thunder rumbled ominously as his words hung in the air. Before he could finish, the heavenly hammer descended with force, transforming into a cascade of starlight, leaving Mo a mere mass of mangled flesh. The demon ape, with measured and silent strides, advanced towards the entrance of the Star River Guild, abruptly halting the battle, with all eyes drawn to the formidable creature. A furious roar erupted, sending Wu Xiaoluo fleeing into the void, his expression betraying his dismay. Witnessing Mo's death and Wu Xiaoluo's retreat, the remaining combatants lost all resolve to fight, scattering in disarray. Just as Qin Yi and his companions intended to pursue, they saw Qin Wentian, having exhausted his last vestiges of strength, collapsing from within the demon ape, crumpling to the ground. Wentian, Qin Yao gasped, rushing towards him. In that moment, the demon ape turned its gaze upon the fallen Qin Wentian, its eyes flickered momentarily. And to Qin Yao's astonishment, the massive creature crouched down, gently lifting the unconscious Qin Wentian into its embrace, a smile breaking across its fearsome visage. revealing a glimmer of tenderness within the beast's eyes. Chapter 29. Bai Qing's talent. Qin Yao's hand, outstretched towards Qin Wentian, became rigid as she witnessed the demon ape lifting him into its embrace, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of unreality. This beast did not resemble a genuine demon beast. Otherwise, Qin Wentian would not have manifested within it. Yet the emotions reflected in its eyes were undeniably authentic. How could this be? How could a summoned battle beast appear beside Qin Wentian? If it were not a summoned beast, then what could it be? Mu Qing, possessing extraordinary insight, still found himself unable to discern the true nature of the demon ape. Qin Yao pursued the demon ape, but was halted by Qin Yi. For although the Yi family had been repelled, the influence of their faction still lingered throughout Tianyang City, making it perilous for Qin Yao to chase after Qin Wentian. Nevertheless, for the moment, the immediate threat had been averted. Qin Yi turned his gaze towards Mu Qing, coldly stating, "The events of today will be forever etched in the memory of the Qin family." Mu Qing cast a dispassionate glance at Qin Yi, showing no concern. His proud demeanor exuded disdain as he replied, "You are fortunate. Should you wish to find me, come to the Xinghe Guild in the Imperial City." With that, Mu Qing and his companions entered the Xinghe Guild, dismissing the Qin family entirely, viewing them as a waning clan in the eyes of a haughty master craftsman. Qin Yi led the members of the Qin family away alongside those from the Imperial Star Academy, while the distant onlookers remained in a daze. Before long, news began to spread throughout the city. Qin Wentian had transformed into a fearsome demon ape, vanquishing Yi Mo of the Yuanfu realm, a tale imbued with wonder. Qin Wentian had become a figure of great intrigue within Tianyang City, the subject of countless discussions. On the same day, another shocking event transpired. A cavalry unit from the northwest of the Chu Kingdom breached the blockade of Tianyang City, advancing directly towards the Qin residence. It was said to be a regiment stationed in the northwest of the Chu Kingdom, led by a general who had once served under Qin Wu. Upon learning of the Yi family's incursion into Tianyang City, they had rushed there overnight. The situation in Tianyang City shifted dramatically. The Qin family reorganized, while the Wuxiu Luo was compelled to withdraw. The Bai family also issued orders to relocate, preparing to head to the capital of Chu. Bai Qing Song appeared somewhat aged. Since Bai Qiu Shui's Star Soul awakening, he had been filled with vigor. However, he had not anticipated Qin Wentian's sudden emergence, which had led to consecutive setbacks for the Bai family. Moreover, his youngest daughter had become increasingly rebellious. "I will not go with you," Bai Qing declared, her gaze steady upon her father. Yet, at this moment, she had lost much of her former vivacity, her demeanor significantly colder. She had been under house arrest for several days. "Impudent! Where is your filial piety?" Bai Qing Song thundered. "Filial piety? Father, do you still recall teaching me about filial duty and the path of benevolence? Yet what have you done? Hypocritical, despicable. Repaying kindness with malice. You have harmed the Qin family and caused Brother Wentian's demise." Bai Qing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart filled with loathing for her father. Why had everything she once believed turned out to be a fade? Her father was a false gentleman, a young girl who had always idolized her father and believed in the goodness of humanity, now bore witness to his betrayal of her convictions. Such a blow was cruel indeed for a 15-year-old. "Brother Wentian, I am your father. The so-called benevolence and righteousness must pave the way for personal gain. Everything I do is for the Bai family, for you sisters." Bai Qing Song's gaze turned cold. "Why can't you emulate your sister even a little? Why can't you disguise yourself like her? She deceived even me. I never expected her heart to be so cruel, considering how well Brother Wentian treated her." Bai Qing chuckled coldly. "It seems I have raised you in vain all these years. No wonder your sister possesses extraordinary talent, while you cannot even cultivate." Bai Qing Song felt a wave of disappointment. "Talent, is this what it is?" Bai Qing scoffed. Suddenly, the brilliant light of stars erupted in the night sky, leaving Bai Qing Song momentarily stunned. The star soul, hovering above Bai Qing's head, was an ethereal shadow, encircled by a faint golden radiance. The golden star soul originates from the fourth heaven and above. Boom. Bai Qing Song felt his head tremble violently, leaving him momentarily dazed. The fourth heaven. Bai Qing's first star soul, derived from the martial mandate star of the fourth heaven, rendered Bai Qing Song speechless. He watched as the star soul slowly enveloped Bai Qing, transforming her into a ghostly figure radiating a chilling aura, causing Bai Qing Song to shiver involuntarily. "Well, she is indeed my daughter. However, since you possess such talent, why choose such a cold star soul?" Bai Qing Song's body continued to tremble. "I am not incapable of cultivation. It is merely that Brother Wentian taught me to refrain from harnessing the power of the heavens and earth, enabling me to better sense the stars above. Brother Wentian also taught me the art of meditation, allowing me to sense the star souls of the third heaven, but due to my disappointment in you, I strive to push higher. I fear not death. Even in death, I shall ascend. My consciousness is filled with negative emotions, and by the time I reached the fourth heaven, I had already lost awareness. Thus, I did not choose the star soul, it chose me. Brother Wentian shares no blood ties with me, yet he is kind and strong. He has taught me optimism and positivity. His smile is always so pure. You are indeed my father, but you have instilled in me hypocrisy, betrayal, ruthlessness, and coldness. What right do you have to be called a father? You are unworthy. With that, Bai Qing turned and walked away, leaving Bai Qingsong standing in a daze, a single phrase echoing in his mind. You are unworthy. As he closed his eyes, deep within Bai Qingsong's heart, the hidden remorse began to resurface. He pondered how things might have been had he not betrayed the marriage contract. 2 daughters, both possessing remarkable talents, especially Bai Qing, with her fourth heaven prowess, a miracle for the kingdom of Chu, yet she no longer acknowledges him as her father. 3 days later, to the west of Tianong City, in a forested area, a snow-white, fluffy snow dog circled on the ground beside a striking young boy lying there. Little one, why have you brought me here? The girl in white, as ethereal as a fairy, seemed untouched by the mortal realm as she ran after the snow dog. Soon, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Ahead, there were people. The snow dog crouched beside the boy on the ground, its adorable eyes fixed on the girl in white, exuding an irresistible charm. In a fit of exasperation, Mo Qingcheng lamented, "This little rascal has led us on a wild chase from the imperial city to here, and now, for the sake of a deceased, he actively seeks us out." The young girl in azure attire cast a disapproving glare at the snow dog, clearly irritated. This mischievous creature had been toying with them all along. It could have easily escaped, but chose instead to dangle just out of reach, which was utterly vexing. Mo Qingcheng shook her head with a bittersweet smile before approaching the young boy, assessing his injuries. "He is merely gravely wounded and unconscious, utterly drained of vitality," she stated. With that, she retrieved a medicinal pill from her robes and placed it into the boy's mouth, where it dissolved instantly, absorbing into his system. "You've lost your mind." "That is a high-grade second-tier pill," the girl exclaimed, her expression frozen in disbelief. The rarity of such a pill was akin to that of divine weapons. Even those of the Meridian realm would go mad for it. "Regardless, we encountered him," Mo Qingcheng replied. "Nolan, there's a thatched cottage not far from here. Let us rest there." She then hoisted the boy onto her back. "Insanity, pure insanity," Nolan muttered, shaking her head. If word spread in Chudu that Mo Qingcheng was carrying a man, it would surely cause an uproar. Even more infuriating was the way the boy's arms hung loosely in front of her, occasionally brushing against her chest, causing a faint blush to bloom on her face, accentuating her beauty. "What are you staring at?" Nolan snapped at the snow dog that trailed nearby, muttering, "You're getting off easy, you little brat." Well, he knows nothing at present, and since this little fellow possesses some spiritual affinity and sought our help, it must be fate, Mo Qingcheng remarked with a rueful smile, never having anticipated such intimacy with a man. If the top 10 talents of the imperial city were to learn of this, it would be a scandal of monumental proportions. Nolan shook her head, well aware of the identities of those who pursued the white-robed girl, yet Mo Qingcheng had always remained indifferent to them. The 2 women arrived at the thatched cottage, nestled in a clearing within the forest, with a river nearby, rendering it a serene locale. Nolan busied herself with kindling a fire and was taken aback when she saw Mo Qingcheng and the snow dog approaching with a collection of herbs. Did that little rascal really find some spiritual medicine? She mused in astonishment. The snow dog quickly bounded to Nolan's side, sitting proudly with its head held high, its eyes glinting with a hint of defiance, prompting Nolan to roll her eyes in exasperation. "Arrogant little imp," she muttered, though secretly intrigued. Mo Qingcheng approached with a smile, saying, "I told you he has spiritual sensitivity. I wonder what kind of mystical beast he is, yet he refuses to follow me, leading us on this chase." "I'll prepare the herbs," Mo Qingcheng offered, moving beside Nolan, who made space for her. The snow dog then leapt onto the body of Qin Wentian, lying beside him until Mo Qingcheng brewed the medicine and fed it to him, at which point the dog finally stepped aside, watching quietly. Chapter 30. The situation under the attentive care of Mo Qingcheng. Qin Wentian gradually regained some color in his face, restoring its luster, yet he remained in a deep slumber. The snow dog occasionally lay beside Qin Wentian, and at times, it would leap into Mo Qingcheng's embrace, eliciting continuous smiles from her. This little creature was undeniably adorable. Nolan, what do you suppose it is, a magical beast? Mo Chiching inquired. Such clever beasts are rare, but this little one is rather diminutive, Nolan replied. Mo Chingching's radiant smile caused Nolan to momentarily lose his composure. You seem to be in high spirits these past few days. I've never seen you smile like this in front of others. Well, there is no one else around. Mo Chiching shrugged nonchalantly. What about him? Nolan gestured toward the unconscious Qin Wentian. You have held him in your arms, after all. A faint blush crept across Mo Chingching's cheeks as she shot Nolan a sidelong glance. She then turned her attention to Qin Wentian, scrutinizing him closely. He does appear rather handsome. Yu Wuching is quite dashing as well, yet you have never acknowledged him. It is said that he has gone to Tianyang City to betroth himself to a lady. Perhaps he has realized that pursuing you holds no promise. Nolan remarked with a smirk. By the way, we are just beside Tianyang City now. The Yi family should have dealt with the Qin estate by now. Mo Chiching sighed. Lamenting the fate of the Qin family. Someone is approaching. At that moment, Mo Chiching spoke. He should be awakening soon. We ought to take our leave. As she said this, Mo Chingching walked toward the door of the thatched hut and addressed the snow dog in her arms. Little one, do you wish to come with me? Very well, I shall not force you. If you prefer him, stay by his side, Mo Chiching said with a hint of resignation. Before hastily departing alongside Nolan, the snow dog gazed longingly at her retreating figure, seemingly reluctant to part. Once Mo Chingching and Nolan ventured into the woods, indeed, a group of individuals approached, 3 youths, 2 males and 1 female. What an adorable little creature, the girl exclaimed as she darted toward the snow dog. However, the snow dog appeared disinterested, turning and retreating into the hut. Brother, there is someone here, seemingly in a faint. The girl announced as she approached the hut and spotted Qin Wentian lying unconscious. She unscrewed her water flask and offered him a sip. Yinner, just ahead lies Tianyang City. Let us rest for a day before continuing our journey and refrain from meddling in others' affairs, the young man, weary and dust-laden from their travels, advised. They had exhausted several horses in their haste to reach the imperial city and planned to acquire fresh steeds upon entering Tianyang City. Understood, the girl replied, sticking out her tongue in a charming manner. At that moment, Qin Wentian coughed a couple of times and then opened his bewildered eyes, revealing a beautiful youthful face before him. You're awake, Lu Yin exclaimed, her expression brightening into a gentle smile upon seeing Qin Wentian regain consciousness. Qin Wentian sat up, realizing that aside from feeling somewhat weak, he was otherwise well. Remarkably, he sensed he had broken through to the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Yet there was not a trace of stellar energy within him. The burden of the battle that day had been immense. Controlling the frenzied form of the demon ape had nearly cost him his life. Fortunately, he had surpassed his limits and awakened. No wonder Heibo advised me against taking action until I am on the brink of life and death, Qin Wentian mused. Yet, this misfortune has turned into a blessing, allowing him to transcend his limits and take a step forward. Unbeknownst to him, his advancement to the 8th level of the body refinement realm was indeed a result of breaking through his limits. But it was Mo Chingching's elixir that played a pivotal role. Without it, given his physical condition, he wouldn't have been able to recover for at least a month or 2. Thank you for saving me, Qin Wentian expressed his gratitude to the young girl, clearly having mistaken her identity. It was merely a trivial effort. Is this little dog yours? It's utterly adorable, the girl replied with a smile. Qin Wentian then noticed a fluffy, snow-white puppy had appeared beside him. When Lu Yin attempted to pick it up, the puppy leapt directly into Qin Wentian's arms. Lu Yin, we should be on our way, urged another young man outside. He flashed a sweet smile at Qin Wentian before turning to leave. My name is Qin Wentian. He introduced himself as he stood up, holding the snow-white puppy while walking outside. He saw Lu Yin elegantly wave goodbye as she gradually departed. While Qin Wentian observed the charred wood and broken pots of the grass hut, remnants of a medicinal scent lingering in the air. Thank you, Qin Wentian murmured, glancing at Lu Yin as she vanished from sight. In the distance, 2 pairs of eyes continued to watch from the forest, Mo Chiching and Nolan. Well, now we can confirm his safety. However, it seems he mistook his savior for someone else. Should we go out and clarify? Nolan remarked with a smile at Mo Chiching. Let us go, Mo Chiching replied with a soft smile before turning to leave. In the quiet grass hut, with only the sound of flowing water, Qin Wentian remained with the snow-white puppy. He curiously gazed at the little creature, its entirely white fur soft and plump, its beautiful eyes seemingly imbued with intelligence. Gazing back at him with its head held high. Have you been waiting for me? Qin Wentian felt a twinge of peculiarity. The puppy squinted its eyes into a narrow slit, as if smiling at him, which startled Qin Wentian. Could it possibly understand his words? All right, if you wish to stay, then accompany me for now. Qin Wentian chuckled wryly, and he sat cross-legged, placing the puppy on the ground as he began to cultivate. He was eager to learn about the current situation in Tianyang City, but he knew he must first restore his strength for self-preservation. Starlight cascaded down from the fifth layer of the heavens, enveloping Qin Wentian. The human body serves as a vessel, capable of containing the power of the stars. The higher 1's realm, the greater the capacity of this vessel. In the body refinement realm, the stellar energy is infused into the limbs and bones, subsequently honing the physical body to augment strength. Upon entering the pulse realm, one activates the body's acupoints, opening 9 pulses, allowing the stellar power to reside within the acupoints and unleash formidable strength during combat. By the time nightfall arrived, Qin Wentian felt entirely at ease, even more so than in his prime before his injuries. He was filled with vigor, besides the advancement in his realm. It was also due to Imo Qingxing's elixir, though Qin Wentian remained unaware that he had consumed a high-grade second-tier elixir. Rising to his feet, Qin Wentian surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in the forest outside the western gate of Tianyang City, a place he had ventured into as a child while hunting with Qin Chuan and others. Hence he recognized it well. After cleansing himself in the water, Qin Wentian departed, surprisingly accompanied by the snow dog that had chosen to follow him, evoking his quiet curiosity. Though it was night, Tianyang City was ablaze with light, lanterns hanging everywhere along the streets. The ancient city remained vibrant, and despite the tumultuous events unfolding, the lives of ordinary citizens continued unabated. They still relished the company of friends in tea houses and taverns, engaging in discussions about history and the great heroes of the world, drinking heartily. As Qin Wentian passed an open-air tavern, he halted, drawn in by the voices emanating from within, discussing matters he yearned to understand. The Qin household was indeed in dire straits. The patriarch, Qin Hao, and the family head, Qin Chuan, had been captured and taken to the imperial capital, with news arriving that they had been imprisoned in the heavenly dungeons, facing imminent execution. Even if spared, they would face judgment from the Yi family, likely resulting in their demise. Moreover, the Northwest Army was encamped just outside Tianyang City, rumored to be departing under the cover of night, hastening toward the imperial capital. Reliable sources indicated that not only the Northwest Army, but also 3 of the 8 legions stationed along the borders of the Great Shu were mobilizing, leaving the borders vulnerable and the populace in a state of anxiety. How dare they act so boldly? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Boldly? Their predecessors had ties to the Martial King. Now that His Majesty has even moved against the Martial King's offspring, who knows when the flames might reach them? These individuals are astute, maintaining their alliances and refraining from relinquishing their military power as the Qin family did. Instead, they have remained stationed at the borders. His Majesty is aware of the situation there, hence his caution. Otherwise, the consequences of unrest would be dire. The 3 armies were advancing toward the imperial capital under the pretext of purging the treacherous court, claiming that the emperor had been bewitched by the Yi family into striking down loyal ministers. Their cause was justifiable, as long as the 3 armies stood firm. The lives of Qin Hao and Qin Chuan were secure. Should they falter, the emperor would have no reservations in ordering their execution. Who could have foreseen such turmoil in the Chu kingdom since the Martial King's conquest? The defeat of the 3 armies seemed merely a matter of time, unlikely to endure for 3 years. Since the rise of the Martial King, the Qin family had seen the emergence of the prodigious Qin Wentian. Yet 3 years might prove insufficient for him to rise. Speaking of Qin Wentian, he was indeed a rarity. Had he not summoned the demon ape to slay Yimo that fateful day? The direct lineage of the Qin family would have faced utter annihilation before the arrival of reinforcements from the northwest. Yet, the second son of the Qin family, Qin He, displayed remarkable resolve amid the upheaval in Tianyang City. Despite losing a leg, he took command of both the Qin household and the Northwest Army, while simultaneously expelling Qin Wentian from the family, demonstrating considerable fortitude. Indeed, he showed courage in severing ties with Qin Wentian, thereby absolving him of any connection to the rebellion. This allowed Qin Wentian to pursue his studies at the Imperial Star Academy, where its influence could safeguard him, marking a protracted struggle ahead. The question remained whether Qin Wentian could rise before the 3 armies met their downfall. Indeed, within the Qin manor, great expectations are placed upon Qin Wentian. After all, this is a realm governed by martial prowess, where only formidable warriors can dictate the fate of the world. Should one possess sufficient strength, imperial authority holds little significance. With but a word, I can enact law, and in a fit of rage, I could summon rivers of blood. Ultimately, this is a world belonging to the martial artists. The individuals nearby, caught up in their revelry, momentarily lost in their fantasies, despite being ordinary folk, envision themselves as powerful martialists, gazing down upon the world and wielding dominion over the fates of the masses. Qin Wentian, listening intently to their words, found himself enveloped in a myriad of emotions, uncertain of their true nature. Chapter 31. The journey. Qin Hao and Qin Chuan were escorted to the imperial city, while Qin He suffered a broken leg. The three armies prepared to march towards the capital. Qin Wentian understood that this was a means to exert pressure on the royal family. Only through such measures could the imperial court hesitate to hastily convict and execute Qin Hao and Qin Chuan. As for the Qin family expelling him, Qin Wentian recognized that this was a veiled attempt to safeguard him. Perhaps after his disappearance, the esteemed elder Imo Shang had communicated with the Qin family. In the realm of martial arts, the powerful wield supreme authority. One day, should I ascend to greatness, I shall trample the imperial power beneath my feet. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian felt a blaze ignite within him. His first star soul had originated from the fifth layer, and the second and third star souls could similarly manifest, provided he was granted time. What was imperial authority to him? Under the cover of night, Qin Wentian approached the Qin residence. From a distance, he noticed several figures outside the gate, each leading a horse and carrying luggage, seemingly preparing for a journey. Sister Yao. As he saw them mount their steeds, he hurried over. Soon, Qin Yao and the others arrived before him, momentarily stunned upon seeing him. Wentian, Qin Yao exclaimed with joy, dismounting and rushing to his side. Sister, Qin Shang, Qin Ji, where are you all headed? Qin Wentian inquired. Wentian, Grandpa and Father have been taken to the imperial city. The Qin family, having no choice, must send troops to the capital. Should we fail, it would be a path to ruin. Uncle has decided that we should travel to Shuyan Kingdom for training, Qin Yao explained. Qin Wentian immediately grasped the situation. This battle was indeed unavoidable. With the outcome nearly predetermined, their departure was the wisest choice. We hurried here overnight to avoid being targeted. The younger generation of the Qin family will leave in batches. Wentian, once you arrive at the Imperial Star Academy, you must focus on your cultivation and pay no heed to the war, Qin Yao said, her eyes reddening. I understand. And you too, Qin Wentian replied earnestly. The flames of war reaching the imperial city seemed nearly impossible. Qin He and the others were aware of the futility, yet pressed on regardless. By the way, Uncle He has gone missing. We cannot locate him. Your second and third uncles are also outside the city. You needn't return to the Qin residence. Proceed directly to the Imperial Star Academy, Qin Yao advised. Let us depart swiftly, lest we draw the attention of the Yi family, Qin Shang interjected. He turned to Qin Wentian and said, Wentian, among the Qin family, your talent is unparalleled, and your future achievements may surpass all. You must strive to become a powerful figure capable of influencing an entire nation. Brother, you too. I shall ensure that the Yi family pays in blood for Uncle's vengeance, Qin Wentian vowed solemnly. Knowing that Qin He had sacrificed a leg for him, and now led troops south for the Qin family. Be cautious upon reaching the imperial city, Qin Shang said, giving Qin Wentian's shoulder a firm pat. Wentian, we must take our leave, Qin Yao said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, reluctant to part. She stepped closer, arms slightly outstretched. Qin Wentian smiled and embraced her, gently patting her back, saying, Sister, do not worry. Father will be fine. Uncle and the others are doing their utmost in the military. I will also work hard at the Imperial Star Academy. Take care once you reach Shuyan Kingdom. Qin Yao, reluctant to part ways, held on for a long time. Only when Qin Shang and Qin Shi mounted their steeds did she finally let go, tears tracing her cheeks. Wiping her tears away with a smile, she looked at Qin Wentian and said, You little rascal, by the next time we meet, you must transform into a true man of iron and blood, capable of protecting your sister. With that, Qin Yao turned, her feet gracefully alighting upon her horse. Qin Wentian clenched his fists tightly, casting one last glance toward the direction of the Qin residence, an unwavering conviction igniting within him. He must grow stronger, without fail. Ascent, it time for you to set forth as well? At that moment, a voice reached his ears. Qin Wentian turned to see a figure approaching. Narrowing his eyes slightly. Humph, he scoffed, a glint of coldness evident in his demeanor. As the proud visage of Mu Qing from the Star River Guild lingered in his memory. What does that have to do with me? Qin Wentian replied. I wish to become your disciple. Feng Ping's words momentarily stunned Qin Wentian. The arrogant master of weapon forging, seeking apprenticeship? I know you doubt my character. Over a decade ago, when I became a martial practitioner, my talent was lacking and my perception poor. A master of weapon forging once told me that I could enhance my perception by inscribing divine patterns. I followed him for a decade as an apprentice, yet he only bestowed upon me the most rudimentary divine patterns. Qin Wentian had granted him second-tier divine patterns, which he intended to comprehend gradually, only to have them brazenly taken away by Mu Qing. I, Feng Ping, am not a virtuous man, yet when I accept remuneration, I will certainly forge weapons for others. Even if their quality is subpar, the rank of the weapons will meet the requirements. I maintain my principles, yet Mu Qing is none. But what does that matter? If I lack fortune, I will forever look up to him. Even if I despise him, what can I do? Qin Wentian sensed the despair emanating from Feng Ping. Everyone has their own tale, and Feng Ping's journey had been arduous, only for Mu Qing to effortlessly snatch away his hope. And so what? Qin Wentian replied calmly, his heart devoid of excessive sympathy. Qin Wentian, your talent is astonishing. You can easily grasp second-tier divine patterns that elude others. If you were to pursue weapon forging, you would reap immense rewards. However, I believe you will devote most of your time to martial arts. I can manage everything else for you. All the resources I acquire will be dedicated to paving your path in martial arts. Qin Wentian felt a twinge of temptation. He understood well that a weapon forger could effortlessly amass wealth. Yet forging weapons requires more than just mastering divine patterns. It demands considerable time to gather materials and navigate various complexities. In the future, he certainly wouldn't wish to allocate too much time to it. Feng Ping's words evidently struck a chord with him, despite Feng Ping's ulterior motives. In this world, who would assist another without reason? You are a weapon forger, yet you seek to become my disciple? Do you not feel it beneath your dignity? Qin Wentian continued, for he could offer Feng Ping nothing but divine patterns. You should be aware that while it is easy to embellish a flower, it is far more challenging to provide warmth amidst the cold. How could I, Feng Ping, possess such a narrow vision? Although you are currently beset by numerous predicaments, if you endure, I fear that in the future, I may lack even the qualification to serve you. At that time, would you still regard me, a mere Feng Ping, with favor? To be your disciple would be an immense honor for me, and the notion of losing my dignity in the process is inconsequential. Furthermore, I yearn to witness the rise of a genius firsthand. I long to see you trample that scoundrel Mu Qing beneath your feet. When you look down upon him, I wish to see whether he can still hold his head high and gaze upon us with his arrogant disdain. Feng Ping's eyes still burned with fury. He realized that only by relying on Qin Wentian could he hope to bring Mu Qing down. He had staked everything on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian regarded Feng Ping before shifting his gaze toward the fine steed behind him. Is one of these prepared for me? He inquired. Indeed, Feng Ping replied, a hint of nervousness evident in his demeanor as he looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian advanced and mounted one of the steeds, and at that moment, a snow-white figure darted from a corner, leaping onto the horse's back with astonishing speed. This fellow is remarkably swift, Qin Wentian mused, glancing at the snow dog. With a squeeze of his legs, the steed galloped forth. Master, wait for me, Feng Ping exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. He then trembled slightly before leaping onto another horse, hastening to catch up with Qin Wentian. Master, shouldn't you bestow upon your disciples some form of initiation gift? Perhaps a few second or third-tier divine runes. Just a few would suffice. Upon witnessing Feng Ping's lewd grin, Qin Wentian rolled his eyes and retorted, get lost. With that, the steed beneath him surged forward, galloping at an even greater speed as they prepared to journey through the night towards the imperial city. Ha Mu Qing. You wretched cur, just wait. Feng Ping laughed heartily, maintaining his pursuit. Before long, the two of them burst forth from Tianyong City, racing along the Grand Avenue under a canopy of stars, dust swirling around them. This marked Qin Wentian's inaugural journey, with the wind brushing past him, burying past grievances within the swirling dust of a world rife with blood and iron, a realm of martial prowess. He had arrived. The imperial city of Chu was vast and boundless, stretching across countless miles, serving as the largest metropolis in the kingdom, with a populace tenfold that of Tianyong City, thriving in prosperity. At this moment, at the foot of the imperial city, the weary Qin Wentian sat atop his steed, raising his head to behold the towering city walls. A ripple of emotion stirring within him. The walls soared to a height of 5 zhong, forged from a unique material, impervious even to the mightiest of peak body refinement realm experts. Master, we have arrived. Let us enter the city, Feng Ping whispered. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, and the two dismounted, proceeding on foot towards the city gate, falling in line to enter the imperial city. Inside, the wide avenues paved with bluestone spanned dozens of meters. The sounds of beastly roars echoing throughout. So many powerful beings, and many of their mounts are actually demon beasts. Qin Wentian inhaled deeply, his heart surging with excitement. Not far ahead stood a colossal demon beast, a blue ape, which walked upright, with a young man standing atop its shoulder, exuding an air of authority. The Azure Ape, a fourth-tier demon beast, rivals the strength of an individual at the Wheel Meridian realm, yet serves merely as a mount. Demon beasts are categorized into 9 tiers. First-tier demon beasts are akin to those in the lower third of the body refinement realm. Second tier, equivalent to the mid-third. Third tier, comparable to the upper third. This pattern continues, with 9th-tier demon beasts reaching the pinnacle of the Yuan Mansion realm. Beasts beyond the 9th tier possess the ability to take on human forms, shedding their monstrous appearances. At that moment, a voice resounded, drawing Qin Wentian's gaze to 2 figures approaching from the roadside, none other than Ruo Huan and Deshan from the Imperial Star Academy. A smile grazed Qin Wentian's lips as he inquired, "What brings you here? Isn't it all for you, junior brother?" Ruo Huan replied, linking her arm with Qin Wentian's. Her voluptuous form brushed against him, provoking a wry smile from him. Truly, this elder sister of his was quite something. The Yu family often keeps an eye on this place. The teacher must exercise caution. Your sister has endured considerable hardship for your sake. Ruo Huan's breath was fragrant, her eyes alluring. "Thank you, elder sister," Qin Wentian expressed, feeling grateful as he realized that Imo Shang had thoughtfully anticipated any schemes from the Yi family. "You little fellow. Still shy? I want to tease you." Ruo Huan released her hold upon noticing Qin Wentian's embarrassment. Her gaze then fell upon the snow dog resting upon his shoulder. "What a beautiful little creature. Come to your elder sister." The snow dog squinted its eyes, then leaped into Ruo Huan's embrace. To everyone's astonishment, the snow dog's paws began to playfully paw at Ruo Huan's ample bosom, as if scratching something, revealing a tantalizing curve that left Qin Wentian dumbfounded. Ruo Huan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, her enchanting eyes fixed on Qin Wentian, causing him to feel exceedingly flustered. "You seem to understand your master's thoughts quite well, though you are bolder than he is," she remarked, cradling the snow dog. Qin Wentian could only sigh in exasperation. At that moment, Ruo Huan whistled, and a piercing eagle's cry echoed through the air as a black eagle swooped down, landing gracefully before her. "Junior brother Qin, I am Deshan. Ruo Huan is like this. Just get used to it. Let us ascend." Deshan, appearing rather simple-minded, flashed a broad smile at Qin Wentian. He nodded in response, pondering the need for composure when in Ruo Huan's presence, as the temptation was overwhelming. The Imperial City is vast. Without flying, one can hardly fathom how long it would take to traverse. "Let us ascend. I will also introduce you to this city," Deshan said amiably. However, Qin Wentian recalled witnessing Deshan summon the Demon Ape Star Soul and the Stone Man Star Soul, exhibiting ferocious combat prowess and formidable defenses. Abandoning their steeds, the 4 mounted the Black Eagle. With a powerful screech, the eagle soared skyward, hurtling forward, and a gust of wind whipped past, causing their robes to flutter. "Junior brother Qin, though the Imperial City appears grand, its layout is quite orderly. We are currently in the slums, a domain for those without power and temporary residents of the city. This area is the largest, home to the highest population density, encompassing half of the entire city, with millions residing here." The words of the towering mountain left Qin Wentian in quiet astonishment. From the lofty heights, he gazed down upon a scene of vibrant prosperity, where towering edifices stood tall and throngs of people flowed ceaselessly like a river. The presence of various beastly mounts was commonplace in such a bustling locale, far surpassing even the grandeur of Tianyang City. Yet, astonishingly, this was merely the poverty-stricken district. The Imperial City was divided into 7 major regions. The poverty-stricken district was the first, the chaotic and mixed area, the second, the domain of the 9 academies and martial houses along with numerous familial powers, the third, the Star River Guild, the Divine Armory, and several prominent families, the fourth, the realm of nobility and high dignitaries, the fifth, the Imperial Palace, the sixth, and the Dark Forest, the seventh. The towering mountain provided a brief overview of the Imperial City's layout before elaborating further. It turned out that the Dark Forest lay just beyond the Imperial City of the Chu Kingdom. One side of the city was enveloped by this forest of monstrous beasts, meaning that the Imperial Palace, the Noble District, the Star River Guild, the Divine Armory, and the various powerful families, as well as the zone of the 9 martial academies, all shared the same perilous boundary with the ominous Dark Forest. They regarded this treacherous beast-infested forest as a training ground. The imperial city was vast, brimming with countless factions. While the area of the 9 academies and martial houses occupied the very heart of the city, the Black Eagle soared with terrifying speed, only coming to rest 2 hours later, circling in the air. The piercing cries and roars of the beasts echoed around him, and Qin Wentian's pupils contracted as he beheld the swirling mass of beasts above and the multitude of their mounts below. So many powerful beings, so many creatures. Where was this place? Qin Wentian felt a surge of astonishment as he noticed numerous thoroughfares converging towards a grand archgate. On the other side of this gate lay a spacious area, bustling with people, yet devoid of the swirling beasts overhead. We have already traversed the 1st and 2nd districts. Ahead lies the zone of the 9 martial academies. Beyond that gate is the core of the imperial city. On the other side of that arch, ordinary individuals are forbidden to fly. Only those of the Yuanfu realm possess such privilege. Behind that arch gate is also our destination, the venue for the recruitment assessments of the various academies and martial houses. Let us descend. As Ruohuan's words fell, the Black Eagle swooped downward, landing gracefully upon the ground. The steady stream of people surged towards the arch gate. The arrival of spring marked the season for recruitment by the academies and martial houses. Many promising youths from the Chu kingdom would choose to come here, hence the throngs of individuals. Qin Wentian mused silently. For did not countless souls in Tianyang City yearn for the martial academies of the imperial city? Junior brother Qin need not undergo the assessment. You may go directly to the assessment instructor to receive the Imperial Star Jade token, after which you can proceed to the academy. This Imperial Star Jade token is unique to our Imperial Star Academy and holds great significance, permitted to be carried only by the assessment instructors during the annual recruitment period. Thus, Teacher Mozan did not bestow it upon you. The towering mountain spoke as they walked. Understood. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. Just then, a throng of people jostled past. It's that girl. No wonder it's so lively. Ruohuan smiled softly as the palanquin moved forward and through the sheer fabric. 2 enchanting figures could be faintly discerned within. As Ruohuan's snow dog suddenly dashed out, it made a beeline for the sedan chair, leaping inside, leaving Qin Wentian momentarily stunned. Inside the sedan, Imo Qinsheng was taken aback as a snowy figure plunged into her embrace, and she exclaimed with joy, "Little one, how did you get here?" Beside her, Nolan rolled her eyes and remarked, "This little rascal truly is relentless." Imo Qinsheng shot Nolan a glance, her smile captivating. She then pulled aside the curtain, causing many gazes to fixate in awe. So beautiful. This was the renowned beauty of the state of Chu, dazzlingly exquisite. To share a bed with her would be a fate willingly embraced, even unto death. Qin Wentian had encountered numerous beauties, such as Qin Yao and Bai Qiushua, both renowned in Tianyang City, yet they paled in comparison to the girl before him. Imo Qinsheng noticed Qin Wentian and offered him a gentle smile before drawing the curtain closed. He smiled at me. Next to Qin Wentian, someone appeared dazed. Did he truly smile at me? Upon hearing the murmurs around him, Qin Wentian blinked, pondering if he had fallen prey to a shared delusion. Just moments ago, he had felt that the young lady had smiled at him. Is she beautiful? A voice inquired. However, Ruohuan seemed unimpressed, grinning mischievously at him. With senior sister's allure, she undoubtedly draws men more than she does. Qin Wentian stammered. Your words are quite sweet, Ruohuan replied with a gentle smile. But that girl is certainly a femme fatale. It's no wonder you were momentarily entranced. If I were a man, I too would be enamored by the first beauty of the state of Chu. Beside them, Dashin scratched his head, seemingly in agreement. But it's merely a thought. Several suitors from the capital have aimed for her affection, yet none have succeeded. Anyone else attempting to pursue her would likely meet a tragic end. It seems you possess a modicum of self-awareness, Ruohuan laughed, just as the snow dog transformed into a fleeting shadow and leaped into her arms. Indeed, a lecherous creature. Ruohuan scolded the little one, who nestled closer, its big eyes looking at her with a pitiful expression, melting her heart. In the departing sedan, Nolan turned to Imo Qinsheng and asked, is it really him? Indeed, I didn't expect him to come to the imperial city, and the little one followed him here. Imo Qinsheng nodded slightly. I wonder what brings him to the capital. What? Our esteemed beauty is concerned about someone? Nolan teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Not at all. Imo Qinsheng shot Nolan a glare. Yet, it is true that our esteemed beauty saved another's life, and there was an intimate connection. Concern is only natural. It's a pity, though, that he doesn't even know you. Nolan continued to chuckle, while Imo Qinsheng shook her head with a wry smile, admitting she was merely a tad curious. Chapter 33. The alliance of 9 academies after Mo Chi-Ching departed, Qin Wentian and his companions joined the throng, making their way towards the Grand Archway. Upon crossing it, they found themselves in an expansive area bustling with countless young individuals scattered about, bursting with youthful vitality. Most of them were around 15 or 16 years of age. Today marked the deadline for enrollment across various academies, hence the influx of people. Dashan spoke up. Observing the scene, Qin Wentian noted that this vast expanse was divided into 9 streams of humanity, all queuing to register and subsequently participate in the preliminary assessments. Look, at the very center lies our Di Xing Academy, teeming with attendees. Dashan pointed towards a section ahead, where many were anxiously lining up, while others, evidently disheartened, departed, having failed to qualify for the initial evaluation. Why is he here today? Dashan's brow furrowed as he glanced at the elder overseeing the assessments at Di Xing Academy. Qin Wentian, puzzled, looked at Dashan, who explained, "This elder, named Jiang Zhan, represents a faction within our esteemed Di Xing Academy in the Kingdom of Chu. While the academy holds a prestigious standing, there are differing views among the elders regarding its dealings. Master Mo advocates for a stance of detachment from the royal family and the powerful, whereas Jiang Zhan aligns himself closely with those in authority. The lack of assertiveness from our academy during your previous incident can be attributed to the interference from his faction." Qin Wentian's expression grew solemn as he comprehended the implications. Had Di Xing Academy been more forceful at that time, Master Mo would not have needed to personally escort him to Tianyang City for protection. Let us proceed. Since he is already present, what can he do? Ruowan's enchanting eyes narrowed slightly, sensing an underlying discord, for it seemed illogical for him to be here today. As the group advanced, they swiftly arrived at the enrollment area of Di Xing Academy, where a long line of hopefuls had formed. As the most renowned academy in the Kingdom of Chu, it drew the highest number of aspirants, even attracting individuals from neighboring countries who crossed borders in pursuit of admission. Di Xing Academy's recruitment was not bound by nationality, solely reliant on talent. However, the academy's elimination rate was equally the highest. The young aspirants in line couldn't help but indulge in fantasies upon seeing Ruowan's striking figure, as they were all at an age rife with youthful exuberance. Just as Ruowan and Qin Wentian approached the front, a figure clad in white blocked their path. He possessed a pair of sword-like brows and an attractive countenance. Appearing to be around 18 years of age, exuding an undeniable aura of sharpness. "Junior brother Qin, this is Ochin, a formidable opponent at the 8th level of the Meridian Realm, who has been training at Di Xing Academy for 2 years. Exercise caution," Dashan whispered discreetly. "Ochin." Ruowan greeted with a smile. "I have come to receive the Di Xing Jade token from Elder Jiang." Ochin regarded Ruowan with a calm gaze before shifting his attention to the individual behind her, his eyes piercing like arrows into Qin Wentian's. Delivering a cold command, "Join the queue." "Ochin, he has already passed Master Mo's assessment in Tianyang City." Ruowan's demeanor turned frigid. Ochin remained unfazed, staring at Ruowan, and coolly retorted, "What of it?" Ruowan let out a cold snort, then turned her gaze towards Elder Jiang Zheng, saying, "Elder Jiang, Ruowan has come on the master's orders to collect the Imperial Star Jade tablet." Jiang Zheng appeared not to have heard her, keeping his eyes fixed ahead, and replied, "Queue up. Elder Jiang, Mo Shang has already assessed him," Ruowan remarked, noticing that Jiang Zheng did not even glance her way, her expression darkening. Was this a personal vendetta? In the academy, she had always stood against Ochin, just as Jiang Zheng and Mo Shang had. At last, Jiang Zheng turned his gaze towards Ruowan and Qin Wentian, his demeanor as frigid as Ochin's. "He has passed Mo Shang's assessment, but failed mine. We have already conferred with the 9 Great Academies Martial House. Today marks the final day of evaluation. All who have successfully completed the preliminary assessment shall participate in a joint expedition into the dark forest to hunt magical beasts. Only those who survive may join the 9 Great Academies Martial House. Therefore, he too must live to obtain the Imperial Star Jade tablet." "And how long is the duration of this trial?" Ruowan queried coldly. 1 month, Jiang Zheng replied. At that moment, Qin Wentian sensed numerous gazes upon him. His perception had always been keen, and following his instinct, he turned his eyes to the distance, discovering several stares emanating from the Royal Academy, among which was a striking figure in azure attire, beautiful and captivating, her gaze towards him laced with a subtle chill. It was none other than Bai Qiuxue. The Bai family had relocated to the royal city, and Bai Qiuxue had come to the Royal Academy to participate in this joint expedition of the 9 Great Academies Martial House. "Junior brother Qin, they intend to target you," Dashan warned Qin Wentian. The reason I advised you to be cautious of Qin is that he has a close relationship with Yu Wuqing. Qin Wentian's mind was clear as crystal. He had not anticipated that upon entering the royal city, someone would have already woven a web around him, preparing to ensnare him. Indeed, most of the individuals from the 9 great academies' martial house were unaware that this trial was not only for the new recruits but also primarily aimed at him. They mostly did not recognize who Qin Wentian was, only knowing that this trial was the final round of assessment, fraught with peril. Not long ago, the 9 great academies' martial house had notified everyone that those who feared danger could opt out. Ruo Huan fixed her gaze on Jiang Zheng, asking, "What is the fairness of this assessment?" All participants in the joint expedition of the 9 great academies' martial house will enter the Dark Forest. Furthermore, each academy will dispatch 2 elders and 4 senior students to oversee the proceedings and prevent any mishaps. What do you wish to question? Jiang Zheng replied coldly. Who are the elders and students representing our Imperial Star Academy? Ruo Huan pressed further. Myself and Mo Shang, with the students being naturally those senior students under our mentorship. Mo Shang is already aware of this and has consented, Jiang Zheng said with a frigid smile. Upon hearing this, Ruo Huan nodded slightly and then turned her gaze towards Qin Wentian, who smiled and declared, "I shall participate in this trial." At the moment he agreed. He distinctly noticed the young man beside Chun curling his lips into a chilling smile. "Let us take a moment to rest over there," Ruo Huan suggested, leading Qin Wentian and the others away. "Junior brother Qin, during this assessment, there are likely to be individuals who will target you. Exercise utmost caution. For the Dark Forest is rife with perilous beasts," Deshan warned Qin Wentian. "I respect Master Mo Shang's decision. As for the other students and the beasts, I shall handle them with care," Qin Wentian replied. "Since you say so, you must have your own understanding. However, do not underestimate these students, especially those from the Imperial Star Academy and the Royal Academy, as some young nobles possess extraordinary talents and formidable strength despite their tender years," Ruo Huan cautioned. "Indeed. Let us await the commencement of the trials," Qin Wentian nodded, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the direction of Bai Qiuxue, who was surrounded by a throng of admirers. A constellation of stars gathered around the moon, not only due to her inherent talent but also because of Yu Wuqiu. "Master, perhaps I should find a place to stay in the royal city first," Feng Ping suggested to Qin Wentian. "Very well, do as you wish," Qin Wentian acquiesced. Having no objections, "I will wait for you to emerge, Master," Feng Ping said with a smile before departing, confident that Qin Wentian would navigate the peril successfully. Eagerly anticipating the day when Qin Wentian would become a formidable master of crafting, standing before Mu Qing. The assessments of the 9 academies were in full swing. Yet they bore no relevance to Qin Wentian, who was engaged in conversation with Ruo Huan and Deshan. In the distance of this vast square, a colossal beast soared through the air, resembling a lion but adorned with wings, a fearsome 8th-level griffin. Above the griffin stood 2 figures, Mo Shang and an elderly man. "Master, Jiangzhen has agreed to the Royal Academy's proposal. Why did you not intervene?" Mo Shang inquired, puzzled. "Mo Shang, do you hold this youth in high regard?" The elder smiled. "Indeed, to be frank with you, Master, I have a great fondness for this lad. Otherwise, I would not have requested your esteemed presence for this trial. I wish to prevent him from entering the Dark Forest for this exercise," Mo Shang confessed. "Since you hold him in such esteem, why not allow him to proceed?" The elder remarked, gazing at the vast assessment area. "This cohort has some promising talents. The overall caliber is formidable, and I eagerly anticipate this exercise." Mo Shang sighed, secretly wishing the young man luck. "Grandfather, you summon me?" At that moment, a white demon crane soared through the void, and upon its back was none other than the renowned beauty of the Chu Kingdom, Mo Qiqing. "Yes, this time you shall accompany Mo Shang into the Dark Forest. Do not remain cooped up at home," the elder chuckled, then turned to leave, adding, "Mo Shang, this griffin will accompany you. Take good care of Qiqing." Mo Shang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of his master's true intentions. Turning his gaze, he nodded slightly towards Mo Qiqing, feeling a wave of astonishment. His master's granddaughter, Mo Qiqing, was a rare sight, a woman capable of driving the noble youths of the Chu Kingdom to madness. He wondered what special significance his master had in mind by allowing her to accompany him into the Dark Forest. Chapter 34. The Dark Forest. As the sun dipped low in the west, the throngs of people in this vast expanse dwindled significantly. With the preliminary assessments concluded, the martial academies ceased their recruitment efforts, leading many to depart in disappointment. Those who remained gradually converged towards the Central Imperial Star Academy and the Royal Academy from the 9 cardinal directions. At that moment, a figure clad in white, bearing a longsword, approached Qin Wentian and his companions. Qin Wentian recognized the young man. He was the swordsman from Tianong City, who possessed dual star souls, both of which were sword star souls. Ruo Huan, Deshan, the teacher has instructed you to proceed, Yufei called out as he made his way over to them. Has the teacher mentioned which two from our side are to enter the dark forest? Ruo Huan inquired. Recalling Jiang Zhen's words that both Jiang Zhen and Mo Shang could each bring along 2 senior students. You and another person, the teacher did not specify who. Yufei replied, we shall find out once we get there. Very well, Ruo Huan nodded, and the group set forth toward the gathering crowd. The martial academies had qualified 5,000 candidates for the trials in the dark forest, a staggering number. Yet, considering the multitude that had applied in the preceding days, one could comprehend that this represented a mere fraction of the hopefuls. The 9 academies in the imperial city attracted the elite youths of the entire Chu kingdom. To become a formidable warrior, one must inevitably confront various crises. This would be your first lesson, embrace it fully. At that moment, a voice from the direction of the Royal Academy echoed towards the assembled crowd, and the youths bore serious expressions. Acutely aware that trials devoid of bloodshed could not be deemed genuine tests of a warrior's mettle. Suddenly, a tumultuous wind arose in the sky nearby, and 2 ferocious beasts soared toward them. Many gazes fixated on one of the beasts as they recognized the figure upon it. How beautiful it is, Mo Chi-Ching. She has indeed arrived. In this region, individuals below the Yuanfu realm were typically prohibited from riding beasts in the air. Yet Mo Chi-Ching was an exception. None would dare question her. Jiang Zhen and O Chun were somewhat taken aback to see Mo Chi-Ching alongside Mo Shang. But they quickly turned their attention back to the gathered masses. Now that we have all assembled, let us depart. Everyone, run at full speed. We must enter the dark forest before sunset. Little junior brother, take care of yourself, Ruo Huan said with a smile, glancing at Qin Wentian before leading the way. The lustful snow dog nestled comfortably in her arms, refusing to budge. Senior brother Qin, I shall await your return at the academy, Deshan said, patting Qin Wentian's shoulder. The students from various academies arranged themselves and set off in formation as beasts soared overhead, their riders being the leading instructors. While the students dashed along the ground towards their designated direction, the dark forest enveloped half of the imperial city, making it impossible for them to advance straight ahead. Doing so would mean encroaching upon the palace grounds. Among the 5,000 participants, the Imperial Star Academy had the fewest members, numbering only 500, while the Royal Academy boasted over 800. As they all sprinted with unbridled vigor, the earth trembled beneath them, resembling the thunderous gallop of 1,000 steeds, stirring up a tempest in their wake. Many onlookers smiled at the sight of these spirited figures, for they represented the future pillars of the Chu kingdom. Within the ranks of the Imperial Star Academy, a jovial, rotund youth approached Qin Wentian, greeting him cheerfully. Despite their rapid pace, the exertion was minimal for those who had embarked on the path of martial arts, allowing for casual conversation. What is your name? The chubby boy inquired. Qin Wentian. And you? He replied. Fan Lu, with fan meaning ordinary and Lu meaning joy. The boy chuckled. Qin Wentian scrutinized him for a moment. He was clad in simple garments, his hair somewhat tousled, yet a smile adorned his face. That name suits you quite well, Qin Wentian remarked with a grin. Hee. Fan Lu beamed, then turned his gaze towards a girl on a soaring crane ahead, whispering, the most beautiful maiden of Chu, truly stunning. My heart flutters with excitement. Observing Fan Li's entranced expression, Qin Wentian could not help but roll his eyes, though he too acknowledged Mo Chi-Ching's beauty. However, I find senior sister Ruo Huan more to my taste. Her figure, her voluptuousness, how exquisite. Fan Li's demeanor was rather lascivious, nearly drooling. Do you know senior sister Ruo Huan? Qin Wentian asked. How could I possibly know her? I've only heard tales. Our Imperial Star Academy's #1 enchantress. Who doesn't know her? Alas, I can only dream, Fan Li chuckled, glancing back at Qin Wentian. You seem quite serious. Is your mind wandering towards? Qin Wentian, catching the lewd glint in Fan Li's eyes, rolled his own in exasperation, muttering, Get lost. This fellow was undeniably a character. Don't pretend. You know what I mean, Fan Lu replied with a knowing look, leaving Qin Wentian speechless. Indeed, the imperial city of Chu was replete with both prodigies and beauties. Over there, Bai Qiuxue from the Royal Academy is quite lovely. It is said she has connected with the 3-tiered martial star. Fan Lu indicated towards the crowd of the Royal Academy. And our Imperial Star Academy is also brimming with talent. That handsome youth at the front is O Feng. His strength is formidable. He's at the second rank of the Wheel Meridian, with dual star souls. Fan Le gestured towards a young man standing beside Ochen earlier. Evidently a pair of siblings. Look at that enchanting girl in black. She is at the first rank of the Wheel Meridian with dual star souls. Her figure is decent. Though some aspects are somewhat lacking, Fan Le mused to himself. But do you know who the top genius of our Imperial Star Academy is this year? Who? Qin Wentian inquired with curiosity. Right before your eyes, Fan Le grinned, his face contorting into a rather unsavory expression. Fan Le, are you boasting again? A nearby individual interjected, casting a playful glance at him, clearly having witnessed his braggadocio before. Qin Wentian chuckled. While Fan Le delighted in exaggeration, he was undeniably entertaining. As the sun set, 9 grand teams crossed the eastern gate of the Imperial City. The city was enveloped by the dark forest, which had historically borne witness to numerous beastly uprisings over the course of Chu's 3,000-year history. Thus, the gates adjacent to the beast-infested forest soared towards the heavens, creating a magnificent spectacle akin to an insurmountable chasm. Beyond the eastern gate, there lies a town that serves as a bridge between the Imperial City and the enigmatic dark forest. This town, acting as a buffer zone, is teeming with adventurers and those seeking experience. As they witness the members of the 9 great factions rushing past like a tempest, they find themselves momentarily stunned. Could these be the students of the 9 Academy's martial houses? Indeed, they exude a vibrant energy. So many handsome men and beautiful women. The passing adventurers chuckle among themselves. Continue onward. You shall set up camp in the dark forest. A resounding voice echoes through the void, instilling a sense of trepidation among the crowd. They are to spend a month in the dark forest, enduring many nights and foraging for their own sustenance through solitary haunts. As night descends upon the land, the members of the 9 great factions finally reach the fringes of the dark forest. Before them stretches a seemingly endless expanse of towering ancient trees, exuding an aura that is both wild and otherworldly. As all pause, the atmosphere suddenly thickens with silence, and a realization dawns upon them. They are about to face genuine peril. Standing atop a void beast beside the dark forest, a formidable figure from the 9 Academy's martial houses addresses the crowd. You are to enter the dark forest now. By dawn tomorrow, you must venture 10 miles deep, marking this area as the periphery. For the next month, any activity beyond the periphery will be deemed a failure in assessment. Now proceed. The 10-mile zone is designated as the outer boundary, frequented by humans and devoid of formidable beasts, posing minimal danger. Qin Wentian, let us go together, Fan Le suggested. Very well, Qin Wentian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the members of the 9 great factions began to step into the dark forest. A vast array of 5,000 individuals spreading out in groups of 3 to 5, journeying in pairs. Utilizing the faint starlight, Qin Wentian and Fan Le traversed the forest. While some adept in fire manipulation conjured flames to illuminate their surroundings, and others employed luminescent treasures like night pearls for light. Let us delve 8 or 9 miles in. Then find an open space to rest for the night. We can venture deeper at dawn without contravening any rules, Fan Le whispered. As they continued forward, Qin Wentian and Fan Le struck flintstones together to ignite flames, brandishing torches as they advanced. It feels as though someone is watching us, Fan Le murmured. Qin Wentian's senses sharpened at her words. He too felt it, his perceptiveness having always been acute. In Tianyang City, he had slain Dmo and Yi Wolf, revealing extraordinary talent. Undoubtedly, the Yi family would not let this transgression go unpunished. This trial was, in part, designed with Qin Wentian in mind, serving to hone the disciples of the various academies, thus presenting only advantages. Consequently, none of the academies would reject such a proposal. Chapter 35. The Genius Fatty. Before stepping into the dark forest, Qin Wentian was acutely aware that there might be individuals lurking to harm him. However, since Master Mo Shang did not voice any objections, it must have been to sharpen his skills. At present, my strength stands at the 8th level of body refinement, surpassing 100 gene of power, sufficient to handle those at the 1st level of the Wheel Meridian realm. Yet, encountering someone with a formidable star soul within that realm would indeed pose a challenge. Contemplating this internally, Qin Wentian whispered to Fan Le. Fan Le, I have enemies. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to part ways. The rotund figure of Fan Le turned, illuminated by the faint glow of the fire as he scrutinized Qin Wentian's face. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes as he chuckled. I, Fan Le, am the foremost prodigy of this cohort. How could I abandon a companion? Fear not. Although we have entered the dark forest, they would not dare act within a 10-mile radius. The students have yet to disperse, and any slaughter of peers would not bode well for their reputation. With a beaming smile, Fan Lu continued, "Come, there is a clearing ahead where we can find some light." "Very well," Qin Wentian replied, a man of straightforward disposition himself. Though Fan Lu exhibited a somewhat lewd demeanor, he was fundamentally amiable. Ahead lay a sloped clearing where several individuals had erected rudimentary tents. "Qin Wentian?" A voice, tinged with surprise, called out. Qin Wentian turned his gaze towards one of the tents, and a smile graced his lips as he encountered a familiar face. "Lu Yin. What brings you here?" Qin Wentian approached, recalling how she had saved his life during their last encounter. "I am participating in the assessment of the Xinfeng Academy. Quickly, extinguish the fire and come inside. Its glow may attract ferocious beasts," Lu Yin advised with a smile. Inside the tent were not only Lu Yin, but also two young men, her brother, Lu Yu, and a friend, Zhuo Fan. "Lu Yin, how can you so carelessly invite a stranger in?" Lu Yu frowned, with Zhuo Fan displaying a similar displeasure. "Brother, this is Qin Wentian, the one we encountered outside Tianyang City last time. We are here for the assessment of the Emperor Star Academy." Fan Lu adjusted his attire and stepped forward, extending his hand. "Greetings, beautiful. I am Fan Lu, the future star of the Emperor Star Academy." "The Emperor Star Academy?" Lu Yin's eyes sparkled with interest as she shook Fan Lu's hand. "Lu Yin, you are so beautiful and talented. It is truly rare," Fan Lu remarked. "Did you set up this tent? You must have experience in outdoor training. Is Qin Wentian your friend?" "If so, then we are friends too," Zhuo Fan interjected. Qin Wentian glanced at Fan Lu, whose grip on Zhuo Fan's hand remained firm, and found himself speechless. "This guy is truly something else. I do not know him," Qin Wentian said, breaking into a cold sweat, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Since we have crossed paths, we should be friends. Although our accommodations are modest, let us rest here for the night. Tomorrow, we shall venture forth together. It will be safer," Liu suggested with a smile, approaching Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. "Indeed. It is better to comply than to refuse," Fan Lu readily agreed, leaving Qin Wentian at a loss for words. "Lu Yin, Fan Lu, I will take a stroll outside. You two chat," Qin Wentian said with a smile as he exited the tent. "This guy." Fan Lu cast an annoyed glance at Qin Wentian before turning to Lu Yin. "Lu Yin, see you shortly." As he spoke, he followed Qin Wentian and inquired, "What troubles you? Are you not fond of Lu Yin?" "No, Lu Yin is quite a decent person, but her two companions seem rather unwelcoming towards us. Why should we linger in such an atmosphere?" Qin Wentian replied. Fan Lu has also noticed, just now, when he claimed to be a candidate from the Imperial Star Academy. Their attitude shifted. It appears they possess some influence. Moreover, there are those who have been observing us closely. I must cultivate and enhance my strength. I cannot afford to disappoint them. A cold smile crept across Qin Wentian's lips, which momentarily startled Fan Lu, as the youthful smirk exuded a sharpness akin to bared fangs. "Very well, I, the foremost prodigy of the Imperial Star Academy, shall entertain them for a while," Fan Lu chuckled. Disregarding Fan Lu's bravado, Qin Wentian approached an ancient tree, settled into a meditative position, and promptly closed his eyes to focus on his practice. Shortly thereafter, a resonant hum emanated from within him, akin to a tempestuous sea of stars raging wildly. Fan Lu narrowed his eyes slightly, such a domineering technique. However, it was time for him to get to work. With a flicker of movement, Fan Lu darted into the depths of the forest. Bathed in starlight, Qin Wentian appeared exceptionally tranquil, yet within him roiled tremendous energy. As the power of the stars violently surged through his body, refining his organs and the celestial meridian, continuously perfecting his physical form. Before dawn broke the next day, the students in the vicinity gradually awakened and set forth. Upon opening his eyes, Qin Wentian beheld Fan Lu, the portly fellow, sprawled beneath a tree across from him, clutching a bow and an array of arrows. "Fatty, it's time to set off," Qin Wentian called out, prompting Fan Lu to groggily open his eyes and flash a grin in response. "How did you craft that bow?" Qin Wentian inquired with curiosity. Although Fan Lu's creation appeared somewhat crude, it exuded a sense of keen efficiency. "I chopped down a few ancient trees and took down a beast," Fan Lu casually mentioned before adding, "Let us get moving." "Indeed, let us go." The two youths exchanged glances and simultaneously sprang to their feet, dashing swiftly into the depths of the dark forest, akin to a tempest, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Moments later, a group of youths surged towards them, led by Feng, a freshman from the Imperial Star Academy, accompanied by several others who were also candidates from various martial academies. "Chase them. Once we cross this area, we can strike directly," Feng commanded with a sharp tone, and the group raced forward like a pack of ferocious leopards. Fatty. You can run quite swiftly, Qin Wentian remarked as daylight began to break, allowing for clearer visibility. He observed Fan Lu, who, like a wild beast, sprinted with remarkable agility despite his girth, and could not help but express his astonishment. I am a genius, Fan Lu declared proudly. Qin Wentian cast a disdainful glance at him and added, there are 6 pursuers behind us. Feng is at the 2nd level of the wheel meridian, while the other 5 consist of 1 at the 1st level and 4 at the body refinement stage. This presents a bit of a challenge. We should wear them out a little, Fan Lu commented nonchalantly, which sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Qin Wentian's eyes. Could it be that this portly fellow truly possessed the insight of a genius? There are others ahead as well, Qin Wentian remarked, directing his gaze towards a broad expanse in the distance. The individual at the forefront of the Royal Academy is Yuzhan, whose prowess I have observed during assessments at the Academy. He possesses a cultivation level of the 2nd stage of the pulse cycle and exudes a menacing intent. What sort of adversary have you entangled yourself with? We must change our position. As Fan Lu spoke, he immediately sprinted to the left, with Qin Wentian following suit without hesitation. The Yu family has gone to great lengths to eliminate him. Their influence in the Imperial City is formidable. If he does not enter the Imperial Star Academy, he might find himself facing an untimely demise. Teacher Mo Shang has indeed presented a formidable challenge. Yet, even so, what of it? This time, I have gained a loyal brother. Fan Lu, thank you, Qin Wentian remarked as he ran. Do not be so sentimental, I, the stout one, am a man of honor. Do not forget your chubby brother when beautiful women come around, Fan Lu replied with a grin. The pursuers continued their relentless chase. After half an hour, they had plunged deep into the dark forest, where signs of beastly activity were evident. For more are hot on our heels. What is their cultivation level? Qin Wentian inquired. Feng, along with a cultivator at the 1st stage of the pulse cycle, and 2 in the body refinement realm. How shall we proceed? Fan Lu asked. Let us engage, Qin Wentian responded decisively, halting his steps. However, Fan Lu did not stop. He struck the ground forcefully, propelling himself into the air and landing atop a large tree. He addressed Qin Wentian. I shall take command. You shall execute the kill. Let us first deal with the 2 in the body refinement realm. Agreed. For reasons unknown, Qin Wentian felt an unusual trust in the portly figure. He steadied his stance and turned to await the approach of their pursuers. Seeing Qin Wentian halt, Feng and his companions also slowed their advance. Their gazes fixated upon him like venomous serpents, their murderous intent unmasked. The 4 of them curved toward Qin Wentian. How much force has the Yi family mobilized to eliminate me? Qin Wentian queried, directing his gaze at Feng. The Yi family? Many desire your death, including your crippled uncle, who dared to rebel. He will soon meet his end at the guillotine. Qin Hao and Qin Chuan have already been imprisoned in the Black Fortress. Feng replied with a chilling smile. He then waved his hand, prompting the 3 companions to charge at Qin Wentian with lethal intent. Suddenly, a terrifying arrow sliced through the air, hurtling towards Feng with the speed of lightning. Left, Fan Li's voice rang out, and Qin Wentian immediately lunged toward the body refinement cultivator on the left. The arrows continued to pierce the air, targeting the 3 assailants while leaving the one on the left to Qin Wentian. Break. The star soul of Feng's spear manifested, the celestial weapon roaring as it lunged towards the incoming arrows. Yet, in that moment, the arrows inexplicably shifted direction, brushing past the spear and aiming directly for his brow. How could this be? Feng's expression changed dramatically. In a panic, he unleashed a formidable palm strike, summoning a tempest. Though he managed to deflect the arrow, it nonetheless pierced through his palm, blood streaming from his hand. An arrow capable of altering its trajectory. Feng was not alone in his misfortune. The other 2 also faced dire consequences, with one body refinement cultivator being directly impaled through the forehead, succumbing to the lethal arrow. As they faced the onslaught of arrows, Qin Wentian lunged towards the individual at the body refinement stage to his left. When he unleashed his fist, it roared forth like a true dragon, the might of its 9 heavenly roars enveloping him with boundless power. In that fleeting moment of striking, the body refinement expert regretted his actions. His strength was utterly incomparable to Qin Wentian's. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Qin Wentian's dragon descending fist surged forth with unstoppable force, leaving his opponent no time to even release their star soul before being crushed by the fist's radiance, meeting a swift demise. In the span of mere moments, Fan Lu and Qin Wentian had dispatched 2 foes. Chapter 36, Ignite, Youth Impressive. Qin Wentian smiled at Fan Lu, steadying himself. Fan Lu once again drew his bow into a perfect crescent, 3 arrows poised upon the string. "I am a genius," Fan Lu grinned. And Qin Wentian could not help but concede that this seemingly lecherous chubby fellow was indeed a prodigy. "You best refrain from meddling, or you will meet a grim fate." Feng's gaze fixated on Fan Lu, revealing a ruthless intent. "First, deal with that one beside you." Fan Lu continued to smile, seemingly oblivious to Feng's words. Qin Wentian nodded, turning his icy gaze towards the youth next to Feng. In that instant, as Fan Lu's words fell, the 3 arrows simultaneously pierced the air, transforming into 3 glimmering blades aimed at Feng. The moment the arrows soared, Fan Lu deftly drew 3 more from his back, his movements remarkably fluid. This time, a radiant star of arrows manifested behind him, dazzling in its brilliance. The celestial river of 9 heavens, countless stars, all embodied the essence of martial destiny. Any martial star could exist. Fan Lu's star soul was a communion with a crescent-shaped bow star, coalescing in this moment. As he released the arrows, they shimmered with the light of the stars, once again surging forth with lethal intent. Qin Wentian was engaged in a clash with another adversary, both releasing their star souls. His was a magnificent heavenly hammer, while his opponent's star soul materialized as an imposing iceberg, every attack imbued with frigid intensity, with a resounding crash. As their powers collided once more, Qin Wentian felt a penetrating chill coursing through him, threatening to freeze his star veins. His opponent, however, was left reeling, his arm numbed by the impact. Despite Qin Wentian's 8th-level body refinement, the opposing force was astonishingly formidable. "There are hordes of demon beasts, Qin Wentian, hunt them." Fan Lu's expression turned grave. This time, he abandoned his self-crafted arrows, instead channeling the power of the stars as his ammunition, hurtling towards Qin Wentian's foe, effectively sealing off the opponent's escape. With an earth-shattering roar, the star power within Qin Wentian surged violently, pouring forth like a tidal wave through his open star veins. He resembled an enraged dragon, roaring forth, his long hair billowing, ready to annihilate all in his path. The youth facing him turned pale as an arrow descended from above. He conjured 2 icy spears, thrusting them upwards and forwards in defense. "Die!" Qin Wentian bellowed, an overwhelming force shattering the spears, pressing onward regardless of the pain in his fists. The sheer power reverberated, sending the opponent staggering back, just as a star arrow fell from the heavens, piercing through his skull, nailing him in place. Feng witnessed the death of his comrade, yet was thwarted by Fan Li's relentless barrage of arrows. Although not overwhelmingly powerful, Fan Li's arrows showcased a terrifying precision and the ability to change direction, rendering them nearly impossible to evade. At that moment, a wave of demonic energy surged forth, and Qin Wentian's gaze darted ahead, spotting a horde of demon wolves charging towards them, morphing into a fearsome tide of beasts. "Run!" Fan Li shot 3 arrows and leaped down from the ancient tree, turning to flee. Qin Wentian quickly followed suit, sprinting away as well. "Eliminate them." In the aftermath, Feng emitted a furious roar, for he had utterly lost face. Of the 4 sent to hunt down Qin Wentian, 3 had perished, leaving only him alive. More infuriating was the fact that he possessed greater strength than his adversaries, yet he had not been afforded a single opportunity to unleash it, being thoroughly ensnared by a barrage of arrows. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Wentian paused momentarily and glanced at Fan Li beside him. "From my elevated vantage point, I discern someone amidst the pack of demon wolves, likely the one controlling the Wolf King. Some among them have condensed beast-taming star souls." Fan Li's face was etched with frustration as he remarked to Qin Wentian, "Your star soul is indeed formidable, astonishingly. You wield such immense power even at the 8th level of physical refinement." The rotund figure was still preoccupied with such thoughts, prompting Qin Wentian to look at him incredulously. "Perhaps we should first contemplate our escape, as the speed of the demon wolves in this dark forest is evidently superior to ours. Moreover, their strength can easily rend ancient trees. Taking refuge in them is evidently futile. It appears we cannot evade them," lamented the plump man, a grimace marring his features. Soon, the demon wolves surged past them like phantoms, swiftly circling to their front, clearly perceiving them as prey, preparing to encircle them. As they found themselves ensnared by wolves both ahead and on either side, the lead demon wolf came to a halt, turning to reveal its bloodthirsty fangs and eyes brimming with malevolence. With a rustling sound, both Qin Wentian and Fan Lu came to an abrupt stop, their feet dragging against the ground as they turned. Fan Lu discarded his bow, and the radiance of the archery star soul illuminated his hands, manifesting a celestial bow. "Burn bright, young one," Fan Lu declared, and in that moment, it seemed as if he truly ignited, a terrifying aura emanating from him, radiating outward. Instantly, the demon wolves recoiled slightly, their eyes betraying a hint of apprehension as Fan Li's power surged uncontrollably. "Brother, cover me. I aim to slay the Wolf King." Fan Li's gaze fixated on the largest beast ahead, his eyes sharp as a predator's. With a resonating hum, radiant beams of stellar light pierced the heavens, shooting towards the colossal wolf like a meteor. The giant wolf roared, its fearsome claws glinting with a chilling sheen, yet it could not impede the arrow's advance. The resplendent starry arrows hurtled towards its head. The giant wolf attempted to evade, but the arrows, seemingly endowed with sentience, twisted and turned with relentless speed, evading all attempts at obstruction. Fear flashed across the wolf's countenance, and it raised its massive paw to shield its head. At that precise moment, the arrow altered its trajectory, piercing through the giant wolf's thigh with a sickening thud, the sheer force pinning it to the ground. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu lunged at the colossal wolf with fervor, but several demon wolves leapt forward to obstruct their path. Begone! Qin Wentian unleashed his star soul, conjuring a celestial hammer in his grasp. He leaped into the air, wielding the hammer with grace, and brought it crashing down upon one of the demon wolves, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of blood and carnage. Qin Wentian's movements showed no signs of ceasing. With relentless fervor, he wielded the technique of 1,000 forges, striking fiercely at the ferocious wolves on either side, carving a path for Fan Lu. Fan Lu, in a frenzied dash, surged forward towards the colossal wolf pinned to the ground. 3 arrows, poised and ready, screamed through the air, and although the giant wolf attempted to shield its head with its formidable claws, the sheer force of the arrows, released at such close range, obliterated its defenses. The final arrow, a celestial bolt, pierced through the wolf's skull. Splendid. A smile crept onto Qin Wentian's face. That giant wolf was a formidable 4th-tier beast, a being stronger than a 2nd-layer cultivator, yet Fan Lu had dispatched it with ease. At that moment, the figure of the rotund boy seemed to grow considerably taller. Howl! Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl reverberated through the forest, and from behind the pack of wolves emerged a youth clad in animal hides, his expression icy, standing atop another gigantic wolf. Beside him, Ophong was present, casting a cold smile at Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, as if regarding the two as mere corpses. To his astonishment, among the new students of the Imperial Star Academy, another possessing bloodline power had appeared. Ophong looked at Fan Lu, a hint of surprise gracing his features. Fan Lu possesses bloodline power. It is the power of lineage. Qin Wentian mused inwardly, having followed the Black Uncle for many years. He was well aware of the significance of bloodline power. Warriors connect with the martial destiny stars to condense star souls, relying on perception, talent, and willpower. While human bloodlines depend largely on heredity, some strong individuals with potent bloodline powers pass on this strength to their descendants, hidden within their lineage. Some may awaken it, while others may not, leading to generations where bloodline power remains dormant, and occasionally mutations occur. Moreover, the types of bloodline powers differ, bestowing unique abilities upon martial cultivators. Fan Li's bloodline power seemingly allowed him to ignite his fighting spirit, rendering him even more formidable. Curse luck, I have killed the wrong one. Fan Lu muttered under his breath, then approached Qin Wentian, stating, My bloodline is the Imperial Flame bloodline, capable of igniting combat prowess. I can infuse this power into your body, causing your blood to boil momentarily, granting you the effects of the Imperial Flame bloodline and enhancing your strength. Very well. Qin Wentian nodded, and immediately, Fan Li's palm surged with overwhelming bloodline energy, transforming into a sanguine claw that pressed firmly against Qin Wentian's back. The Imperial Flame bloodline surged into Qin Wentian's body, and in an instant, he felt his blood boiling, his aura climbing, igniting. Boom. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Qin Wentian's body trembled violently, and an unsettling aura erupted from within him. Fan Lu sensed something amiss, observing Qin Wentian closely as he saw his body shake, his complexion turning crimson, as if blood was about to spill forth, while a primal force akin to a ferocious beast threatened to consume him. I do not know. There is a force within my blood that is devouring your bloodline power, and I cannot control it. Qin Wentian's body quaked increasingly. You damn it, bloodline conflict. Is this even possible? The excess flesh on the plump face quivered slightly. Qin Wentian possessed a bloodline power that may very well surpass even his own Imperial Flame bloodline. Fan Lu was acutely aware that bloodline powers generally lie dormant within one's body, only to be awakened under extraordinary circumstances. Evidently, within Qin Wentian, there resided a latent bloodline power unbeknownst to him, which had been triggered by his Imperial Star bloodline. It remained uncertain whether this occasion would fully awaken the bloodline power within Qin Wentian. Should it succeed, he would be able to harness that power at will. If not, the bloodline power would remain in its dormant state. Chapter 37. Distorted Truths. Feng's gaze was fixed on Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, who were encircled by a pack of ferocious wolves, his eyes ablaze with an intensifying murderous intent. Amongst martial practitioners, those who awaken their bloodline powers are exceedingly rare, and these two individuals before him possessed such bloodlines that must be eradicated swiftly. Mu Yi, take action, Feng commanded, directing his attention to the beast's skin-clad youth atop the Wolf King. How are you faring? Fan Lu inquired as he unleashed a barrage of arrows from his starry bow, each shot causing the lower-tier wolves to explode under the force of his deadly projectiles. However, the formidable third-tier wolves proved to be a significant challenge. Third-tier beasts matched the strength of a human at the third level of body refinement, and their wild nature often granted them power surpassing that of a 7th or even 8th level martial practitioner. It's beyond my control, Qin Wentian grimaced, feeling the overwhelming bloodline power he could not harness. How enviable, the plump companion chuckled, noting the strength inherent in a bloodline that one could not command. Qin Wentian's realm was insufficient to wield it. Since it cannot be controlled, let it burn with fervor, the plump one declared, driving an arrow into the skull of a wolf lunging at Qin Wentian. In that moment, a droplet of wolf blood splattered onto Qin Wentian's face, igniting a wild glint in his eyes. He relinquished restraint as the terrifying bloodline power surged within him, radiating an aura of sovereign might. Kill! Qin Wentian roared, and immediately, the eyes of the wolves reflected a glimmer of fear. His form was enveloped in a blood-red halo as he unleashed the dragon-subduing fist. It manifested as a colossal crimson dragon roaring forth. The leading third-tier wolf was obliterated, showering the area with its blood. With a swift motion, another wolf lunged at him from behind. The agility of these beasts was unparalleled, and their numbers were overwhelming. Though Qin Wentian and Fan Lu possessed the strength to contend with fourth-tier wolves, they found themselves at a disadvantage against such a multitude. Get lost, Fan Lu shouted, positioning himself behind Qin Wentian. For the first time, he unleashed his second star soul, revealing a devilish visage that captivated the heart. The wolf charging toward Qin Wentian faltered, its body descending as Fan Lu's arrows found their mark, piercing through the creature's skull once more. At this juncture, Qin Wentian surged forward, his dragon-subduing fist carving a path of carnage, yet the tide of wolves remained relentless. Brother, slay the Wolf King, Fan Lu bellowed, blocking their rear. With a thunderous stomp, Qin Wentian's foot shattered the ground beneath him, propelling his body into the air as he met the incoming wolf with a devastating punch that shattered its form. Upon landing, a shockwave erupted, and he became an arrow, racing forward with unbridled intensity. The Wolf King howled in fury, and all the wolves abandoned Fan Lu, converging on Qin Wentian to launch their assault. I will give it my all, Fan Lu declared fiercely, his dual star souls erupting with brilliance. His starry bow radiated with an unparalleled splendor as he unleashed 9 arrows simultaneously, each piercing through the air with a series of resounding thuds, claiming the lives of wolves on either side of Qin Wentian. 1 arrow, 1 wolf. At this moment, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu were both engulfed in a frenzy, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows that relentlessly sought lives. Upon witnessing Qin Wentian's mad charge, both Feng and the beast-skin youth Mu Yi felt their pupils constrict. At this instant, it seemed as if Qin Wentian's bloodline was ablaze, plunging him into a state of extreme rage, wherein his strength surged to terrifying heights. Feng, you are at the 2nd level of the Wheel Meridian, with dual star souls, Mu Yi urged Feng, clearly intending for him to halt Qin Wentian's advance. Feng's expression hardened as he activated his dual star souls, manifesting the long spear star soul and the shield armor star soul. This time, he did not dare to be careless. Had he unleashed his 2nd star soul during their initial encounter with Fan Lu, he would not have suffered the injury to his palm from the arrows. The 2 star souls were distinct in their purposes. The first focused on offense, while the second prioritized defense. The rampaging Qin Wentian charged forth, and Feng bellowed in fury, causing the spear to tremble in the void. The poison dragon spear technique unleashed a terrifying power, akin to a black dragon roaring towards Qin Wentian in a deadly assault. As a practitioner of the 2nd level of the Wheel Meridian, Feng had opened 2 meridians, wielding formidable divine powers. In response, the enraged Qin Wentian unleashed the dragon descending fist, a devastating strike accompanied by the resounding roar of a dragon, shattering the void with a cacophony of explosive sounds. Qin Wentian surged forward with unstoppable momentum, Such terrifying power. Oh Feng's expression darkened. The force emanating from Qin Wentian had long surpassed that of 200 bulls, akin to the weight of Mount Tide bearing down upon him. Kill. Oh Feng's spear technique struck like a venomous dragon, piercing the air straight for Qin Wentian's eyes. Yet, in a shocking display, Qin Wentian extended his left hand and, with a fierce grip, seized the spear. Blood gushed from his palm, yet his right fist, imbued with immense might, swung towards Oh Feng. Madman! Oh Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The power of the stars coalesced into an ethereal shield, shimmering with radiant light. With a thunderous crack, the illusory shield shattered, and the overwhelming force sent Oh Feng reeling. At this moment, numerous figures appeared in the distance, curious about the commotion from the earlier battle, which had produced considerable noise and the howling of wolves, drawing many onlookers. Meanwhile, the ground trembled with the sound of galloping hoofs. However, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu were oblivious to their surroundings, driven solely by the urge to kill. Fan Li's rapid-fire arrows had nearly dispatched the vast wolf pack, and alongside Qin Wentian, he sprinted towards Oh Feng, simultaneously loosing 3 tracking arrows towards the Wolf King and Muyi. Damn it, the power of the stars is nearly depleted. Fan Lu muttered under his breath as his bow and arrows vanished. Nevertheless, he continued to keep pace with Qin Wentian, determinedly pursuing the isolated Oh Feng. Coughing and tasting blood, Oh Feng sprinted toward a nearby slope, his expression pale, revealing a deep-seated wariness. Upon the slope, numerous figures suddenly emerged, riding upon dragon steeds. These were the senior students supervising the Dark Forest trial. Stop! Oh Chun, mounted on a dragon steed, charged forward and roared, causing both Qin Wentian and Fan Li's pupils to constrict. Fan Li halted in his tracks, channeling the last of his stellar energy into arrows, which soared through the air, aimed directly at Oh Feng. Impertinence. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Oh Chen's eyes as the dragon horse beneath him transformed into a tempest. The spear in his hand sliced through the air, emanating a brilliant beam of light, while 3 arrows simultaneously detonated in the void. You seek death, he declared, as the spear shot forth, aimed directly at Fan Lu. Fan Li's expression shifted, and he leaped backward just as the spear plunged into the ground, causing the earth to shatter. The ensuing shockwave struck Fan Li's head, sending him hurtling away. Fatty! Qin Wentian's face froze, halting his steps. Before him sat Oh Chun atop the dragon horse, gazing down at him with a chilling demeanor. You are here to hunt demon beasts, yet you dare to turn against your own comrades. As his words fell, Oh Chun unleashed a punch towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian raised his hand to block it, but the overwhelming force was beyond his capability to withstand, and he was sent skidding across the ground, blood surging within him. His furious gaze met Oh Chun's, brimming with intense malice. Oh Feng sought to eliminate them, and surely Oh Chun was aware, yet now, the truth was twisted. You are exceedingly audacious. A cool voice interjected. As Mo Chi-Ching arrived riding a flying crane, her gaze towards Qin Wentian and Fan Lu icy. Mo Chi-Ching recognized Qin Wentian. Yet she was taken aback that he would resort to violence against fellow students during the assessment. If that were the case, perhaps she should not have intervened to save him before. Miss Mo, should we eliminate these 2 on the spot for their audacity? Oh Chun inquired. I do not wish to witness fratricide. Let them go, but do not allow it to happen again. Mo Chi-Ching replied coldly. Very well. Oh Chun nodded. Turning to Qin Wentian, he commanded, I spare your wretched life today. Leave. The surge of bloodline power within Qin Wentian gradually subsided. His gaze, frigid, swept over Oh Chun and Mo Chi-Ching before revealing a desolate smile. You are all quite impressive. His smile bore a tinge of melancholy as he approached the injured Fan Lu. Are you all right? I'm tough enough to survive, Fan Lu grinned. Brother. It seems that even beautiful women are not necessarily goddesses. Let us go. Qin Wentian shot a glare at Fatty, then hoisted him onto his back. Moving away into the distance, muttering under his breath, Fatty, you are truly heavy. Mo Chi-Ching watched the 2 forlorn figures, a sense of unease creeping in. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared as a snow dog leaped before her. Behind, Ruo Huan also arrived riding a cold eagle. Hovering in midair as she gazed at the departing figures, remarking softly, Mo Chi-Ching, you have gone too far. Mo Chi-Ching looked at Ruo Huan, her expression one of confusion. An inexplicable pain tugged at her heart. He is Qin Wentian, she thought, her heart aching as she watched his distant silhouette. Chapter 38. Malice in the depths of the dark forest. Qin Wentian hurriedly carried Fan Lu on his back, although he himself felt weak. It was imperative to leave the area swiftly to avoid attracting further attention. Neither he nor Fan Lu possessed the strength to continue fighting. How unfortunate, Fan Lu lamented, resting on Qin Wentian's back. Had I known it was this perilous, I would have refrained from meddling. I am not a fighter. Silence, Qin Wentian muttered under his breath, irritated by the incessant chatter of the portly companion. If you keep talking, I truly won't be able to hold on, he added, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. Moments before, both he and Fan Lu had been in a frenzied state, their bloodlines surging with energy. However, the exertion had left them utterly drained, their inner celestial powers completely depleted, rendering them extremely vulnerable. Particularly Fan Lu, who, already exhausted, had been struck by the tail of Qin's weapon, causing blood to flow profusely from his head. Fortunately, Qin Wentian was adept in acupoint techniques and managed to staunch the bleeding, yet Fan Lu now had no strength left in him. Reflecting on his state, Fan Lu mused, revenge is best served promptly, but I am still young and must cultivate for another year or two. Then it will not be too late to seek vengeance. Qin Wentian, why is your realm so low? If only you had reached the cycle realm, dealing with that scoundrel Phone would be a trivial matter, he continued, still rambling. Ahead lay a cave. Ignoring Fan Li's words, Qin Wentian made his way toward the cave. In their current condition, encountering a beast would spell disaster for them. As he approached the cave, Qin Wentian gently set down Fan Lu and sank to the ground, breathing heavily. Fan Lu, you should recover your strength, otherwise we will be in dire straits should we encounter a beast, he advised, before settling into meditation. Fan Lu also sat down, both of them in a state of extreme weakness. Surely, we cannot be this unlucky, Fan Lu muttered, his eyes fluttering open once more as he spotted a demon leopard approaching, fixating on them within the cave. Qin Wentian's expression stiffened as he stared at the ominous creature, forcing himself to stand despite his exhaustion. With a sudden rush, the demon leopard lunged forward with incredible speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, the snow dog beside Qin Wentian transformed into a white blur, its velocity surpassing that of the leopard. A low growl erupted from the snow dog's throat. And to Qin Wentian's astonishment, the creature's form expanded dramatically, resembling a third-tier demon wolf, as it clamped its jaws around the leopard's throat. In an instant, the demon leopard fell, its arteries severed, and it gasped for breath before succumbing to death. Transformation? Is that even possible? Both Fan Lu and Qin Wentian were left speechless. What astounded them further was the snow dog, which turned to face Qin Wentian, displaying a submissive demeanor, its expression oddly endearing as it gradually shrank back to its original size. What astonishing speed, Qin Wentian thought, a tremor of awe coursing through him. This little rascal truly plays the part of a fool to catch the tiger. Let us call it a little scamp. Fan Lu chuckled, a grin spreading across his face. Such a cheeky one, Qin Wentian remarked. Qin Wentian cast a disdainful glance at Fan Lu, remarking, however, that name is quite nice. As he spoke, a smile spread across Qin Wentian's face, and thus the poor snow dog was bestowed with the moniker Little Rascal, with Little Rascal guarding outside. Both Qin Wentian and Fan Lu felt considerably more at ease during their cultivation. As night fell, the celestial energy within their bodies rejuvenated. And when Fan Lu opened his eyes, he heard a violent, resonating sound emanating from Qin Wentian's body. He couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. The commotion generated by his own cultivation was nowhere near as intense. Yet, this fellow was indeed relentless, having just regained a modicum of strength. He immediately commenced refining his body through his techniques. Of course, Fan Lu understood that after today's events, Qin Wentian must be eager to elevate his realm swiftly, for they were still waiting for vengeance. Oh Chun, oh Phone, he felt a thrill of anticipation, with a sly grin that bore a hint of coldness. Fan Lu approached and lifted the body of the demon leopard, intent on satisfying his hunger. When Qin Wentian opened his eyes, he beheld Fan Lu, rather unrefined, tearing into roasted leopard meat with his hands, grease smeared across his plump face, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. You, having just regained a bit of strength, are so ostentatious. This smell and the flames will surely attract the beast soon, Qin Wentian muttered under his breath. Indeed, the recuperative capacity of martial practitioners was formidable. Having been drained from their earlier exertion, they had regained much strength in merely half a day. Hence, it was wise to eat heartily and depart swiftly. Fan Lu devoured the meat voraciously, and Qin Wentian joined him, observing as Little Rascal squatted nearby, looking up at him with a pleasing expression. How much can you possibly eat with that little frame? Qin Wentian remarked, feeding a piece of leopard meat to Little Rascal, who eagerly accepted it. Generally, Demon beasts also absorbed the essence of heaven and earth to grow, and this leopard meat was indeed highly nourishing. As Fan Lu munched away, he commented, "With this energy contained within the leopard meat, a regular person would recover their strength rapidly after consuming some. For the next month, we shall indulge in comfort," Fan Lu declared, rising to his feet. "A demon beast approaches. We should leave." Indeed, Qin Wentian nodded, leading Little Rascal away. They sought out another location, where Fan Lu, having satisfied his hunger, fell asleep, while Qin Wentian continued his solitary cultivation, with Little Rascal on lookout. By day, the trio ventured forth together, hunting demon beasts, inevitably savoring the exquisite flesh of their prey. In the blink of an eye, it was the 10th day since the warriors of the 7 academies had entered the dark forest, and the students had delved deep into its depths, proceeding with utmost caution. At that moment, in a thicket, a group of individuals advanced slowly, but suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. They soon beheld a colossal iron-armored rhinoceros charging towards them, uprooting ancient trees in its wake, a display of sheer power. This was a peak Tier 3 demon beast, the iron-armored rhinoceros, renowned for its ferocity. The group trembled in fear, their instincts urging them to flee, but as the gale rushed towards them, they could only watch as the iron-armored rhinoceros barreled past. More astonishingly, on either side of the armored rhinoceros, there darted the silhouettes of 2 young figures, racing with a speed that was nothing short of breathtaking. "Fatty, take action." A voice rang out, and they witnessed several starry arrows streaking through the air in brilliant arcs, seemingly guided with precision towards the armored beast. 9 arrows struck in quick succession, and the armored rhinoceros appeared to be cornered, halting abruptly. In that instant, another youth surged through the swirling dust, launching a thunderous punch that echoed with a hint of a dragon's roar. With a resounding thud, the boy's fist collided with the rhinoceros's forehead, causing the surrounding trees to tremble slightly. They then beheld the massive creature convulsing before it collapsed heavily to the ground with a resounding thump. Such formidable strength. The armored rhinoceros, renowned for its defense, had been felled by a single blow. The onlookers were shaken, and soon they noticed a snow-colored hound leaping onto the back of the rhinoceros, sporting a mischievous expression. The young warriors were none other than Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. Fan Lu stepped forward and remarked to Qin Wentian, "You monster. Since breaking through to the 9th level of body refinement, your strength has become even more ferocious." Over the course of the past 10 days, Qin Wentian had successfully ascended to the 9th and final level of body refinement. By tempering his physique with the violent star energy from the heavenly hammer star, coupled with the enhancement of the quintuple celestial star souls, his power was indeed terrifying. "I envy you. Can you summon your bloodline power at will?" Fatty asked, hands on his hips, grinning at Qin Wentian. Instantly, Qin Wentian's expression soured. Although he possessed a high-grade bloodline power, he could not wield it freely. The power lay dormant within him, utterly imperceptible. Furthermore, aside from this serpent-descending fist, do you not know any other techniques? Fan Lu continued. "Yes, you should hasten your advancement. That day against O Chun, we were utterly humiliated. Moreover, without relying on bloodline power, it may be difficult to contend with O Feng." Fan Lu squinted and moved forward. Qin Wentian nodded. The reason he had been able to defeat O Feng across realms that day was entirely due to the explosive energy derived from his bloodline power. Now, even at the 9th level of body refinement, he found it challenging to face O Feng, who was at the 2nd level of the cycle realm. Meanwhile, in another part of the dark forest, a flock of birds circled above, while below, O Feng and Mudi had gathered again, accompanied by 2 other figures. O Feng. After so many years of the Qin family being dispatched to Tianyong City, they have long since fallen from grace. You wish for me to take action against a descendant of the Qin family at the body refinement stage? One individual looked disdainfully at O Feng. He was Hua Yun, a second-year student at the Imperial Star Academy, who had opened 4 cycles and was also a noble scion. Within the dark forest, individuals from the 9 prestigious academies were participating in trials, yet they could not prevent others from entering. Hua Yun happened to be honing his skills in the dark forest when he encountered O Feng. As for the other young man, he was Yi Zhan from the Royal Academy, at the 2nd level of the cycle realm. That fellow has a companion with bloodline power, which makes things somewhat troublesome. O Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He harbored the secret of Qin Wentian's bloodline, a fact he chose to conceal. He was determined that Qin Wentian must perish within the dark forest to absolve himself of the humiliation of having fled in terror from his pursuers. "Mai, take action," O Feng commanded. Mai's gaze turned towards the void, and in an instant, The circling birds suddenly surged in all directions, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 39. The unrelenting spirits. Fan Li's cultivation level was at the first stage of the Wheel Meridian realm, while Qin Wentian had ascended to the 9th stage of body refinement. As long as they refrained from venturing too deep into the dark forest and remained cautious, they were unlikely to encounter peril. Consequently, Qin Wentian and Fan Li lived their days in leisurely tranquility. Qin Wentian, have you begun your quest for the Wheel Meridian realm? What kind of star soul do you desire for your second? Fan Li inquired as they traversed the thicket. He eagerly anticipated Qin Wentian's successful condensation of the second star soul. The first star soul had already established a connection with the martial command star of the third heaven, so it was only natural to expect that the second star soul would at least link to the third heaven as well. Bestowing Qin Wentian with the formidable power of the tyrannical heavenly hammer star soul, which Fan Li had witnessed firsthand. I have yet to decide. The vast expanse of the 9 heavens starry river is filled with countless martial command stars. This time, I must choose wisely, Qin Wentian replied with a smile, sharing in the excitement of the prospect of the second star soul. You're quite the anomaly, Fan Li muttered under his breath. Many individuals struggle to maintain their consciousness in the first heaven for long, hastily connecting with the martial command stars, yet here you are, contemplating leisurely while aiming for the third heaven. Nevertheless, he added with a serious tone, although you are peculiar, there remains a disparity between us. Qin Wentian had long grown accustomed to Fan Li's brazen remarks, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, as if deliberately inciting the rotund youth. Suddenly, both of them exclaimed in unison, "There's a fight happening." They quickly surged forward, sprinting with agility, while a seemingly inconspicuous troublemaker trailed closely behind them through the underbrush. Not far from Qin Wentian, Lu Yin was engulfed in despair. She had never imagined encountering a 4th-level demon beast, the azure scale python. Before her, the serpent coiled like a small house, ensnaring her friend Zhuo Fan and swallowing him whole. The brutal scene rendered her legs weak with terror. "Lu Yin, run!" Lu Yu shouted from a distance upon seeing Lu Yin frozen in place. However, Lu Yin was merely 16, and the horrifying spectacle shattered her composure. As she watched the azure scale python slithering closer, her body trembled in fear, her gaze locked in a daze upon the looming serpent. The python halted before Lu Yin, gazing down at her. In that moment, her spirit completely crumbled, leaving her oblivious to the rushing wind that swept by her side. Vile beast! Qin Wentian lunged like an arrow towards the serpent's head, unleashing the third form of the dragon-subduing fist, the 9 heavens dragon roar. A tempest erupted, and the azure scale python's cold gaze shifted, its gaping maw aimed directly at Qin Wentian. "Go!" Qin Wentian bellowed at Lu Yin below, grasping the serpent's massive tail. He catapulted himself away, just as a barrage of whistling arrows hurtled toward the python's eyes. Only then did Lu Yin regain her senses and turn to flee, while Qin Wentian crashed violently into a sturdy tree, feeling pain reverberate through his body. Fortunately, his physical form was robust enough to withstand the impact without serious injury. The terrifying roar pierced the air, the azure scale python, having endured Qin Wentian's strike, and then being struck in the eye by Fan Li's tracking arrow, unexpectedly retreated without succumbing to rage, demonstrating a capacity for thought. That hurt. Qin Wentian glanced at Fan Li and remarked, "Not bad, my chubby friend." Hiki. The portly fellow grinned widely as he approached. His second star soul, the ghostly-faced star soul, bestowed upon him the power of intent, enabling him to subtly alter the trajectory of arrows and effortlessly perceive the cultivation realms of others. Though this star soul did not directly confer formidable offensive or defensive capabilities, it belonged to the control type category, possessing significant potential for growth. After all, the portly man could currently only apply this power to arrows, using his mental focus to redirect them at crucial moments. However, in the future, as his mental prowess strengthened, he would be able to wield swords and manipulate objects directly. "Are you all right?" Qin Wentian inquired, stepping before Lu Yin and extending his hand toward her, who was seated on the ground in a weakened state after witnessing the snake's retreat. Upon seeing the smiling youth, a hint of joy flickered across her face as she reached out, clasping his palm before rising to her feet. "It's all fine now, just be careful next time," Qin Wentian replied with a smile. Lu Yin nodded in agreement, but the thought of Zhuo Fan's demise cast a shadow of sorrow over her expression. Above the forest, a crow, seemingly drawn by the recent skirmish, let out a mournful caw, adding a touch of desolation to the scene. "Crows?" Fan Li suddenly raised his head, squinting at the black birds circling overhead before murmuring, They truly are persistent spirits. Qin Wentian's brow furrowed as he looked up, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. He had not forgotten the lesson from the previous encounter with the wolf pack. Feng's companions had the ability to control beasts. Lu Yan, do not reveal our acquaintance. Qin Wentian instructed her, exchanging a glance with Fan Lu before both turned and sprinted deeper into the dark forest. This scene left Lu Yan momentarily stunned, yearning to pursue them. However, at that very moment, a violent wind swept through, rustling the leaves, as several avian figures swooped in from the distance, rapidly soaring overhead, with shadowy figures atop them. Upon witnessing this, Li promptly grasped Lu Yan's arm and cautioned, "Do not chase after them. They have encountered formidable opponents." "Brother," Lu Yan responded, observing Lu Yu, who continued, "Qin Wentian would rather endure the strike of the Qinglan python to save you. It appears he holds some affection for you. However, those riding the birds are evidently much stronger. Remember what Qin Wentian said, we do not know him." As soon as he finished speaking, a youthful figure riding upon a level 3 black hawk appeared. Returning to their vicinity, it was Yi Zhan, with a smile gracing his face. He leapt down and approached Lu Yan and Lu Yu. "I am Yi Zhan, a trial participant from the Royal Academy. What about you?" he inquired casually. "The person you just mentioned is Qin Wentian, a candidate from the Imperial Star Academy, but he likely will not emerge from the dark forest." "How long have you known him?" "We've only just met," Lu Yu replied, unable to muster a lie in the face of Yi Zhan's smile. "There's no need to be anxious. Our interest lies solely in him, and we harbor no ill will towards you," Yi Zhan assured them with a smile, prompting Lu Yu to release a sigh of relief, though Lu Yan grew increasingly concerned for Qin Wentian. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu were racing ahead. Yet the speed of the flying creatures was astonishing, gradually closing the distance between them. "Little rascal, transform." Qin Wentian let out a roar, and suddenly, a white phantom expanded in size, swiftly lunging towards Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, who both jumped onto it, albeit somewhat cramped. Once settled, he inquired about their cultivation levels. Among the three, Feng and the beast-taming lad were manageable, but the last one posed a significant challenge. "My mental prowess cannot penetrate his cultivation. Likely above the 3rd level of the wheel meridian." Fan Lu, back to Qin Wentian, clasped the body of the little rascal with her legs as a bow, and arrows materialized in her hands, instantly releasing 3 arrows that soared through the air. However, the black eagle evaded with astonishing speed, causing the arrows to veer off course, coupled with the terrifying velocity of the shadow in flight. Fan Lu found her mental force inadequate to control the arrows to catch up. "This is troublesome," Fan Lu muttered. "Fortunately, this rascal is fast enough. Comparable to a bird in flight. If he weren't carrying us, he could easily shed any pursuers without transforming. Yet, remaining in this predicament was not a viable solution. Prepare for battle. We must eliminate that beastmaster. Otherwise, they will retain control over the Black Eagle," Qin Wentian stated. "Agreed. Let us wait for an opportunity," they conspired, with Fan Lu refraining from wasting her celestial energy on further arrows as they sprinted deeper into the dark forest. Hua Yun felt somewhat disheartened. He had not anticipated that pursuing the two would prove so arduous. Moreover, the white dog was racing about chaotically, leaving him uncertain of his position, aware that formidable beasts could appear at any moment. Ahead, the dense woods unexpectedly opened up, revealing a clearing, beyond which lay a fog-laden valley. The illusory city. Hua Yun thought, his pupils constricting as he realized they had reached the edge of the illusory city within the dark forest. Qin Wentian and his companions halted as well. Observing the faint outline of a city shimmering in the misty valley ahead, its existence ethereal and elusive, they seemed to regard this place with trepidation. The rotund figure narrowed his eyes, observing the 3 who had ceased their pursuit, yet were slowly closing in. This time, Qin Wentian found himself ensnared. The 2 dismounted from the little rascal, who reverted to a smaller form. Exchanging a glance of mutual understanding, Fan Lu swiftly drew her bowstring, unleashing 9 celestial arrows simultaneously, whistling through the air towards Mu Yi. "Little rascal," Qin Wentian shouted, as the little creature leaped into his hands, only for Qin Wentian to abruptly fling him into the void towards Mu Yi. Upon witnessing the 9 arrows hurtling towards him, Mu Yi momentarily froze, nearly having his escape route severed. He gathered his strength and retaliated against the arrows with a powerful strike. Almost instantaneously, a snow-white dog appeared before him, its body expanding dramatically, sharp claws aimed directly at his forehead. Mu Ye's expression shifted drastically as he directed the black eagle upwards. However, The little rascal's claws tore through the shadow's head, sending the black eagle plummeting, and Mu Yi lost his balance, descending as well. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, an event so swift that the 9 arrows had merely served to halt Mu Yi momentarily, rendering him trapped in a dire situation. On the edge of the mist, the portly figure's arrow was aimed directly at him, accompanied by a broad grin. Chapter 40. The impact of the wheel pulse realm. Upon witnessing the lewd grin of the rotund figure, Mai felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Within the wheel pulse realm, he found himself utterly devoid of leverage, helplessly observing as arrows cleave through the void. With a desperate exertion, Mai managed to deflect 2 arrows. Yet one still found its mark, piercing directly into his brow. This pursuit had exacted a fatal cost. At the moment Mai was struck, Huaiyan leapt from the back of the Black Hawk, launching himself towards Fan Lo. Qin Wentian stepped forward, charging at Huaiyan, unleashing the dragon-descending fist in a fierce confrontation against the oncoming assailant. Murderous intent glinted in Huaiyan's eyes as he unleashed the terrifying Starfall fist, a forceful assault sweeping through the air. Qin Wentian felt an overwhelming power bearing down upon him, his expression shifting as he utilized the backlash to propel himself backward, colliding forcefully against Fan Lo. Fan Lo staggered several steps back, nearly retreating into the mist before regaining his footing. What to do when overwhelmed? Fan Lo steadied Qin Wentian, expressing his frustration. If they could not fight, they would have to flee. The pain in Qin Wentian's arm was excruciating had he not reacted swiftly. He feared his arm might have been rendered useless. The little rascal seemed to grasp Qin Wentian's intent and charged forth. The 2 of them leaping as the mischievous creature led them directly into the depths of the fog. This scene momentarily stunned Huan. Did they not realize that the Mist Illusion City was a perilous trap? Oblivious to danger. Their primary objective in eliminating Mai was to prevent him from summoning beasts to pursue them. Feng approached, secretly relieved. The duo exhibited remarkable synergy, accompanied by a shape-shifting beast. Had it not been for their concern over Mai's potential pursuit, he surmised they would have chosen to eliminate him first. However, their fate was sealed. This dark forest was vast, with areas that were strictly forbidden to tread. The Mist Illusion City was indeed a dead end. Entering meant never returning. With the deed done, Huaiyan turned to leave, leaving Feng momentarily frozen in thought. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. Within the mist, the little rascal led Qin Wentian and Fan Lo in a frantic dash. No one is pursuing us? Fan Lo's voice echoed. Yes, Qin Wentian affirmed. It feels rather amiss. Could it be perilous? Fan Lo shivered slightly, sensing they might be too intimidated to enter. Perhaps. Are we to perish here? The rotund figure's voice quivered with despair. In the fog, paths became indistinguishable, and they found themselves utterly lost. I'd rather perish alongside a beauty. The rotund figure lamented, clinging to Qin Wentian in a fit of despair. Qin Wentian promptly kicked him away. After what felt like half an hour, they finally emerged from the mist. The moment they did, they were struck by the sight before them. A magnificent castle loomed ahead. The Mist Illusion City was not merely an illusion, but a true fortress. Moreover, they beheld numerous armored soldiers within the castle, clad in black armor, exuding an aura of lethal intent. As the 2 approached, a pair of black-armored soldiers advanced, their long spears aimed directly at them. The atmosphere thick with the scent of impending slaughter, nearly causing the rotund figure to collapse. The portly fellow found himself in an unfortunate predicament, genuinely distressed as he realized that all present were at a higher cultivation level than him, rendering any escape impossible. Qin Wentian, too, had not anticipated discovering such a fortress concealed within the depths of the dark forest, a place that harbored a formidable cadre of warriors. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, prompting both Qin Wentian and the portly individual to unleash their stellar souls, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. At that moment, a figure clad in armor approached from a distance, calling out Qin Wentian's name in a voice tinged with hoarseness, with only a pair of eyes visible beneath the helm. Surprised, Qin Wentian's pupils constricted. Could it be that someone here recognized him? Everyone, retreat, the approaching figure stated indifferently. Instantly, the black-armored soldiers withdrew, allowing Fan Lo to exhale in relief, sensing that the portly fellow was indeed fortunate. Who are you? Qin Wentian inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. The mysterious individual responded. This misty illusion city is a place of despair. Once one enters, escaping is out of the question. However, you are an exception. Follow me. The voice remained gravelly as the figure turned and strode toward the castle, with Qin Wentian and Fan Lo trailing behind, their minds awash with confusion. The enigmatic figure led them to a comfortable abode, attended by a strikingly beautiful maid. Take good care of them, the mysterious person instructed the maid. Then turned to Qin Wentian, saying, whenever you wish to leave, inform the maid, and I shall arrange your departure. But remember, do not disclose this place to outsiders, otherwise, I assure you, you shall not survive beyond 3 days. Absolutely, the portly fellow grinned, while the mysterious figure cast one last glance at Qin Wentian, remarking, your cultivation has reached the 9th level of body refinement. You may attempt to break through to the pulse realm. With that, the mysterious individual departed, leaving Qin Wentian enveloped in perplexity. Who could he be? Fan Lu asked, once the mysterious figure and the maid had exited. How should I know? Qin Wentian shrugged, racking his brain for answers that eluded him. Should we sneak away? Fan Lu whispered, but as soon as he spoke, he regretted it. For a number of beautiful maidens entered, carrying food, instantly capturing Fan Li's attention and making him forget all thoughts of escape. The maidens set the food upon the table and then retreated to the side. Ladies, please join us, Fan Li cheerfully suggested. The maidens shook their heads, indicating their hesitation. Feeling a sense of loss, Fan Li glanced at the food, his eyes widening in astonishment at the lavish spread. Leopard gall, bear heart, and red serpent fruit. Such exquisite fare. He was utterly astounded, realizing that the fortress's location in the dark forest, combined with the strength of its denizens, granted it a natural advantage. To Fan Li's further astonishment, shortly thereafter, someone delivered several star meteorites to Qin Wentian, claiming they were for his cultivation breakthrough. Fan Li began to suspect that Qin Wentian might be the young master of this castle, as true brothers do. The portly fellow generously shared the star meteorites with Qin Wentian, concerned that he might not be able to utilize them all. Upon witnessing the gift of the meteorite from his counterpart, Qin Wentian discerned that the other harbored no ill intentions. There was no need for such deliberate gestures otherwise. In the ensuing moments, he commenced his tranquil cultivation, recognizing the necessity for a breakthrough in his realm. As for Fan Lu, he reveled in the complimentary delicacies, engaging in light-hearted conversation with a beautiful sister, relishing the pleasures of life. The culinary offerings here were undoubtedly of royal caliber, likely surpassing even the provisions available to the nobility of the Chu kingdom, proving immensely beneficial for cultivation. Besides the splendid treatment, they remained undisturbed by any external interruptions. As the night deepened like ink, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged upon the ground. The misty sky failed to obscure the celestial light cascading down upon him. At that moment, a thunderous sound resonated within his body, as if a unique luminescence coursed through him. His physical form shimmered, illuminated by the starlight. He had reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Fan Lu lay languidly nearby, observing Qin Wentian's diligent practice. This individual was indeed industrious. Having immersed himself in cultivation for several days, a soft sound emerged, causing Fan Lu to squint with curiosity as he regarded Qin Wentian. A faint smile gracing his lips. Is he beginning to awaken the acupoints? Is he aiming for the wheel vein realm? The rapidity of Qin Wentian's progress was astonishing. It seemed scarcely a few days had elapsed since his last breakthrough. Fan Lu mused internally, while external factors such as the exquisite meals and meteorite assistance played a role. It was evident that Qin Wentian's cultivation technique and star soul were exceptionally formidable, ideally suited for body refinement. The realm of body refinement is dedicated to the forging of a perfect physique. For some, weak techniques and meager star power conferred by their celestial destiny yield poor refinement results, and their ability to cultivate the primordial energies of heaven and earth is even worse. Conversely, superior techniques and potent star energies facilitate rapid body refinement, allowing for the swift crafting of an impeccable physique. Qin Wentian undoubtedly belonged to the latter category, possessing a powerful technique and a dominant star soul. The violent star energies descending from the celestial hammer constellation continuously poured into Qin Wentian's form, where boundless stellar power flowed and converged upon various acupoints, fiercely surging forth. Within a human body, numerous meridians and acupoints exist. The wheel vein realm necessitates the awakening of all acupoints, enabling the storage of greater primordial energy. Following this, the acupoints must connect the meridians, forging a complete wheel vein that ensures the unobstructed circulation of energy throughout the body. Through this complete wheel vein, the primordial energy stored in the limbs and major acupoints can connect to various parts such as the hands, feet, eyes, and ears, enhancing not only offensive capabilities but also sensory perceptions like vision and hearing. Both ordinary martial cultivators and those of martial destinies can strive for the wheel vein realm. As each acupoint was activated, a pained expression emerged on Qin Wentian's countenance. The process of awakening acupoints was inherently agonizing. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered, causing the once silent space to resonate with crisp sounds. Fan Lu, observing from the side, could not help but be astonished at Qin Wentian's tenacity. Yet, despite this, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He vividly recalled the disdainful glances from O Chun and the relentless pursuit by O Feng. It was indeed imperative for Qin Wentian to cultivate earnestly and achieve a breakthrough, solidifying his second star soul as soon as possible. Now, the month-long assessment period seems to have arrived. In the early morning, candidates stepping out of the dark forest for their trials emerged one after another, while the instructors from the 9 academies awaited outside. Those who exited the dark forest would henceforth become members of their respective academies. Zhang Zhun and Mo Shang stood together, accompanied by O Chun, Mo Qingcheng, and Ruo Huan. O Feng appeared. Upon seeing O Feng, Zhang Zhun's face lit up with a smile, for O Feng would soon join his faction. Ruo Huan's beautiful eyes flashed with displeasure. O Feng had previously targeted Qin Wentian in the dark forest. Although Mo Qingcheng and Mo Shang kept a close watch on O Chun, there was no guarantee that O Feng would not seek assistance from others, especially since the candidates for this assessment hailed from various regions and were largely unfamiliar with one another, with the exception of certain individuals from the imperial city who were connected due to their noble backgrounds. Mo Qingcheng cast a frosty glare at O Feng, causing his expression to stiffen as he lowered his gaze, too intimidated to meet her eyes. In her presence, he felt utterly diminished, despite his desire to gaze upon her longer. Mo Qingcheng had been attentively observing the emerging candidates, carrying a lingering sense of guilt regarding the earlier incident. When she witnessed Qin Wentian pursuing O Feng, she had reprimanded him directly without thoroughly inquiring about the circumstances. However, as the sun began to set, casting a crimson hue over the dark forest, Qin Wentian still had not appeared, and over 300 individuals from the Emperor Star Academy had already emerged. Compared to other academies, the Emperor Star Academy boasted the highest pass rate, yet their numbers remained the lowest. With over 100 cities in the Chu Kingdom and the influx of young geniuses from other realms, the figure of 300 seemed rather insignificant. O Feng, what has become of Qin Wentian? Mo Qingcheng suddenly directed her icy gaze at O Feng, inquiring coldly. I don't know. The dark forest is vast. He might have encountered a beast and perished, O Feng stammered nervously. A formidable aura radiated from Mo Qingcheng, prompting O Feng to retreat behind O Chun. Yet, Mo Qingcheng coldly stated, if anything has happened to him, and it is due to your actions, you shall face the consequences. With that, Mo Qingcheng turned and departed on her flying crane. Ruo Huan observed Mo Qingcheng's receding figure and silently acknowledged that since the woman had recognized her error, there was little to hold against her. Her gaze, equally frigid, scanned O Qin and O Feng. I will uncover the truth behind this matter, Mo Shang expressed, feeling regret for agreeing with his master's opinion. After all, Qin Wentian was still weak in cultivation and had been schemed against, if anything truly happened to him. He feared he would find no peace within himself. Chapter 41. The Hall of Divine Weapons in the Blink of an Eye. It has been 7 days since the assessment of the 9 great academies' martial houses. The influx of new students has infused vitality into each academy's martial establishment. Today marks the first day, and on the battle stage stands O Feng, one of the more formidable newcomers, who, having vanquished his opponent, exudes an air of triumph. However, as she observes this scene, a glimmer of coldness flashes subtly in Ruo Huan's enchanting eyes. She has always held a fondness for that sunny young man. Has he truly perished in the dark forest? He ought to be standing upon this stage today, not as the most illustrious among them. Yet he would undoubtedly shine in his own right. At the edge of the dark forest, 2 young men emerge, accompanied by an adorable snow dog. The air is splendid, Qin Wentian remarks, gazing ahead at the town with a smile gracing his lips. At this moment, his demeanor seems slightly altered. His eyes sparkle more brightly than before. He has now activated all of his body's acupoints, harnessing the celestial energy, and has thoroughly unblocked the stellar meridians, transforming them into a celestial wheel that connects with his internal organs, allowing for the flow of energy throughout his body. Having reached the body refinement stage, he has forged a perfect physique. Upon stepping into the meridian stage, he has stimulated all acupoints, linking them to the meridians, enhancing his sensory perception and agility, and significantly elevating his physical attributes. The beauties of the imperial city, here I come, he declares. The plump companion beside him closes his eyes, inhaling deeply in a state of bliss. Suddenly, Qin Wentian delivers a playful kick, nearly sending the stout fellow tumbling. Qin Wentian, you are too much, he exclaims, hands on his hips, glaring at Qin. Yet, as Qin turns to face him, the stout man's bravado diminishes, memories of his past defeat at Qin's hands flooding back, prompting him to mutter, "You are truly bullying me." With that, he strides ahead, while a faint smile graces Qin Wentian's lips as he trails behind. He cannot help but be irked by his companion's lewdness. The night before departing from Illusion City, the stout man had actually summoned a maid to his room for a heart-to-heart conversation. At the witching hour, Qin Wentian had promptly given him a sound thrashing, admonishing him not to abuse his name to flirt with women. Reflecting on his experiences in the ancient castle of Illusion City, Qin Wentian remains puzzled about the identity of the person who recognized him. Not only did they spare his life, but they treated him with unexpected kindness. Upon reaching the city gates, as Qin Wentian prepares to enter, he spots a familiar figure waiting outside, the unmistakable Feng Ping. "Master!" Feng Ping exclaims, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Qin Wentian, and he quickly jogs over. Noticing the dust covering Feng Ping, Qin Wentian feels a warmth in his heart, surprised that Feng Ping has come to await him here. "What brings you here?" Qin Wentian inquires. "Master, I have found a safe place," Feng Ping replies, his smile indicating a joyful revelation. As they walk together, Qin Wentian responds, "Good." Feng Ping nodded slightly and then introduced to Qin Wentian, among the various formidable factions in the Imperial City, there exists a particularly powerful entity known as the Divine Armament Pavilion. This establishment boasts immense influence, primarily dealing in divine weapons. Yet it also trades in a myriad of other treasures, claiming to procure anything one desires. Notably, it possesses the largest variety of divine weapons, thus employing numerous guest artisans who craft these weapons for them. However, unlike the Star River Guild, they do not undertake missions. They solely engage in the sale of treasures. As of now, I serve as a guest artisan at the Divine Armament Pavilion. Indeed, what compensation do they provide you for your craftsmanship? Qin Wentian inquired. The treatment varies according to the rank of the guest artisan. For instance, one may access the Martial Arts Pavilion to cultivate different levels of techniques and divine abilities. Additionally, a fixed monthly stipend of elemental stones and starfall stones is provided. The higher-ranked guest artisans enjoy exceptional benefits at the Divine Armament Pavilion, even surpassing those of the Star River Guild, Feng Ping continued. Qin Wentian's expression turned contemplative. Feng Ping's decision to become a guest artisan at the Divine Armament Pavilion was undeniably wise. He could engage in the craft he excelled at while reaping substantial rewards. Moreover, it would facilitate his future endeavors, such as acquiring starfall stones for cultivation through Feng Ping. Feng Ping, if you possess the second-tier divine patterns, could you forge second-tier divine weapons? The comprehension of divine patterns is extremely complex, and achieving mastery is far from instantaneous. Even upon grasping them, numerous attempts are required to engrave them accurately. However, if I could genuinely master the second-tier divine patterns, crafting second-tier divine weapons would pose no issue. Very well. Let us proceed to the Divine Armament Pavilion. This time, I shall inscribe the divine patterns, and together we will forge the divine weapons. Once completed, perhaps you could procure a few starfall stones for me, Qin Wentian suggested thoughtfully. Although he had advanced to the Pulse Realm, he had yet to open the Star Gate, which necessitated the aid of tremendous stellar energy. His recent attempts had proven unsuccessful, and he likely required the starfall stones. Furthermore, the celestial figure in his mind also demanded substantial stellar power to activate. Relying solely on the celestial energy within him and then drawing from the martial destiny star would be too slow. If he could forge second-tier divine weapons, acquiring starfall stones should not be a problem. Feng Ping's face lit up with excitement. The population of the Imperial City is vast, and many martial cultivators have an insatiable demand for divine weapons, especially adventurers for whom a divine weapon could mean the difference between life and death. Why did we not see anyone wielding divine weapons in the Dark Forest? Qin Wentian inquired of Fan Lu. Fan Lu, who had been listening intently, inwardly cursed this eccentric individual, who possessed knowledge of divine patterns, an intricate and time-consuming pursuit that most individuals are reluctant to invest significant effort in. How could candidates in the assessment possibly carry divine weapons? Do you think the Academy's instructors are fools? The plump individual scoffed at Qin Wentian. That is a valid point. Qin Wentian replied with a shrug and a smile, noticing that many people along the road were indeed armed. The Divine Armament Pavilion is situated in the 4th district of the Imperial City, an area teeming with numerous powerful families and factions, including the Star River Guild. The roads are exceptionally wide, and the architecture is grandiose, with all who traverse them possessing extraordinary strength. That is the Divine Armament Pavilion, Feng Ping declared. Feng Ping pointed towards a magnificent architectural complex ahead, resplendent and imposing, with a multitude of individuals entering and exiting. This was one of the favored haunts of the nobility and affluent citizens within the imperial city. "Master, shall we venture inside?" Feng Ping inquired. Those who wished for his demise would be sorely disappointed this time. He was destined to step into the Imperial Star Academy. Of course, before that, he needed to consolidate his second star soul to enhance his prowess, for the Imperial Star Academy was a realm teeming with formidable talents. Feng Ping, accompanied by Qin Wentian, navigated around the main structure of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, entering the inner courtyard from a side entrance. The splendor of the Divine Weapon Pavilion's main hall was sustained by the operations of this inner courtyard. "Master, what type of divine weapon shall we forge?" Upon reaching the area designated for weapon blanks, Feng Ping posed the question. "You may choose. Select what you are most adept at. I have comprehended a second-tier divine inscription suitable for any divine weapon, as long as there are no issues on your end. This second-tier inscription should suffice to craft a second-tier divine weapon," he replied. "Then let us forge a bow," interjected Fan Lu unexpectedly. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes, dismissing the remark. Bows were among the most challenging divine weapons to inscribe, slender and curved, with intricate patterns that were difficult to engrave. Ultimately, Feng Ping opted for a sword blank, preparing to forge a sword. After meticulously selecting the materials for the crafting, he began the melting process. While Qin Wentian sat down quietly to contemplate the second-tier divine inscription he had mentioned, a rather intricate combination of divine patterns. Qin Wentian meticulously analyzed the intricate lines of divine inscriptions etched in his memory, subsequently employing the power of the stars to replicate them within his meridians. Chapter 42. Treatment. The Hall of Divine Weapons, majestic and grand, is enveloped in a splendid radiance of colored glass, illuminating the entire chamber. Various levels of divine arms and treasures are displayed across numerous counters. This vast hall spans 3 stories, attracting no fewer than tens of thousands of visitors daily. At this moment, a young man clad in a white robe steps into the Hall of Divine Weapons, a wine jug in hand, exuding a distinct aroma of alcohol. The drunken immortal has come seeking treasures again. Shall we see what he has brought? Someone jovially quips upon his entrance, clearly a familiar face among the regulars. "Should someone offer me a drink, I might consider returning," the young man replies with a smile, then ascends to the second floor of the hall. Laughter resonates through the crowd, many secretly lamenting the rarity of such a talented and amiable youth as the drunken immortal in the present day. As one of the 10 elegants of the capital, the drunken immortal is renowned for his exceptional talent and astonishing swordsmanship. Although he seldom wields his sword, all within the imperial city are aware of his prowess. His swordsmanship is as remarkable as his tolerance for alcohol. It is said that onlookers once witnessed him dance with his sword in a drunken stupor, resembling a celestial being, which earned him the moniker of the Drunken Immortal. His true name, however, has faded from memory. The Drunken Immortal possesses another passion, the collection of exquisite swords, drawing him frequently to the Hall of Divine Weapons. Upon reaching the second floor, he strides directly to the sword display, where various hilt designs hang from the walls. "Looking for new stock, I presume?" A beautiful attendant greets him with a smile, retrieving several newly forged swords from the wall and presenting them to the Drunken Immortal. These are all freshly crafted, of mid-tier and upper-tier second grade. After inspecting them, the Drunken Immortal chuckles, "I shall return another time." The attendant, seemingly accustomed to his response, offers only a smile. At that moment, a young sword attendant approaches with 3 swords in hand, saying, "Sister Sword Dance, these are the newly forged divine weapons for you." "Very well." Sword Dance glances at the swords and channels her energy into them, then turns to the Drunken Immortal, remarking, "Though all 3 are of second-grade quality, they do not match the earlier offerings. Let me see." The Drunken Immortal takes a sip of wine, then examines the 3 swords, shaking his head. He points to an unassuming sword on the left and inquires, "What is the price for this one?" "For a second-grade inferior sword, if you desire it. I would part with it for a single piece of second heaven star meteorite," Sword Dance replies with a smile. The star meteorite she refers to is of standard specifications, a high-value currency in the continent used for cultivation and aiding martial practitioners in communicating with martial stars. These meteorites, having fallen from the celestial heavens, vary in form. Sometimes, a singular complete meteorite is worth an immense fortune. Once polished and shaped into standard sizes, they become what the populace refers to as star meteorites, the primordial stones. infused with the elemental forces of the universe, serve as a form of currency, albeit of a lower grade. Those who frequent the Divine Weapon Pavilion are typically affluent individuals, and their medium of exchange is usually the celestial meteorite. At this moment, a middle-aged man approached, the elder in charge of the second floor of the pavilion. "Old Qin, take a look," the drunken immortal said, tossing his sword to Elder Yangchen. Upon receiving the sword, Yangchen channeled the stellar energy within him into the blade. And gradually, his expression transformed into one of profound intrigue as he observed the sword dance. "Who sent this?" he inquired. "Drunken immortal, you truly are formidable," Yangchen remarked, casting a sharp glance at the sword dance before turning to leave, intent on finding Feng Ping. "I'll accompany you," the drunken immortal chuckled. Following Yangchen to the rear courtyard of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, where Feng Ping was located. Feng Ping was evidently taken aback by Yangchen's visit. As the elder in charge of the second floor, Yangchen's standing was unparalleled, far beyond what he could aspire to. "Feng Ping, did you carve the divine patterns in this sword?" Yangchen asked, gesturing towards the sword held by the drunken immortal. Feng Ping's eyes flickered before he replied. "It was carved by my master." "May I meet your master?" Yangchen inquired with a smile. "This is my master, Qin Wentian," Feng Ping introduced. "Ah, a prodigy indeed. Master Qin, I am Yangchen. Shall we converse in a different setting?" Yangchen proposed, to which Qin Wentian nodded, surprised that his crafted divine patterns had drawn the interest of an elder from the pavilion. It seemed, as he had surmised, that the value of those patterns was extraordinary. The group proceeded to a lakeside pavilion within the inner courtyard of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, where the scenery was exquisite. "Drunken immortal, why do you linger here?" Yangchen shot a glare at the drunken immortal. "Anyone capable of forging a sword to my liking is my friend. Hence, my presence is merely to foster camaraderie." The drunken immortal retorted, reeking of alcohol. "Would you care for a sip?" he asked, raising his wine flask towards Qin Wentian. "This fellow is quite the character." Qin Wentian chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "Master Qin, this divine pattern possesses certain flaws." Yangchen turned to Qin Wentian, steering the conversation towards business. "Would you be willing to sell this divine pattern to our pavilion? You may name your price." Yangchen finally revealed his intent. But Qin Wentian merely smiled and shook his head. If he were to grant Yangchen the pattern outright, once the pavilion's blacksmiths examined it, its value would diminish. "In that case, would you consider becoming a guest elder of our Divine Weapon Pavilion? I can arrange certain privileges for you," Yangchen suggested. "I do not have the luxury of time to remain at the pavilion. Feng Ping is here as well," Qin Wentian replied, causing Yangchen to furrow his brow. Then Qin Wentian added, "If Elder Yang has no further matters, I must take my leave." "Master Qin, please wait," Yangchen interjected, pulling out several celestial meteorites. Their starlight subdued yet brimming with immense stellar energy, all sourced from the second tier of the heavens. "Do not hastily decline, for this shall serve as my payment for that sword." Yangchen pointed at the sword of the intoxicated immortal, and Qin Wentian gazed at the fallen starstones. Although his heart raced with excitement, he maintained his composure. The people of the Divine Armament Pavilion were indeed quite wealthy in the past. Even a single starstone was considered a treasure in the Qin Manor. The Qin Manor was severely impoverished, its resources continuously depleted. Beside him, Fan squinted, his eyes shining brightly, realizing the potential for great fortune. "In the future, can all the divine weapons crafted by Master Qin be entrusted to our Divine Armament Pavilion for sale? We shall offer Master Qin half of the selling price. And of course, all the materials for crafting will be provided by our pavilion. Moreover, if Master Qin is reluctant to become a guest elder, I can elevate Feng Ping's guest elder status, granting him access to the resources of the Divine Armament Pavilion." Yangchen's words finally stirred Qin Wentian's interest. The disparity in rewards from selling the same item himself versus through the Divine Armament Pavilion could be astronomical. The pavilion offered a vast platform. Furthermore, the provision of crafting materials by the other party demonstrated their sincerity and collaboration. "I cannot guarantee that I will craft divine weapons frequently," Qin Wentian replied to Yangchen. "Value lies in rarity. All of Master Qin's future masterpieces will be auctioned. Of course, we would never impose a quota on how many divine weapons Master Qin must forge. It will be entirely at Master Qin's discretion," Yangchen assured. "I agree." A youthful smile finally blossomed on Qin Wentian's face, leaving Yangchen momentarily taken aback. "In that case, I shall not be modest about taking these star stones," Qin Wentian declared, a glint of determination in his eyes as he unhesitatingly collected the fallen stars. "Boss, what about mine?" the chubby one exclaimed, eyes gleaming as he directly addressed Qin Wentian as boss. Qin Wentian shot him a disdainful glance, but still handed him a star stone. The chubby one looked longingly at the other star stones in Qin Wentian's possession, but was met with indifference. Haha, Master Qin, do visit the Divine Armament Pavilion often. I will arrange for Feng Ping to have accommodations in a crafting hall. Should you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Yang Chen said, rising with a smile, finding these two young men quite amusing. Absolutely. Qin Wentian replied with a grin. After Yang Chen and the intoxicated immortal took their leave, Qin Wentian looked at the star stone in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. At last, he could pursue the Stargate. Grandfather Qin, father, Qin Wentian silently vowed, not forgetting that Grandfather Qin and his father remained imprisoned. Chapter 43. The Qin Heavenly Sect. Yang Chen swiftly fulfilled his promise by promoting Feng Ping to a distinguished guest status. He bestowed upon Feng Ping a spacious courtyard, complete with elegant pavilions, ponds, and a more resource-rich artifact forging hall. Additionally, he provided Feng Ping with a maid to attend to his daily needs, demonstrating meticulous care. Feng Ping was well aware that all of this was granted to him due to Qin Wentian. Initially perplexed, Feng Ping soon grasped the significance when Qin Wentian imparted a second-tier divine pattern for him to ponder and comprehend. The value of this second-tier divine pattern was indeed worthy of such treatment. Qin Wentian and Feng Ping collaborated to forge several divine weapons, among which was a specially crafted set of second-tier divine armaments for Fan Le, including arm guards and concealed arrows within the guards, all made from lightweight materials, allowing Fan Le to carry them effortlessly, as if they were mere garments. This was a thoughtful consideration of Fan Le's shortcomings in close combat, which thrilled the rotund individual, who mused on the benefits of associating with a skilled craftsman, affectionately referring to Qin Wentian as boss. Having arranged everything, Qin Wentian prepared to challenge the Stargate. Under the night sky, the starlight of the 9 heavens cascaded down, illuminating the darkness. Qin Wentian stood bathed in this celestial glow, as the light from the heavenly hammer star of the 5th heaven traversed the starry river and enveloped him, flowing into his being. Simultaneously, he grasped star meteors in both hands, and the surging star essence continuously surged into him through the star wheel meridians, transforming into a formidable celestial vortex that surged towards the location of the Stargate in his mind. Every individual is born with a singular Stargate. Yet to open a second, one must first cultivate the wheel meridians and then unleash the overwhelming star power through them to establish the second Stargate. This arduous process necessitates an immense reservoir of star essence, underscoring the fact that cultivation demands substantial resources, which grants certain privileged individuals an advantage due to their access to greater resources. Qin Wentian's mind reverberated with intensity. The process was undeniably agonizing, as cultivation is inherently a painful endeavor. However, through suffering comes the corresponding strength. Without immense determination, one cannot tread the path of the powerful. Meanwhile, the rotund companion delved into the study of his armed guards and concealed arrows, while Feng Ping immersed himself in the profound understanding of the divine patterns. Only the little rascal remained beside Qin Wentian as the night deepened like water. Qin Wentian was enveloped in the brilliance of the stars, enduring the relentless impact, while the celestial essence within the 2 star meteors began to dwindle. At last, as dawn approached, at the culmination of the star wheel meridians, a resounding boom echoed in Qin Wentian's mind, heralding the emergence of a second Stargate. As it materialized, Qin Wentian's body weakened, and he reclined, a faint smile gracing his lips. The opening of the Stargate signified that the subsequent gathering of the Star Soul would pose little challenge for him. These 2 second-tier star meteors truly consume resources, Qin Wentian murmured with a smile, as the little rascal leaped onto his chest, playfully sticking out its tongue, exuding an adorable charm. Little rascal, soon you shall meet Sister Ruohuan. Qin Wentian gently patted the little rascal's head, a smile gracing his lips. The Imperial Star Academy truly held his anticipation. How is Senior Sister Ruohuan faring? And what of Ofeng? He would certainly not forget the favor of the 2 assassination attempts. Qin Wentian recalled the stunning visage of Mo Qiqing, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the state of Chu. Men inherently possess an affinity for beauty, and he was no exception. However, Mo Qiqing's icy rebuke extinguished any fondness he had for her. During the day, Qin Wentian practiced the dragon-subduing fist divine technique. The martial art comprised only 3 moves, yet the divine section was a seamless array of techniques, embodying the ferocity of an enraged dragon, roaring without cease, with an awe-inspiring might and unmatched dominance. At night, Qin Wentian began to condense his star soul. He did not aspire for immediate success. Rather, He sought to observe and perceive, his senses reaching the celestial rivers above, where the vast expanse of stars twinkled like silver. Each star, in myriad shapes, interwove to form an incredibly resplendent tapestry of light. At present, Qin Wentian's perception had adapted sufficiently to soar effortlessly through the first two heavenly layers. The third layer imposed a sense of oppression, while the fourth layer's pressure intensified further. The fifth layer remained a source of vexation, prompting him to attempt repeatedly, seeking breakthroughs that would allow him to linger longer within its confines. After several days of this, Qin Wentian's perception gradually acclimated, enabling him to endure longer durations. On this particular night, 9 silver needles pierced 9 acupoints within Qin Wentian's mind, sealing his 6 senses, allowing him to focus intently. His perception coalesced like never before. Soon, he envisioned a stellar pathway, hypnotizing himself as his consciousness followed the beams of starlight towards the firmament, gradually arriving at the resplendent celestial river. This time, Qin Wentian's perception did not hesitate, advancing directly to the 5th layer. The formidable pressure still rendered him breathless, as if his consciousness were on the verge of shattering. He understood that he was still insufficient to communicate with the stars of the 6th layer, remaining confined to selecting from the 5th, the Savage Ape Star. Capable of communicating and condensing the Savage Ape Star's soul, possessed terrifying power and defense. The Thunder Sovereign Star, conversely, allowed for the communication and condensation of the Thunder Sovereign Star's soul, bestowing control over lightning. Qin Wentian's perception darted swiftly, and he beheld a star resembling a giant. Its light infused with a fearsome electric aura, igniting within him the desire to connect. Should he establish communication with this martial destiny star? Its violent electric energy would refine his body, yielding boundless might. The higher the celestial river, the more potent the energy contained within the martial destiny stars. Alongside the emergence of extraordinary martial destiny stars, resisting the urge to connect with the Thunder Sovereign Star, Qin Wentian continued his quest. His perception then alighted upon a peculiar star, resembling a slumbering figure. Merely glancing at it, a wave of drowsiness washed over him before his perception slipped from his control. As though he had fallen into a deep slumber, the dreaming star. A notion flickered in Qin Wentian's mind, and soon his consciousness slipped into a dreamlike state, completely beyond his control. Within this dream, his perception drifted towards the stars of slumber, where he began to coalesce the essence of dreamlike celestial beings and absorb the primordial energy of the astral bodies. This was an extensive dream. Or perhaps not a dream at all. To Qin Wentian, it felt profoundly real. In this reverie, he initiated communication with the starry figures within his mind using meteorites. And these celestial beings, insatiably greedy, absorbed the stellar power as if there were no end. Beside them stood 2 star gates, each occupied by a celestial soul. At last, Qin Wentian's consciousness was drawn into one of these starry figures. This time, rather than absorbing memories, he beheld a magnificent scene unfolding before him. He witnessed an extraordinarily grand sect, towering atop a sacred mountain, reaching skyward with an imposing aura, as if it were poised to rival the heavens. The name Qin Tian Shinzong was inscribed in 4 bold characters upon towering stone pillars that pierced the clouds, exuding an overwhelming majesty indicative of the strength of the engraver. Before this majestic sect stood a group of formidable figures, each radiating resplendent halos. Their diverse celestial souls beyond anything he had ever encountered, transcending his comprehension. These souls transformed into terrifying celestial phenomena, enveloping the entire world in their celestial majesty. The impact of this sight was profound, making Qin Wentian acutely aware of his own insignificance. However, amidst this assembly of dreadsome power, one figure stood at the center, a middle-aged man. His black hair billowed wildly, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. In the presence of such might, he exuded an aura of sovereign authority, cloaked in a radiant glow, as if he were the master of this realm. Suddenly, the entire expanse morphed into a celestial world, and the middle-aged figure shone with infinite divine light. With a mere flick of his hand towards the void, the heavens opened wide, shattering the celestial phenomena that enveloped the cosmos. He then unleashed a punch imbued with unparalleled might, and Qin Wentian witnessed the fear etched on the faces of those surrounding him. One by one, they disintegrated into dust. How terrifying! That single strike, akin to divine wrath, obliterated the celestial phenomena and eradicated all life. Although Qin Wentian could not fully perceive the true terror of that aura, he felt as though he were witnessing the chaos of a world in turmoil, annihilating everything in its path. But at that moment, a tumultuous surge of consciousness disrupted the scene, twisting everything before him until it vanished. Qin Wentian felt his awareness being drawn back into the realm of the starry figures, where fragments of memory surged chaotically into his mind, causing the scene before him to fade. His consciousness was abruptly expelled. Gasping for breath, Qin Wentian opened his eyes to find himself staring into the lecherous face of a rotund figure. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, his body trembling slightly. The rotund man grinned widely before pulling away, and only then did Qin Wentian realize that he was still lying on the ground. "Qin Wentian, you truly possess the remarkable ability to slumber, having indulged in a deep sleep for a full 3 days." The rotund companion glanced skyward, expressing his mild exasperation. What troubled him even more was the sight of Qin Wentian resting with 9 silver needles protruding from his head, while simultaneously, the celestial expanse above seemed to shower down radiant starlight. Furthermore, the serene atmosphere surrounding Qin Wentian was so intoxicating that it lulled even him into a peaceful slumber. That little rascal ended up dozing off right beside Qin Wentian. Chapter 44. The Record of Divine Refinement. Qin Wentian stood in a daze, realizing that he had been asleep for 3 days. In his mind, he envisioned 2 stargates, within which resided the star soul of the heavenly hammer and the star soul of dreams, accompanied by dim celestial figures. Memories surged forth, bringing a sharp ache to his head. Shaking his mind, he began to assimilate the numerous recollections that flooded in. The celestial-level cultivation technique, the dream-forging method, could support his ascension to the celestial realm. This method was divided into 3 tiers: the shallow dream realm, the inner dream realm, and the forgotten dream realm. The shallow dream realm facilitated the slowest progress, allowing one to enter a simple state of slumber for cultivation. The inner dream realm permitted deeper sleep for swifter cultivation, even enabling the creation of dreams, allowing others to enter them. The forgotten dream realm birthed true dream thoughts, granting one dominion over life and death within dreams. As Qin Wentian gradually absorbed these memories, a tremor coursed through his heart. Upon condensing his first star soul, he was bestowed with the method of tempering the body, a technique remarkably suited for corporeal cultivation. Now, as he condensed his second star soul, the dream star soul, he discovered within his memories the dream-forging method, perfectly aligned with his star soul, as if the celestial figures were purposefully imparting this knowledge to him. Moreover, this time, he encountered not only the memories of the dream-forging method, but also an immense reservoir of knowledge, the record of divine refinement. This tome, while a cultivation technique, did not elevate one's realm but instead refined celestial elemental power through a terrifyingly potent method. According to the vast information within his memories, the first layer of the record of divine refinement necessitated the use of a first-tier divine pattern to refine celestial elemental power into divine essence. Utilizing divine patterns to refine celestial elemental power was something Qin Wentian had never dared to imagine. In the realm of artifact forging, divine patterns were treasures. A first-tier divine pattern could forge divine weapons. For instance, a first-tier flying sword divine pattern inscribed upon a weapon would imbue it with sharpness and amplify its power. If the celestial elemental power within a person were entirely refined using first-tier divine patterns, the simultaneous eruption of boundless true essence would be akin to multiple first-tier divine patterns unleashing their might. How terrifying would that be? And if one were to wield divine powers, unleashing these divine essence patterns, how formidable would they become? Merely contemplating this sent a rush of exhilaration through him. However, refining divine essence through the record of divine refinement was an arduous endeavor. To transmute celestial elemental power into divine pattern essence required not only a vast expenditure of celestial elemental power, but also a profound comprehension of divine patterns. Furthermore, this method of divine essence refinement was undoubtedly time-consuming. Additionally, martial practitioners expended true essence during battles, implying that the divine essence cultivated over considerable time would be depleted in combat, necessitating a return to the arduous task of refinement. It was evident that to pursue the record of divine refinement, one would require abundant celestial meteorites and time to sustain the effort until one could condense a first-tier divine essence in an instant, marking a significant achievement. With a deep breath, Qin Wentian slowly assimilated these memories. The arduous journey through the refining spirit codex proves to be exceedingly challenging. While the dream-forging method accelerates one's cultivation speed, the refining spirit codex paradoxically slows it to a crawl. It is likely that the unrestrained middle-aged man besieged by the Qin Tian divine sect has practiced this very codex. Qin Wentian recalls the startling scenes from that moment, pondering the connection between himself and the Qin Tian divine sect. What secrets has his deceased father left behind? He yearns to inquire about them from Uncle He, yet alas. After the incident at the Qin Manor, Sister Yao mentioned that he had vanished. Fan Lu waved his hand in front of Qin Wentian's eyes, prompting a glare from him. Are you unwell? The pudgy fellow asked earnestly, wondering if his friend had succumbed to slumber. Qin Wentian raised an eyebrow, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, causing Fan Lu to shiver and step back, chuckling. Boss, I was merely concerned for your well-being, nothing more. The memory of their previous altercation still lingers in Fan Lu's mind. His eyes gleamed as he donned a familiar mischievous grin, winking at Qin Wentian. The unspoken message clear. Are they finally heading to the Imperial Star Academy? He was quite eager for it. Now at the Wheel Meridian realm, Qin Wentian, with his formidable star soul, should find it manageable to contend with Feng. A glimmer of cold determination flickered in Fan Lu's eyes at this thought. At that moment, Feng Ping strolled over, a subtle smile adorning his face. What is it? Qin Wentian inquired. Good news. Today, the Divine Weapon Pavilion auctioned a divine weapon crafted by my master during his last session. The publicity was substantial, drawing numerous attendees from the Imperial City. Some prominent figures tested the weapon and discovered its remarkable ability to not only amplify power but also to store true essence for a sudden burst. The frenzy it incited was unparalleled, with many participating in the bidding. Can you guess the final price for this inferior second-tier divine weapon? Feng Ping's excitement was palpable, clearly delighted by the turn of events. It seems he had indeed chosen the right path. Remaining at the Star River Guild would have led to a life of mediocrity. What price? Qin Wentian asked, intrigued. 15 second-tier star meteorites, Feng Ping replied with a grin. Typically, a single star meteorite suffices for an ordinary second-tier divine weapon. This is the first auction to create such a sensation, and it will undoubtedly attract even more interest, including those aspiring to study divine inscriptions. Qin Wentian smiled. If he were to sell, such an outcome would be unattainable. Once he deepens his understanding of divine inscriptions, he could inscribe higher-quality divine weapons. And the star meteorites he acquires would support his cultivation of the Refining Spirit Codex. Master, here are 8 star meteorites from the Divine Weapon Pavilion, Feng Ping beamed, handing them to Qin Wentian. Keep these 2 for yourself. In the future, I will return to forge divine weapons here. And you should also dedicate time to comprehend divine inscriptions. Do not neglect your own cultivation, Qin Wentian instructed, leaving 2 star meteorites with Feng Ping. Thank you, Master. Feng Ping expressed his gratitude. Now, you may go, Qin Wentian replied, allowing Feng Ping to depart. He then resumed his training in the dragon-subduing fist, gradually delving into the Refining Spirit Codex and the dream-forging method. The cultivation of the Divine Spirit Codex is undoubtedly not achieved in a single day. Yet, on that night, Qin Wentian managed to enter the realm of the shallow dream, the first layer of the dream-casting art. While immersed in slumber, he practiced within this dream state. Above the 5th heaven, 2 martial destiny stars shone down simultaneously upon him, their radiant light enveloping him as he cultivated in his dreams. This extraordinary sight left the plump onlooker utterly astonished. Can one truly cultivate while sleeping? The plump individual was filled with envy. On the following morning, Qin Wentian bid farewell to Feng Ping along with Fan Lu, borrowed 2 swift steeds, inquired for directions, and promptly set forth towards the Star Academy. Upon arriving at the Star Academy, Qin Wentian noticed a multitude of individuals, much like them, advancing toward the grand entrance. Why is it so bustling? He wondered with curiosity. Rolling his eyes, he contemplated how to enter the Star Academy, get in touch with Senior Sister Rowan, and obtain the Star Jade token. To his surprise, it seemed that the Star Academy was completely open today. Which academy do you hail from? Inquired a girl with braided hair, smiling at Qin Wentian. The Star Academy. And you? He responded. I'm a student of the Star Academy as well. You are truly impressive. I practice at the Qian Martial House. Today is the final day of the ranking battles at the Star Academy, and since it's open for students from various academies to observe, I thought I would witness the prowess of the outstanding students here to inspire myself. I should still make it in time for the battles, the girl exclaimed cheerfully. I seldom come here, so I must hurry to take a look. Farewell. With that, she quickly hurried away, waving goodbye to the 2, exchanging glances filled with amusement. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu promptly joined the throng of people. Before long, they arrived at the central martial arena of the Star Academy, where a crowd had gathered to watch the ongoing battles. Morong Feng, without a doubt, the foremost talent of this cohort at the Star Academy, displayed talents comparable to the top 10 of the capital. At the tender age of 16, he had already achieved the 4th level of the Wheel Meridian and had condensed the dual star soul, showcasing immense potential. On the stage, this seemingly mature youth effortlessly defeated his opponent with a single move, exuding an air of tranquility. For him, this was merely a formality. The First Academy of the Chu Kingdom, a cradle of geniuses, annually cultivates numerous individuals of great potential. Apart from Murongfeng, Lin Xiu, and Du Hao, both at the third level of the Wheel Meridian, alongside 3 others at the second level, this cohort surpassed the previous one significantly. As the crowd murmured below, Qin Wentian silently acknowledged the depth of talent concealed within the Star Academy. Formidable individuals were aplenty. It appears I must strive diligently to prove my worth. Fan Le chuckled softly, casting a glance at Qin Wentian. Do not be overly concerned. The first star soul stems from the martial destiny stars of the third level. Standing atop it, you are undoubtedly unique. Like me, you have not cultivated the primordial forces of heaven and earth. You waited until your star soul awakened before beginning your cultivation, hence your late start. Ofeng is going up, Qin Wentian remarked, ignoring Fan Le's words. His gaze fixed intently on the figure ascending to the martial stage, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. He nearly ended our lives, did he not? Fan Le narrowed his eyes in inquiry. Indeed, Qin Wentian affirmed with a nod. Shall we orchestrate a grand scheme? Fan Le squinted his eyes into a narrow slit. What should we do? Qin Wentian inquired. Let's go all out, Fan Le replied with a grin. Very well, Qin Wentian nodded, and the two exchanged radiant smiles. Chapter 45. On the battle platform in this session, Ofeng's prowess undoubtedly ranks among the top 10. Among the students of the Emperor Star Academy, Mu Rongfeng possesses the strength of the 4th pulse, while Lin Xiu and Du Hao are at the 3rd pulse level, accompanied by 3 others at the 2nd pulse level, one of whom is Ofeng. In this round, Ofeng faced an opponent at the 1st pulse level, resulting in a significant disparity in strength. Under the relentless assault of Ofeng's frenzied serpent spear technique, his adversary was swiftly vanquished. Observing this spectacle, Jiang Zhen revealed a faint smile, remarking, Ofeng's spear technique embodies both the agility of a serpent and the dominance of a python. He has truly grasped the essence of this divine skill. After this battle, he has undoubtedly secured a position within the top 10. Indeed, Ofeng has not disappointed me, replied Qin, beside him, with a detached nod. As everything transpired as anticipated. Conversely, Emo Shan's expression darkened. Due to their opposing factions within the Emperor Star Academy, he and Jiangzhen had always been at odds, as had their respective disciples. Each new cohort of students was subject to their scrutiny, and more accurately, it was the students who chose their mentors. Ofeng was evidently a chosen disciple of Jiangzhen's faction, while Emo Shan had initially placed considerable hope in Qin Wentian. However, Qin Wentian had been missing for over 10 days. The sight of Ofeng was unsettling to him. He found Qin Shidi far more agreeable. Ruo Huan's beautiful eyes, fixed on Ofeng, displayed a tinge of displeasure as he reveled in his victory on the battle platform. As Ofeng prepared to depart, an unexpected voice rang out. Impressive, truly impressive. The voice carried a hint of mockery, and soon everyone beheld the figure of a rotund man stepping onto the stage. Upon seeing this figure, Ofeng's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing within them. How can this be? He is still alive. Why wouldn't Ti appear? Fan Le replied with a smile, prompting Ofeng to suddenly realize something, and he promptly sealed his lips, pretending not to recognize Fan Le. Long time no see. Another familiar voice emerged, and Ofeng turned to see Qin Wentian. Shidi Qin. Upon spotting Qin Wentian rise, Deshan on the spectator stand revealed a sincere smile, while Ruo Huan's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she chuckled. I knew you wouldn't perish so easily. A white phantom flickered and immediately leaped into Ruo Huan's embrace, lying against her soft form, inciting envy among countless onlookers. Emo Shan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Qin Wentian. The latter had brazenly stepped onto the platform. The gathered crowd regarded Qin Wentian and Fan Le with puzzled expressions, wondering who these two sudden arrivals were. As Qin Wentian and Fan Le approached Ofeng, the latter retreated in trepidation, acutely aware of the deeds they had committed in the dark forest, including witnessing Mu Yi being impaled by arrows in the void. Impudent! Who are you to disrupt this place? Jiangzhen suddenly shouted, his gaze sweeping towards Qin Wentian and Fan Le. At this moment, he appeared to be entirely unacquainted with Qin Wentian. Students of the Imperial Star Academy, Qin Wentian and Fan Le, is it? Why have you only appeared today? Jiangzhen sneered. Due to certain matters, we were delayed and arrived late. Fan Le replied with a naive smile. You think a mere delay is sufficient? This is the Imperial Star Academy, not a place for your unruliness. Leave. Jiangjun coldly barked, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu exchanged knowing smirks as they regarded Jiangjun on the platform. May I inquire, Elder Jiang, if one passes the preliminary assessment and subsequently participates in the trials of the 9 great academies in the Dark Forest, emerging alive, does that not qualify one as a formal student? Fan Lu asked with a smile. Indeed, Jiangjun could not refute, for it was common knowledge. When I took the assessment, it was Elder Jiang who personally oversaw it. I entered the Dark Forest trials, and many can attest to this. Now that I have emerged alive, surely Elder Jiang would not question my status as a student of the Imperial Star Academy? Fan Lu inquired with a cheerful grin. Even so, what of it? Jiangjun snorted coldly. Today, my Imperial Star Academy. Stop. Jiangjun's words were abruptly interrupted by Fan Lu, who slowly raised his head to gaze at Jiangjun and flashed a broad smile. Since that is the case, why do you still make empty threats? As Fan Li's words fell, the entire space fell into silence, all eyes fixed upon him. The proud figure of the chubby boy lifted his chin, directing a radiant smile towards Jiangjun. Despite his jovial demeanor, Fan Lu's temper was not to be trifled with. He had nearly met his demise in the Dark Forest. Even more infuriating was that Oh Chun had humiliated him publicly with a shot, a moment that haunted the chubby boy. With a brilliant flash of starlight, a bow and arrow materialized in Fan Li's hands, and in an instant, he loosed an arrow into the void. The crowd looked up at the soaring arrow with confusion, but soon realized that it was plummeting back down, aimed directly at the ground behind Oh Feng, seemingly sealing off his escape route. At the very moment Fan Lu drew the arrow, Qin Wentian sprang into action. This sudden turn of events left the crowd momentarily stunned. It was all too abrupt. Just as Fan Lu had finished berating Jiangjun, both he and Qin Wentian launched an attack on Oh Feng in front of the entire assembly at the battlefield of the Imperial Star Academy. Oh Feng's expression darkened instantly. He sought to retreat, but the arrow had completely blocked his path. He understood the finesse of Fan Li's archery if Fan Lu intended to seal his escape. Retreat was no longer an option. He had to advance. All he needed to do was defeat Qin Wentian. And neither Jiangjun nor Oh Chun in the stands would permit Qin Wentian and Fan Lu to act recklessly. With this thought, Oh Feng turned to confront the oncoming Qin Wentian, advancing rather than retreating. The wild serpent spear suddenly lunged forth, akin to a rampant python, intent on piercing through Qin Wentian's form. As Qin Wentian surged forward with an overwhelming force, he unleashed a devastating punch, showcasing the might of the dragon's subduing fist. A resounding roar of a celestial dragon echoed through the air, charging directly at Oh Feng's serpent spear technique. The air crackled as the impacts reverberated, and Oh Feng's starry spear disintegrated piece by piece. Faced with the terrifying onslaught of the dragon's roar, Oh Feng's complexion paled instantly, his visage seemingly on the verge of being torn apart by the fierce winds of dominance. In that moment, Oh Feng's heart quaked as he discerned that Qin Wentian's aura emanated from the Wheel Meridian realm. How could his assault be so tyrannical? His body instinctively began to retreat. Conjuring the starry shield armor, a thunderous roar resonated in the void, capturing the attention of the crowd, who fixated on the martial stage. They witnessed a dragon's claw emerge, shattering the shield armor into dust, and then, with a swift motion, it clasped around Oh Feng's throat. In the next instant, they beheld Qin Wentian's hand gripping Oh Feng's neck, hoisting him effortlessly into the air. Unbridled. Release him. The cries of outrage erupted as Oh Chen and 2 other youths swiftly approached the edge of the combat arena, unleashing their fierce auras, specifically Oh Chen, whose spear was pointed menacingly at Qin Wentian, exuding a palpable killing intent. You seek death. Oh Chen's disdainful gaze bore into Qin Wentian, as if he were gazing upon a mere corpse. Qin Wentian detested such looks, reminiscent of that encounter in the Dark Forest, which unsettled him deeply. Therefore, with a sudden tremor of his arm, he slammed Oh Feng's body into the ground, the sickening sound of shattering bones accompanied by a cry of anguish. Oh Chen's expression turned a deep shade of ashen fury. Before him, Qin Wentian was tormenting his brother. This was beyond mere humiliation. Even Mo Shang and the others were momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events, before their minds raced with numerous thoughts. Mo Shang's eyes gleamed with intensity. This fellow was indeed a straightforward individual, but when provoked, he transformed into a force of nature. Wan Huan's enchanting gaze revealed a charming smile. Qin Wentian typically appeared benign. Yet when angered, he exploded with ferocity, just as he did in this moment. Nevertheless, she found it exhilarating. Chapter 46. Simple answers. The teachers of the Imperial Star Academy were visibly shaken. rising from their seats to witness the scene unfolding on the training platform. Their expressions rather grim. Today marked the final day of the new student ranking battle, an event that attracted numerous spectators from external institutions eager to observe and learn. Yet, on this very day, 2 students had resolved to take the life of Feng. Such audacity had never been recorded in the annals of the Imperial Star Academy's history. Truly, the students of the Imperial Star Academy were anything but compliant. Some teachers from external institutions bore amused smirks upon witnessing the spectacle. It is often the case that prodigies, particularly when gathered in numbers, become prideful, leading to inevitable clashes. The Imperial Star Academy is renowned as the cradle of talent in the Kingdom of Chu, housing numerous gifted students who are notoriously unruly and among the most difficult to discipline in various martial academies. Consequently, the teachers of the Imperial Star Academy possess formidable capabilities. In the stands, many senior students, akin to Ruo Huan and Chen, wore faint smiles, internally reflecting, how intriguing. The Imperial Star Academy has birthed yet another pair of rebels, and this time two at once. It remains to be seen whether their strength matches their audacity. Jiang Zhen descended the platform step by step, directing a cold gaze at Qin Wentian, stating, "The Imperial Star Academy has never produced such audacious students. Someone must set an example." Fan Lu, grinning widely, approached Qin Wentian, observing Feng's furious eyes on the ground. The hefty fellow unintentionally placed his foot upon Feng's hand, twisting his toes slightly, prompting a pain scream from Feng, whose agony was palpable. The hefty student, lowering his head with a hint of remorse, chuckled, "My apologies, I didn't TC." Despite his words, the pressure exerted by his foot increased, causing Feng's cries to grow even more anguished, while those nearby rolled their eyes, thinking, "This guy is utterly despicable. Do you see now?" The murderous intent radiating from Chen surged forth as he gradually approached. The hefty student continued to apply pressure, causing tears to stream down Feng's face. "I see. But I shall not relent," he retorted with a grin, recalling the disdainful gaze Chen had cast upon him. The hefty fellow was, after all, quite vengeful. "Stop this at once," Qin Wentian commanded coldly towards Chen, brandishing a resplendent starry hammer that shimmered with brilliance, aimed directly at Feng's head. Should that hammer fall, Feng's life would be forfeit. Jiang Zhen and Chen halted, recognizing that they were dealing with 2 lunatics. Despite their overwhelming anger, they had to endure this moment. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Zhen inquired, eyeing the 2, feeling a sense of frustration he had never experienced before in front of students. If only he could rescue Feng, he would ensure that Qin Wentian and Fan Lu faced dire consequences. "That, you must ask my boss. I remain quite low profile." The hefty student replied with a chuckle, deflecting the question towards Qin Wentian, prompting the crowd to roll their eyes at his words. Truly, he was remarkably low profile. Fan Lu, seething with rage and indignation over their experiences in the dark forest, chose to retaliate without hesitation. However, he was also acutely aware that the root of this matter lay squarely with Qin Wentian. He stood alongside Qin Wentian on the martial arts platform, bravely facing the tempestuous winds and rain. However, he ultimately entrusted the final decision-making authority to Qin Wentian. Though the chubby man exuded a sense of modesty, he was anything but timid. His presence at that moment signified that regardless of the decisions made by Qin Wentian, he would share in the potential consequences of those choices. This seemingly lewd yet loyal man possessed a sense of camaraderie. Ruhan, an astute observer, noted the sparkling brilliance in her beautiful eyes from the spectator stands. Despite having only recently met the chubby man, she found herself drawn to him, just as she was enamored with Qin Wentian. "Tell me, if we let Feng go, will Chen apologize or spare us?" Qin Wentian inquired with a slight smile, directing his gaze toward Fan Lu. "Not a chance," Fan Lu replied, shaking his head. "He has wanted us dead ever since the Dark Forest incident. Now, he likely desires it even more. Even if we were to beg for mercy on our knees, the outcome would remain unchanged." "That seems likely," Qin Wentian murmured, causing Jiangjin and Chen's expressions to darken further. Their conversation appeared to dismiss the presence of the 2, indicating they had no intention of letting Feng off the hook. Qin Wentian then turned his gaze to Mo Shang, who had also ascended the martial arts platform, and asked with a smile, "Teacher Mo Shang, I have a few questions I wish to pose. If you bear no grudge against someone, yet they seek to take your life and have nearly succeeded on several occasions, what would you do when that individual falls into your grasp?" "My family's influence is substantial," Qin Wentian continued. "I would not kill him. His family's power remains formidable. Imo Shang responded. Imo Shang, Jiang Jin bellowed, aware of the implications behind their dialogue. It was evident to all present that Imo Shang was subtly encouraging Qin Wentian. The crowd understood that Feng sought to eliminate both Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, which was why they had taken such drastic measures to confront him on the martial arts platform, daring to challenge the authority of the Imperial Star Academy. Previously, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu had reached a consensus on how to handle Feng. Whether they chose to kill or spare him, the consequences would be the same. Thus, the conclusion was inevitable. They must eliminate him. Now, the dialogue between Qin Wentian and Imo Shang took on a deeper significance, as he sought Imo Shang's counsel through veiled language, yet it was clear to all ears present, regardless of whether Feng lived or died. The power of the family remained unchanged and would undoubtedly target Qin Wentian, leaving no doubt that the choice to kill or spare held no distinction for him. Imo Shang, you are aware of the Iron Law of the Imperial Star Academy, which prohibits students from engaging in mortal combat within its premises. You should know the consequences of violating this law. Jiang Jun's voice dripped with icy intensity, as he rebuked Imo Shang for openly expressing his stance and insinuating to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, Imo Shang continued, throughout the history of the Imperial Star Academy, there have been 3 instances where students have killed others within the academy. In one such case, the perpetrator was executed on the spot. Once again, the murderer student was imprisoned in a forbidden area by the court for a full 50 years. Thereafter vowing to never leave the Imperial Star Academy for the entirety of his life, and willing to serve within the institution. The voice of Imo Shang rendered those around him solemn, for the ironclad rules of the Imperial Star Academy were exceedingly stringent, and within its confines. The presence of death was utterly intolerable, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. It was precisely because of these stringent laws that no one dared to act recklessly within the academy. Once more, Qin Wentian inquired, observing Imo Shang's pause. If it truly is a dead end, then what was the meaning of your earlier conversation with me? Once again, that murderer student now holds the position of the academy's president. Imo Shang's calm voice brought an abrupt silence to the vast space, as they recognized the severity of the academy's rules, particularly concerning the act of killing fellow students within its walls. Qin Wentian gazed into Imo Shang's eyes, refraining from asking why, for he had already comprehended the truth. 3 students, 3 starkly different fates. One perished, another served the academy, and the last ascended to the presidency. Their destinies diverged entirely due to the disparate values they ascribed to the academy. The students of the Imperial Star Academy were often headstrong, hailing from various regions, each endowed with extraordinary talents and unyielding spirits. The academy was indifferent to one's rebelliousness or pride. What mattered was whether one possessed the merit to be audacious, the capital to be proud. Genius and pride signify confidence and arrogance. Mediocrity and pride denote vanity and folly. In this world, save for those of blood relations, no one owes anyone anything. If one desires others to invest in them, they must first demonstrate what they can offer in return. Qin Wentian had already grasped this truth in the Star River Guild of Tianyang City. He did not comply with Mu Qing's terms, leading Mu Qing to betray him for the benefit of the Yi family. Such is the reality, raw and unadorned. Now, Qin Wentian faced yet another choice. Regardless of whether he chose to slay Feng, the family, or Qin, they would all wish for his demise, rendering their opinions irrelevant. The sole consideration for Qin Wentian was the stance of the Imperial Star Academy. He lifted his head to look at Qin, a radiant smile gracing his face, as if the answer had already emerged within his clear gaze. In Tianyang City, he and the Qin family had been relentlessly oppressed by the Yi family. Upon arriving at the imperial capital of Chu, Jiang Jun had troubled him, and Feng sought his death. Before him loomed the Yi family, the family, and perhaps even the most formidable force in the Chu kingdom, the royal family. Should he choose to endure this time, sparing Feng, the Yi and families would only scorn his weakness, and he would still find himself stymied in the imperial capital. Thus, for him, the answer was, in fact, rather straightforward. Chapter 47. The kill. Countless gazes fell upon Qin Wentian. What decision would he make? Buzz. The spear in Qin's hand emitted a terrifying glow, and an undeniable aura of murderous intent surged forth. Observing the smile on Qin Wentian's lips, Qin felt an ominous premonition. Qin Wentian truly dared to strike. Release him. Qin's voice carried a chilling undertone. Gazing at the frigid countenance before him, Qin Wentian remained remarkably composed. Even at this moment, you still cling to your so-called pride. Just like last time, you regard me with those eyes. I suppose you are indifferent to his death." As he spoke, Qin Wentian's fist radiated a brilliant light, tightening the hearts of all present. "If you take action, I assure you, you shall not be the third. The first will be your fate." Jiang Zhen fixed his gaze upon Qin Wentian. "The third has become the head of the Imperial Star Academy, while the first is to be executed by it. If it were merely the first, then in this vast imperial city, if I do not kill him, he shall find no sanctuary." Qin Wentian's smile remained. The first implies little value to the Imperial Star Academy. Thus, how could he secure a place in the Imperial City? Lowering his head, Qin Wentian regarded Feng. Feng met his gaze, and in that moment, he felt a genuine terror. "Your life is in my grasp, yet none are willing to bow for you. The one you should resent is not me," Qin Wentian stated calmly. Feng's body trembled slightly as Qin Wentian's words seemed to herald his demise. Indeed, he had attempted to take Qin Wentian's life several times. It was expected that Qin Wentian would seek his vengeance. However, his brother and Jiangzhen had not interceded on his behalf, which filled him with sorrow. He had once admired his brother's pride, yet now, that same pride would cost him his life at the hands of Qin Wentian. Raising his arm, Qin Wentian unleashed the dragon suppression fist, a roar resonating as a great dragon lunged ferociously towards Feng's head. The atmosphere grew profoundly silent. One could hear a pin drop. Qin Wentian had become the fourth individual in the history of the Imperial Star Academy, the fourth to dare kill a fellow student within its walls. Imo Shang, Ruo Huan, and others felt their hearts plummet. Qin Wentian had executed Feng on the spot. The crowd below inhaled sharply. The Imperial Star Academy had birthed two madmen. A glacial light flickered in Chen's eyes as he advanced towards Qin Wentian, his murderous intent surging forth. "Chen," Jiangzhen called out, halting his steps. He yearned to pierce Qin Wentian's skull with a single thrust, yet Qin Wentian had already transgressed the Academy's sacred laws. Chen could not become the fifth. Otherwise, while he avenged Feng, he would find himself in a dire predicament. The Academy would not consider his background for one who violated its ironclad rules. In the Imperial Star Academy's enrollment ranking battles, the killing of a peer had never been so brazenly provoked. Jiangzhen regarded Qin Wentian as though he were a specter awaiting his fate. "I, Jiangzhen, acting in the capacity of the Academy's elder, hereby submit a request to the Judicial Court, seeking permission for Chen to execute Qin Wentian on the spot, in vengeance for his brother, Feng." Jiangzhen's voice was devoid of warmth, as figures leaped onto the martial arena, all disciples of the Judicial Court, advancing towards Qin Wentian with an imposing presence. Behind this throng, a middle-aged man approached leisurely. Qinsho, the enforcer elder of the Judicial Court, wielding the authority of enforcement within the Imperial Star Academy. His gaze was devoid of emotion as it cast a fleeting glance at Qin Wentian. During the trials in the Dark Forest, Feng had made several attempts to eliminate Qin Wentian. Otherwise, they would not have sought revenge upon returning to the Academy. "I, Imo Shang, implore the enforcement elder for leniency, for Qin Wentian shall be taken under my tutelage." Imo Shang stepped forward, ascending the martial platform as well. Jiangzhen desired Qin Wentian's demise, while Imo Shang sought to protect him. "Elder Qiansho, you incited Qin Wentian to slay his fellow disciples. And now you openly shield this villain. I, Jiangzhen, request the Judicial Court to convict Imo Shang." Jiangzhen advanced a step, their confrontation palpable. The senior students of the Imperial Star Academy were well aware of the irreconcilable differences between Jiangzhen and Imo Shang, making the scene before them rather unsurprising. Yet, the question remained, how would the Judicial Court respond? "Qin Wentian, do you confess to killing your fellow disciple during the ranking battle?" Qiansho coldly inquired. Ignoring Jiangzhen and Imo Shang, the enforcers of the Judicial Court had encircled Qin Wentian. Observing this, the crowd felt a chill. It seemed the Judicial Court would not show mercy to Qin Wentian. "Will the Judicial Court investigate the assassination attempt against me by Feng in the Dark Forest?" Qin Wentian asked Qiansho. "The Judicial Court will not pursue this matter. I shall take revenge myself." "What crime is there in that?" Qin Wentian's voice resonated with authority. This fellow, the massive figure behind him, was taken aback. How could Qin Wentian confront even the enforcers of the Judicial Court? "I, Jiangzhen, once more beseeched the Judicial Court to allow Chen to personally execute this scoundrel and avenge his brother." Jiangzhen spoke again. Qiansho remained silent for a moment before gesturing with his hand, prompting the enforcers of the Judicial Court to part ways, clearing a space for Chen and Qin Wentian. "Elder Qiansho, should the Judicial Court acquiesce to Jiangzhen's request, I may be compelled to intervene," Imo Shang declared assertively, stepping forward. "Imo Shang, do you dare interfere with the Judicial Court's enforcement?" Jiangxin sneered, confronting Imo Shang, while Ochen, radiating an aura of menace, strode toward Qin Wentian. Even Zhang Zhun's disciples and Imo Shang's disciples positioned themselves around Qin Wentian, creating a standoff in the arena. This turmoil seemed to escalate further. At that moment, amidst the storm, brilliant starlight suddenly illuminated the space above Qin Wentian's head as his star soul emerged, radiating a dazzling halo, the hues unmistakably originating from the third celestial realm. This spectacle caused Qianshou's eyes to narrow slightly. He did not recognize Qin Wentian and was unaware that the latter's awakened first star soul hailed from the third celestial realm. The third celestial realm, what background does this individual possess? It is no wonder that Imo Shang is so protective of him. As they beheld the radiant star soul of Qin Wentian, many could not help but murmur that the situation had grown increasingly intriguing. It was likely that the Imperial Star Academy would be unwilling to see a genius from the third heaven, possessing the first star soul, fall into decline. Qianshou's eyes revealed a contemplative expression. This individual was indeed brash, yet he possessed the prowess to be audacious, pondering how best to deal with Qin Wentian. Ochen, take action. Jiangxin whispered, prompting Ochen to step forward, charging directly at Qin Wentian. Simultaneously, Jiangxin positioned himself before Imo Shang, intending to thwart any attempt by Imo Shang to intervene. Dashin advanced, his footsteps resonating like thunder, his star soul manifesting as he stood like an impenetrable wall before Qin Wentian. He unleashed a punch, sending forth what seemed like an avalanche of colossal boulders hurtling toward Ochen. Get lost, Ochen bellowed, as his spear radiated dazzling starlight, summoning serpentine beasts that wreaked havoc. The stones shattering beneath their fury, his spear piercing through all obstacles. Dashin's expression darkened as he was forced to retreat, though Ochen was reckless. He was undoubtedly a formidable figure among the students of the Imperial Star Academy. Qianshou remained observant. In that moment, Qin Wentian remained composed. If he wished to avoid the oppression of the Yi and Ouch families in the Imperial City, he would stand upon the martial stage of the Imperial Star Academy and demonstrate his worth before all. An even more resplendent starlight erupted forth. As Qin Wentian's second star soul, the Dream Star Soul, unfurled beside the Hammer Star Soul, Qianshou looked up at the star soul, and in an instant, his gaze froze in astonishment. The hue of this star soul was a brilliant golden red, enveloped in a radiant halo. Qianshou, a formidable adept of the Yuanfu realm and a law elder in the prestigious Imperial Star Academy, had never fathomed that he would witness a golden red star soul in a mere 16-year-old youth. It was beyond his wildest imaginings. Yet today he bore witness. Not only he, but everyone present observed this spectacle. As the Dream Star Soul, adorned with its golden red halo, was unleashed, all combat and strife seemed to lose their significance. Every gaze was drawn to that singular star soul. Qin Wentian's countenance remained tranquil, yet the way others looked at him had irrevocably changed. This haloed star soul must belong to the fourth heaven, he mused. The first star soul communicated with the martial command star soul of the third heaven. The second star soul connected with the martial command star of the fourth heaven. Qin Wentian had etched his name into the annals of the Imperial Star Academy. A feat unparalleled in history. Cease. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the heavens above, like a thunderclap, awakening the combatants and the dazed crowd alike. Qianshou's pupils constricted, a flicker of reverence passing through his gaze as he commanded, "Everyone, stand down. Those who defy this order shall face the retribution of the law enforcement court." In that fleeting moment, all combat ceased, their eyes turning toward Qin Wentian, their expressions rich with intrigue, especially Jiangxin and Ochen, whose faces displayed a myriad of emotions. A silence fell, a stillness akin to death, as the youth who had slain Ofeng became the focal point of all attention, the sole protagonist of the day. Chapter 48. The outcome. After Qin Wentian had condensed the dreaming star soul, he employed the needlepoint method to suppress the radiance of the star soul. However, this time he did not suppress it excessively, he merely allowed the crimson gold hue to fade. He had previously contemplated that with the Yi family's influence in the Imperial City, if he did not demonstrate sufficient talent to capture the attention of the higher-ups at the Imperial Star Academy, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to establish a foothold in the Imperial City. Moreover, he refrained from directly unleashing the quintuple heavenly radiance, for such an audacious display might provoke certain individuals to go to any lengths to eliminate him. Thus, the current scenario unfolded. In Tianyang City, I had already passed the assessment conducted by Master Imo Shang. Responding to the promises made by the Imperial Star Academy, I traversed thousands of miles to arrive at the Imperial City to enroll in the Academy. However, Zhang Zhun refused to grant me the Imperial Star Jade Tablet and insisted that I participate in the 9 Academy collaboration once more, to which I acquiesced. In the tranquil space, Qin Wentian spoke slowly, undisturbed by anyone, his voice resonating through the void. During the 9 Academy collaboration, Feng gathered other students and relentlessly pursued both me and Fan Lu, coming perilously close to success. It was only due to Fan Lu igniting his bloodline power that we managed to defeat Feng and even turn the tables on him. Yet, at that moment, Qin appeared, accusing us of persecuting our peers and nearly executing Fan Lu on the spot. At that time, who among the Imperial Star Academy would enforce justice for us? Qin Wentian recounted the events with careful deliberation and coupled with his displayed talent. The crowd began to feel that he was in the right. Moreover, upon hearing Qin Wentian's words, it became evident that not only was his talent extraordinary, but the portly Fan Lu possessed bloodline power as well, marking him as a genius in his own right. Such revelations compelled the Imperial Star Academy to deliberate with great caution. If the Imperial Star Academy still deemed me guilty, then please do not attribute the title of Academy student to me. I have yet to receive the Imperial Star Jade Tablet and do not count myself among the Academy's disciples. If I am to kill Feng, let it be regarded as my personal vendetta against the Imperial Star Academy. Qin Wentian's voice remained firm. Now, how shall this be dealt with? I await your esteemed judgment. As his words echoed, his resplendent star soul vanished, yet the hearts of the crowd remained tumultuous. Master Mo Shang had painstakingly acquired such a disciple. If the Academy were to resolutely reject him and impose a verdict, my position as a teacher would lose all meaning. Mo Shang regarded Qianshou with indifference, prompting all the pressure to converge upon Qianshou, placing him in a precarious position. At this moment, he found himself devoid of the inclination to condemn Qin Wentian. Otherwise, those above would likely hold him accountable, and it was probable that senior officials were observing the situation unfold. Contemplating this, Qianshou felt a sense of melancholy. If this matter were mishandled, many would harbor grievances against him. Undoubtedly, the most troubled of all was Jiangxin. The instant Qin Wentian unleashed the dual star souls, he realized that Qin Wentian was beyond the grasp of death. Not only would he survive, but he would also attract the attention of the higher-ups. And here was Jiangxin, inexplicably having offended a remarkably promising individual. In addition, Qin continued to harbor a deep-seated hatred for Qin Wentian, wishing fervently to eliminate him on the spot. Although the root of this animosity stemmed from his association with Yu Wuqing, he sought to assist Yu Wuqing in resolving this minor inconvenience. To him, this should have been an uncomplicated task. However, he never anticipated the current predicament that had unfolded. Yet, no one would concede to being in the wrong, thus his ire remained directed solely at Qin Wentian. His brother, Feng, had been slain by Qin Wentian, and the loss felt utterly senseless. How could Qin not be enraged? He feared he would struggle to justify the situation to his family. At that moment, Qianshou finally spoke, astonishing everyone by directly rebuking Qin Wentian. What nonsense is this? Since you have participated in the assessment of the Emperor Star Academy and emerged alive from the Dark Forest, how can you not be considered a student of the Academy? Qianshou admonished Qin Wentian, asserting, the Emperor Star Jade token is merely a formality. Having chosen the Emperor Star Academy, you are undoubtedly a student now. Therefore, as the enforcement elder of the Emperor Star Academy, I possess the authority to regulate your conduct. Although your actions today were in pursuit of vengeance, the repercussions are severe. I have decided to confine you for a period of 1 month. Furthermore, I shall dispatch personnel to investigate the events in the Dark Forest. If your claims hold true, I shall regard this conflict as a private matter between you and Feng, unrelated to the Academy. However, should you be found to have lied, then I will. Qianshou seemed momentarily at a loss for how to proceed should Qin Wentian be deceitful, pausing before adding, we shall address that when the time comes. For now, come with me. At this, Ruo Huan stifled a laugh, covering her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. It was the first time she had witnessed the normally stern Qianshou in such an awkward situation. Though Qianshou chastised Qin Wentian, the protective undertones in his words were unmistakable. Regardless of whether Qin Wentian's statements were true or false, the death of Feng was indeed in vain. Additionally, it was evident that Qianshou was forcefully pulling Qin Wentian into the Emperor Star Academy, declaring him a student of the Academy. Qin Wentian exchanged glances with Fan Lu, both revealing a hint of a smile. Today, they had finally vented some pent-up frustration. Nevertheless, the disdainful gaze of Qin remained as irksome as ever. Fan Lu mused to himself, contemplating when he might also resolve matters with Qin for a perfectly satisfying outcome. However, he merely entertained the thought. Adhering to his principle of patience, a gentleman avenges after 10 years, while a hero does not wait until the next day for retribution. Thus, for O Feng, Fan Lu chose to be a hero, while for O Chun, he resolved to act as a gentleman. And you, too, shall be confined for reflection, Qinshu declared, addressing Fan Lu. Yet, Fan Lu remained unfazed, grinning widely as he clapped Qin Wentian on the shoulder, proclaiming, "A good brother shares in adversity. This is my brother Qin Wentian, and of course, I shall accompany him." With his head held high, he strutted about, as if to ensure everyone knew of his brotherly bond with Qin Wentian. The corpulent individual was met with hushed contempt from the crowd, as he unabashedly flaunted his authority. Yet, only Qin Wentian comprehended the depths of the fat man's character. During their tribulations in the dark forest, he had no knowledge of Qin's exceptional talents. When peril loomed, he had the option to escape alone, yet he chose not to. Despite his lewd demeanor, there was a warmth in his awkwardness. The enforcers of the law took Qin Wentian and Fan Lu away, but Mo Shang remained unfazed. At the moment Qin Wentian unleashed his resplendent golden star soul, the outcome was already evident to him. The events unfolding at the Imperial Star Academy would soon reverberate across various institutions. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu were subjected to confinement, albeit in an exquisitely serene courtyard, steeped in antiquity and adorned with the gentle sound of flowing water. The fat man mused that the confinement would be perfect with the addition of a few beautiful maidens. He felt content, but at that moment, Qinshu was overwhelmed, as numerous elders from the academy appeared before him. "Elder Qinshu, I merely wish to meet Qin Wentian. Is that too much to ask?" A burly man with dark skin stated, fixing his gaze on Qinshu. "I assure you, I won't take up too much time. I just want to have a casual conversation with Qin Wentian," another added, smiling at Qinshu. Faced with this assembly, Qinshu felt a wave of frustration. He was acutely aware of their intentions. Qin Wentian had only just entered the Imperial Star Academy and had yet to receive his Imperial Star token. Thus he had not yet pledged allegiance to any master. Although Mo Shang had seized the initiative, they still believed they could entice him. The elders exchanged awkward glances, maintaining a facade of seriousness. "Today marks the final day of the ranking battles, and you all converge here. How can the students select their mentors now? The vice president is already in a furious rage. You may sort this out amongst yourselves," Mo Shang remarked coldly, after Qinshu escorted Qin Wentian away. Mo Shang soon realized that all the instructors of the Imperial Star Academy were discreetly slipping away. As Mo Shang's words fell, the assembly of elders promptly dispersed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Qinshu shook his head with a bitter smile, relieved by the sudden tranquility. Looking at Mo Shang, he spoke, "Mo Shang, the vice president is furious. You should leave too." Mo Shang regarded Qinshu and then smiled, saying, "Before that, Elder Qinshu, allow me to speak with my disciple, Qin Wentian. I have some matters to discuss with him." Qinshu was taken aback, scrutinizing Mo Shang before responding with a laugh. "Mo Shang, the vice president did not actually leave, did he?" Caught off guard, Mo Shang offered an awkward smile, leaving Qinshu dumbfounded. "You are quite clever. Go on in," he retorted. Chapter 49. Thousand Hand Seal. As Qin Wentian saw Mo Shang approaching, he rose to greet him, a smile gracing his eyes. "Teacher Mo Shang, please have a seat." Mo Shang regarded the figure before him with amusement, for today, Qin Wentian had indeed surprised him greatly. "Qin Wentian, your audacity is commendable. You truly dared to slay O Feng in public," Mo Shang remarked. "The O family is a powerful noble lineage in the Imperial City, possessing immense influence. Having killed O Feng, you may find yourself in their crosshairs." Though he spoke thus, he continued, "However, had it not been for the prodigious talent you exhibited afterward, you would have been in grave peril. Fortunately, for now, the storm has passed, and the Imperial Star Academy will accord you the attention you deserve. Regardless of whether it is the Yi family or the O family that seeks to deal with you, they must first consider the stance of the Imperial Star Academy." "I understand," Qin Wentian nodded. "By the way, I have come to share some information regarding the Imperial Star Academy. Its history predates that of the Chu Kingdom. Founded by Di Song, it is said that 3,000 years ago, there were few martial practitioners in this region, prompting Di Song to establish the Imperial Star Academy in an attempt to usher in an era of martial prowess." Mo Shang spoke slowly today. "The Imperial Star Academy is entirely comprised of martial practitioners, with 1 president, 3 vice presidents, 9 honorary elders, 36 elders, and an indeterminate number of guest elders. The remainder consists of the students. Students of the Imperial Star Academy must reach the Yuanfu realm to formally apply for graduation. Consequently, although only a few hundred are admitted each year, since most require a considerable amount of time to attain the Yuanfu realm, the current student body exceeds 3,000. Their instructors are the 36 elders and the guest elders, all of whom are students who have reached the Yuanfu realm. Guest elders are all at the Yuanfu realm. Qin Wentian gasped. The power within the Imperial Star Academy is indeed formidable. Indeed, Mo Shang replied, these guest elders are, in fact, disciples of the 36 elders. Once they attain the Yuanfu realm, they can apply for graduation. However, some choose to remain at the Imperial Star Academy to continue their cultivation, thus earning the title of guest elder, assisting their mentors and teaching disciples. After all, among each new cohort, only those ranked within the top 30 possess the privilege to select their mentors directly, while others are guided by the guest elders under the mentorship of the elders. Do not underestimate the guest elders, for some possess strength that surpasses their own mentors, Mo Shang added with a smile. Qin Wentian and Fan Lo understood that if their senior sister Wan Huan or senior brother Deshan were to reach the Yuanfu realm and choose to remain at the Imperial Star Academy, they would become guest elders under Mo Shang's tutelage. I have yet to begin accepting disciples this year. Would the two of you be willing to join me? Mo Shang finally expressed his intention, gazing at Qin Wentian and Fan Lo. Qin Wentian nodded affirmatively. He had come to the Imperial Star Academy precisely because of Mo Shang and naturally wished to become his disciple. At that moment, however, the rotund Fan Li's eyes gleamed mischievously as he grinned. Boss, with 36 esteemed elders in the academy, I am certain many would covet to take you as their disciple. Why don't we observe a while longer and see how the various elders conduct their apprenticeship ceremonies? Mo Shang was momentarily taken aback by Fan Li's words. Observing the lewd expression on the rotund man's face, he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound beating to him. This despicable fellow had the audacity to brazenly demand a master's fee, which was utterly outrageous. Turning around, Mo Shang noticed Qin Wentian smiling at him, which only intensified his disdain for the rotund man. With a swift motion, he reached into his robe and retrieved 2 tomes, presenting them to Qin Wentian. This is a set of martial arts techniques and a divine ability. The martial arts technique is of superior quality at the Yuanfu level, sufficient to support your cultivation through the Yuanfu realm. The divine ability is of middling quality at the earth level, typically wielded by formidable practitioners of the Yuanfu realm, showcasing tremendous offensive power, albeit with great difficulty in cultivation. Consider this a token of apprenticeship. The classification of martial arts techniques is directly tied to realm levels. Yuanfu level techniques can guide martial practitioners to the Yuanfu realm, while Tiangang level techniques can support cultivation to the Tiangang realm. Divine abilities are categorized into 3 tiers and 9 grades, with the 3 tiers corresponding to heaven, earth, and humanity, each divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The human tier corresponds to the Wheel Meridian realm, while the earth tier aligns with the Yuanfu realm. Thank you, Master, Qin Wentian replied without reservation, his heartfelt address of Master eliciting an eye roll from Mo Shang, who soon broke into a smile. The matter concerning Qin Wentian was thus settled. Master, what about mine? Fan Lu winked at Mo Shang. Mo Shang looked at Fan Lu with a grin. As for whether to accept you as a disciple, I must deliberate further. Please, Master, I acknowledge my mistake. Fan Li's expression fell dramatically. Amusing both Qin Wentian and Mo Shang with his antics, this rotund man was truly insufferable. Fatty, I already possess a suitable martial arts technique for cultivation. You may have this one. Qin Wentian handed the martial arts manual to Fan Lu, retaining the divine ability for himself. Thank you. What is this divine ability manual? Fan Lu inquired, leaning closer to Qin Wentian. The 1,000-hand seal, Qin Wentian whispered back. This divine ability was notoriously challenging to cultivate, once mastered to its fullest extent. It could unleash a 1,000-handed palm strike with immense power. The Elder of 1,000 Hands gained renown through the practice of this 1,000-hand seal, earning him the title of Elder of 1,000 Hands. Qin Wentian, you must delve deeply into this, Mo Shang advised. Indeed, I will, Qin Wentian affirmed with a nod. He had nearly mastered the dragon-slaying fist, and with the addition of the refining spirit compendium and the dream-forging technique, acquiring the 1,000-hand seal was nothing short of fortuitous. Now, here are your Imperial Star Jade tokens. Spend this month of confinement wisely in your training. Upon your emergence, I shall have your senior brothers and sisters introduce you to the Academy's affairs, Mo Shang concluded before rising to depart. The rotund man winked at Qin Wentian before immersing himself in the study of the martial arts techniques. Qin Wentian then perused the 1,000-hand seal. This Earth-level divine ability appeared deceptively simple, comprising merely 5 forms: the Vajra Seal, the Wheel C Seal, the Breaking Illusion Seal, the Withering Seal, and the Grand Thousand-Hand Seal. The initial form, the Vajra Seal, was immensely powerful and indomitable. The second form, the Wheel C Seal, resembled waves crashing upon the shore, embodying both strength and grace, wielding boundless might. As for the Grand Thousand-Hand Seal, its palm strikes mirrored the Buddha of 1,000 hands, capable of overwhelming the very heavens and earth. Though the Thousand-Hand Seal boasted formidable power, it was incredibly taxing on one's yuan energy, requiring a substantial amount of yuan energy to coalesce into a terrifyingly large palm strike to achieve such devastating attacks. After a thorough examination, Qin Wentian murmured to himself, acknowledging the powerful offensive capabilities while recognizing the significant energy expenditure. Refining Spirit Compendium, Divine Patterns. Suddenly, Qin Wentian contemplated a possibility. The first level of the Divine Refinement Codex required condensing divine essence using a first-tier divine pattern. What if he employed the Palm Seal divine pattern for this purpose, in conjunction with the Thousand-Hand Seal technique? The sheer power would be unimaginable. This thought stirred something within Qin Wentian. He recalled the Palm Seal divine pattern from his memories, a pattern that could be utilized to forge gauntlet divine weapons, enhancing his offensive capabilities. With this notion in mind, Qin Wentian commenced his practical endeavors, officially embarking on the cultivation of the Divine Refinement Codex. In the shallow dream realm, his absorption of the stellar essence from the 9 heavens star river accelerated significantly. Should he later penetrate the realms of dream creation and dream oblivion, the progress would undoubtedly be swifter, compensating for the time expended in cultivating the Divine Refinement Codex. Of course, after this month, Qin Wentian would likely need to devise a means to procure more star meteorites to sustain his training. As time elapsed, Qin Wentian gradually grasped the fundamentals of the Divine Refinement Codex, improving the speed of condensing divine essence. At times, he would fall into a deep slumber for 3 or 4 days, cultivating in his dreams, which drove his companion, the rotund individual, nearly to madness with boredom. He yearned to venture out and engage more with the enchanting female students of this cohort. As the month drew to a close, Qin Wentian found himself resting in a pavilion, the radiant starlight cascading down upon him, flowing into his being and reaching his meridians. There, clusters of stellar essence began to coalesce, continuously shaping into the form of a palm seal, which would then gradually compress, ultimately being stored within his acupoints. Through this month of cultivation, Qin Wentian not only entered the initial stages of the Divine Refinement Codex, but also perfected the first style of the Thousand-Hand Seal. Simultaneously, he expanded his acupoints, enabling him to store a greater volume of stellar essence. One day, when he reached his limits, it would herald the birth of a second meridian, signifying his advancement into the second level of the meridian realm. It was evident that a breakthrough in the meridian realm was far more challenging than in the body refinement realm, necessitating the accumulation of time. In just a month, the volume of stellar essence he could harbor had increased 6 to 7-fold since his initial breakthrough, yet he still had not formed a second meridian. This highlighted the significant disparities between each level of the meridian realm. The reason Qin Wentian was able to defeat Feng was due to his explosive power, which overwhelmed Feng in an instant. However, in a protracted battle, he would undoubtedly falter, as the stellar essence within him paled in comparison to that of his opponent. Chapter 50. Dreaming Forest. Qin Wentian and Fan Le finally beheld Qianshou again. Although meals had been delivered daily, Qianshou had not made an appearance during these past few days. Senior Elder, Qin Wentian called out as he rose to his feet. Indeed, Qianshou nodded. Qin Wentian, the matter has been clarified. Someone is willing to testify regarding the incident in the dark forest. Feng indeed led a pursuit against you. As for the events that transpired on the martial arts platform a month ago, the disciplinary court has publicly declared it a personal vendetta, resulting in your confinement for 1 month. Additionally, your new student ranking stands at the very bottom. You may now take your leave. Upon hearing Qianshou's words, Qin Wentian's lips curved into a smile. It is strictly forbidden to kill fellow disciples within the academy, and the disciplinary court's classification of the situation as a personal grudge was a clear act of favoritism. Qin Wentian was well aware of this, and in truth, the punishment amounted to little more than a month of seclusion. Such overt bias was evident to everyone in the academy, however. The reality remained that those endowed with remarkable talent enjoyed extraordinary privileges. Thank you, Elder, Qin Wentian expressed with a smile, bowing slightly before departing the courtyard with Fan Lo. As they exited, A white figure leapt into Qin Wentian's embrace, the little rascal nuzzling against his face. Before him stood a captivating figure, her enchanting gaze directed their way. The fairy, the chubby boy exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he stared unabashedly at Ruo Huan's alluring figure. The sight was enough to make him salivate. Senior sister. Qin Wentian greeted with a smile as he approached, while Ruo Huan, equally delighted, looped her arm through his and remarked, Little one, you have finally emerged. Feeling the softness of her touch on his arm, Qin Wentian could not help but chuckle bitterly, wondering if she could possibly refrain from tempting him so. After all, at 16, he was in the prime of youthful vigor. The chubby boy scuttled over to Ruo Huan's other side and obediently called out, Senior sister. Ruo Huan glanced at Fan Lo. Noticing the boy's arm slightly bent, seemingly waiting for her to entwine her arm with his. This moment caused Ruo Huan to pause for a moment before breaking into a cheerful smile directed at him. Senior sister, I am Qin Wentian's brother. The chubby boy boldly leaned closer to Ruo Huan. With a smile, Ruo Huan reciprocated by linking her arm with his, causing the boy to display an expression of sheer ecstasy. Could springtime finally be arriving for him? Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Ah! The chubby boy let out a pained wail. Instantly sinking to the ground, clutching his right arm, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Looking up, he saw Ruo Huan embracing Qin Wentian as they walked away, tears almost brimming in his eyes. Why was the disparity in their treatment so vast? Wasn't fortune meant to be shared among brothers? Boss, wait for me. The chubby boy called out, steeling himself to catch up, realizing that he would need to stick closely to his friend in the future. The Imperial Star Academy is vast, adorned with numerous edifices, including the Judiciary Court, the Elder Council, and the Hall of Glory. Each of these institutions is singular in its essence, while the Student Alliance is a collective force comprised of the Academy scholars. Among the strongest factions within the Academy are the four illustrious alliances, Azura, Heavenly Fiend, Knights, and Azure Cloud. Moreover, the Academy is home to three pivotal locations. The first is the Celestial Star Pavilion, a nine-tiered structure that houses an immense repository of techniques and divine powers. The second is the Heavenly River Hall, which simulates the oppressive force of the 9 Heaven-Star River, capable of refining the star-sensing abilities and pressure tolerance of martial practitioners, enabling them to continually tap into their potential and strive for transcendent breakthroughs, thus connecting with higher martial stars. The third location is the Dreaming Forest, a realm of extraordinary wonder, an expansive dreamscape that, upon entry, envelopes one in a dream. Linking the four prestigious martial academies, the Imperial Star Academy, the Royal Academy, and the Divine Wind Academy, within its ethereal embrace. As Qin Wentian softly pondered, he was profoundly moved by Ruo Huan's introduction. The Imperial Star Academy stands as the undeniable foremost power in the state of Chu, attracting individuals from distant lands eager to become part of its esteemed ranks. These three remarkable sites play an essential role in this regard. The Dreaming Forest was forged by a formidable adept of dreams from the Imperial Star Academy, initially connecting only its own disciples, allowing them to engage in combat simulations without the peril of losing their lives. Later, the other three academies beseeched this elder for assistance, who recognized that the involvement of more powerful individuals could enhance the honing of the academy students. Ruo Huan elaborated that the elder journeyed to the four great martial academies, employing unique divine powers to weave this vast dream realm, thereby linking the martial academies within dreams. This arrangement has greatly benefited the students, as those from the Imperial Star Academy have gained formidable practical combat abilities through this dreamscape, while some exceptionally gifted individuals eagerly seek to challenge the academy scholars, further refining their skills. The elder's magnanimity serves both self and others. Qin Wentian chuckled, remarking that since death is not a possibility within dreams, they would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to enhance their abilities. A beguiling smile graced Ruo Huan's face as she gazed at him, cautioning, do not underestimate this vast dream realm. Dear Junior, it is a profound dreamscape where the battles within consume your true essence. The sensation of death, once experienced, is something no one would wish to endure a second time. Qin Wentian's expression momentarily stiffened before he nodded with a smile. As he currently cultivates the dream-forging technique, he is well aware of the realities within dreams, particularly at the second and third levels of the technique. The second level creates a dreamscape where experiencing death feels strikingly authentic. It is a sensation one would not wish to encounter lightly. According to the records of the dream-forging technique, reaching the third level, known as the Forgotten Dream Realm, transcends the nature of mere dreams. In this state, death within the dream can directly trigger the demise of the mind, resulting in the true body perishing as well. In the realm of Tianming Forest, the intensity of dreams should correspond to the second tier of the dream forging technique, having manifested such a dreamscape for the cultivation of individuals from the 4 esteemed academies. Boss, shall we first explore the 7th level of the Tianqing Pavilion and select some unparalleled techniques and divine abilities? Fang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he addressed Qin Wentian. Ruo Huan, with a gentle smile, regarded the plump youth and remarked, as far as I know, junior brother Qin currently ranks last among the new students, while you stand second to last. Your Emperor Star Jade medallions are likely still at the 1st level, allowing only access to the 1st tier of the Tianqing Pavilion, where you may only select the most rudimentary techniques. Qin Wentian and Fang Lu felt disheartened to learn of their unfortunate standings. What about the Tiana Hall? Fang Lu inquired further. The same applies. Entry is restricted to the 1st level. Surely we can at least enter the Tianming Forest? There are no restrictions for the Tianming Forest. You may enter at any time. Ruo Huan replied with a smile. Allow me to escort you to your accommodations, and you may decide whether to venture into the Tianming Forest thereafter. Very well. Both Qin Wentian and Fang Lu nodded in agreement. Ruo Huan guided them to the student quarters, where the simplicity of the dwellings prompted the rotund youth to reflect that confinement was not a punishment but rather a reward. Each new cohort of students filled these lodgings, leaving little room available. Ruo Huan smiled lightly and proceeded toward a cluster of buildings, only to discover that they were all occupied. It was not until they reached the shade of an ancient tree at the edge of the forest that they found an uninhabited cottage. The surroundings are quite pleasant, and with just a step, one can enter the Tianming Forest, Ruo Huan remarked with a smile. The new student dormitory is nestled against the Tianming Forest, allowing you to enter for training at any time. Sister, where do you reside? The plump youth gazed at Ruo Huan with a pitiful expression, lamenting the starkness of their lodgings. Do not dwell on it. Once you elevate your Emperor Star Jade medallion to the 4th tier, you may select accommodations in the villa area. Ruo Huan replied with a soft smile. So, strive diligently. How does one enhance the tier of the Emperor Star Jade medallion? Fang Lu asked. A question that also piqued Qin Wentian's interest. It appeared that to enjoy superior resources, one must rely on elevating the tier of their medallion. The student rankings are established by the Glory Academy. New entrants ranked below 30 hold a 1st-level medallion. Those ranked from 30 to 4 hold a 2nd-level medallion. The top 3 possess a 3rd-level medallion. Elevating one's rank is straightforward. One must confront and defeat individuals ranked within the top 30, thereby usurping their position and ascending in rank. However, advancing from the 3rd to the 4th tier necessitates the submission of 100-star meteorites from the 2nd heaven to the Glory Academy. From the 4th to the 5th tier, an additional 300-star meteorites. From the 5th to the 6th tier, 1,000-star meteorites. And from the 6th to the 7th tier. Stop, Qin Wentian interjected, silently wiping the sweat from his brow. 1,000-star meteorites from the 2nd heaven for the 5th to 6th tier? Is this some form of intimidation? Ruo Huan chuckled at Qin Wentian's reaction, saying, The Emperor Star Academy must support such a large number of students. Do you believe resources are unnecessary? These resources cannot solely be procured by the elders. They naturally depend on the students, ensuring continuous training for you all. Must it be so harsh? Qin Wentian muttered under his breath. Harsh? Ruo Huan remarked. With the Emperor Star Jade medal at level 6, one can now access the 6th floor of the Heavenly Star Pavilion. The techniques available there are of the pinnacle level within the Yuanfu realm, and the divine abilities are of superior grade within the Earth realm. 1,000 meteorites from the 2nd tier merely equate to 10 meteorites from the 3rd tier. The cost is exceedingly minimal. Upon hearing Ruo Huan's words, Qin Wentian was momentarily taken aback, but as he pondered further, it indeed seemed accurate. The 6th floor proved immensely beneficial for those formidable beings at the post-Yuanfu stage within the 3 realms. This was merely the resource allocation afforded within the Heavenly Star Pavilion. 1,000 meteorites from the 2nd tier were hardly significant. Yet, a sense of frustration brewed within Qin Wentian. Previously, in Tianyong City, meteorites from the 1st tier were exceptionally precious due to their scarcity. Each meteorite represented the potential for the emergence of a martial destiny practitioner, and thus, they were regarded as treasures. The scarcity of resources rendered them valuable. However, the Imperial City was an entirely different realm, incomparable in nature. Chapter 51. The Knights Alliance. The rotund figure observed intently, pondering the extraordinary heights of the 6th level of the Tianqing Pavilion, which already represented the pinnacle of the Yuanfu realm. What wonders might lie beyond on the 7th, 8th, or even the elusive 9th level? Sister, could it be that the upper levels harbor Tian gang level techniques? and celestial-grade supernatural powers? Ruhuan smiled lightly at the rotund man. Is it truly surprising that the Imperial Star Academy, with its millennia of history, possesses Tian-gang-level techniques? However, I cannot divulge specifics, as I have never ascended those heights myself. While such techniques may exist, the ability to cultivate them to the Tian-gang realm ultimately hinges on the practitioner's innate talent. Given the profound legacy of the Imperial Star Academy, it is indeed unsurprising that such powers are available. Moreover, can you afford the cost? Ruhuan continued with a gentle smile. Should you fail to secure a place among the top 30 newcomers, you may exchange star meteorites for a tier upgrade to level 3. If you wish to ascend further and lack sufficient star meteorites, you can undertake tasks at the Glory Hall to earn virtual star meteorites for upgrades. A task requiring 1,000 second-tier star meteorites? I shudder to think of it, the rotund man muttered. I had thought the Academy would sustain me with star meteorites. But alas, what a misconception. The Academy has provided you with an optimal environment for cultivation and competition. Any failure to achieve your goals reflects solely on your own inadequacy. If everyone were to wait for the Academy's support, it would cease to be the Imperial Star Academy. Ruhuan remarked with a smile. Now, enjoy the experience. Surprises await you. But I must remind you, in the Dreaming Forest, it is strictly forbidden to disturb another's dreams. With that, Ruhuan departed, leaving the rotund man reluctantly behind, unable to follow, and he could only assist Qin Wentian in tidying their lodgings. Shall we explore the Dreaming Forest? The rotund man suggested with a grin. Indeed, Qin Wentian nodded, eager to witness the remarkable dream realm crafted by the Academy's predecessors. Upon exiting their quarters, they strolled into the Dreaming Forest and were immediately enveloped by a wave of drowsiness, feeling heavy and lethargic. Remarkable. The prowess of this elder must be at the zenith of the Yuanfu realm, transforming an entire area into a dream realm, likely with the aid of formations. Qin Wentian mused, observing the many figures sprawled beneath ancient trees, all evidently entranced in the realm of dreams. The rotund man, however, was less contemplative. His eyes gleamed with mischief as he spotted a young maiden entering the Dreaming Forest. She settled beneath an ancient tree and swiftly succumbed to slumber. Without a second thought, the rotund man dashed over to her side, lying down beneath the same tree and closing his eyes, prompting Qin Wentian to wipe his brow discreetly. What a rascal! As drowsiness continued to envelop him, Qin Wentian retreated to the opposite side of the ancient tree where the rotund man lay, closing his eyes. Soon, he too drifted into a deep slumber. Within the dream, Qin Wentian surveyed his surroundings, finding himself inexplicably in a city where he occasionally glimpsed shadowy figures. Not far from him, Fan Lu and the maiden rested beneath a nearby ancient tree, their positions closely aligned due to their shared entrance into the realm of dreams. Greetings. My name is Fan Lu. Is this your first time entering the dreamland of Tianming? Fan Lu inquired of the young girl. Not at all. I have ventured here several times, the girl replied with a smile. I am Xian Ran. I have seen you during the freshman ranking battle. You were quite impressive. Her gaze sparkled with admiration as she recalled the day when Qin Wentian and Fan Lu vanquished Feng on the martial stage, an event witnessed by all freshmen, who subsequently idolized them. Is that so? The chubby boy appeared slightly embarrassed, meekly chuckling. I acted to avenge my brother, willing to face any peril. Fortunately, it was merely a close call, and what a stroke of fate it is to encounter such a beauty upon entering Tianming Forest. Xian Ran's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a touch of shyness from the boy's words. Ahem. Qin Wentian cleared his throat, interrupting the two, feeling it was necessary to rescue the innocent girl from their banter. Qin Wentian. Xian Ran's expression brightened, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Over the past month, Qin Wentian had become the most sought-after figure among the freshmen. Having avenged Feng on his very first day at the Imperial Star Academy, simultaneously manifesting a fourfold heavenly star soul, a historic feat for the Academy. The chubby boy observed Xian Ran's expression and cast a resentful glance at Qin Wentian, thinking it unfair to disrupt the budding connection between others. Xian Ran, could you enlighten us about this dream realm? Qin Wentian asked, gazing at the city with astonishment. The ability to draw others into dreams while retaining their self-awareness intrigued him. It reminded him of his own practice of the dream forging technique, where one remains cognizant of their intentions within the dream. This is the power of dreams. As real as life itself, Xian Ran explained softly. The city within this dream is known as the City of Illusions. Individuals from the 4 great academies enter directly into this city. Since dreams are not bound by reality, one can act freely within them. leading to a chaotic environment filled with constant skirmishes, especially among the martial arts factions of various academies, who frequently engage in fierce battles to hone their combat prowess. There are also those who seek challenges, wandering about to test their skills, she continued. How does one exit the dream? Qin Wentian inquired, pondering that while he could withdraw from his own dreams, escaping someone else's constructed illusion would prove more challenging. Do you see those towering structures? Xin Ran pointed toward a distant tower reaching toward the heavens, with several similar edifices visible in the background. Boss, aren't you seeking Sister Ruohuan? You should go ahead. I will accompany Xin Ran to explore, the chubby boy interjected, noticing Xin Ran's attention was entirely focused on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian glanced at the boy, who was persistently winking at him, eliciting a silent disdain for the lecherous fellow. Very well, I shall seek Sister Ruohuan. You both enjoy your exploration, Qin Wentian acquiesced, turning away as the chubby boy and Xin Ran continued their stroll through the dream city. The city was vast, teeming with people, and occasionally, one could witness skirmishes erupting nearby. At that moment, Qin Wentian furrowed his brow, a keen instinct alerting him to the fact that he was being watched. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he continued to meander casually, yet his steps were directed towards a towering edifice, allowing for a swift exit should the need arise. Shinran, feeling a tinge of confusion, nodded and remarked, however, we are quite distant from the exit. If you wish to leave, you should proceed in the direction Qin Wentian just took. I understand, the portly man responded with a smile, his footsteps unwavering as if he had not heard Shinran's words. At that instant, figures emerged from the shadows, causing the portly man's pace to abruptly halt, his expression darkening as he found himself surrounded. Fan Lu, run. They are from the Knights Alliance. Shinran urged from behind. Fan Lu could only manage a bitter smile. Fleeing was not an option, for each of these individuals surpassed him in strength, leaving him with nowhere to escape. The members of the Knights Alliance advanced menacingly, their hands coalescing into starry lances. The aura of death palpable in the air, rendering Shinran's complexion ashen. This was a plot to eliminate Fan Lu. In the distance, several onlookers turned their gaze towards this scene. Among the members of the Imperial Star Academy who recognized Fan Lu, silently lamenting his misfortune. A fierce wind swept past as over a dozen formidable figures from the Knights Alliance simultaneously launched their assault on Fan Lu. The terrifying pressure threatening to rend the very fabric of space. Faced with such a dire situation, the portly man resigned himself to his fate, closing his eyes and opting not to resist. Thus, the man who yearned for death continued to exist, yet this existence was a fate worse than death. You are all seasoned members. How can you treat him this way? Shinran's face drained of color, recognizing that these were indeed the elite of the Knights Alliance, mercilessly targeting a novice. Would you care to try? A cold gaze pierced through her, silencing Shinran with fear. Such cruelty. The distant observers fell into a stunned silence. The Knights Alliance was one of the 4 most powerful student factions, now stooping to confront a newcomer. This was undeniably brutal. Is this truly a dream? The portly man gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his wounds, and when he raised his head, he beheld a figure atop a distant structure. The breeze fluttering his knightly cloak, Ochin, a member of the Knights Alliance. Chapter 52. The pride of the first, Ochin's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very fabric of space. Directed towards Fan Lu, his expression chillingly cold. You wretched creature, unable to extinguish my life today, I shall ensure your demise eventually. Fan Lu grinned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, presenting a truly pitiful sight. Alas, before Fan Lu could finish his words, he let out another anguished cry, as the long spears churned within him. Though a dream, the pain was seared into his very being. He longed for death, yet at that moment, he lacked even the capacity to die. By the time Qin Wentian arrived, Fan Lu had already become a figure drenched in blood, trembling not far from him. He had never anticipated that this dream would subject him to such cruel torment. It was imperative to avoid awakening him directly from such intense suffering, for it could provoke horrific consequences, potentially leading to madness. At that moment, figures began to materialize atop the surrounding structures. Among them was Ruohuan. Her gaze fixed coldly upon Ochin as she remarked, how shameless of the Knight Alliance to dispatch so many formidable warriors to deal with a mere novice. Ochin paid her no heed, his icy and haughty eyes surveying Qin Wentian below. I merely wish for him to grasp a fundamental truth. On this land, talent does not signify everything. The days ahead are long. Prepare to embrace the harsh realities. Kill, Ochin uttered, and instantly, the warriors of the Knight Alliance surged towards Qin Wentian. Buzz. Ruo Huan and the others leapt downwards, and in midair, Ruo Huan called out to Qin Wentian. Remember, if you face a mortal enemy in a dream, the best outcome for the defeated is death. Qin Wentian observed the oncoming warriors of the Night Alliance, his feet pounding forward, causing the very ground to tremble beneath him. Sizzle, sizzle. The terrifying spear lights surged forth like venomous dragons. Qin Wentian slightly shifted, allowing a spear to pierce his heart, while simultaneously unleashing his dragon-subduing fist with devastating force. A thunderous explosion erupted as the head of the spear wielder before him burst apart. Yet Qin Wentian himself perished within the dream. In death, he sought to take someone down with him. Breathing heavily, in the dreamland forest, Qin Wentian opened his eyes, gasping for air, his heart racing. He had truly experienced death, a sensation that, despite being a mere dream, still enveloped him in despair. Taking a few deep breaths, he approached Fan Lu, who was trembling uncontrollably, his face contorted as if undergoing excruciating pain. Fatty. Qin Wentian clenched his fists, his heart aching at the sight of his friend's torment. Ah! The fat man suddenly let out a cry of despair, then opened his eyes wide. Collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, his entire body seemingly convulsing. You wretched creature. After a lengthy pause, the fat man lifted his head, his eyes narrowing with a glint of coldness. Are you all right? Qin Wentian inquired nervously, observing his friend. Fear not, it was merely a dream. The stout man grinned, appearing rather indifferent, yet the cold glint in his eyes betrayed him. It was evident that the torturous experience he had just endured would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. No, I feel drowsy again. It is best to leave this place. Rising to his feet, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu swiftly made their way outside. How did you get out? Qin Wentian inquired. This lesson was indeed quite vivid. He nodded in acknowledgement. Hurry, the Knights Alliance and the Qin Alliance are about to clash. A spectacle awaits, someone remarked. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu exchanged glances before joining the throng. The initial lesson bestowed upon them by the Knights Alliance was one they would not soon forget. Before long, they arrived at an open area within the Imperial Star Academy, where a considerable crowd had gathered. In the center, two factions of senior students faced off, an ominous chill enveloping the atmosphere. Chun. Qin Wentian's gaze suddenly shifted towards a specific direction, where he spotted Chun and his companions emerging from the dreaming forest, accompanied by members of the Knights Alliance. Senior sister Ruo Huan is also present. In another direction, Ruo Huan and her group stood there. Ruo Huan, they are from the Qin Alliance. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu moved closer to that side. Senior sister, Qin Wentian called out to Ruo Huan. Ruo Huan turned her beautiful eyes towards them. Glancing at Fan Lu before smiling, the dream has awakened. Do you still remember it? I cannot forget. It is engraved upon my heart. The stout man replied with a grin. That is good. Do not blame your senior sister for not warning you about the dangers of the dreaming forest. Some lessons can only be learned through pain. This serves as a lesson from the Knights Alliance for you, albeit painful. Your journey at the Imperial Star Academy has just begun. Remember, the Imperial Star Academy is not a greenhouse. Strong individuals cannot be nurtured in a greenhouse. I will only impart the most fundamental truths. The rest, you must experience for yourselves, Ruo Huan said with a smile. Do you harbor resentment towards the Knights Alliance? Of course. The stout man chuckled. Then find a way to trample them beneath your feet, or else you shall be the ones trampled, just like in the dream. Ruo Huan continued to smile, her expression hinting at a measure of wisdom. The Knights Alliance is indeed formidable, deploying so many powerful individuals to ambush two new students in the City of Illusions. She lifted her head, her keen gaze piercing through the crowd of the Knights Alliance, emanating a chilling brilliance. And so what? Qin replied nonchalantly, turning his cold eyes towards Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. This is merely the beginning. Shameless wretches. Deshan roared angrily at the members of the Knights Alliance. You lack the qualification to speak to me. Qin shot a glance at Deshan before turning back to Ruo Huan, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Knights Alliance and the Qin Alliance have been at odds for so long. Why not take a break and try something new? How would you like to play? Ruo Huan inquired. The Knights Alliance has recruited 2 new students. It seems you from the Qin Alliance have as well. How about a duel among 4? As Chun gazed at Ruo Huan with a smile, her expression faltered, for it was well known that among the 4 great student alliances, the Knights Alliance was the most alluring to new recruits. The reason was simple. The members of the Knights Alliance were predominantly of noble lineage. The establishment of the Imperial Star Academy aimed to cultivate the most exceptional martial practitioners, transcending national boundaries and social strata, focusing solely on talent and capability. The imperial city was rife with the powerful, and while not all noble offspring conformed to the stereotype of debauchery, many among them were indeed distinguished individuals. With access to abundant resources, numerous scions of wealth entered the Imperial Star Academy, gradually coalescing into a formidable faction known as the Knights Alliance. The formation of the Knights Alliance ushered in an aristocratic tempest within the Academy, giving rise to the Azure Cloud Alliance. They believed the Academy should remain untainted by noble influences, disregarding one's noble status while vehemently opposing such an ethos. Thus, the Knights Alliance and the Azure Cloud Alliance have historically stood at odds, evolving into sworn enemies over time. Long before the emergence of these two alliances, the Celestial Fiend Alliance existed as the sole student union of the Imperial Star Academy, boasting the most venerable history. The Sure Alliance, the most recent to form, paid little heed to these rivalries, focusing instead on their own strength. The members of the Shura Alliance were particularly relentless, engaging in deadly trials within the Dark Forest to hone their skills. Among the four great alliances, the Knights Alliance undoubtedly possessed the greatest wealth, affording them the means to elevate their Imperial Star medallions. This affluence led to two out of the top three freshmen, namely Mu Rongfeng and Du Hao, joining the Knights Alliance. Mu Rongfeng ranked first, wielding a fourth-tier pulse, while Du Hao claimed the third position with a third-tier pulse. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu were clearly aligned with the Azure Cloud Alliance, their ranks resting at the first tier of pulse cultivation. The challenge proposed by Qin bestowed an overwhelming advantage upon the Knights Alliance. Two figures emerged from behind him, revealing themselves as Mu Rongfeng and Du Hao. Among the newcomers, Mu Rongfeng was the most formidable, while Qin Wentian was heralded as the one with the greatest potential. Their gazes met in the air, and Mu Rongfeng spoke with unyielding confidence. "I acknowledge your talent. In the future, you may be worthy of standing before me. Yet, every time I hear someone juxtapose you with me, I cannot help but ponder the abundance of fools at the Imperial Star Academy." His words, devoid of any tremor, ignited a stir among the crowd. Without a hint of suspense, Mu Rongfeng, who had decisively defeated all challengers to secure the top rank among the freshmen, possessed the audacity to utter such statements. At the same age as Qin Wentian, he bore a pride that was not to be trifled with. Chapter 53, The Challenge at the Tender Age of 16, possessing the formidable strength of a fourth-tier wheel pulse. One could assert that such talent is undeniably among the elite in the Kingdom of Chu. Moreover, Mu Rongfeng's stellar soul is not to be underestimated. His first stellar soul hails from the second heaven, while the second emerges from the third heaven. He embodies the quintessential martial destiny practitioner. Having truly commenced his body refinement only after consolidating his stellar souls, dedicating a year and a half to perfecting his physique and stepping into the realm of wheel pulse. Such exceptional talent is indeed rare. After all, not everyone can be like Qin Wentian, utilizing the astral energy from the fifth heaven to refine their bodies, coupled with the overwhelming method of relentless forging, yielding results that far surpass those of others. Mu Rongfeng's words were unequivocal. Perhaps in the future, Qin Wentian may possess the ability to contend with him, yet currently, he lacks the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath. Those who engage in such discussions are mere fools. Qin Wentian did not cast a glance at Mu Rongfeng, not out of fear or trepidation, but rather because he was previously unfamiliar with him and held no interest in understanding him. Regardless of Mu Rongfeng's talents, what relevance did it hold for him? However, now that Mu Rongfeng represented the Knight Alliance, the matter had become pertinent, especially after Fan Lu had recently endured such gruesome torture. Thus, Qin Wentian turned his gaze toward Fan Lu. "Am I to decide?" Fan Lu inquired, looking at Qin Wentian. "Whatever decision you make, I shall stand by you." Qin Wentian replied with a smile. "Of course, let us do it." The rotund figure laughed heartily, then turned to Ruo Huan, saying, "Senior sister, since they wish to engage, let us indulge them. Let us set the time for a month from now. Are you certain?" Ruo Huan glanced at Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, recognizing that the two adversaries before them were quite formidable. Fan Lu shrugged and chuckled. "I don't possess such a bounty of star meteorites, so I shall resort to this method to elevate my Imperial Star Jade Plate S rank. The top three of the Imperial Star Academy can elevate their Imperial Star Jade Plate to the third tier. In that case, why not aim for a direct elevation to the fourth tier? This challenge, coupled with a wager of 200 star meteorites from the second heaven if you win, would it not propel you directly to fourth tier?" Upon hearing Fan Lu's chilling proposition, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. 200 star meteorites from the second heaven represent a terrifying figure for newcomers. 100 of these meteorites could elevate the Imperial Star Jade Plate to the 4th tier. This figure is not only daunting for newcomers, but is also a substantial sum for the Knight Alliance. Yet, he was confident in their victory. This challenge held no suspense. Ruohuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This figure still bore significant pressure for the Qin Alliance. Our Qin Alliance is indeed capable of producing 200 star meteorites, remarked a young man beside Ruohuan with a smile. Ruohuan nodded and then turned to Qin, stating, "First, I must clarify 2 points. Firstly, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu are not members of the Qin Alliance. Our involvement is purely due to our disdain for your Knight Alliance's despicable tactics. Surrounding 2 newcomers with a cadre of senior students is hardly commendable. Secondly, we of the Qin Alliance accept this wager. If we win, the stakes belong to Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. If we lose, it shall be counted against the Qin Alliance. Thirdly, the Qin Alliance will never entice others to join with the lure of benefits. And those who seek to join for profit are never welcomed, regardless of their extraordinary talents." The youth beside Ruohuan added, a faint smile perpetually gracing his lips. This encapsulates the ethos of the Qin Alliance, which stands in stark contrast to that of the Knights Alliance. In a world already tainted by greed, why should such an atmosphere be brought to the pristine grounds of the Imperial Star Academy? The Qin Alliance steadfastly upholds this belief. Foolishness. Qin and others from the Knights Alliance similarly disdain the Qin Alliance, believing that without profit, there is no basis for cooperation. All trust must be founded on self-interest. A month from now, I eagerly anticipate the outcome. Qin turned away with his compatriots from the Knights Alliance, while Mu Rongfeng cast a deep glance at Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, revealing an expression of peculiar intrigue. What kind of blind confidence emboldens you to accept the challenge? If the rules regarding intra-academy combat were to be altered, perhaps the situation would be quite different. Du Hao also expressed his bewilderment, leaving behind a remark before departing alongside Mu Rongfeng. "Sister, are you the leader of the Qin Alliance?" Qin Wentian inquired of Ruohuan, somewhat astonished. However, Ruohuan shook her head, smiling as she replied, "I oversee the affairs of the Qin Alliance, while Qin manages those of the Knights Alliance. Yet, the leaders of both factions remain within the ranks of the Academy's Yuanfu realm students. So what say you?" "This was of little consequence. From this day forth, my foremost wish at the Imperial Star Academy is to see the utter dissolution of the Knights Alliance." A glint of cold determination flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes, and he would strive earnestly towards this goal. "Indeed, whether you join the Qin Alliance is of no great importance. But you must seize the month ahead wisely," Ruohuan remarked with a gentle smile. "To defeat the top 3 within a month poses a significant challenge." Observing the departure of the portly figure stirred something within Qin Wentian. The events in the dreaming forest evidently impacted him deeply, even if not for his own sake. For the sake of the other, he resolved to enhance his strength within the month. A month should suffice to reach the 2nd level of the Pulse Realm. However, further augmenting his combat prowess would necessitate refining his divine essence through the Divine Spirit Codex and mastering the Earth-level divine technique, Thousand Hand Seal. These pursuits would require a substantial amount of starfall stones to support his cultivation. It seems a visit to the Divine Weapon Pavilion is in order, Qin Wentian mused inwardly. Turning to Ruohuan, he asked, "Sister, may I venture out at any time?" Ruohuan understood the implication of his question. Having offended the Yi and O families, Qin Wentian was secure within the confines of the Imperial Star Academy. But what of his safety beyond its borders? "Exercise caution," Ruohuan laughed softly. "Do your utmost to avoid giving anyone the opportunity for an assassination. Those who wish to target you must still reckon with the Imperial Star Academy." She believed that from the moment Qin Wentian entered the academy, he had already been placed on a watch list. Any who sought to harm him would have to consider the formidable backing of the academy. "Understood." Qin Wentian nodded, recognizing that prudence is always wise. Even if Qin harbored desires to eliminate him, he could not act within the academy's protective realm. "Persevere diligently, young junior, for your senior has high hopes for you." Ruohuan gently patted Qin Wentian's head, eliciting a bittersweet smile from him. The mischievous little rascal, whose arrival was always unexpected, leaped onto Ruohuan's shoulder, nuzzling against her cheek. "Lecherous creature, begone," Qin Wentian chuckled, and then turned to depart, prompting the little imp to jump down and follow him outside. As the pair strolled through the academy, the youth tilted his head slightly, basking in the sunlight that graced his face. A faint smile curved his lips, for even the densest clouds could not obscure the radiant light. Ruohuan gazed at Qin Wentian's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with an even more profound joy. She harbored great expectations for her two junior disciples, eagerly awaiting the day when he too could shine as brilliantly as the sun. Many at the Emperor Star Academy watched Qin Wentian leave, pondering whether, in a month's time, this unprecedented student, who had committed an act of violence during the freshman ranking battles, could indeed defeat the top freshman, Morong Feng. The divine pattern Qin Wentian had inscribed, named the returning element pattern, not only served as an enhancement but also possessed the ability to store elemental energy, potentially saving lives in perilous situations. Many artifact smiths sought to uncover the secrets of this pattern, thereby joining the fierce competition for divine weapons, which resulted in considerable commotion during every auction at the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Another piece of good news was that after being promoted, Feng Ping had gained access to the second-tier divine patterns within the Divine Weapon Pavilion. He had officially ascended to the realm of a second-tier artifact smith, elevating his status further. This was indeed splendid news for Qin Wentian, as long as he continued to comprehend the returning element pattern and utilize superior materials. He could forge second-tier mid-grade divine weapons of even greater value. At that juncture, elevating the status of his Emperor Star Jade token to level 5 would pose no significant challenge, allowing him to access immensely powerful Earth-level divine abilities. Qin Wentian first collaborated with Feng Ping to craft several divine weapons, which they submitted to the Divine Weapon Pavilion, securing an advance payment of star meteorites for their trainings, while he continued to delve into their returning element pattern. After half a month, Qin Wentian and Feng Ping successfully forged second-tier mid-grade divine weapons using the returning element pattern, which they presented to Yangchen. Yangchen was ecstatic, immediately generating a buzz that stirred considerable excitement, eagerly anticipating the auction set to commence in 3 days. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian entered a crucial period of cultivation. The opening of the acupoints and meridians within him had reached a limit, signifying that he was but a step away from progressing into the second level of the meridian realm. Chapter 54. Acquaintances at this moment. A multitude of individuals congregated on the second floor of the Divine Weapon Pavilion's main hall. Fortunately, the hall was spacious enough to accommodate the crowd. Numerous adventurers, who had long thrived in the dark forest, arrived here. Even those lacking the requisite wealth to bid for the rumored return to Origin Sword could peruse the offerings of the pavilion in search of a weapon that pleased them. Naturally, the competition for the return to Origin Sword involved the participation of many skilled blacksmiths. Guan Yu was also present at the Divine Weapon Pavilion, and unlike many others, she was determined to obtain the return to Origin Sword. She was in dire need of a quality weapon, and the tales surrounding the sword had intrigued her. Additionally, should she manage to acquire it, she intended to present it to her master, Mu Qing, for further research, hoping to uncover the secrets of its divine patterns. Accompanying Guan Yu were several of her companions, all disciples of the Royal Academy. Apart from being Mu Qing's apprentice, Guan Yu was also a member of the Royal Academy herself. Among the crowd were Qin Wentian and Feng Ping, who eagerly anticipated the potential bidding price for this second-tier mid-grade weapon. "I am merely curious to see," said Qin Wentian, casting a shy glance at Shinran, who was standing nearby. Shinran, feeling slightly bashful, interjected, "You should refrain from speaking carelessly." The portly individual chuckled, yet Shinran does seem to harbor some interest in that sword. "Oh?" Qin Wentian glanced at Shinran, who then replied, "The second star soul I have condensed is the sword star soul. However, I fear I cannot afford the return to Origin Sword. I shall look for other weapons instead." As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the sword wall of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, where a sword hung, radiating brilliance. Of course, one could not ascertain the quality of a weapon merely by its appearance. Only by channeling their primal energy into it could its true nature be felt. "Excellent sword." A voice rang out from the crowd, drawing many gazes toward its source, a young man, who was drinking from a wine jug, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. "Drunken immortal. How can you claim it's a good sword when you haven't even touched it?" Someone jested. "By feeling," the drunken immortal replied, setting down his wine gourd and shaking his head at the speaker. "You wouldn't understand." Laughter erupted again at the drunken immortal's demeanor, and Qin Wentian joined in, finding the individual quite amusing. "That is the drunken immortal," Shinran remarked, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Do you know him?" Qin Wentian inquired. "I have certainly heard of the drunken immortal, ranked third among the 10 talents of the capital," Shinran answered, which surprised Qin Wentian. The youth, who seemed so carefree, was indeed ranked third among the most distinguished individuals under 20 in the royal city, a prestigious accolade. As they spoke, Qin Wentian suddenly felt a cold glare directed toward them. He turned his gaze and narrowed his eyes slightly. A second-tier alchemist need not fret over connections or wealth. especially one so young as Guan Yue, whose future is bound to be a smooth path. Should she ascend to the rank of a third-tier alchemist, she will undoubtedly become a figure of great repute in the state of Chu, sought after even by the formidable powers of the Yuan house, with wealth flowing in abundance. The Divine Weapon Pavilion wields considerable influence within the imperial city, as it nurtures a cadre of alchemists, and its wealth is truly staggering. In this realm, wealth equates to resources for cultivation, and with resources, one can forge powerful beings. Humph. Feng Ping observed Guan Yue with a cold snort. He would not forget all that Mu Qing had done to him, nor the excessive arrogance of Mu Qing's disciple before him. So, you have chosen to associate with each other? A glint of icy disdain flickered in Guan Yue's eyes as she gazed at Feng Ping and Qin Wentian standing together. And she coldly remarked, "Are you two a nest of snakes and rats?" "Boss, who is this woman?" Fan Lu inquired, his bright eyes scanning Guan Yue with unabashed scrutiny. Prompting Qin Wentian to silently deride him, this fellow seemed unable to resist any woman, and Guan Yue, admittedly, possessed some charm. However, Qin Wentian's impression of Guan Yue was less than favorable. On that day at the Star River Guild, when Mu Qing forced him into a corner, it was this very woman who looked at him with such haughty disdain, proclaiming that, given the status of the Qin house, becoming Mu Qing's disciple was a tremendous gift and an honor for him. Impertinence. Guan Yue's expression turned frigid, an aura of chill enveloping her. "How dare you insult my master? Do you seek death? You are the one who is impertinent, having done what you did yet refusing to acknowledge it," Feng Ping retorted icily. "Mu Qing, who stands with me in the Star River Guild, brazenly seized my divine patterns without restitution. Do you not find that despicable?" Guan Yue regarded Feng Ping with surprise. She had not anticipated that this once subservient individual would now dare to insult her master, Mu Qing. "You wretched servant. If you do not kneel and apologize for your previous words, you shall not leave here alive today." Guan Yue continued to cast her proud gaze upon Feng Ping, viewing him as nothing more than a mere servant. To allow such an affront to her master to go unchallenged would be to bring disgrace upon herself should the news reach her master's ears. Feng Ping's countenance darkened severely at Guan Yue's words. He had always been cautious, bowing low before those of higher status, but to be insulted in such a manner was unprecedented, especially by a mere girl. Truly, one can see the character of a master reflected in their disciple. Qin Wentian fixed his gaze on Guan Yue. "The actions Mu Qing took against me can only be described as despicable, but that scarcely encapsulates the depth of it." Guan Yue's attention shifted to Qin Wentian, her cold and proud eyes scrutinizing him intently. A peculiar smile began to grace her features, one that bore unabashed contempt. "I fail to comprehend what gives you the audacity to utter such words. I hope you do not flee before the auction concludes." As she spoke, Guan Yu's gaze shifted towards the sword wall ahead, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. Behind her, the three companions cast scornful smirks at Qin Wentian and Feng Ping, seemingly astonished by the audacity of someone so oblivious to the consequences of offending a young second-tier artifact master, who happened to be a prodigy from the Royal Academy and a member of the Guan family. "Boss, that woman possesses mediocre cultivation. At the third level of the Meridian realm, among the three behind her, two are at the second level, while the last man appears formidable, likely at the fifth level or higher," Fan Lu whispered to Qin Wentian, emphasizing the importance of understanding their opponent's strength before engaging in combat. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, and then the plump companion smiled faintly, stating, "If we were to take action, we should be able to swiftly subdue that woman, leaving no opportunity for the other three to intervene. Have you made a breakthrough?" Qin Wentian's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing Fan Li's confident words. The plump one winked at him, exuding a sense of pride as he remarked, "You have reached the second level of the Meridian realm. It is only natural that I have broken through as well." Qin Wentian, having forcefully shattered the limits of his acupoints and meridians with his formidable stellar essence just 2 nights prior, had established a second stellar meridian. Now, his body could accommodate an even greater volume of stellar essence, and with 2 meridians connecting throughout his being, his sensory perception and the power unleashed during attacks had experienced a significant leap. "Your words suggest that I am inferior to you," Qin Wentian retorted with disdain. "I am merely stating a fact," the plump one chuckled, his eyes twinkling with enthusiasm. "With just over 10 days remaining, I eagerly anticipate the outcome, 200 meteorites. Even the Knights Alliance would feel the pinch." Chapter 55. Enemies and Friends. Qin Wentian eagerly anticipated the imminent duel set to take place in just over 10 days. Both he and Fan Lu had ascended to the second level of the Pulse realm, and with the Imperial Flame bloodline coursing through Fan Lu, He felt confident in facing Du Hao. However, the formidable Murong Feng posed a more significant challenge. His realm was a testament to his strength, and Qin remained uncertain if Murong had any hidden trump cards. Thus, in the days leading up to the confrontation, he resolved to enhance his abilities further. Primarily, before the battle commenced, he aimed to ensure that at least half of his divine essence was stored within his meridians. With this preparation, he believed he could contend with the third level of the Pulse Realm solely through the might of his divine essence. Furthermore, armed with the Earth-grade mid-tier divine art, the Thousand-Hand Seal, he would possess the strength to engage even a fourth-level opponent. The pressing question remained, how potent was Murong Feng, and what preparations would the Night Alliance undertake on his behalf? To amass such a substantial amount of divine essence, the Starfall Stones were indispensable. After auctioning the Guiyuan sword, he would be more than equipped. At that moment, Jianwu approached the sword wall, her gaze directed at the newcomers, as she smiled and announced, "As per the customary rules of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, all items for auction are open to competitive bidding. We prioritize the highest bidder. Though the final decision resides with the Divine Weapon Pavilion, as we are not a formal auction house and reserve the right to choose our buyers. I trust you are all aware of the Guiyuan sword. Its base price is set at 10 Starfall Stones from the second level." As Jianwu spoke, a smile graced her lips, though she felt a flicker of concern within. Typically, a standard mid-tier second-grade weapon could be acquired for 3 or 4 Starfall Stones. Yet the Guiyuan sword would likely reach a staggering price. Naturally, if certain acquaintances of the Divine Weapon Pavilion opted to participate in the bidding, even with a modest offer, the pavilion might consider their bid favorably. Such was the pavilion's ethos. "Now, we may commence," Jianwu declared with a grin. 30 stones. A calm voice resonated from the crowd, and an elderly figure made his way towards the sword wall. It was old Han. Many felt a sense of despair upon witnessing his bid. 30 stones had already disheartened numerous participants, as such a sum was beyond their reach. "I have taken a liking to this sword, but I possess only 35 Starfall Stones in total. I shall bid them all. May fortune favor me." The drunken immortal remarked nonchalantly as he stepped forward, prompting the crowd to part. 40 stones, several figures emerged from the front. They were Guan Yu and his companions. Their 3 bids had effectively quashed the hopes of the onlookers, as such prices were indeed intimidating. "Damn it, I've risked my life hunting beasts for years, rolling in the face of death, and now I can barely muster 10 Starfall Stones from the second level." Meanwhile, a burly man muttered under his breath, eliciting nods of agreement from others, who recognized the stark disparity between individuals. Qin Wentian also pondered the situation. This was the Imperial City. And had they been in Tiannong City, second-level Starfall Stones would scarcely circulate in the market. Even first-level stones were treated as treasures by the various clans, traded exclusively with Yuan stones. This was the reality of the disparity, though Qin overlooked the fact that within the Divine Weapon Pavilion, the lower-income districts and chaotic zones of the Imperial City were not so affluent. Guan Yu's bid silenced the Grand Hall. A heavyweight auction does not always involve numerous bids. Perhaps just a few are sufficient to determine the fate of a treasured item. Most individuals merely served as background figures. Qin Wentian was evidently unwilling to play this supporting role. Since Guan Yu was so affluent, why not extort her a little? "Guan family girl, I hear you have become a second-tier artifact refiner. I must say, I am quite impressed. I shall not contest with you," Elder Han remarked courteously, as he himself was also a second-tier artifact refiner. 41 pieces, Qin Wentian stepped forward, speaking calmly with a faint smile gracing his lips. Drunken Immortal was momentarily taken aback by Qin Wentian's bid. A sip of his drink followed, a smile emerging on his face. For he knew who forged the sword. This fellow was trying to swindle. Guan Yu's expression turned frosty as she directed her gaze at Qin Wentian. "Are you deliberately causing trouble? Will you bid or not?" Qin Wentian glanced at Guan Yu. 45 pieces, Guan Yu stated, fixing her gaze on Qin Wentian. 46. Qin Wentian chuckled and continued to raise his bid. "The Guiyuan sword, are you not afraid it will burn your hands?" One of Guan Yu's companions warned, a hint of menace flickering in his eyes. "Not at all. If I win the auction, I can always gift it to someone, perhaps to Drunken Immortal. I have plenty of star meteorites. After all," Qin Wentian shrugged nonchalantly. The man's expression faltered, while Guan Yu turned to Jianwu, asking, "Should we check his star meteorites? Perhaps he does not possess such a quantity. This matter falls under the jurisdiction of our Divine Armament Pavilion. Miss Guan need not worry. Would you be willing to show others the star meteorites you possess?" Yangchen, standing beside Jianwu, smiled, causing Guan Yu's countenance to darken slightly. 50 pieces, Guan Yu stated coldly. 51, Qin Wentian countered directly with his bid. 55, Guan Yu gritted her teeth. After her breakthrough to become a second-tier artifact refiner, both the Star River Guild and her family had provided her with resources to support her cultivation. Coupled with her previous wealth, she possessed 60 pieces. Yet to auction the Guiyuan sword, she was nearing depletion. 56, the plump man chuckled, picking up on Qin Wentian's lead. Qin Wentian cast a glance at him, laughing even more heartily. This fellow was adept at mental prowess, possessing keen judgment, possibly able to discern something from Guan Yu's expression. 57. Guan Yu's voice turned icy to the extreme. Star meteorites would not be scarce for her in the future, but today, she could not afford to lose face. As for Qin Wentian, she would settle accounts with him after securing the Guiyuan sword. 58. The plump man beamed brightly. 60. Guan Yu's voice rose slightly. The entire Divine Armament Pavilion fell into a hushed silence, the auction reaching a staggering price of 60. Madness, pure madness. TSK, my dear lady, you are truly wealthy. I cannot match that bid. The plump man grinned lecherously at Guan Yu, whose expression stiffened. 60 pieces of second-tier star meteorites for just a mid-grade second-tier sword. Even if the sword was extraordinary, it still made her heart bleed. I shall not pursue it either. Qin Wentian shrugged and winked at the plump fellow, pocketing 30 meteorites from the second layer. Boss, the plump man cast a knowing glance, signaling Qin Wentian not to forget his share. Is there anyone else bidding? Sword Dance observed the crowd with a smile. What a joke. It's too terrifying. I think I'll just check out the first layer, someone rudely exclaimed, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Indeed, the price was frightful enough to purchase several high-grade divine weapons. Since that's the case, Miss Guan Yu, Sword Dance remarked, glancing at Guan Yu, who felt a slight twitch in her heart. She promptly handed over all the meteorites she had brought to Sword Dance, who in turn unsheathed a sword and presented it to her. Although Guan Yu had acquired the returning origin sword, she felt no exhilaration. A cold glance swept over Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, revealing a hint of malice. Now, we should settle our accounts, Guan Yu stated, fixing her gaze on Qin Wentian and Feng Ping. How do you wish to proceed? A duel or a group battle? Fan Lu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the few before him. Upon hearing Fan Li's words, Guan Yu's companions chuckled, as if they had heard something exceedingly amusing. A duel? A group battle? Do you even think you are worthy? A formidable youth behind Guan Yu stepped forward, surveying Qin Wentian and his group. If you kneel now and apologize to Guan Yu, we may spare your worthless lives. Wang Chang's gaze held a tinge of mockery. He found it difficult to comprehend why these individuals dared to retort against Guan Yu. However, he welcomed the spectacle, for it presented an opportunity for him to shine. Ever since Guan Yu had become a second-tier artifact refiner, many had sought to align themselves with her. His attention shifted, and he noticed a young man drinking from a wine gourd. The earlier remark had emanated from his lips. Drunken immortal, this matter seems unrelated to you, Wang Chong stated coldly. The drunken immortal shook his wine gourd, muttering in frustration, "Oh no, I'm out of wine again." The crowd fell silent, bemused by his erratic remarks. Once this is settled, I shall treat you to a drink. Qin Wentian smiled at the drunken immortal. The latter's eyes sparkled with delight, and he chuckled, "You better not renege on your promise. My capacity for drink is considerable. Count on it." Qin Wentian replied with a grin, enjoying the drunken immortal's spirited personality. Friends can be made with those one favors. It seems we are in for a grand feast today. The drunken immortal eagerly anticipated the occasion, well aware that half of the 60 meteorites contributed by Guan Yu belonged to Qin Wentian. Chapter 56. Ochen's plan. The conversation between the two unfolded without regard for their surroundings, causing Guan Yu's expression to darken further. She had not anticipated that the renowned drunken immortal would lend his support to Qin Wentian. The third-ranked talent of the capital, the drunken immortal, was certainly not an entity to be trifled with. To her surprise, he had found a powerful ally so swiftly. Guan Yu cast a faint glance at Qin Wentian and remarked, "Do you truly believe I require assistance to deal with you?" As for the monstrous ape that had appeared from the Star River Guild, Mu Qing had informed her that it was likely a summoned celestial beast, possibly a protective talisman left by the illustrious ancestor of the Qin family, the Martial King. A family on the brink of collapse could hardly cultivate formidable individuals. With a cold smirk, Guan Yu turned and said, "Leave." Though proud, Guan Yu had not yet succumbed to the arrogance of launching an attack within the Divine Weapon Pavilion. The few individuals beside her regarded Qin Wentian with mocking smiles, their expressions rife with derision, truly oblivious to the peril they faced. How amusing. The onlookers observed the unfolding drama with keen interest as Qin Wentian turned to his companion Fengping and inquired, "Are all blacksmiths so arrogant?" "Indeed." Renowned blacksmiths possessed an innate air of superiority. Fengping replied with a tremor in his voice, "I was merely a first-tier blacksmith before, but you have seen me." He cast a somewhat embarrassed glance at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian chuckled. It was true that when he first encountered Fengping, the man had exuded an overwhelming pride. She harbored murderous intent. Fan Li's eyes narrowed. This woman was not merely proud, her heart seemed to harbor a sinister malice, having even entertained thoughts of killing. Suddenly, Guan Yu's body moved with an ethereal grace and blinding speed, like lightning itself. A sword light erupted, infused with a chilling aura, and it sliced directly towards Qin Wentian. The crowd's expressions froze. Guan Yu sought to take Qin Wentian's life. A terrifying aura enveloped Qin Wentian's palm. After practicing the 1,000-hand seal for so long, it was time to put it into action. With a single step, the ground trembled as Qin Wentian's entire being radiated explosive power. He thrust his palm forward, unleashing a fearsome imprint of strength that glimmered with golden brilliance, the first form of the 1,000-hand seal, the diamond seal. Guan Yu's sword, forged from the power of the stars, shattered upon impact, its formidable technique unable to withstand the overwhelming force. The 1,000-hand seal was renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities. And Qin Wentian's celestial energy, drawn from the fifth heaven, was imbued with the tyrannical ferocity of the heavenly hammer star. Even without the use of divine energy, his attack was terrifyingly potent. With a thunderous crash, Guan Yu felt as though her arm might shatter, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Qin Wentian would not grant her the chance to retaliate. With a roar that echoed like a dragon's cry, an enraged dragon's arm snatched the Guiyuan sword from her grasp. He followed with a powerful punch that sent Guan Yu hurtling away, crashing violently to the ground. The battle concluded in an instant, leaving the crowd in stunned silence, witnessing the sheer ferocity of his assault. After seizing the advantage, he unleashed a tempest that utterly dismantled Guan Yu. Wang Chong and his companions rushed forward. Yet they found themselves ensnared by the terrifying sword aura emanating from the inebriated immortal, which enveloped the very space around them, rendering their bodies immobile in an instant. Simultaneously, Qin Wentian had already appeared before Guan Yu, towering over her as she sat on the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips. In his grasp was the Guiyuan sword. And with a single thrust, Guan Yu's life would be extinguished. "I truly cannot fathom what you have to be proud of," Qin Wentian remarked calmly, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery that pierced Guan Yu's heart. She had never endured such humiliation. Yet today, she found herself defeated, left with no retort. The pain of her defeat, coupled with this humiliation, was excruciating. "Inebriated immortal, should anything happen to Guan Yu, you would undoubtedly bear the consequences," Wang Chong stated coldly, his gaze fixed on the obstructive figure of the inebriated immortal before shifting to Qin Wentian. "And you, lower your sword." The inebriated immortal chuckled lightly. "If I were you, I would promptly silence myself. Otherwise, should he truly slay Guan Yu, it would not bode well." Guan Yu is a student of the Royal Academy and a second-tier artifact refiner of the Star River Guild, Wang Chong retorted icily. "Just a month ago, before O Qin and many elders of the Emperor Star Academy, he killed O Feng. If you provoke him further, do not say I did not warn you." The inebriated immortal shrugged dismissively. "He killed O Feng?" Guan Yu sat upright, glancing at her companion. "Indeed, it occurred during the ranking battle at the Emperor Star Academy. On the martial arts platform, before everyone present, her companion confirmed, casting a glance at Qin Wentian. Moreover, his 2-star souls originate from the 3rd and 4th heavens. The Emperor Star Academy merely confined him for a month." Upon hearing this, Guan Yu's expression grew peculiar as she regarded the smiling youth. Had he truly undergone such transformation in just 3 months? "Please convey to Mu Qing that I shall settle that account with him later. Now, be gone." With that, Qin Wentian cast the Guiyuan sword to the ground, and Guan Yu rose, departing in disarray. The fact that Qin Wentian had not killed her struck her with immense shock. Given his extraordinary talent now that he had entered the Emperor Star Academy, Qin Wentian was acutely aware of his precarious situation in the royal city. Neither the Yi family nor the O family afforded any opportunity for reconciliation. The stakes were life and death, and although he had now entered the Emperor Star Academy, he did not believe he could rest easy. On the contrary, many sought his demise. Whether it was the Emperor Star Academy, the Divine Armament Pavilion, or the inebriated immortal, none represented his true strength. Only when he could contend with all through his own power would he earn the right to act with impunity, to do as he pleased. Qin Wentian turned his gaze to the inebriated immortal, who grinned and said, "Where to? Let's go wherever fate leads us. You simply need to settle the bill." The inebriated immortal chuckled, and Qin Wentian shrugged, glancing at Fan Lu and Xian Ran. "What about you two, chubby?" Hee hee. The chubby one winked and replied, "How about this? Xian Ran, you select a divine weapon and put it on the boss's tab. I'll accompany the boss for a stroll." Xian Ran looked at Qin Wentian with suspicion. "Feng Ping, you may take Xian Ran, simply charge it to my account," Qin Wentian remarked to Feng Ping, casting a disdainful glance at the rotund man. This gluttonous fellow incessantly referred to him as boss, yet there would be a price to pay for such familiarity. Xian Ran, do not feel obliged to extend courtesies to the boss. The portly man grinned lewdly, having witnessed the affluence of the weaponsmiths. It was only prudent to consider future opportunities for extortion. Feng Ping led Xian Ran towards the Divine Armament Pavilion, while Qin Wentian and his companions ventured in another direction. The plump man scrutinized the drunken immortal and inquired, as the third ranked among the 10 talents of the capital, "Your prowess must be formidable, no? Not too shabby." The drunken immortal replied, finding the man somewhat amusing. "Ah, well then, once we've shared a drink, we'll be brothers. If a brawl arises, might I count on your assistance?" The glutton's eyes sparkled with mischief. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes. This fellow was quite shrewd. If they could enlist the drunken immortal's help in a skirmish, defeating Chen would pose little challenge. "Qin Wentian, when will you be able to forge a high-grade second-tier Guoyuan sword? Remember to gift me one," the drunken immortal addressed Qin Wentian. "Consider it done." Qin Wentian replied readily. The drunken immortal, naturally carefree, showed no hesitation in requesting divine weaponry. Most would shy away from such directness. At the Imperial Star Academy, the Knights Alliance headquarters, Chun, Mu Rongfeng, and others gathered. Chun turned to Mu Rongfeng and stated, "A skirmish transpired outside the Divine Armament Pavilion today. Qin Wentian has advanced to the second layer of the Pulse Realm, and it appears Mo Shang endowed him with the Earth-grade divine ability, the Thousand-Hand Seal. He has already mastered the first form, the Diamond Seal. Do you believe he can pose a threat to me?" Mu Rongfeng queried, gazing at Chen. "At the very least, we must not underestimate him. Last time in the Dark Forest, we presumed he would perish, yet the one who met his demise was my brother. This opportunity cannot be squandered. I will provide you with a set of Earth-grade divine abilities for your cultivation. Additionally, would you like to elevate the Imperial Star Jade token to level 5 directly?" Mu Rongfeng's pupils constricted. A level 5 Imperial Star Jade token would grant access to superior resources, an undeniably enticing prospect. However, the vast quantity of meteorite stones required was beyond his means. Of course, Mu Rongfeng nodded. In the arena, confrontations often spiraled out of control. Should Qin Wentian be incapacitated, I assure you, I will ensure you attain level 5. A chilling glint flickered in Chen's eyes. Once Qin Wentian was neutralized, the Imperial Star Academy would no longer harbor uselessness, and Qin Wentian would be doomed. The Yi and O families would undoubtedly be willing to provide the 300 meteorite stones. Mu Rongfeng's eyes narrowed. This proposition entailed risk. If Qin Wentian were truly incapacitated, what would be the Imperial Star Academy's stance? This is a fair contest, with our involvement. The Imperial Star Academy would never allow a genius to be burdened for the sake of one who has been rendered useless. Chen's gaze was frigid. And upon hearing his words, a fierce glimmer flashed in Mu Rongfeng's eyes. Chapter 57. Provocation. Rest assured, he is not entirely inebriated. The drunken immortal chuckled. Observing the two individuals, particularly the rotund Fan Lu, who, even under the influence of alcohol, incessantly called out for beautiful women. Indeed, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu were quite drunk. At merely 16 years of age, despite their share of adversities, they still possessed a fiery and passionate spirit. Encountering such a whimsical character as the drunken immortal, they lost control of their drinking habits. Who is the drunken immortal, you ask? He is renowned as the wine immortal. Could he possibly be intoxicated? Hence, it was undoubtedly Qin Wentian and Fan Lu who were the inebriated ones. "Get away," Qin Wentian exclaimed, kicking the rotund figure away from him. "You fat fool, don't mistake me for your beauty. Bro, you're ruthless. I, fatty, prefer men. What of it?" Fan Lu grinned, shocking Qin Wentian to the point where goosebumps erupted on his skin. Stimulated, he quickly distanced himself from the rotund boy. Nearby students who overheard Fan Lu's declaration stifled their laughter, and one girl could not contain herself, bursting into laughter. Aren't these two the prominent figures among the new students? How could they be so inebriated? Moreover, that fat one, he actually likes men. What are you laughing at? Would you like to have some fun with Fatty? The rotund boy exhaled a breath of alcohol towards a nearby female student, causing her to scream and flee in fright. You will gain notoriety, you fat fool, ha. Qin Wentian laughed heartily, his drunken words inadvertently proving true. The fat boy indeed was becoming famous. No. Qin Wentian shook his head. Then all is well. Why do I feel as if I have been rambling in my dreams? Fatty scratched his head before stretching lazily and heading outside. Some individuals glanced in their direction, and one of them smiled at Fan Lu, saying, Fatty, you're awake. Fatty's expression flickered. Why were these fellows so friendly today? Actually greeting him? Fatty, which of the boys here do you fancy? Another teased, causing Fatty's face to flush crimson. Could it be that his dream was real? Ridiculous. I prefer women, beauties. Fatty retorted angrily, prompting laughter from the others who exclaimed, We understand. Qin Wentian took a step towards the crowd, determined to draw a line between himself and Fatty. Boss. Fatty pleaded pathetically, chasing after Qin Wentian, sending a chill down his spine. Qin Wentian, Fan Lu. There is a public lecture today, and the instructor is a beautiful guest elder. Would you like to join? Someone called out to Qin Wentian and Fan Lu with a smile. Beautiful elder? Fatty's eyes lit up instantly. Let us go, of course. Then let us proceed together. The group laughed heartily as they made their way to an open area, where numerous stone mats lay, and a high platform stood ahead, known as the lecture stage. Not every student has the opportunity to study under the elders. Thus, the academy often invites guest elders to deliver lectures on various cultivation topics. Today, the lecture stage was filled with many new students, their youthful figures brimming with vitality. Elder Muyu has arrived. At that moment, the crowd's gaze turned toward the front, where Sumuyu, clad in a flowing azure gown, appeared dignified and graceful. Her attire was devoid of excessive embellishments, yet exuded an air of cleanliness and order. Coupled with her refined features and fair complexion, she emanated an ethereal beauty that evoked gasps of admiration. The goddess-like figure captivated onlookers, including a portly individual seated upon a stone platform, whose eyes sparkled with awe. Sumiyu sat cross-legged upon the teaching platform, addressing the throng below. Her voice, delicate yet clear, resonated through the air. Most of you possess a cultivation level around the third stage of body refinement or the pulse realm. Today, I shall discuss some insights regarding the pulse realm. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic agreement, eager to absorb her teachings. You should all be well aware that the human body is an infinitely potential vessel, capable of perpetual expansion. The first stage of martial cultivation is body refinement, aimed at achieving a flawless physique. Only with a perfected body can one truly excel in their practice. The body refinement stage is, in essence, a foundational phase that lays the groundwork for the pulse realm. However, is the so-called perfect body truly flawless? Evidently, this is merely a notion. As one's martial prowess strengthens, our bodies continually evolve towards perfection, a quest that knows no bounds. Some formidable practitioners of body refinement possess physiques capable of splitting mountains and parting seas. The pulse realm represents the transcendence of body refinement. Upon unblocking the acupoints and establishing the pulse, all parts of the body become interconnected through this conduit. It links our head, heart, limbs, and every sinew. During cultivation, the stellar essence flows through the pulse, further honing the physique. In combat, this essence can traverse through the pulse to reach all areas. When the pulse connects to the eyes, vision sharpens. When it connects to the ears, hearing heightens. However, during battles, we typically channel this energy through our hands and feet, as most of the techniques you practice are executed through these limbs. Yet, what of those possessing unique star souls, or those whose strength is truly formidable? With merely a glance, they can sway hearts. With a breath, they can take lives. Thus, do not confine your thinking. Expand your mindset. During your daily practice, allow the stellar essence to circulate throughout your body, refining every part, while continually unblocking acupoints to enlarge their capacity until you can further establish new pulses. Naturally, you must also tailor your cultivation according to your star soul, selecting the appropriate techniques and methods. As Sumiyu's gentle voice echoed, the space gradually fell into complete silence. Every individual listened intently, as if enchanted by her words, drawn into the vast ocean of cultivation knowledge. Qin Wentian, having received guidance from Heibo, possessed a deeper understanding of the fundamentals of cultivation than most. Yet, he remained captivated, recognizing that no one's cultivation philosophy is flawless. Absorbing diverse perspectives undoubtedly enriches one's practice. The lesson continued for 2 hours, and as Sumiyu departed, many expressed reluctance, as if yearning for more of her insights. I must pursue the goddess. The portly individual sighed nostalgically, watching her retreating figure. Wake up. Elder Su could easily dispatch you with a single slap. Qin Wentian cast a sharp glance at the rotund figure beside him, who immediately displayed a look of dejection, clearly realizing the necessity of diligent cultivation. There are merely 10 days left. Are you all prepared? At that moment, an unexpected voice pierced the air. Qin Wentian and Fan Le turned their gazes to find Murongfeng and Du Hao standing nearby, their eyes glinting with a hint of provocation. The surrounding crowd, upon seeing the two, exhibited expressions of intrigue, for they were well aware that a momentous confrontation awaited among these 4 individuals in just 10 days, an event of considerable anticipation. Do we truly need to prepare for dealing with you? Fan Le replied with a smile. Such bravado you possess, Du Hao retorted with a cold snort. Murongfeng, resting his chin on his hand, addressed Qin Wentian. I have heard you have cultivated earth-level divine abilities. I hope you will not disappoint me during our encounter. A one-sided battle is rather dull. With that, Murongfeng and Du Hao turned to depart. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of chilling resolve shone in Murongfeng's eyes, indicating he had already made a decision regarding Ochen's scheme. Such arrogance, Fan Le murmured softly as he watched the pair retreat. It's high time you put in the effort, or you may find yourself utterly humiliated, Qin Wentian remarked with a slight smile playing on his lips. This confrontation was a must-win. It was merely the beginning. The cruel scene involving the rotund figure in the Tianming forest would forever linger in Qin Wentian's memory, never to be forgotten. Chapter 58. The eve of battle. Within the confines of the Imperial Star Academy, there exist places for disciples to cultivate their skills and engage in friendly duels. However, they often prefer to venture into the city of dreamlike fantasies for their trials, as it offers a more exhilarating experience, allowing them to unleash their full potential without restraint. Yet, Qin Wentian chose not to journey to the city of dreamlike fantasies. Instead, he immersed himself in his own dreamscape for training. At this moment, he stood alone on a vast, desolate expanse, relentlessly executing palm strikes. The Vidra seal was fierce and domineering, capable of shattering all obstacles, while the Wheel C seal embodied a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness, flowing like tranquil waters or crashing forth like towering waves, a perfect balance of firmness and softness. Qin Wentian murmured to himself, continuously unleashing palm strikes, yet he was unable to grasp the essence of his technique. Alas, if only I had reached the realm of dream creation, I could conjure an ocean within my dreams to truly experience it. Qin Wentian pondered, persistently executing his strikes, oblivious to the number he had unleashed. Suddenly, a resounding clap echoed, causing his gaze to momentarily falter. The rhythm of his strikes began to resonate, akin to the pulses within his body, layering upon one another until they erupted at his palm's apex, unleashing formidable power. A spark ignited in Qin Wentian's eyes as he inhaled deeply, then slowly extended his palm. This time, his movement was deliberate and unhurried. Yet it seemed to summon a gust of force, as if accumulating strength with each motion. Softness. This was the sensation of gentleness. Yes, precisely this. Until the final moment of eruption, the waves coalesced, culminating in a force as tumultuous as a tsunami. A smile graced Qin Wentian's lips as he finally comprehended the essence of the Wheel C seal. After considerable time had passed, he struck with his palm, resembling a surging tidal wave, producing a terrifying sound akin to crashing waters, all without the aid of stellar energy. Once he had mastered the Wheel C seal, Qin Wentian, using his dreams as a conduit, endeavored to channel his consciousness into the stellar figurine. However, it yielded no response. In recent days, having accumulated numerous star meteorites, he had been attempting to glimpse the memories embedded within the stellar figurine while in a dream state. Yet, he gradually realized that to enter the internal space of the stellar figurine did not require an immense amount of stellar power. However, this internal realm now appeared as vast as the cosmos itself, filled with countless fragments of stars. Each fragment possessed the ability to absorb stellar energy, necessitating the use of star meteorites to unlock them. This revelation deepened Qin Wentian's appreciation for the peculiarities of the stellar figurine. Of course, he had also experimented with illuminating the stellar figurine from the outside using stellar energy, akin to his initial activation of the figurine. Yet, he discovered that the current stellar figurine resembled a bottomless abyss. While entering its interior was relatively easy, illuminating it required an overwhelming consumption of star meteorites, placing immense pressure upon Qin Wentian, as his current resources could scarcely bear the burden. Let me first investigate what memories these star fragments hold. With a flicker of intention, Qin Wentian directed stellar energy into the boundless cosmos, allowing it to permeate a fragment of star matter to which his consciousness was anchored. Even within the realm of dreams, As long as he guided his consciousness, he could draw in stellar essence. Certainly, the premise is that within the external environment or in the hands of Qin Wentian, there must exist star meteorites. Training in dreams cannot conjure false existences. At least, it cannot be achieved in the realm of shallow dreams. Gradually, the fragments of stars seemed to radiate light, growing ever brighter. At last, a brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, and a surge of memories flowed into Qin Wentian's being, simultaneously casting his consciousness outward. Shaking his head, Qin Wentian awoke from his slumber, yet he promptly closed his eyes once more to immerse himself in the tide of memories. This time, akin to his previous experience at the Qin Heaven sect, Qin Wentian beheld not textual memories but rather vivid visual recollections. The techniques and knowledge of artifact crafting pertained to written memories, while the fierce battle he witnessed at the Qin Heaven sect was a visual memory. In this instance was no different. In this vision, he beheld a formidable dynasty, an overwhelmingly terrifying empire, where the grandeur of the palace was staggering. Qin Wentian could scarcely fathom the majestic aura emanating from it. Towering stone pillars surged skyward, and that palace was likely larger than the entire Tianyang city, filled with powerful beings. Before the might of such a dynasty, the Chu kingdom appeared as insignificant as ants, a sentiment that the vision conveyed to Qin Wentian. He also saw the middle-aged figure from the Qin Heaven sect, standing atop a colossal stone pillar outside the imperial palace, laughing disdainfully at the heavens, waving his hand to silence the world, upheaving the dynasty with a mere gesture. The memory also introduced a stunningly beautiful woman, who was directly taken away by the middle-aged man. With all who dared to obstruct meeting either death or destruction, none could stand in their way. This seemingly affirmed a phrase Qin Wentian had heard. When one's power reaches a certain zenith, a single individual can embody the law of a nation. In the vastness of the universe, I am the most carefree, rampaging, and doing as I please. I am the heavens, I am the law. Upon withdrawing from this memory, the overwhelming emotions within Qin Wentian remained difficult to quell. It was too powerful. Compared to that dynasty, the Chu kingdom could only be deemed a small state. And with a mere stomp of his foot, that middle-aged figure could obliterate the entire great Chu kingdom. No wonder Heibo had told him that this is a world for martial cultivators. Tianyang city is too small, and the Chu kingdom is too trifling. Qin Wentian inhaled deeply, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions. Yet he understood that although the Chu kingdom was insignificant on the continent, he himself was also inconsequential within it. To grow stronger, he must proceed step by step, avoiding lofty ambitions. What manner of person are you, dead old man? What is this starry little being you have left for me? Raising his gaze to the void, Qin Wentian recalled the middle-aged figure. Many images of that person were etched in his memory. Could he be the dead old man? If so, has the dead old man truly perished? Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Qin Wentian pondered, if I were to illuminate the entire starry little being once more, what surprises might it bestow upon me? He was eager to test this, yet the day of the duel drew nearer, and more importantly, he needed to solidify the starry elemental force within him into divine pattern elemental power, a process that would require considerable star meteorites. The refining spirit codex, an extraordinary technique, condenses true essence through divine patterns. The hallmark of its first completion is the ability to instantaneously distill a vast amount of astral energy into a first-tier divine pattern. With the continuous practice of the refining spirit codex, one's comprehension of divine patterns will only deepen. As time flows, Qin Wentian remains engrossed in the refinement of divine essence. Upon perfecting this essence, he circulates it through the stellar meridians, incessantly tempering every part of his body. He has gleaned valuable insights from Su Mu's lectures, which he finds beneficial. While such efforts may seem trivial after a few repetitions, after hundreds or thousands, he begins to sense subtle changes within. Not only is Qin Wentian diligently cultivating, but even the plump Fan Lu has been particularly industrious in recent days, never disturbing Qin Wentian. Although he outwardly appears carefree, he is acutely aware of the gravity of their impending battle, undoubtedly remembering the harsh lessons from the City of Illusions. The image of Fan Lu being impaled by a lance and the agony that ensued ignites a fervent desire for vengeance within Qin Wentian. This debt must be repaid in blood. Meanwhile, as Qin Wentian and Fan Lu toil in their training, Murong Feng and Du Hao of the Knights Alliance remain equally occupied. Following Qin Wentian's slaying of O Feng and the revelation of his talents, O Chen realizes that the individual he once underestimated has become a significant threat, and eliminating him is no longer a simple task. This opportunity is too precious to squander. At the training grounds, Murong Feng and Du Hao engage fiercely with several powerful members of the Knights Alliance, their assaults ferocious. Indeed, Murong Feng is a rare talent. His sky-splitting fist is both formidable and domineering, akin to the thousand-hand seal, both being mid-tier earth-grade techniques. The distinction lies in the sky-splitting fist's lack of defined moves. The deeper one's understanding, the more devastating the power unleashed. Beside Chun, a member of the Knights Alliance scoffs. Despite Chun's calm demeanor, a chilling resolve lurks within his gaze. The sky-splitting fist was intentionally crafted for Qin Wentian, honed by both Murong Feng and Du Hao. This brutal technique can shatter the very meridians and organs of its target, with Murong Feng's cultivation significantly surpassing that of Qin Wentian. Employing such a ruthless technique against him will result in absolute dominance. Yet, this is not enough. I shall also prepare contingencies for Murong Feng, just in case. Qin Wentian and Fan Le should brace themselves for the agony of defeat. Chun muses, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Even as he feels assured of victory, he remains committed to thorough preparation. Chapter 59, The Battle of Prominence on this day. The arena of the Imperial Star Academy was thronged with numerous spectators, among whom two factions stood out prominently, facing each other with palpable tension. The Knights Alliance and the Qin Alliance were poised for their long-anticipated duel. Murong Feng and Du Hao had arrived, having already joined the Knights Alliance as its members. Have they not yet arrived? Murong Feng strolled forward, taking his place on the arena, standing with hands clasped behind his back, while Du Hao followed closely behind. Despite being merely 16 years of age, at this moment, Murong Feng exuded an air of formidable strength, evoking a sense of reverence akin to standing before a towering mountain. At 16, possessing dual star souls and a 4th-level meridian, he was the top freshman at the Imperial Star Academy, adorned with numerous accolades. Murong Feng appeared remarkably self-assured, prompting whispers among the crowd. Qin Wentian has arrived. At that moment, several figures approached. Leading the way was Qin Wentian alongside Fan Le, who made their way directly to the Qiyun Alliance's camp, standing before Ruo Huan. Senior sister, Qin Wentian greeted with a smile. Are you confident? Ruo Huan replied with a captivating smile that stirred one's heart. I shall do my utmost, Qin Wentian responded with a grin, though he spoke lightly. A semblance of confidence lingered in his heart, despite the considerable disparity in realms between himself and Murong Feng. I am eagerly anticipating this. Go forth, Ruo Huan encouraged. As Qin Wentian and Fan Le ascended the arena, fixing their gaze upon the two figures before them. Upon noticing their arrival, Murong Feng casually remarked, in battle, injuries are inevitable. Should I inadvertently injure you severely, what then? Qin Wentian and Fan Le narrowed their eyes slightly. Murong Feng was indeed brimming with confidence. Is that so? Murong Feng chuckled. If you can inflict harm upon me, it would merely reflect my inadequacy. I assure you, the Academy shall not hold you accountable. I would say the same. Should I be defeated, my life holds no value. But what of you? Du Hao's sharp gaze pierced through to Qin Wentian and Fan Le. Startling the spectators below, it seemed they were prepared to compel Qin Wentian and Fan Le to sign a life-or-death agreement. Naturally, death was out of the question. The Imperial Star Academy forbade it. However, being severely injured was not beyond the realm of possibility. Qin Wentian observed Murong Feng and Du Hao, fully comprehending the implications behind their words. Are you certain? He inquired after a moment of silence. If you wish for me to show mercy, perhaps I may consider it. Murong Feng's eyes glimmered with a hint of provocation. Qin Wentian met his gaze for a moment before nodding. Then let the battle commence. While he bore no significant grudge against Murong Feng or Du Hao, he understood that with their intentions clear, he must respond accordingly. This battle will mark the gravest mistake of your life. Murong Feng's calm voice exuded a profound confidence. As his words fell, twin star souls ignited above his head, manifesting as ethereal figures, a lion and a giant eagle. These ferocious mythical beasts embodied immense power and aggression. The star souls he had chosen were indeed those of beasts. The lion star soul bestowed formidable strength, while the eagle star soul endowed terrifying agility. At this moment, Murong Feng's eyes mirrored the wildness of a mythical creature, radiating an aura of invincibility. His presence resonated with the essence of the 4th level of the Wheel Meridian, far surpassing the mere initiation into this realm. Du Hao also unleashed his star souls, which took the form of a swirling tempest and a gleaming blade. However, the tempest was not overwhelmingly fierce. It was a manifestation of his connection to the celestial martial stars of the 1st tier, while the sword star soul drew from the 2nd tier. Fan Le's bow and arrow star soul materialized in his hands, revealing a celestial bow with 3 arrows poised, and ready to be unleashed. How shall we proceed? Fan Le grinned at Qin Wentian. Can you handle Du Hao? Qin inquired. No pressure, Fan Le replied, a confident smile gracing his lips, prompting a disdainful snort from Du Hao across the way. All right, Morong Feng, leave him to me, Qin Wentian declared, a glimmer of sunlight illuminating his face as he activated his heavenly hammer star soul. Second level of the wheel meridian, Morong Feng chuckled, but in the next instant, his form surged forward with a frenzied energy. The once serene Morong Feng vanished, replaced by a tempestuous force that whipped the arena into a frenzy. With a leap, he soared like a hawk, then suddenly lunged at Qin Wentian, striking with a claw that carried an aura of terrifying savagery. Qin Wentian raised his hand, unleashing a dragon's roar as the dragon descending fist transformed into a rampaging azure dragon, tearing through all in its path. Simultaneously, Morong Feng descended like a comet, his claws morphing into a barrage of fist-like energies. The lion's roar echoed, and his fists seemed to rend the very fabric of space as they bore down upon Qin Wentian. In that instant, Qin Wentian sensed a perilous threat. He executed the first form of the thousand-hand seal, the diamond seal, which erupted with a thunderous sound, unleashing a maelstrom of chaotic primal energy. Morong Feng's fist energies continued their relentless descent, colliding with Qin Wentian's palm. Qin felt his arm quaking violently, as if it might shatter under the force. With a firm step, Qin Wentian rebounded, the friction of his feet against the ground producing a hissing sound, while an overwhelming power raged within him, his heart pounding fiercely. Such formidable divine abilities, rivaling the thousand-hand seal, Qin thought, realizing that Morong Feng surpassed him by 2 realms and wielded a comparable mid-tier earth-level divine technique. This battle was proving to be anything but effortless. Cracking Sky Fist. Below the arena, Ruo Huan's expression darkened as she witnessed Morong Feng's mastery over the Cracking Sky Fist, showcasing an aura that extended beyond mere technique. This battle seemed perilous, and she couldn't help but worry for Qin Wentian. Despite his star soul advantage and the superiority of starry primal energy, the significant gap of 2 minor realms loomed ominously. On the other side, the battle between Du Hao and Fan Le erupted. Du Hao wielded the Stellar Blade, which was enveloped in wisps of wind power, granting his strikes remarkable speed and ethereal grace. Moreover, Du Hao's agility was formidable, making him a challenging adversary. Are the 200 meteorites ready, Qingyan Alliance? Ochen inquired, casting a glance towards Ruo Huan across the arena. With 200 meteorites from the second heaven, this would suffice for the Qingyan Alliance. Ruo Huan briefly met Ochen's gaze before turning her attention to Qin Wentian on the battle platform, murmuring to herself, "Little one, it's all up to you now." Many eyes are upon this duel. Although this battle was merely a contest between the Knight Alliance and the Qingyan Alliance, the protagonists were exceptionally noteworthy. Qin Wentian, with his unparalleled star soul, was the first in the history of the Imperial Star Academy, his future accomplishments beyond measure. Morong Feng, a rare prodigy of the Imperial Star Academy, had already achieved the 4th level of the Wheel Pulse at the tender age of 16. Furthermore, Ruo Huan had heard whispers of certain matters, the veracity of which remained uncertain. If true, this battle could indeed pose a grave threat to Qin Wentian. Thus, numerous spectators were keenly observing the unfolding events. Upon the battle platform, Morong Feng strode forward, his aura growing increasingly tempestuous. A force capable of shattering all surged toward Qin Wentian. As Morong Feng approached step by step, the divine essence within Qin Wentian surged, flowing more smoothly than in others due to his perfect will pulse. Should he choose to unleash an attack, his speed would surpass that of his opponents. Is that so? Qin Wentian smiled, contemplating the formidable power of his thousand-hand seal, fortified by the violent star essence from the celestial hammer star. He had yet to engage in real combat. Suddenly, the ground quaked as Morong Feng lunged at Qin Wentian with the ferocity of a beast and the sharpness of a hawk. The terrifying force of his shattering gale assailed Qin Wentian. "Repent," Morong Feng declared calmly. This battle was expected to harbor no uncertainties. A thunderous roar erupted as Qin Wentian's divine essence surged violently into his arm. Standing firm, he finally raised his arm toward the void, initiating the first form of the thousand-hand seal, the diamond seal. This iteration of the diamond seal shimmered even more brilliantly, exuding a terrifying pressure akin to a divine hand from the heavens, intent on crushing all beneath it. When their attacks collided, a tremendous gale swept through the arena. "Begone!" Qin Wentian expelled a surge of divine essence, which coalesced into a domineering palm imprint, directly striking Morong Feng, forcing him to stagger back with a muffled grunt, while Qin Wentian remained steadfast, unwavering as a mountain. Is that truly the diamond seal? How could it possess such strength? Ruo Huan's expression tightened. She had witnessed the thousand-hand seal before, yet the diamond seal unleashed by Qin Wentian was astonishingly formidable. Moreover, how could he unleash palm imprints with such fluidity? How had he managed to coalesce such power? Ruo Huan's heart trembled, yet a captivating smile soon graced her lips. This junior brother is indeed becoming increasingly endearing. Chapter 60. The Shackles of Bloodline. One of the reasons Qin Wentian could channel the palm imprint was undoubtedly due to the divine essence within him, which was formed by the condensation of palm imprint divine patterns. Each strand of this essence contained the power of the palm. The other reason could be attributed to the enlightening lesson from Su Muyu, Qin Wentian's astral meridian, forged from the shattered remnants of the previous conduits, allowed him to unleash his internal energy through his meridian at various points. Following that lesson, he experimented with this newfound ability, which led to the astonishing display of the palm imprint he had just manifested. The onlookers were profoundly astonished as they witnessed Qin Wentian repel Murong Feng. They had anticipated that Murong Feng would easily dominate Qin Wentian, given his superior realm and the prowess of his splitting sky fist. That palm imprint was terrifying. I once observed a senior at the pinnacle of the Meridian realm perform a similar feat, though his power was greater. The intensity of Qin Wentian's display seemed even more ferocious, murmured an older student. Indeed, the contest appeared increasingly unpredictable, and the crowd's interest intensified. Murong Feng, having been pushed back, scrutinized Qin Wentian with newfound seriousness, a smile creeping onto his face as he remarked, "Now, this is intriguing. At least it allows me to truly showcase my strength. Otherwise, it would be rather dull." Murong Feng was holding back just now? Someone gasped inwardly, realizing that if this were the case, Murong Feng was indeed formidable. "Do you know why I chose the star souls of beast kind?" Murong Feng asked Qin Wentian, his tone nonchalant. "Not interested," Qin Wentian replied curtly. "Very well, prepare yourself to truly experience this. This marks my first full-scale battle since entering the Imperial Star Academy." Murong Feng's voice remained calm, yet suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, embodying the ferocity of ancient beasts. The crowd was taken aback, the first among the newcomers. Murong Feng had awakened his bloodline power. His talent was astonishing. In terms of innate ability alone, he was now qualified to contend with Qin Wentian, irrespective of their realms. No wonder he exudes such confidence, many mused. Ruo Huan, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of foreboding. The rumors were indeed true. Murong Feng possessed bloodline power, placing Qin Wentian in genuine peril. Her heart tightened with concern. "This is the bloodline of the savage beast. You are the first to compel me to fight using my bloodline power. You now possess the capital to boast," Murong Feng declared to Qin Wentian, his form appearing to swell slightly as his aura surged violently, akin to that of a true beast. With a thunderous step, Murong Feng advanced, causing the battle stage to tremble. Qin Wentian's expression grew grave as he focused intently on Murong Feng. The activation of the savage beast bloodline had elevated Murong Feng's combat prowess to an unprecedented level, far exceeding Qin Wentian's expectations. Yet, what did it matter? As Murong Feng's momentum intensified, by the time he reached Qin Wentian, the latter felt as though he were facing not a mere man, but a genuinely ferocious beast. The sky-splitting fist erupted from Murong Feng, its brilliance terrifying, accompanied by the roars of lions and the shrieks of eagles. A surge of overwhelming power swept through, intent on vanquishing Qin Wentian on the spot. Qin Wentian remained expressionless, yet the divine essence within him had already boiled over, roaring like a tempestuous sea. As Murong Feng's fist descended, Qin Wentian's palms trembled in rapid succession, seemingly imprinting numerous palm forces in an instant. Those palm prints appeared gentle, yet soon unleashed a horrifying clamor. In the next moment, the crowd seemed to witness the palm prints roaring, engulfing the heavens and the earth, as he unleashed the Wheel C seal with his divine essence, consuming an immeasurable amount of his energy. Nevertheless, the effect was staggering, as the entire expanse seemed utterly submerged beneath the palm imprint. Boom! The terrifying force rolled across the arena. Murong Feng felt the palm prints intensifying against him, while Qin Wentian's relentless assault continued, as if he had entered a berserk state, unleashing successive Will C seals that caused Murong Feng's sky-splitting fist to shatter repeatedly. Ultimately, that tsunami-like giant palm broke through everything, descending before Murong Feng. The overwhelming pressure caused Murong Feng's expression to change drastically, with a fierce roar. He unleashed his sky-splitting fist to its utmost, yet his body was still sent flying, his complexion pale. Qin Wentian is strong? The hearts of many were shaken. The combat prowess displayed by Qin Wentian was undeniably terrifying. That was the second form of the thousand-hand seal, the Wheel Sea seal, manifesting in Qin Wentian's hands, resembling genuine ocean waves roaring forth. The technique was breathtakingly magnificent. Bloodline? I truly do not comprehend the capital you boast of. Qin Wentian gazed at Murong Feng ahead, a cold smile gracing his lips. Yet, in his heart, he understood the necessity of a swift resolution. The Wheel Sea seal consumed divine essence too rapidly for him to engage in prolonged combat. Murong Feng's expression gradually twisted, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Today was indeed quite disgraceful. Well done, remarked Fan Lu, who had similarly ignited his bloodline power, grinning at Qin Wentian while unleashing a barrage of arrows that drove Du Hao to the brink of madness. Since awakening his bloodline, Fan Li's arrows had grown even more formidable, and his control had intensified, allowing him to change direction continuously, leaving Du Hao with no choice but to defend. It seemed this battle held no suspense. Both Qin Wentian and Fan Lu were capable of defeating their adversaries. Many thought to themselves, the combat strength of Qin Wentian and Fan Lu surpassed all expectations, particularly Qin Wentian. His thousand-hand seal and Murong Feng's sky-splitting fist belonged to entirely different realms, truly terrifying. Cease this. Below, Qin's expression was indifferent. Qin Wentian's combat power had exceeded expectations. Fortunately, he had prepared a trump card. As his words fell, Murong Feng and Du Hao subtly nodded, their auras surging wildly, continuously growing stronger. The tide of battle reversed in an instant. Boom. Murong Feng's body moved like lightning. The sky-splitting fist aimed directly at Qin Wentian, its fist light tearing through space, intent on obliterating him. Stop. With a thunderous roar, Ruo Huan's expression changed dramatically. The intensity of this battle had taken everyone by surprise. Qin Wentian's complexion grew slightly pale as his body sprang into action, yet the fist radiance had already arrived. A furious roar echoed, and the stout figure charged forward, directly piercing the arrow with his hand. The crisp sound of shattering resonated as the arrow disintegrated, while the violent sky-shattering fist broke through everything and struck his chest, causing Fan Li's body to stiffen momentarily before he helplessly collapsed, only to be caught by the rising Qin Wentian. You have consumed elixirs. The members of the Qin Yun Alliance flickered into action, rushing onto the battle stage. Yet the Knights Alliance refused to be outdone, equally stepping onto the stage to confront the Qin Yun Alliance. This is their inherent strength, Qin remarked coldly. There was no longer any purpose in continuing this battle. Ruo Huan's demeanor turned frigid as the combat prowess displayed by Qin Wentian and Fan Lu astonished everyone. Both possessed the strength of the second layer of the cycle, yet they had withstood attacks from a third layer and a fourth-layer powerhouse. Moreover, Murong Feng had utilized his bloodline power, but no one anticipated that, at this critical juncture, the strengths of Murong Feng and Du Hao would surge once more. It is not over yet. Others must not intervene, Qin sneered. At this moment, Qin Wentian gazed at the utterly exhausted Fan Lu, his eyes burning with a crimson hue. This was the second time. Damn, it truly hurts, brother. These two scoundrels resorted to deceit. I cannot assist you any further. Concede. Fan Lu chuckled foolishly. Qin Wentian produced silver needles and inserted them into multiple acupoints on Fan Lu, controlling the spread of his injuries. The battle has not yet concluded. Murong Feng strolled forward, and as Qin Wentian looked up, he saw the ruthless expressions on the faces of both Murong Feng and Du Hao. Their objective today was to incapacitate Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. Qin Wentian plunged a silver needle into his own temple, locking his gaze onto Murong Feng, a murderous intent surging within his eyes. One by one, he drove needles into various acupoints throughout his body, channels of energy flowing through the needles. The 12-linked life-ending needle technique could save one's life or take it. It could not be applied lightly. Qin Wentian vaguely recalled the admonitions of He Bo. Yet at this moment, he could think of nothing else. Inside Qin Wentian, the linked currents of energy swirled violently, causing his blood to boil as if invisible shackles bound his veins. However, as the currents transformed into a vortex, these intangible restraints began to shatter incessantly. Fatty, I assure you, there will not be a next time, Qin Wentian said with a smile at the stout figure in his arms. Yet the moment he lifted his gaze towards the approaching Murong Feng and Du Hao, only boundless killing intent remained. Kill, Qin Wentian roared. A hissing sound emanating as the fabric of his upper garment was torn apart, his bloodline igniting and boiling with fervor. In that moment, Qin Wentian felt an inexhaustible surge of power, akin to the sensation of being ignited by Fan Li's imperial flame bloodline. Yet this time, it was even stronger. The 12-link chain acupuncture technique. Is it merely a method of acupuncture? Chapter 61. If you dare, kill me, a terrifying intent to kill surged forth from Qin Wentian, overwhelming the crowd. As they gazed upon his bare torso, intricate bloodline patterns emerged, resembling complex shackles that spanned across his body. What is this phenomenon? The spectators felt a tumultuous shock within. Even Imo Shang, who had just stepped onto the arena, was momentarily stunned. Having perceived the danger surrounding Qin Wentian, he had emerged from the shadows, and now several elders from the academy had also made their presence known, yet no one paid them any heed. All eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian. Setting Fan Lu down, Qin Wentian focused intently on Murongfeng. Upon meeting Qin Wentian's bloodthirsty gaze, a flicker of fear coursed through Murongfeng, causing his bloodline powers to tremble slightly. With a resounding thud, Qin Wentian advanced, imbued with an inexhaustible aura of murder, heading straight for Murongfeng and Du Hao. Both Murongfeng and Du Hao's expressions darkened as they too charged toward Qin Wentian. At this juncture, defeat was not an option. Kill! Qin Wentian roared once more, unleashing the Wheel C seal, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent and bloodlight, directly at Murongfeng and Du Hao. The moment their attacks coalesced, they were swiftly engulfed, their bodies violently propelled away, blood erupting from their mouths as their vital energies churned wildly. Qin Wentian surged forward again, and the pallor on Murongfeng and Du Hao's faces intensified. They turned and fled toward the edge of the arena. However, in the blink of an eye, Du Hao was struck down by Qin Wentian's palm, sent hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The crowd was left in a daze. The ferocity of the battle had exceeded all expectations. Qin Wentian's relentless pursuit continued as he chased after Murongfeng, feeling the ominous aura trailing behind him. Terror etched itself across Murongfeng's face. Was the top freshman of the Imperial Star Academy truly to be slain by this madman today? Once more, the Wheel C seal was unleashed as Qin Wentian, filled with rage, aimed to rend Murongfeng apart. Stop! At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed through the air. A figure descended from the heavens, delivering a colossal palm strike that shattered the Wheel C seal, sending a violent gale that hurled Qin Wentian backward. Rising from the ground, Qin Wentian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the figure before him, his murderous intent surging. Jiangzhen, you despicable wretch! How dare you strike against your fellow disciples again? Jiangzhen's voice was filled with fury, his gaze sharp as a blade. Qin Wentian locked eyes with him, his murderous aura palpable. It seems you were nowhere to be found when they attacked me just now. Your disciple, Qin, stated that the battle was not over and that no one was permitted to interfere. Now, you choose to appear. How timely indeed. His voice was icy, showing no respect for Jiangzhen, while Murongfeng stood behind Jiangzhen, visibly shaken, his eyes betraying deep apprehension as they met Qin Wentian's. Jiangzhen, as an elder of the academy, how shameless you are to strike against my disciple. Imo Shang strolled forward, positioning himself beside Qin Wentian, his gaze fixed intently on Jiangzhen. Old Elder Qianshou, is it not time for you to make your appearance? Jiangzhen spoke, and immediately, a figure descended from the sky, revealing the esteemed Elder Qianshou of the execution court. With a bitter smile, Qianshou appeared rather troubled. He had observed the battle from start to finish and was genuinely astonished by the talents of Qin Wentian and Murongfeng. Both were exceptionally gifted, with Qin Wentian surpassing the rest. However, should anything happen to Murongfeng, it would also mean a loss for the academy. He found himself in a predicament akin to the previous one, rendering his position quite difficult. Jiangzhen turned his gaze towards Qianshou and spoke, his expression cold. In victory, one does not permit interference. In defeat, the old one stepped forward. How absurd. If I withdraw today, how can I face my brothers? With that, Qin Wentian stepped forward, continuing towards Murongfeng. Jiangzhen's expression darkened as he moved to block Qin Wentian's path, declaring, "You are ungrateful and disrespectful to your elders, lacking proper upbringing. You old fool." Undeterred, Qin Wentian advanced, fixing his eyes on Jiangzhen. As Jiangzhen heard the insult, his demeanor grew increasingly frigid. Imo Shang, you are being reckless. Jiangzhen glared at Imo Shang, his expression tense, as he felt the other party press forward, seemingly preparing to strike. It was rare for the elders of the academy to engage in combat, yet today, The disciples of the Imperial Star Academy bore witness to such an occurrence. Ochun called out to Murong Feng before leading the Knights Alliance members to retreat from the scene. Qin Wentian turned to Ruo Huan and said, "Sister, could you lend a hand?" Hearing his words, Ruo Huan's lips curled into a charming smile before she responded, "Today, the wager battle between the Knights Alliance and the Qin Alliance is far from over. Since the Knights Alliance has brazenly intervened, we of the Qin Alliance shall not be seen as pushovers." With that, they sprinted towards the members of the Knights Alliance. Qin Wentian also stepped forward, causing a significant stir among the crowd, who began to follow his lead. It's all in chaos, utterly chaotic. Qinsha watched this scene with a wry smile. Only able to pursue them. Such arrogance must not go unchallenged. Battle. Ochen's expression radiated coldness. In an instant, various star souls erupted in a frenzy, and both sides engaged in fierce combat. Qin Wentian's gaze fell upon Murong Feng in the distance, his murderous intent still fervent. With a resounding thud, Qin Wentian surged forth once more. Clear a path for him. Ruo Huan commanded, and immediately Yufei and Deshan took their positions on either side of Qin Wentian. Releasing their star souls, both of them members of the Qin Alliance. Qin Wentian moved with astonishing speed as attacks came from the sides. Yufei's sword and Deshan's ferocious strikes unleashed in an instant, entering a state of frenzy, attacking with abandon, leaving no one able to obstruct their path. Murong Feng's expression soured as he turned to flee once more. Qin Wentian channeled all the celestial primordial energy within him through his meridians into his legs. As he stepped forward, he flew like the wind, outpacing Murong Feng. In the blink of an eye, he caught up, unleashing a furious roar as the dragon-subduing fist struck Murong Feng's back, sending him crashing to the ground. As Murong Feng turned, he found a massive foot pressing down on his chest, forcing him to spit blood. "Stop!" A resounding shout echoed as Jiangjun stepped through the void. Directly confronting Qin Wentian, fixating his gaze upon Qin, he coldly declared, "This is the second time, and this time, it is the foremost newcomer of the Imperial Star Academy." With that, Jiangjun advanced, a terrifying pressure bearing down on Qin Wentian. "Dare to move against him and see what happens." Mo Shang arrived, positioning himself behind Qin Wentian. In the distance, a throng of individuals rushed toward the scene, their hearts trembling. Indeed, this was the second occurrence, reminiscent of the previous incident involving O Feng. "I shall not permit you to repeat this." Jiangjun pressed forward, the current protagonist, Murong Feng, proving even more exceptional than O Feng. "Today, I shall indeed take action," Qin Wentian proclaimed, his voice resolute, before turning his icy glare toward Ochen and the others. The first time was in the dark forest. The second occurred in the City of Illusions. The battle stage just now marked the third. "If you are unafraid, why should I be?" Qin Wentian's murderous intent surged as he glanced down at Murong Feng. "Whoever dares to harm my brother, regardless of your identity, shall perish." With a fierce shout, Qin Wentian unleashed the Wheel C seal once more, transforming it into a colossal, terrifying imprint that crashed upon Murong Feng's head. The outcome was unmistakable. Once the foremost newcomer of the Imperial Star Academy, he was slain by Qin Wentian before Jiangjun's very eyes. "You seek death," Jiangjun hissed, his aura brimming with killing intent. Qin Wentian, undeterred, met his gaze with calm defiance. "Today, I can kill him. In a few years, I shall be capable of ending your life as well. So, if you possess the courage, then strike me down. Otherwise, do not provoke me." With that, Qin Wentian turned and walked away, leaving Jiangjun in a state of shock. Jiangjun's body trembled with fury. Perhaps not solely from anger, but also from a deep-seated apprehension. The youth's eyes were so cold, so resolute. Chapter 62. Renqianxing. Qin Wentian departed with an air of audacity, storming into the territory of the Knights Alliance and slaying the newly ascended genius, Murong Feng. Before making his exit, the members of the Qin Alliance began to retreat, and Ruo Huan turned to Ochen, stating, "The outcome of this battle is now self-evident. What of your stakes in the Knights Alliance?" "Stakes?" Ochen's expression was frigid. Qin Wentian has repeatedly slain his fellow disciples. If the Imperial Star Academy fails to impose punishment, what becomes of the court's authority? I recall that prior to the conflict, both Murong Feng and Du Hao had made their positions clear. Should they perish in battle, it would be due to their own inadequacies, and there would be no need for the Academy to pursue accountability. All present from the Imperial Star Academy, including students and elders, must have heard this. "You were present as well, were you not?" With a smile, Ruo Huan replied, "Indeed. Should the Knights Alliance attempt to evade responsibility, we of the Qin Alliance shall have no recourse. However, let it be known that this lesson has been quite enlightening. Having said this, Ruo Huan led her companions away, a faint shadow of concern lingering in her heart. That young man is truly reckless. The individual he has slain was a prodigy. I wonder how the higher-ups of the academy will react to this. Qin Wentian, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. At merely 16 years of age, witnessing his brother suffer grievous injuries in his attempt to save him had stripped him of reason. His sole purpose became the annihilation of Murong Feng, a task he had evidently fulfilled. Subsequently, Qin Wentian entrusted Fan Lu to Imo Shang, for Murong Feng's strike had been formidable. Although Fan Lu had withstood a portion of the force, he was still gravely injured. Qin Wentian accompanied Imo Shang to his abode, where he seated himself in the training hall. Within him surged a terrifying power, threatening to consume his internal organs, rendering him crimson and radiating a fierce sanguine glow. The dominance of this force was overwhelming. His body could scarcely endure it. Without entering the Yuan mansion, one cannot apply acupuncture. Qin Wentian recalled Heibo's words, feeling a sudden heat in his throat, followed by the expulsion of fresh blood. With a muffled groan, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Though Qin Wentian had succumbed to darkness, the turmoil was far from quelled. It continued to escalate. Even the hands of the court faced immense pressure, compelling them to seek out Imo Shang in order to retrieve Qin Wentian. 2 days later, upon awakening, Qin Wentian felt as if every part of him were on the verge of disintegration. As he sat up, he beheld Imo Shang standing with his back turned. Oh. Qin Wentian nodded. Thank you, master. How is Fan Lu faring? He is not in grave danger. Imo Shang shook his head. You ought to concern yourself more. Jiangxin's faction has exerted considerable pressure on the academy, leading to a schism in opinions. Many are calling for your punishment. Hearing that Fan Lu was unharmed brought a smile to Qin Wentian's face, and he seemed less perturbed by the academy's potential repercussions. Imo Shang rolled his eyes at Qin Wentian's smile and remarked, Are you not at all anxious? Being anxious serves no purpose. Since I have acted, I shall accept the consequences. Whatever comes next, I must face it, Qin Wentian shrugged. Such a commendable acceptance of responsibility. I hope you are prepared to bear the weight of it. At this moment, a voice, cold and indifferent, echoed through the chamber as Qin Wentian observed a multitude of individuals entering. It was then that he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was within the enforcement court's hall of law, a spacious area flanked by numerous seats, while the seat of the law elder remained unoccupied. Soon, a considerable number of attendees gathered, and Qin Wentian astutely discerned that they were subtly divided into 3 factions, one led by Jiangxin, another by Imo Shang alongside several elders, and the last by Qianshou with 2 other elders. It was evident that Jiangxin and his faction were exerting pressure on the academy regarding Qin Wentian's situation, having slain 2 fellow disciples, both of whom were prodigious talents of their generation. Coupled with Du Hao's severe injuries, the consensus was clear. Qin Wentian's character was flawed, and he must either be rendered incapable or expelled from the academy, lest he become a source of calamity. Jiangxin spoke coldly, intent on cornering Qin Wentian. The first incident had been thoroughly investigated. Feng's attempt to harm Qin Wentian and Fan Lu within the dark forest warranted no culpability on Qin Wentian's part. The second incident, a battle intended to be fair, saw Murong Feng and Du Hao enhance their combat prowess through elixirs. If their only aim had been victory, it would have sufficed, yet the severity of Fan Li's injuries betrayed their true intention, to eliminate both Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. Imo Shang, fixing his gaze upon Jiangxin, countered vehemently. He questioned the merit of respecting an elder who had instigated such treachery, branding Jiangxin a rogue unworthy of teaching. Jiangxin retorted coldly, You taught me? Qin Wentian smiled at Jiangxin, prompting a flicker of discomfort in Jiangxin's expression. Are we so familiar? Qin Wentian continued. You have condoned your disciples' attempts on my life while simultaneously scheming for the academy to take action against me, and now you expect my respect? Your face is indeed quite resilient. As Qin Wentian articulated, Jiangxin's scheming against him warranted no courtesy. Elder Qianshou, listen to this, Jiangxin scoffed. The gazes of Qianshou and his companions turned towards Qin Wentian, prompting one to inquire, if your strength surpassed Jiangxin's, would you not slay him should he obstruct your pursuit of Murong Feng? Why? The one who harmed my brother becomes my enemy, regardless of who stands in my way. The youth asserted, resolute determination etched on his visage. The questioner nodded thoughtfully before addressing Qianshou. Qianshou surveyed the assembly and declared, Everyone may leave. This matter will be addressed by the enforcement court. What course of action does the enforcement court intend to take? Jiangxin inquired. This is an affair of the enforcement court. Please depart. Qianshou issued a dismissal, causing Jiangxin to furrow his brow. sensing that Qianshou's tone implied favorable treatment for Qin Wentian. May the enforcement court provide us with an explanation, Jiang Zhen remarked as he strode away, visibly displeased. Mo Shang patted Qin Wentian's shoulder before departing, confident that the enforcement court would not act against such a promising talent. Once they had vacated the hall, Qianshou turned to Qin Wentian and instructed, "Follow me." With that, he strolled towards the exit, prompting Qin Wentian to lift his feet and follow, refraining from further inquiries. Upon exiting the premises, Qin Wentian discovered that the law enforcement hall was nestled against a rear mountain. To his surprise, Qianshou led him towards this mountain. Arriving at a courtyard situated on the mountainside, precariously perched at the edge of a cliff, offering a breathtaking view of the entire Imperial Star Academy below. At that moment, a figure stood with hands clasped behind, gazing intently at the academy beneath. Qianshou regarded the silhouette with a hint of reverence. "Young one, come forth," the figure spoke calmly, still facing away from Qin Wentian. Turning to Qianshou, Qin noticed him smiling as he remarked, "Young fellow, your fortune is quite remarkable." With that, Qianshou turned to depart. His duty fulfilled in bringing Qin to this place. Qin Wentian approached the cliff's edge, standing beside the figure who finally turned to face him. The individual appeared to be an elderly man, exuding tranquility and serenity, with strands of white hair at his temples. His eyes, however, were deep and unfathomable, as if they had witnessed the myriad vicissitudes of life. At that moment, a glimmer of amusement sparkled in those profound, calm eyes. "I have an affinity for those who do not adhere to convention. Your character resonates with mine," the man chuckled softly. "I am Ren Qianheng. You may not have heard my name, but you are likely familiar with my deeds, for I once undertook a path similar to yours." "What deeds?" Qin Wentian inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Slaying a fellow disciple," Ren Qianheng replied with a smile. "That was many years ago. I recall in my youth entering the Dreamland Forest only to find an unscrupulous individual defiling a female student. This led to her mental collapse upon awakening, and in my rage, I took that man's life." Qin Wentian's expression shifted, a flicker of anger igniting within his eyes. The cruelty of assaulting someone within a dream was indeed heinous. "Then, senior, you were one of those three, avenging such an injustice. Surely the Academy would not punish you for your actions," Qin Wentian stated. Ren Qianheng shook his head. "I was not like you. At that time, my talent was mediocre, while the man I killed was far more gifted. In this world, fairness and justice are not the lenses through which others view actions, and the rules of the Imperial Star Academy dictate that within the Dreamland Forest, one may engage in any conduct. Murder is not uncommon." Chapter 63. Favor Qin Wentian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth that the realm of martial arts does not adhere to notions of fairness and justice. Had it not been for his extraordinary talent, the Imperial Star Academy would never have spared him after he killed Ofeng. Nevertheless, despite the harsh realities of the world, one must hold steadfast to personal beliefs. "I admire those with character, even if they do not abide by the rules, yet I detest those who are excessively self-serving. Such individuals are often driven solely by profit. For instance, if the Imperial Star Academy nurtured him and one day he attained great power, should someone offer him greater rewards to destroy the Academy, he would likely comply." Ren Qianheng smiled and remarked, "You, however, are different. Last year, during the annual sacrificial festival, when the Yu family sought to annihilate the Qin residents, you could have joined the Star River Guild, distancing yourself and later avenging your family. Yet, you chose to stand with the Qin household through thick and thin. While that may seem a touch foolish, it is precisely this kind of character that I find appealing." This matter was widely known throughout Tianyang City, and it was no surprise to Ren Qianheng that Mo Shang was also present there. A faint smile appeared on Qin Wentian's face. "It seems your philosophy aligns closely with that of my mentor, Mo Shang. Are you the Academy's president?" "No," Ren Qianheng shook his head. "I am the second individual, the one rumored to have been imprisoned for many years. Of course, as with all rumors, they should be taken with a grain of salt. I simply do not often appear in the public eye." It seemed the Academy harbored numerous secrets, Qin Wentian mused silently. "Senior, I seem to have stirred up quite a bit of trouble this time. I fear I may have caused some inconvenience for the Academy," he said, directing his gaze toward Ren Qianheng. "You wish to know how the Academy will address this matter, along with the purpose of my summons," Ren Qianheng observed, his eyes glinting with wisdom, prompting an awkward smile from Qin Wentian. "This trouble is hardly troublesome for the Academy. Rather, you have created quite a predicament for yourself," he continued nonchalantly. The Imperial Star Academy boasts a legacy spanning thousands of years. Whether elders or students, they each possess distinct philosophies. Yet, it is precisely this diversity that fosters a robust sense of competition among the students, ensuring the Academy's completeness. The Imperial Star Academy has never imposed its ideals. It merely instructs in the art of cultivation, indifferent to what sort of person you may become in the future. It is this very reason that grants the Academy its transcendent status. The Academy will not interfere in your affairs with Qin and the others. It merely serves as a platform. How high you soar depends solely on your own efforts. Is that so? Qin Wentian blinked, surprised. Is it truly that simple? What would you prefer it to be? Ren Qianqing responded, his gaze twinkling with amusement. I expected that upon meeting a legendary figure of the Academy, there would be some remarkable revelation, Qin Wentian mused, stroking his chin with a smile. Haha, Ren Qianqing laughed heartily. Very well, if you seek surprises, I shall provide one. He then produced a small golden sword, no larger than a finger, radiating an aura of terrifying sharpness. This is the Golden Punishment Sword, a Tier 3 divine weapon. However, it may only be used once. By activating the divine patterns within, the Golden Punishment Sword unleashes a fearsome wave of sword energy. If it strikes true, even someone at the 5th level of the Yuanfu realm would find it impossible to evade the instantaneous onslaught, and the attack's range is considerable. Exercise utmost caution in its use. A sharp glimmer flickered in Qin Wentian's eyes as he beheld the precious gift before him. He was acutely aware that, were it a durable 3rd-tier divine weapon, he would not be able to unleash its full potential. However, the Golden Execution Sword was different. It was a one-time explosive divine armament, serving as a life-saving trump card. In the Academy, I shall not grant you any privileges. If you seek resources, you must earn them through your own efforts. Above the Tianqing Pavilion lies an array of formidable techniques and divine powers. If you possess the capability, go and claim them yourself. As for the Golden Execution Sword, it is provided for your protection, considering your precarious situation in the Imperial City. It must not be used unless faced with a life and death crisis. Thank you, Elder Ren. Qin Wentian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He truly needed such a safeguard. For many coveted his life. Not only the royal family and the Yi clan, but even Qin posed a significant threat to him. Go now, and do not inform others, including Mo Shang, of our meeting. Ren Qianqing waved his hand dismissively at Qin Wentian. Bowing slightly, Qin Wentian turned and departed, a radiant smile illuminating his youthful face. It was difficult to imagine that this same boy would one day act with reckless abandon to slay Morong Feng. Observing the retreating figure of the young man, Ren Qianqing's lips curled into a faint smile. This little fellow was even more intriguing than he had been in his youth. You truly cannot remain idle, can you? At that moment, a figure approached, seemingly traversing the air. How goes it? Are you considering adding him to your plans? The newcomer inquired with a grin. Ren Qianqing shifted his gaze toward the visitor and replied, his talent appears to be unquestionable. As for his character, at least for now, there seem to be no issues. But having just entered the Academy, he has already stirred such considerable trouble. Are you not concerned he may become another like him? The visitor smiled knowingly. Youthful recklessness is not an insurmountable issue. I, too, was once the same. As for your concerns, I shall ponder them further and continue to observe. Ren Qianqing shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. Once, he had placed great importance on a young man, only to later discover he had nurtured a vicious wolf, nearly bringing ruin to their Imperial Star Academy. This recollection pained his heart. He had once held that individual in high regard, and the subsequent events had left him deeply sorrowful. After descending the mountain, Qin Wentian made his way to his residence. As he walked through the Academy, many gazes fell upon him, revealing expressions of intrigue. It is Qin Wentian. I hear he entered the disciplinary court. It has emerged unscathed. Clearly, the Academy has no intentions of holding him accountable. Talent is indeed a privilege. If a senior student were to slay a genius like Morong Feng, the consequences would likely be dire. Yet, Qin Wentian had faced Morong Feng head-on, succeeding in an uphill battle, thereby showcasing an even greater talent. The title of the top freshman had now shifted to him. Whispers filled the Academy, as the situation grew increasingly fascinating. Jiang Zhun and the Knight Alliance would undoubtedly be furious. They would not allow Qin Wentian to have an easy time of it. Hastening toward his quarters, Qin Wentian called out before he had even arrived, Fatty. Fan Lu poked his head out, promptly striding toward him. Fatty, how is your injury? Qin Wentian scrutinized Fan Lu, who grinned and said, it's nothing serious. How about we take a stroll around the Academy? Relieved that all was well, Qin Wentian noticed the flickering uncertainty in Fan Lu's eyes, prompting a look of skepticism to cross his face. At that moment, a soft sound echoed from within the room. "Who is inside?" Qin Wentian inquired, his eyes narrowing. "Just a little rascal making a fuss inside. Let us go," Fan Lu replied, tugging at Qin Wentian. However, Qin Wentian remained still, making his way toward the dorm room. Soon, he spotted a figure emerging with her head bowed. Shinran, clutching her garments with rosy cheeks, furtively glanced at Qin Wentian. Upon seeing his astonished expression, her face flushed even deeper. "It's not what you think. I just came to check on him," Shinran stammered. "I understand." Qin Wentian nodded in acknowledgement, causing Shinran's cheeks to redden further. She stamped her foot and shot a glare at Fan Lu, exclaiming, "This is all your fault." With that, she turned on her heel and left, leaving Qin Wentian bewildered as he stared at Fan Lu. He had been worried about the chubby boy, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. "Chubby, you're impressive," Qin Wentian remarked, giving a thumbs up. "Although I know you want to believe me, I must say, I have no other thoughts about Shinran," the chubby boy replied, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. "In truth, the one I like is you." Qin Wentian's expression darkened, while the chubby boy grinned lewdly, humming a tune, embodying an utterly infuriating demeanor, leading Qin Wentian to concede defeat. "Let us head to the glory courtyard and enhance the level of our Imperial Star Jade plates," Fan Lu suggested, lifting his foot. A smile crept onto Qin Wentian's lips, and together they made their way to the glory courtyard, where the Elder promptly upgraded their Imperial Star Jade plates to level 3. Despite the tumultuous battle they had fought, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu had indeed held the advantage against Murong Feng and Du Hao, naturally usurping their rankings and securing spots within the top 3, allowing for the elevation of their Imperial Star Jade plate levels. After the upgrade, they proceeded to the Tianqing Pavilion, where level 3 Imperial Star Jade plates granted them access to the 3rd floor. The Tianqing Pavilion consists of 9 levels, each housing numerous techniques and divine abilities, albeit of varying ranks. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu headed straight for the 3rd floor, where the techniques were of the pinnacle level of the Wheel Meridian and the divine abilities were of superior human grade. The Dragon Subduing Fist, for instance, was a divine ability of superior human grade. Among all the students of the Imperial Star Academy, a lingering question resided: what lies beyond the 6th floor of the Tianqing Pavilion? Ascending to the 7th floor and beyond was a dream cherished by every student of the Imperial Star Academy. Chapter 64. Yin Yuhan. Upon the 3rd floor of the Tianqing Pavilion, ancient bookshelves were neatly arranged in the spacious expanse, adorned with numerous tomes varied in type and abundant in content. The pinnacle of pulse techniques and superior divine abilities were exceedingly rare in Tianong City, yet here, they were plentiful, allowing one to freely select their desired cultivation methods. Qin Wentian sighed softly. Such was the essence of resources. The exceptional disciples cultivated by formidable factions thrived not only due to their innate talents, but also because of the vast resources at their disposal. Rather than selecting a technique, Qin Wentian sought after the divine abilities he desired: the Falling Mountain Palm, the Willow Leaf Technique, and the Sword Mastery Technique. Upon encountering the Sword Mastery Technique, his eyes gleamed, and he called out, "Fatty, come here." Fan Lu approached, and Qin Wentian handed him the Sword Mastery Technique, stating, "With the talent bestowed by the Star Soul, you are exceptionally suited for material control. This Sword Mastery Technique is a preliminary divine ability for controlling objects. Are you interested?" "Let me take a look," Fan Lu replied, a flicker of excitement evident in his eyes as he accepted the technique. Qin Wentian continued his search. Having already cultivated the Dragon Descending Fist and the Thousand-Hand Seal, his offensive capabilities were formidable, rendering him less interested in aggressive divine abilities. He paused before a technique titled the Nine Heavens Kunpeng Technique, a name that intrigued him greatly. The 3rd-tier superior divine ability bore such an imposing title? He took down the tome and delved into its contents, quickly becoming engrossed, with sparks of brilliance occasionally flashing in his eyes. This tome was merely the 1st volume of the Nine Heavens Kunpeng Technique, the introductory pulse volume. Even this initial volume was exceedingly complex, demanding the consumption of demon spirits, the extraction of demon essences, and the refining of the Kunpeng imprint. Moreover, while this tome indicated it was a pulse volume, it did not specify how many volumes comprised the entire technique. Carrying the tome, Qin Wentian approached an elder seated at a desk, a guardian of the 3rd floor. "Esteemed elder, does this Nine Heavens Kunpeng Technique contain the Yuanfu volume?" he inquired, gesturing towards the upper shelves. The elder glanced at him and chuckled. "I advise against pursuing this divine ability. While the Yuanfu volume does exist, it is located on the 6th floor of the Tianqing Pavilion. by the time you reach there. Who knows when it will be? Moreover, this technique is inherently difficult to cultivate. To master even the pulse volume, one must hunt numerous avian demon beasts to refine the Qin imprint. Additionally, comprehending this technique presents significant challenges. Understanding the elder's well-meaning advice, Qin Wentian smiled and asked, "Is there a superior movement technique on this third floor? If he were to succeed in mastering the Nine Heavens Qin technique, other divine abilities on this level would pale in comparison." The elder shook his head. However, the difficulty in mastering it is immense. "I understand. Thank you for your guidance." Esteemed elder, Qin Wentian replied with a smile before resuming his search for divine abilities. He initially intended to cultivate a technique suited to his dream star soul. Yet after exploring the entirety of this floor, he found none. Such dream-related divine abilities were exceedingly rare, and the absence of a matching technique hindered the full realization of his dream star soul's potential. Certainly, even without the attributes of dream powers, the celestial bodies of the dreaming realm are undeniably formidable, being stars of the fifth heaven, and the residual power they emit remains extraordinarily potent. Ultimately, Qin Wentian opted to borrow the Nine Heavens Qin technique, while Fan Lu, in addition to the sword control technique, borrowed another divine skill before departing from the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Members of the Night Alliance obstructed their path. Upon seeing those familiar faces, Fan Li's narrowed eyes turned icy cold. The individuals before him were precisely those who had stirred within him the turmoil of pain during that fateful day in the City of Illusions. All elite warriors of the Night Alliance. The weakest among them surpassed Murong Feng, all seasoned veterans. Their expressions were devoid of warmth, an aura of frigid hostility enveloping them. Numerous students from the Imperial Star Academy lingered at a distance, witnessing the unfolding scene. That day, Qin Wentian had unleashed his wrath upon Murong Feng of the Night Alliance, even venturing into the very stronghold of the Night Alliance, an affront that had humiliated them thoroughly. Moreover, the Academy had not even issued a token punishment, allowing Qin Wentian to go free. The Night Alliance was, naturally, incensed. Furthermore, the members of the Night Alliance were comprised of exceptionally gifted noble scions who had always been the ones to dominate others. However, now they found themselves at the receiving end of such indignity. This matter had transcended the personal dispute between Qin and Qin Wentian. It had become a matter of the entire Night Alliance's dignity. Did the old fellows of the Academy truly let you go just like that? A young man stood before Qin Wentian, a smile gracing his lips, though the warmth of it felt rather frigid to Qin Wentian. "How audacious," Qin Wentian remarked, noting the sharpness in his tone as he heard the fellow refer to the Academy's elders so casually. "What of Qin?" Qin Wentian inquired coldly. "Qin?" The young man's gaze flickered. The proud Qin had been confined by his family due to the incident involving Qin Wentian, restricted from entering the ninth layer of the cycle and forbidden from leaving. Qin Wentian, rumored to be the adopted son of Qin Chuan from the Qin house in Tianyang City, had once been noted for slaying Yi Lang. The circles they moved in had often derided Yi Lang, perceiving him as a fallen descendant of the martial king. At times, they could not fathom why the current emperor and the Yi family were so intent on eradicating a declining Qin house, which they had heard was so impoverished that it scarcely possessed a few fallen starstones. Yet, from this impoverished lineage emerged an adopted son of remarkable talent, who stood tall at the Imperial Star Academy, having slain Qin's brother, Feng, and obliterated Murong Feng of their Night Alliance. Ironically, they had once regarded him as a mere insect they could crush at will, yet he had garnered the favor of the Imperial Star Academy. Now, to eliminate him, they had to consider the stance of the Imperial Star Academy. After all, they understood the depths of the Academy's influence. Even the royal family dared not provoke them in the slightest and could only strive to cultivate the Royal Academy, hoping to compete with the Imperial Star Academy. "Qin, I imagine, is currently contemplating how to take your life," the young man remarked, causing Qin Wentian's pupils to constrict momentarily, followed by a cold laugh. The young man's words resonated with a certain truth. He too harbored a desire for the young man's life. "You have slain a member of the Night Alliance. Do you dare to guess how we shall deal with you?" The youth continued, as Qin Wentian and Fan Lu observed the members of the Knights Alliance before them, their eyes slithering over like venomous serpents. Feeling the chill emanating from their gazes, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu narrowed their eyes. Although they too contemplated ways to eliminate one another, their current strength was still inferior to that of their adversaries. It was indeed a pity that the Imperial Star Academy forbade killing. Otherwise, you would have met your demise countless times already. The youth stepped forward, and suddenly, A terrifying aura of death surged toward Qin Wentian and Fan Lo. At the same moment, the Knights' Alliance advanced, exuding an overwhelming pressure that threatened to suffocate them, causing their steps to falter slightly and their expressions to darken. The Imperial City is not Tianyong City. You must understand that, despite any innate talent you may possess. One must remain discreet, or else you shall perish swiftly, your pitiable gifts rendered utterly useless. With another step, the ground reverberated with a thunderous sound, and the oppressive force felt like sharp blades piercing through Qin Wentian and Fan Lo. The menace in his words was stark and unmasked. What use is exceptional talent if one fails to cultivate it? Stop. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from a distance. The members of the Knights' Alliance turned their gazes, soon witnessing a graceful figure approaching. Sister Muyu, the youth remarked, his expression softening at the sight of the newcomer, who was none other than the esteemed elder Su Muyu, a disciple of the academy. Yin Yuhan, as a senior student, how can you bully newcomers? Su Muyu expressed her displeasure. Yin Yuhan, despite her reproach, maintained his gentle smile. This newcomer is rather arrogant. I merely intended to impart some wisdom. However, since you have spoken. Then, with that, Yin Yuhan's body suddenly moved, and Qin Wentian felt a surge of danger. Yin Yuhan's finger shot forward, sharp as a blade. You. Su Muyu's expression changed as she attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Qin Wentian's countenance shifted, and an explosive force surged from within him as the sea raged, the Wheel Sea seal emanating a formidable might. Yet, Yin Yuhan's technique seemed to transcend all. Dazzling with brilliance, shattering the Wheel Sea seal and directly striking Qin Wentian's palm. After executing this, Yin Yuhan gracefully retreated, exuding an air of nonchalance. While Qin Wentian staggered backward, raising his hand only to find blood continuously flowing from his palm, his expression growing increasingly frigid. I hope you enjoy such fortune every time. Yin Yuhan remarked, casting a glance at Su Muyu beside Qin Wentian before turning to leave with his entourage. Are you all right? Su Muyu asked. Looking at Qin Wentian. I'm fine. Thank you, sister. Qin Wentian smiled at Su Muyu, having resolved to eliminate Morong Feng. He knew that the days ahead would not be tranquil. However, he would never cower. On the contrary, he eagerly anticipated the challenges that lay ahead. In recent days, Qin Wentian has come to a profound realization. No matter who stands behind him, none can ever be as reliable as oneself. Only by possessing formidable strength can one truly command their own destiny. Chapter 65, Celestial Beasts. As Su Muyu observed the departure of the Knights' Alliance, she turned to Qin Wentian and remarked, though the Academy holds you in high regard, your strength remains insufficient. It would be prudent to avoid provoking members of the Knights' Alliance. The Academy cannot intervene in your skirmishes. I understand, Qin Wentian replied, his gaze lingering on the receding figures. A faint, icy smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Indeed, his current abilities were lacking. However, unless he were to be permanently subdued, he would ensure their downfall, just as he would with Morong Feng. After all, those who have nothing to lose fear no one. Regardless of the circumstances, he would inevitably confront them without hesitation. At this juncture, his singular focus was to grow stronger. Only through strength could he cease to be looked down upon with disdain. Only with power could he abandon his trepidation. Muyu, senior sister, at that moment. Fan Lu approached Su Muyu, radiating a sunny smile. What is it? Su Muyu responded with a warm smile. After attending your last lecture, I found it profoundly enlightening. My own abilities are modest, and I harbor many questions during my cultivation. May I seek your guidance in the future? Fan Lu's earnest demeanor left Qin Wentian momentarily dumbfounded. Of course, feel free to ask me any questions, Su Muyu replied gently. Viewing both Qin Wentian and Fan Lu as her younger brothers, oblivious to Fan Li's less than noble intentions. Thank you, senior sister, the portly youth thought joyfully, his sunny expression unwavering. Take care of yourselves. I must be on my way. Su Muyu smiled at the two and departed. As Qin Wentian observed Fan Lu still fixated on Su Muyu's silhouette, he playfully slapped the back of his head. Are you done, you glutton? Not even close. Fan Lu grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he turned to Qin Wentian. Senior sister Muyu is truly a goddess, gentle and kind. I admire her. Others see you as a mere child. Qin Wentian scoffed, casting a disparaging glance before striding away. Are you really so mature? Fan Lu rolled his eyes before recalling Su Muyu's promise, chuckling to himself as he hummed a tune on his way back to his quarters. For now, Qin Wentian needed not concern himself with the affairs of the Yuan mansion. He simply needed to focus on mastering the wheel pulse technique. The Nine Heavens Qinping Technique's will pulse is categorized into 4 levels: entry, subtlety, perfection, and divine movement. Entry is relatively easy, requiring no external conditions. Diligent practice of the Qinping's 9 movements allows one to attain this stage. The perfection and divine movement levels necessitate the absorption of a significant number of avian spirit beasts, particularly at the divine movement stage. Reaching this level signifies the successful condensation of the Qinping mark, allowing one to leap 10 zhang into the air, akin to a great rock spreading its wings. Upon entering the Yuan mansion, one can harness the power of the skies. In the days that followed, Qin Wentian immersed himself in the cultivation of the Nine Heavens Qinping technique, which proved considerably more challenging than the Dragon Fist. However, he remained unwavering in his commitment to progress, understanding that elevating his cultivation was of utmost urgency. Naturally, he would occasionally attend lectures from the Academy's elders. Unbeknownst to many, the ancient trees within the dreaming forest have lost their once vibrant emerald hue. The sun blazes down with an intensity that is almost unbearable, and the refreshing spring breeze has vanished, leaving the oppressive heat of summer to envelop the Imperial Star Academy. The new students have gradually acclimated to the life of scholars, their youthful exuberance brimming with boundless aspirations and fantasies for the future. Many have begun to form teams to venture into the dark forest for the true trials of death. While the trials of illusory Dream City have desensitized them to the concept of mortality, death no longer seems as daunting as it once did. However, upon truly entering the dark forest and witnessing their companions fall before their eyes, or barely escaping with their lives, they realize that their hearts are far from the fortitude they had imagined. This is genuine death, not the simulated demise experienced in illusory Dream City. Though they are disciples of the Imperial Star Academy, in this realm where the weak are devoured by the strong, their encounters with death during their trials are nothing short of normal. Yet, it is precisely this experience that relentlessly tempers their spirits. Outside his modest dormitory, Qin Wentian leans against an ancient tree, his languid gaze drifting into the distance. It has been over 4 months since he arrived in the Imperial City, and there has been no word from Qin Hao and Qin Chuan. Though Qin Wentian has never outwardly expressed his feelings, the anxiety that gnaws at his heart is a secret known only to him. He is reluctant to inquire about the fate of the army led by Qin He, fearing a conclusion he cannot bear. With his commendable talent, he has managed to find a semblance of safety at the Imperial Star Academy. Yet he is acutely aware that danger lurks at every turn. As he gazes up, sunlight filters through the gaps in the ancient tree, illuminating his face. Yet, the fleeting glimmer in his eyes carries an icy resolve, sharp as a blade. Just as the Yi family and Ochin will not let him off easily, he too will not spare the Yi family or Ochin. He wonders how his sister Qin Yao and the others are faring in the Snow Cloud Kingdom, hoping they will soon grow stronger. In his mind's eye, he envisions her beautiful and gentle visage. At that moment, a voice interrupts Qin Wentian's reverie. Turning his gaze, he sees a boy of similar age approaching. It is Zhao Yi, a fellow new student residing nearby. Zhao Yi, what brings you here? Qin Wentian greets him with a smile. Many have been heading into the dark forest for trials lately. You are the strongest among the new students. Don't you have any thoughts on joining them? Zhao Yi inquires as he approaches, noting that despite Qin Wentian's extraordinary talent, he is quite approachable, fostering good relationships with those around him. The dark forest, you say? A smile flits across Qin Wentian's face as he rises to stretch his limbs. I am indeed preparing to venture there. I have already made progress in the Nine Heavens Qinping Technique's Meridian chapter, but to reach a more refined level, I must hunt aerial beasts, he continues. I too wish to train. Shall we join forces? Zhao Yi's heart leaps at Qin Wentian's interest. Recently, Zhao Yi has broken through to the 2nd level of the Meridian realm, yet he is still a novice compared to Qin Wentian. Accompanying him would undoubtedly provide a greater sense of security. Very well, but be ready at all times. I shall call for you when we depart. Qin Wentian replies with a smile, and Zhao Yi eagerly agrees. That night, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu roused him from slumber, departing from the Imperial Star Academy with a snow-white hound, leaving Zhao Yi in a state of vexation. However, he surmised that Qin Wentian likely feared being watched by the Knights Alliance. By the time they reached the dark forest, it was already the following day. The periphery of the dark forest buzzed with activity, as it served as an ideal training ground for students from various academies in the scions of noble families. Indeed, it was a realm of both paradise and peril for adventurers. The outskirts were populated by lesser magical beasts, but Qin Wentian proposed, let us venture deeper. He practiced the Nine Heavens Qinping technique, rendering him largely impervious to beasts below the 4th rank. However, hunting 4th rank beasts and those of greater strength posed a considerable challenge, particularly avian creatures, making the mastery of the 9 heavens Qin technique exceedingly arduous. The trio, accompanied by their beast, dashed through the dark forest, exuding a palpable excitement. "Stop!" Fan Lu suddenly called, prompting the 3 to halt in their tracks. Due to the nature of his star soul, Fan Lu possessed the most acute awareness among them. Fortune smiled upon them, for they had encountered a 4th rank avian magical beast, yet misfortune lingered as this beast was a purple thunder eagle, a celestial creature that had now set its sights on them. The chubby fellow grimaced, causing Zhao Yi's expression to stiffen. Celestial magical beasts were akin to the most formidable martial soul practitioners among humans, possessing the purest essence of martial prowess. They absorbed the celestial energies of stars to grow, bypassing the need to condense star souls, directly harnessing the stellar power they required. This exemplifies the formidable innate talents of celestial magical beasts. All such creatures are capable of growth. As they mature, their sensitivity heightens, enabling them to absorb the energies of multiple stars. For instance, during its juvenile phase, the purple thunder eagle, through bathing in starlight, absorbed a modicum of stellar power. As it gradually matured, it could sense nearby martial stars imbued with thunderous energy, thereby absorbing their celestial power. With further growth, it could discern higher thunderous stars, transcending to the 2nd and 3rd realms to draw upon their energies. This is the terrifying aspect of celestial magical beasts. The more extraordinary a celestial beast, the more potent its innate gifts. Thus, celestial magical beasts are considered the most unadulterated martial practitioners, and now, they faced a 4th rank purple thunder eagle, much to Zhao Yi's chagrin. Chapter 66, Blood Flame Fruit. The 4th tier demon beast, comparable to the 3rd level of the human martial realm, is the formidable purple thunder eagle, a celestial beast of remarkable prowess. Its strength rivals that of those in the 3rd tier of the martial realm, and coupled with its ability to soar through the skies, it proves to be an exceedingly challenging adversary. Upon the ancient tree, purple lightning crackles and dances, producing a cacophony of sound. Tendrils of electricity cascade down the trunk, culminating in a thunderous explosion as a colossal ancient tree shatters, its radiant energy swirling with ferocity. Qin Wentian and his companions gazed upwards, where a massive purple thunder eagle hovered ominously above them, its fierce eyes glinting with lightning, regarding them as prey. With a hiss, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a man's arm, descended from the void, aiming directly for the trio. Their expressions turned grave as they swiftly evaded in 3 separate directions. A resounding boom echoed as the spot they had just occupied was obliterated, the force of the explosion sending a stinging gust of wind against their bodies. "Boss, draw its fire," Fan Lu urged gallantly, recognizing that Qin Wentian's strength was their best chance against the thunderous assault of the purple thunder eagle. "How noble," Qin Wentian muttered under his breath, dust covering his form. He glanced skyward, just in time to witness another bolt of lightning hurtling down. With a sudden tremor in his steps, he executed a series of intricate movements, his body flowing like willow fluff, narrowly avoiding the strike that crashed before him without so much as a graze. "Come at me, beast," Qin Wentian bellowed, invoking the 9 heavens Qin technique for the first time in actual combat, challenging the airborne purple thunder eagle. Provoked by his taunt, the eagle's fury intensified, its eyes blazing with menace as it unleashed a torrent of lightning from its beak. "Curse it," the rotund companion exclaimed, turning to flee toward a nearby ancient tree. Qin Wentian harnessed the full potential of the Qin technique, with each descending bolt of thunder narrowly missing him, yet never striking true. "Come on, continue," he shouted defiantly as the purple thunder eagle, now seething with rage, spiraled downwards like a streak of lightning, intent on striking him. Lightning rained down with wild abandon, threatening to bury Qin Wentian beneath its fury. Such ferocity, Fan Lu thought, observing from a nearby tree, silently mourning for Qin Wentian as the dust cloud enveloped him. The purple thunder eagle relentless in its pursuit, eager to feast upon his flesh. Amidst the swirling dust, Qin Wentian found himself in a precarious position, yet within his gaze flickered a cold, resolute light. At that moment, he was the epitome of calm, the divine energy within him surging toward his arms. With a thunderous roar, the wheel sea seal, forged from his gathered divine essence, erupted forth, causing the very air to shatter with a terrifying crack. At that instant, 9 arrows shot forth simultaneously from Fan Lu, transforming into bolts of golden lightning. As a fierce gale roared and a chilling scream pierced the air, the purple thunder eagle soared skyward. However, The 9 arrows, propelled by an overwhelming force, struck its body with such might that it could not ascend. Die. Once again, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the dust as the purple thunder eagle let out a mournful cry, its wings flapping weakly before plummeting to the ground with a resounding crash. As the dust gradually settled, Fan Lu leaped down from a tree and approached, only to find Qin Wentian covered in dirt, prompting an involuntary exclamation of admiration. So impressive. Get lost, Qin Wentian retorted, clearing his throat, dust entering his mouth. He glanced at the fallen purple thunder eagle and, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, using oneself as bait to hunt a ferocious beast is no easy feat. Besides this method, how else could one ascend into the sky? Unfortunately, that little rascal isn't a flying beast. Fan Lu cast a sidelong glance at the small creature beside him. The little fellow stood on its front legs, glaring at Fan Lu with an adorable demeanor. You've already proven yourself formidable. I would surely meet my demise against such a beast, Zhao Yi lamented as he approached, visibly disheartened by the stark disparity in their abilities. It seems I need not hone my skills while in your company. Fear not. I shall leave all ground-dwelling beasts to you, Qin Wentian replied with a smile. He then unsheathed a dagger and severed the head of the purple thunder eagle, retrieving a palm-sized beast core that radiated a terrifying thunderous energy. This fourth-tier beast core held immense value for cultivators who practiced thunderous powers. The cores of avian beasts will belong to me, while the terrestrial ones shall be yours. Qin Wentian proposed to Fan Lu and Zhao Yi. Naturally, Fan Lu had no intention of contesting with Qin Wentian and Zhao Yi. Merely a spectator when it came to avian beasts, lacked the standing to argue, nor did he desire to. After securing the beast core, Qin Wentian extended his hand, revealing a mark that emanated a formidable pulling force, directly imprinting it upon the purple thunder eagle. Streams of white light flowed into Qin Wentian's palm, resembling the ethereal shadow of the eagle, which ultimately merged into his being. Beasts possess spiritual forms and spirit essences. My cultivation technique allows me to absorb these essences for my practice, and the presence of the beast core enhances this process. Qin Wentian explained with a grin to his companions. However, mastering the 9 heavens Kunping technique is no simple task. It's a pity for this body. Had it been taken outside, it could fetch a handsome price. After departing, Zhao Yi cast a lingering glance back at the imposing form of the purple thunder eagle, recognizing that formidable beasts are treasures in themselves. As they delved deeper into the shadowy forest, they allowed Zhao Yi to confront any encountered ground beasts, refraining from intervening unless in dire circumstances. A month later, they were all grimy, yet their demeanor had subtly transformed. Their gazes had grown sharper and more profound, radiating vitality, and their strength had noticeably improved. After a prolonged search, they finally discovered a lake and, akin to ravenous wolves, plunged into the water to cleanse themselves of the grime. They then set up a fire by the lakeside to dry their clothes. With bare skin, Qin Wentian sat beneath a tree, meditating while holding the beast core, continuously absorbing its energy. Strikingly, ethereal marks seemed to manifest upon his back, transforming into resplendent patterns that resembled wings. Simultaneously, the essence of power coursed through his limbs, and he distinctly felt his body growing lighter. As he continuously absorbed the essence of avian beasts, he gradually began to perceive the profound effects of the 9 heavens Kunping technique. Just then, Qin Wentian noticed the little rascal rushing towards him from afar, circling around his side. With a furrowed brow, Qin Wentian inquired, "Are you beckoning me to follow you?" Upon hearing this, the little rascal turned and darted off into the distance. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes as he promptly commanded, "Fatty, Zhao Yi, let us depart." He draped the still damp garments over himself and promptly followed the little rascal, with Fan Lu and Zhao Yi trailing behind, albeit with a hint of skepticism. The little rascal's pace quickened, prompting Qin Wentian and his companions to break into a run. They soon found themselves led to a treacherous valley, populated with a myriad of rare trees. A fierce battle erupted nearby. Exchanging glances, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu followed the little creature up a slope, reaching a vantage point from which they gazed down into the valley. Their pupils involuntarily contracted. Beneath the slope lay numerous serpent demons, colossal in size, the Qinglin python. Qin Wentian had encountered these fearsome creatures in the dark forest before. Among them, one particularly large python coiled protectively around an ancient, peculiar tree. Its head held high as it exhaled toxic mist, revealing numerous scars on its massive body. A group of individuals were engaged in a fierce combat with the Qinglin pythons, students from the Imperial Star Academy. Zhao Yi's expression shifted in surprise as he recognized that most of these martial cultivators were at the 3rd and 4th levels of the Pulse Realm. All around 17 or 18 years of age, each emanating starry auras, clearly martial command practitioners. Do you know them? Qin Wentian asked Zhao Yi. That one is Long Bo, a student from the Imperial Star Academy. I have seen him before, Zhao Yi replied, pointing to one of the combatants, whose aura irradiated the peak of the 4th level of the Pulse Realm. Indeed formidable. They are vying for the fruits of that ancient tree, Fan Lu observed, narrowing his eyes at the largest Qinglin python guarding the tree, which bore several crimson fruits that seemed to glisten like they could drip blood. Such extraordinary flowers and fruits must be protected by fierce beasts. It seems the saying holds true. What kind of fruit is this? Qin Wentian asked Fan Lu, inadvertently casting a glance at the little rascal, who had evidently led them to this place. The blood flame fruit. This fruit possesses remarkable efficacy for cultivators of the Pulse Realm, capable of opening meridians and aiding powerful practitioners in breaking through their limits. Additionally, alchemists can refine it into blood flame pills, enhancing its potency, Fan Lu whispered, igniting a fervent spark in Qin Wentian's eyes. The Pulse Realm involves the continuous refinement of the pulse with astral energy, stimulating the acupoints, causing them to expand and allowing the pulse to swell, thereby storing more astral energy and facilitating smoother power rotation. The blood flame fruit would significantly accelerate breakthroughs for those in the Pulse Realm. No wonder these individuals were so fervently engaged in battle. However, Long Bo and his companions were currently at a disadvantage. With his gaze fixated on the crimson fruits, Qin Wentian felt a surge of urgency within him. He desperately needed to enhance his strength, for there were countless matters awaiting his attention. Chapter 67. Betrayal. Long Bo found himself in a tense standoff with the formidable 5th-level Qinglin python guarding the blood flame fruit tree. He noticed Qin Wentian and the others on the hillside and shouted, "Brothers of the Emperor Star Academy, lend me your aid. This Qinglin python is quite a handful." Having caused a stir at the Emperor Star Academy, many were familiar with him. Long Bo had witnessed the fierce duel between Qin Wentian and Murong Feng and recognized Qin Wentian's formidable combat prowess. Should we intervene? Zhao Yi inquired, eager to participate. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. Although the students of the Emperor Star Academy were at a disadvantage, they would not be defeated in the immediate term. Long Bo faced the Qinglin python alone, with little hope of victory. Although the python had suffered injuries, Long Bo was also battered and bruised. If this battle continues, the entire situation will inevitably collapse. Only Long Bo can temporarily restrain the python guarding the fruit tree, Fan Lu whispered. The key lies in defeating that guardian python. Once we do, we can free Long Bo and then deal with the other pythons without pressure. Qin Wentian's gaze flickered. If they helped Long Bo defeat the python, they might not receive a share of the spoils. Human intentions are inscrutable, especially regarding precious items like the blood flame fruit, a lesson Qin Wentian had learned well. Little rascal, come here, Qin Wentian murmured, and in an instant, a shadow darted into his body. Qin then whispered a few words into the little rascal's ear, who promptly leaped from him and departed. Zhao Yi, Qin Wentian turned his attention to him. What is it? Zhao Yi replied. You should temporarily stay away from here. It could be dangerous, Qin Wentian advised. Zhao Yi's expression stiffened, obviously displeased. The blood flame fruit was so close. And now Qin Wentian wanted him to leave. It was difficult not to have thoughts about it. If we fall out with Long Bo and the others, we won't be able to protect you, Qin Wentian explained. However, Zhao Yi's countenance remained rigid and unsightly. Without a word, he turned and walked away, clearly displeased. Seeing this, Qin Wentian shook his head inwardly. Not everyone possessed family's nonchalance. After spending so many days with Zhao Yi, he had hoped they had developed a mutual understanding of friendship, but it seemed he had overestimated their bond. Zhao Yi's strength was ultimately insufficient to contend with either the Qinglin python or Long Bo's group. Remaining there, they would struggle to protect him. For prudence's sake, Qin Wentian had urged him to leave temporarily, but Zhao Yi's expression changed dramatically, and Qin, realizing this, decided against further explanation. Friends, if we perish, you will be unable to contend with these Qinglin pythons. If we unite, we stand a slim chance. We can share the spoils afterward. Long Bo shouted towards Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. In such a critical situation, Qin Wentian's involvement would indeed prove invaluable. Qin Wentian understood Long Bo's sentiment. Should they suffer casualties, he and Fan Lu would be unable to seize the blood flame fruit. Stay cautious, my friend, he cautioned. Suddenly, Qin Wentian's body surged forward. heading straight towards the direction of Longbow. As he dashed out, Fan Lu released the bow and arrow star soul, and brilliant arrows shot forth in an instant, targeting various positions with precision. Long-range archers excel at control. A truly formidable archer can slay enemies from 1,000 miles away without leaving a trace. Although Fan Li's arrows lacked the lethality against these azure-scale pythons, their angles were cleverly devised, striking directly at the creature's eyes, thereby momentarily altering the dynamics of several battlefields and preventing swift defeat. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian had already charged before a 5th-level azure-scale python, whose strength was comparable to a martial cultivator at the 5th level of the meridian circulation. Enraged, it unleashed a terrifying toxic mist as Qin Wentian approached, holding his breath. He then witnessed the massive tail sweeping toward him. Thud. As Qin Wentian's feet struck the ground, his body became ethereal and dreamlike, allowing the giant tail to sweep past him. Twisting his body, he continued his advance toward the colossal python. Boom. A formidable golden seal struck the azure-scale python's abdomen, eliciting a furious roar from the creature. Lowering its head, it lunged at Qin Wentian with its gaping maw. 3 dazzling arrows tore through the air, aiming for the python's eyes, while simultaneously, Longbow's great axe star soul radiated brilliant light. A divine weapon appeared in his hands as he leapt into the air, striking fiercely at the python's vital spot with the swiftness of lightning. Seeing the massive mouth approaching, Qin Wentian trembled slightly, his body light as a swallow. The glimping seal on his back seemed to shimmer, transforming him into a fleeting shadow as he retreated beneath the python's belly, evading its deadly jaws. In that fleeting moment, Qin Wentian felt an unparalleled mastery over his movements, a sensation of exquisite control. Kill! Qin Wentian roared, unleashing the terrifying might of the wheel C seal directly upon the python's head, while Fan Li's arrows found their mark in its eyes. Longbow landed on the back of the azure-scale python, letting out a roar as the great axe descended, imbued with brilliant azure light, cleaving into the creature's vital spot. The colossal python quivered violently, thrashing in a frenzy, but soon succumbed to the ground, lifeless. Exhaling deeply, Longbow turned to Qin Wentian with a smile, saying, "Thank you. Now let us deal with the other azure-scale pythons." Nodding, Qin Wentian recognized that with the death of this most formidable 5th-level python, the remaining ones posed little threat. Together, Qin Wentian, Longbow, and Fan Lu joined the fray, swiftly eliminating the rest. Haha. Longbow laughed heartily, turning to Qin Wentian. "You truly are the foremost newcomer of the Emperor Star Academy. Thanks to you, we have avoided some potential troubles." Potential troubles? Noticing Longbow's carefree smile, Qin Wentian raised an eyebrow, a hint of sharpness evident, though his expression remained cheerful. He was no longer the naive youth of the past. "Qin Wentian, the cores of these beasts are exceptionally valuable. I'll take the liberty of giving them all to you." Longbow exuded an air of grandeur. However, this ostentation sounded rather jarring to Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. To claim the credit for their rescue? Without the contributions of Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, not only would they have been unable to vanquish those azure-scaled pythons, but Longbow and his companions might have found themselves in peril as well. Though Qin Wentian did not seek to take full credit for their joint accomplishment, Longbow's words were indeed somewhat abrasive. "You merely lent us a small favor. It would be rather courteous of you to accept something in return. How about I gift you a blood flame fruit?" Longbow chuckled, then set his footsteps toward the blood flame fruit tree, his entourage following suit, blatantly disregarding Qin Wentian. 7 individuals, 1 at the 4th level of the pulse cycle, and 6 at the 3rd. It appeared to be quite a predicament. As Qin Wentian observed them saunter past, he slowly turned, uttering a voice, "Wait." Longbow and his companions turned around, regarding Qin Wentian with curiosity. "Is there something you desire? Just now, we saved your lives. Therefore, it is only fitting that we partake in the blood flame fruit," Qin Wentian replied coolly. "Oh, is that so?" A glimmer of coldness flickered in Longbow's eyes. After surveying his surroundings, he fixed his gaze back on Qin Wentian, a chilling smile crossing his features. "In that case, we must genuinely express our gratitude for your life-saving grace." As his words fell, the crowd subtly encircled Qin Wentian. Although Qin Wentian was esteemed at the Imperial Star Academy, this was the dark forest, where the Academy's eyes could hardly reach. Should 2 corpses appear here, they would likely be whisked away by a beast, leaving no one the wiser about the cause of death. The murderous intent in Longbow's eyes was no longer concealed. They had already lost several comrades for the sake of the blood flame fruit, and now, dividing it among the remaining 7 was proving to be a tense affair. Longbow deemed it excessively gracious to offer Qin Wentian a single blood flame fruit, but some individuals seemed to invite trouble. If that was the case, fewer individuals to divide it among would naturally be preferable. Shouldn't that be the case? As Qin Wentian's words resonated, he suddenly stepped forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow. Remarkably swift. During his recent evasion of the azure-scaled Python strike, he had advanced to the second tier of the Nine Heavens Kuimping technique, achieving a level of exquisite mastery. With a crisp sound, Qin Wentian's body brushed against one of the third-level pulse cycle practitioners, catching the others off guard with his sudden maneuver. The path of cultivation is arduous, and blood flame fruits are plentiful. Why must they resort to this? Qin Wentian's star soul emanated, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Chapter 68. Who is the yellow sparrow as Longbow and the others observed Qin Wentian's remarkable speed. Their expressions turned serious. Longbow then addressed a tall, slender youth clad in green, instructing, "You take control." The youth nodded and summoned one of his star souls, revealing an ancient tree spirit adorned with numerous long vines. Concurrently, tendrils of star power coiled around him, indicating that this star soul was of a controlling nature, proficient in countering fast martial artists. "Both of you, eliminate that rotund fellow." Longbow commanded two others, recognizing the need to silence Fan Lu alongside Qin Wentian, as the latter held a significant position within the Imperial Star Academy. They nodded in agreement and advanced toward Fan Lu, who, upon witnessing their approach, swiftly retreated. With his cultivation at the second level of the Wheel Meridian realm, facing opponents of superior strength and being adept at ranged attacks, he had no intention of engaging in close combat. Meanwhile, Longbow and his three companions subtly encircled Qin Wentian, their murderous intent laid bare. Killing merely a genius newcomer is trivial. Though of the fourth level of the Wheel Meridian, Morongfeng is far too inexperienced, Longbow remarked coldly, his giant axe star soul emanating a terrifying aura. Engage. With that, the ancient tree soul wielder trembled, sending forth vines to ensnare Qin Wentian, while Longbow lunged forward, unleashing a deadly axe light aimed to cleave Qin in two. Qin's feet danced, transforming his form into a mere illusion as he evaded the axe light and vines. Drifting to the side, suddenly, a brilliant sword light sliced through the air, as a sword-wielding youth moved with the swiftness of the wind. Simultaneously, the fourth assailant struck, his fist crashing forth like a roaring demon bull, charging vehemently toward Qin Wentian. In that fleeting moment, Qin found himself besieged. He executed the Nine Heavens Kuimping technique to perfection, dodging 3 successive attacks with astonishing grace. However, the rampaging bull's charge was ferocious and expansive. He could only retaliate with a palm strike, unleashing the explosive might of the diamond seal to shatter the bull's phantom. That brief moment of delay was enough for the divine axe and sword to close in upon him, a chilling sense of impending doom washing over Qin Wentian. At that instant, he remained eerily composed, as if attuned to every whisper of the wind. Just as the divine axe threatened to cleave his skull, his body glided back like a specter, the axe slicing past him. Yet, the sword's fierce wind grazed his skin, drawing forth droplets of blood. The ferocity of the 4 assailants was incomparably more perilous than Morongfeng's solitary confrontations. With a soft hiss, the sharp sword pierced Qin Wentian's body. Yet, almost simultaneously, a flash of white light emanated from his palm. The sword-wielding youth felt a dagger plunge through his throat, forcing him to drop his weapon and clutch at his neck. But it was too late to salvage his life. Qin Wentian had no time to dwell on the youth's demise. He surged through the opening, his gaze chilling to the core. The dagger, which he had concealed, was unleashed with lethal precision, speeding forward with great haste. Longbow and his companions seemed to forget their pursuit as they witnessed their comrade clutching his throat, his hands stained crimson with blood, collapsing before them. This marked the second victim to fall at the hands of Qin Wentian. At the onset of the battle, Qin Wentian had caught them off guard, swiftly taking one life. And now, he struck again with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. The remaining 3 fixated their cold, serpent-like gazes upon Qin Wentian. Blood had soaked through his garments, a testament to the injury inflicted by the recent sword strike. Had it not been for his desperate counterattack, his wounds would have likely been far worse. Remarkable. We have been betrayed. Fan Lu approached Qin Wentian, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, as several figures appeared on the hillside, 2 pursuing Fan Lu, accompanied by 2 others. Among them stood a gaunt figure with an elongated face and icy eyes, exuding an air of treachery. A cold smile curling at his lips as he uttered the words remarkable. Beside him stood another individual, causing Qin Wentian's pupils to constrict. Zhao Yi. Qin Wentian replied coldly. As Zhao Yi's gaze shifted towards him, irritation evident in his demeanor. Do not blame me. It is you who acted unkindly first. Had you stayed, you would likely be a corpse by now. Qin Wentian responded calmly. I merely allowed you to depart first. If I were to procure the blood flame fruit, you would not have been overlooked. Alas, it appears, your words are now irrelevant. Zhao Yi retorted icily. Why waste breath on such a person? We guided him through the dark forest, sharing half of the demon cores, and now look where we stand, Fan Lu stated coldly. Qin Wentian shook his head. Feeling no need to elaborate further, there was no merit in explaining himself to such a man. Huh, laughed the man beside Zhao Yi. Long Bo, Luo Xiao is nearby. I have dispatched someone to inform him. Do as you see fit. Luo Qianxiu. Long Bo's expression hardened as he cast a frigid glare at Zhao Yi. Realizing the scoundrel had brought along Luo Qianxiu's lackey, Feng Lin. With Luo Qianxiu now aware of the blood flame fruit's existence, the outcome was all but sealed. He could only strive to secure a sliver of advantage for himself. Feng Lin, I am willing to present the blood flame fruit to Luo Xiao. But my fallen brothers deserve a chance for survival. May I spare one for the living? Long Bo implored Feng Lin. Those few blood flame fruits. Do you expect Luo Xiao to reserve them for you? Feng Lin pointed towards the distant fruit trees. Long Bo's gaze followed, his legs trembling as he beheld an astonishing sight, his countenance instantly darkening. Feng Lin, there are still others present. Long Bo's expression soured. The blood flame fruit tree now bore only a handful of fruits, evidently pilfered. Yet how could this be? Despite their skirmish, how could someone have stolen the fruits without detection? The thief's stealth must have been extraordinary. I care not whether others remain. Do you intend to keep those blood flame fruits? Feng Lin pressed aggressively. Long Bo's face turned even grimmer, cursing silently. Were it not for Feng Lin being a lackey of Luo Qianxiu, he would not have given this scoundrel a second thought. However, the priority was his own survival. He had indeed heard that Luo Qianxiu was also training in the dark forest. Luo Qianxiu was an entity he dared not provoke. I am willing to dedicate everything to Lord Luo. Long Bo spoke, causing Feng Lin to smile with satisfaction. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu stood to the side, observing, and their expressions turned somewhat peculiar upon hearing Long Bo declare his intention to offer the blood flame fruit. It seemed they ought to consult with me. Qin Wentian remarked lightly. Instantly, both Long Bo and Feng Lin turned their gazes toward Qin Wentian, with Long Bo cursing under his breath at this foolhardy individual, while a smile graced Feng Lin's face. The foremost newcomer of the Imperial Star Academy, Qin Wentian, Long Bo said to Feng Lin. I see. Feng Lin stroked his chin, looking at Qin Wentian, and said, since you are a newcomer, you should learn to show respect to your seniors. This blood flame fruit, will you part with it? Very well, I shall relinquish it to you. Qin Wentian shrugged his shoulders, then glanced at Fan Lu, and the two turned to leave. This scene left Long Bo momentarily stunned. When had this fellow become so accommodating? However, at that moment, a white snow dog slowly climbed up from the slope to the base of the blood flame fruit tree. It leapt onto the ancient tree, extending its furry paw to pluck a blood flame fruit. After completing this, it poked its head out and glanced toward Long Bo, blinking several times, seemingly perplexed about being discovered. So it was this creature's doing. A cold glint erupted in Long Bo's eyes. That is Qin Wentian's pet. Zhao Yi's expression froze upon seeing the snow dog. You little rascal, you can eat the rest yourself. Qin Wentian's voice echoed from a distance, and upon hearing this, the little rascal promptly tossed the blood flame fruit into its mouth, its body suddenly expanding as it dashed toward the remaining blood flame fruits, devouring them in an instant. Quickly stop it. Feng Lin's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried toward the fruit tree. However, before they could reach it, all the blood flame fruits had already been consumed, and the little rascal transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting down the slope. By the time Feng Lin and Long Bo pursued, they discovered that the creature had a bag clutched in its mouth. Within the bag, undoubtedly, were other blood flame fruits. Wretched beast. Scoundrel. Both Feng Lin and Long Bo shouted in outrage upon witnessing this scene, frantically chasing after the little rascal. Yet, the little rascal's speed was astonishing, as it vanished into the forest like a white specter. In the distance, Qin Wentian and the plump fellow revealed radiant smiles. That little creature must be quite full by now. Chapter 69. Reunion. An hour later, in the same secluded valley, several figures stood atop the sloping hillside. The leader, appearing to be around 17 years of age, bore a tranquil expression that exuded an aura of majestic elevation, as if his mere presence rendered all others mere shadows, devoid of brilliance. Where is the blood flame fruit? The voice of Luo Qianxiu remained calm and devoid of emotion. Yet his casual inquiry sent a shiver down Long Bo's spine, who immediately tensed and respectfully replied, "Young Master Luo, Qin Wentian is exceedingly cunning. He has detained us while his beast has stolen the blood flame fruit I prepared for you." Feng Lin approached Luo Qianxiu and exchanged a few words with him. Yet Luo Qianxiu's countenance betrayed no hint of disturbance. "The first among the new students, Qin Wentian? I, Luo Qianxiu, have no interest in him. Go and find him." Luo Qianxiu's voice was laced with an icy tone, prompting Long Bo to feel as if a great weight had been lifted, and he bowed deeply, affirming, "I shall exert every effort." With that, he led several companions in the direction Qin Wentian had departed. "This valley is rather secretive. Search for any other peculiar items." Luo Qianxiu commanded, and his followers immediately dispersed, as though his every word was an edict. Soon, only Feng Lin and Zhao Yi remained at Luo Qianxiu's side. "I, Zhao Yi, a new student of the Imperial Star Academy, wish to follow young Master Luo and await your orders," he declared, bowing deeply. Fully aware of the esteemed status of the young man before him, Luo Qianxiu, a prodigious talent, had not only claimed the title of the top new student in his first year at the Imperial Star Academy, but had also triumphed over second-year students. In his second year, he joined the Shura Alliance, becoming one of its leaders. His formidable talent and the terrifying prowess of his cultivation techniques were widely recognized. Moreover, it was rumored that his lineage was extraordinary, leading few to dare provoke him. Beyond his innate gifts, his dedication to cultivation was relentless. He had engaged in life-and-death duels with senior members of the Shura Alliance daily in the Dreaming Forest, only ceasing upon his own demise. His mercilessness towards himself extended towards his adversaries without question. Betraying friends? You become my dog and still lack the qualifications. Get lost, Luo Qianxiu uttered frostily, causing Zhao Yi's complexion to pale and his expression to contort with distress. He had already betrayed Qin Wentian, hoping to garner a share of the blood flame fruit from Feng Lin, yet it had still been seized by Qin Wentian. Now, he found himself humiliated by Luo Qianxiu, twisting in agony as he silently turned to depart. "Young Master Luo, shall we eliminate him?" Feng Lin whispered beside Luo Qianxiu, expressing concern that Zhao Yi, capable of betraying Qin Wentian, would harbor resentment towards them as well, suggesting it may be prudent to kill him. "Unnecessary," Luo Qianxiu replied coolly, proceeding deeper into the secluded valley. In his eyes, Zhao Yi was but a trivial character, unworthy of his attention. He possessed his own pride. Well, Qin Wentian remarked as he opened the bag, revealing 10 blood flame fruits contained within. He couldn't help but ruffle the little rascal's head, who had shrunk in size once again, wagging its tail and nuzzling against Qin Wentian's leg as if seeking praise. "You little rascal, you've consumed those blood flame fruits without a second thought. How wasteful of you." Fan Lu approached and playfully slapped the little rascal on the head. The little rascal turned around, squatting on the ground, glaring at Fan Lu with a pair of eyes that seemed to express disdain, prompting Fan Lu to roll his eyes in response. To his surprise, this fellow could still cinch treasures. A smile graced Qin Wentian's face as he and Fan Lu divided the blood flame fruits. Before departing from the area, they had agreed to meet here. But Zhao Yi was also aware of this place. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, they decided to find a suitable spot to consume the blood flame fruits, hoping for a chance to break through to the third level of the Pulse Realm. It had been some time since Qin Wentian and Fan Lu had advanced to the second level of the Pulse Realm, and having experienced the power of the Dark Forest, Fan Lu successfully broke through to the third level after consuming 3 blood flame fruits. This left Qin Wentian speechless. Now that was truly wasteful. As for Qin Wentian, after consuming 2 blood flame fruits, he continued to train in the Dark Forest, not neglecting his cultivation. Finally, after 10 days, he too broke through, establishing a third star pulse. The flow of star energy within him became significantly smoother, and he felt as though he had undergone a transformation. The sensation of this breakthrough was exquisite. Qin Wentian did not rush to consume the remaining 3 blood flame fruits. Such treasures were rare. Had it not been for the little rascal leading them, they would have never found that valley. Moreover, many ventured into the dark forest for training, and they were fortunate to have encountered it. Therefore, he decided to reserve these 3 for future breakthroughs. They lingered in the dark forest, and with their enhanced strength, Qin Wentian and Fan Lu found hunting 4th-level beasts to be quite effortless, with flying creatures claimed by Qin Wentian and terrestrial beasts by Fan Lu. Time passed swiftly, and over a month had gone by. The dark forest was adorned with falling leaves, a breathtaking sight, as the autumn air descended upon the land. Within the forest, 2 agile figures, accompanied by a snow-white puppy, darted about, hunting beasts, causing the local creatures to flee at the mere sight of them, regarding them as monsters. Qin Wentian's mastery of the Nine Heavens Kuenping technique grew increasingly proficient, the Kuenping imprint on his back flickering into view, and even his aura underwent a subtle transformation. Perhaps due to devouring too many beast spirits, he exuded an air of enchantment. His bright eyes gleamed with beauty akin to that of a spirit. And even though he was covered in dirt, the vitality radiating from his gaze could not be concealed. Both he and Fan Lu had grown a bit taller. "Fatty, you're looking more impressive by the day," Qin Wentian remarked, skillfully using a dagger he had found to cleave open a beast's skull, extracting the beast core, and smiling at Fatty. In recent days, Fan Lu's once plump physique had indeed slimmed down considerably. "I'm a man pursuing a goddess, so I must look handsome." Fan Lu grinned. "Boss, it seems you still have some blood flame fruits left. Why not share a bit with me? Get lost. Finish your own before eyeing mine." "You're dreaming." Qin Wentian shot a disdainful glance at Fatty, who yearned to leap to the 4th level of the Pulse Realm. The remaining 2 blood flame fruits had been consumed by Fatty, yet his realm remained at the pinnacle of the 3rd level. Such a lack of loyalty. Fan Lu muttered softly before rising to depart. At that moment, a desperate cry for help echoed through the air. Qin Wentian and Fan Lu flickered into motion and soon beheld several individuals pursuing a figure in dire straits. "Zhao? Fan Li's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he regarded the hunted man. Zhao halted, and upon spotting Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes as he shouted, "Qin Wentian, Fan Lu, save me. They wish to kill me." The assailants surged forward, encircling Zhao. One of them turned to Qin Wentian and Fan Lu, saying, "Friends, this man took advantage of our battle with the beasts to steal the demon cores we had set aside. It would be wise for you not to interfere." They were lying. Those cores were obtained through murder. Zhao Yi's complexion paled, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. This was his sole opportunity. "Someone like you. I would consider it gracious not to personally execute you," Fan Lu coldly remarked. It was astonishing that Zhao Yi, once their companion, had brought trouble upon them, placing them in peril while he remained unperturbed at that time. Zhao Yi's expression stiffened, and he turned to Qin Wentian, pleading, "Qin Wentian, we are allies, save me." True sincerity is a one-time offering. Once lost, it cannot be reclaimed, Qin Wentian replied with indifference, preparing to leave. "They possess blood flame fruits," Zhao Yi suddenly shouted, pointing accusingly at Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. "Yes, not just one. They have taken blood flame fruits from a tree, totaling over a dozen." Qin Wentian and Fan Lu halted once more, observing Zhao Yi's face contorted with rage as he fixated on them, blaming them for his misfortune. "Haha, what a spectacle." A voice rang out from afar, followed by the rapid approach of 6 figures. It was Long Bo and his companions. "Qin Wentian, with so many blood flame fruits. They must still be in your possession." Long Bo's gaze was icy. Meanwhile, the other group cast greedy glances at Qin Wentian and Fan Lu. Qin Wentian recalled a saying that circulated within the dark forest. The greatest danger is not the beasts, but the human heart, a lesson he had learned during a conversation with a group of adventurers. "Qin Wentian, Fan Lu, prepare to meet your demise," Zhao Yi snarled. Yet, in the next instant, Qin Wentian's form transformed into a blur. Zhao Yi's pupils constricted, and he instinctively retreated. A flash of crimson light surged past, and a dagger carved through Zhao Yi's throat. He clutched his neck in a futile attempt to stem the blood. His eyes wide with despair and terror as he fell to his knees, then collapsed, the fear lingering in his gaze. He had never envisioned that his young life would conclude in such a manner. In his mind, a multitude of memories surfaced abruptly. He was so young, entering the Imperial Star Academy, brimming with ambition. He had invited Qin Wentian and Fan Lu to venture into the dark forest, where they had helped him hunt beasts, allowing his strength to flourish. That exhilaration had filled him with hope for the future. Yet, with the emergence of the blood flame fruits, everything had irrevocably changed, and his life spiraled toward its tragic end. Chapter 70. The visitor from Snow Cloud Kingdom. Qin Wentian held a dagger that dripped with blood, displaying an unsettling calmness that sent a shiver of danger through Long Bo. With a divine axe summoned, Long Bo unleashed his Star Soul. The Star Soul axe seemed to meld with his weapon, exuding a formidable aura. The previous encounter with Qin Wentian had already instilled considerable pressure upon him, and this time, caution was paramount. His companions gradually released their Star Souls, bracing for the impending confrontation, while Fan Lu discreetly distanced himself and summoned his archery Star Soul. Qin Wentian casually sheathed the dagger and retrieved a pair of gloves. The silver gloves shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, almost blinding in their radiance. These were divine weapons crafted by Qin Wentian himself. As he slowly donned the gloves, the youth remained tranquil and composed. "Be careful," Longbow advised his companions. But Qin Wentian nonchalantly turned to face the crowd that had just pursued Zhao Yi, offering them a carefree smile. The expressions of those individuals reflected an unsettling aura. This remarkably handsome youth emanated a calmness that instilled a subtle fear, his smile pristine and serene, yet laced with an unsettling maturity. Suddenly, tendrils of vines surged forth, ensnaring Qin Wentian's body in an instant and yanking him violently. Witnessing this, Longbow and the others unleashed their murderous intent, stepping forward. At that moment, 9 arrows descended from the sky, targeting Longbow and his companions. Longbow raised his axe and unleashed a powerful strike, reminiscent of a mountain splitting, exuding overwhelming might. Simultaneously, a formidable figure wielding an ancient tree star soul pulled Qin Wentian closer with the vines. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as a sharp wooden blade lunged toward Qin Wentian's heart. Yet Qin Wentian's form appeared to glide along the vines, almost spectral, creating a disorienting effect that caused the assailant's pupils to constrict. The vines slackened as Qin Wentian harnessed their power to approach his adversary. With a thunderous roar, the dragon roar fist was unleashed, the ferocious dragon claws shattering the wooden blade, a silver claw flickering in the void. Blood erupted from the throat of the wielder of the ancient tree star soul, unable to stem the flow. 3 circles of the wheel. Longbow's expression darkened as a barrage of arrows rained upon him, leaving him no room to maneuver. After dispatching 1 foe, the remaining 4 advanced to attack. But Qin Wentian's foot trembled violently against the ground, causing the earth itself to shudder. 3 celestial wheel pulses surged with boundless divine energy, erupting from his palm, amplified by the divine gloves. In the void, enormous handprints appeared to overlap, akin to colossal waves of palm strikes, unleashing a cacophony of fury. All attacks were crushed beneath the weight of Qin Wentian's power, leaving the 4 adversaries aghast. Boom! The terrifying will-see imprint struck them, obliterating all 4 in an instant. A single blow erasing their existence. Fan Lu refrained from releasing further arrows, but Longbow's heart trembled as he beheld Qin Wentian charging towards him, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. To retreat is to invite death. With a thunderous roar, Longbow swung his axe, as if to cleave the heavens and obliterate all existence. Qin Wentian did not flinch. Adorned in silver gloves, he unleashed the wheel-see seal once more. The massive axe was sent flying, and in a swift motion, Qin Wentian grasped Longbow's throat, propelling his body forward. Crack! Longbow, held by his throat, staggered back, crashing into a large tree that splintered upon impact. His vitality surged chaotically, and his face turned pale. "Do not kill me," Longbow gasped. As soon as the words left his lips, the silver gloves glided across his throat, causing his eyes to widen in despair. Clutching his throat, he gradually slumped against the fractured tree. Phew! The pursuers of Zhao Yi felt their bodies tense, the carefree smiles vanishing, replaced by grave expressions as they warily regarded the young man who had turned to face them. They had clearly not anticipated the quiet, serene youth to unleash such ruthless and unyielding ferocity. "Let us depart." Qin Wentian smiled at Fan Lu and then took a step forward to leave. Fan Lu hastened to follow, and only then did the others exhale in relief. One among them observed Qin Wentian and Fan Lu's retreating figures, his eyes betraying lingering unease. "Should we encounter him again, we must yield 3 points. He is not to be trifled with," he cautioned, and the others nodded in agreement. They were seasoned adventurers in the dark forest, accustomed to the coldness of slaughter. Yet the composure displayed by that youth during the act of killing still sent shivers down their spines. "If he survives, this young man will surely rise to prominence," another murmured. As Qin Wentian and Fan Lu wandered through the woods, Fan Lu regarded Qin Wentian with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "What is it? Are you envious of my superior looks?" Qin Wentian jested with a smile. Fan Lu shook his head. "You seem to have changed considerably since our first encounter. Back then, you appeared burdened with unspoken thoughts. Though fierce against enemies, you lacked the present calmness and decisiveness." "People are ever evolving," Qin Wentian replied with a smile. "You too have transformed, adopting such a serious demeanor. Before my brothers, I shall always remain my true self, regardless of what the future holds," he stated, looking at Fan Lu. Though his face bore dust, to Fan Lu it appeared remarkably pure, especially with that radiant smile which emanated a comforting warmth. "Indeed, the bond of brotherhood is unchanging throughout this life," Fan Lu mused, gazing into the distance, recalling their first meeting, ordinary and unremarkable. Yet the bond between men can often be so simple and devoid of reason. As autumn deepened, vibrant leaves carpeted the forest, forming a beautiful yet melancholic ancient path. Along this path, the two youths strolled, lifting their heads to gaze at the ancient town beyond the imperial city, their faces adorned with genuine smiles. "Hey, which Academy-S lad is this? Quite fortunate to have emerged alive," chuckled a group of nearby adventurers, noting the youth's youthfulness. "Often a sign of one undergoing trials at an academy." "Indeed, quite fortunate," Qin Wentian replied with a smile, glancing at the boisterous man. "In one's youth, it is prudent to refrain from frequenting the dark forest. The young man, perhaps, has yet to savor the delights of a woman's company. Might I offer my assistance, dear brother?" Beside the burly man stood a strikingly voluptuous woman clad in a form-fitting adventurer's attire, her alluring curves tantalizingly visible, eliciting covetous gazes. "Sister, you lack restraint." Even targeting the young, he chuckled, his eyes fixated with a predatory intensity upon the woman's ample figure. "Is there anyone more handsome than me?" The woman retorted disdainfully, prompting a chorus of laughter from the band of adventurers as they ventured into the dark forest. "May they remain exuberant and free from deceit," Qin Wentian silently wished. As he and Fan Lu made their way towards the imperial city, the imposing eastern heaven gate loomed before them. It was here, on his inaugural visit to the royal city, that he encountered the joint movement of the 9 academies, and now 7 months had swiftly passed since that moment. Time truly flies, Qin Wentian mused. The autumn breeze carried a slight chill, brushing against him, and the youthful visage of the boy had matured, shedding some of its innocence and gaining resilience. Along the grand avenue of the Chu Kingdom's imperial city, a long procession unfolded, featuring a dragon horse with antennae drawing a luxurious carriage. 8 dragon horses, astonishingly adorned with wings, pulled the carriage, a rare breed known as the winged dragon horse, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing vast distances in a single day. The presence of 8 such majestic creatures indicated the high status of those within that carriage, complemented by numerous guards surrounding it. At the front of the escort, an elderly man rested with his eyes closed, yet his aura was profoundly inscrutable. Behind the guards, a group of spirited young disciples scanned the surroundings, their eyes surveying the grand imperial city of Chu. Whispers floated among the crowds on either side of the avenue. It was rumored that the person within the carriage was a candidate for the position of the Snow Cloud Kingdom's princess, though the reason for her visit to Chu remained a mystery. The youths were disciples of the Snow Cloud Kingdom's martial academy, and it was said that they had come to gauge the prowess of the Royal Academy students. As Qin Wentian and Fan Le passed by, the murmurs piqued their curiosity. An entourage from the Snow Cloud Kingdom had arrived in Chu. From within the carriage, a delicate hand emerged, lifting the curtain to reveal a stunning visage that captivated the crowd. A beautiful woman, merely 18 years of age, with gentle eyes that conveyed a hint of wistfulness. The moment Qin Wentian beheld her face, a profound tremor coursed through his body, leaving him momentarily frozen in place.